Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Crazy Dave of Konoha 1 CD Chapter 1 Time Travel in the first year of Konoha, inside the mansion of the Senju clan. Who are you? The man with white hair and red eyes asked, looking at the child in front of him seriously. Dad. The child's eyes flashed. He looked about 4 or 5 years old. Tobirama. You. Beside the big and small, a long-haired man with a whirlpool symbol on his head roared in shock. Brother. Kid. Who are you? Yes, the two people in front of the child are the god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama, and his younger brother, Senju Tobirama. And this little boy is our protagonist, Senju Dave. To put it bluntly, he actually traveled through time, into the world of Hokage ninjas, and became the son of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama has a son. Dave was also confused after traveling through time. How could his father be Senju Tobirama? This is what his mother told him in this life. I heard from my mother in this life that before the establishment of Konoha, during the Sengoku era, his family was considered a big family and was in the land of fire. The god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, brought his younger brother to the family and wanted to invite their family to build a peaceful village, but the clan leader did not agree. It's speechless to say that back then, his mother was just a branch of that family. Back then, his mother was pretty and came to entertain Tobirama and Hashirama. After the two of them got drunk with the then patriarch, his mother sent the drunk Tobirama back, and then, Tobirama actually, cough. My mother didn't want to cause trouble, so she pretended that she didn't know anything, and our Tobirama was also drunk and didn't know anything, thinking that nothing happened. Who knew that at that time, his mother would be pregnant with him? The clan members also ridiculed their mother for being an unruly woman, and she died of depression last month. He felt that he could no longer stay in the clan, so he wanted to find his father. Then he was killed by a wild beast on the road because he had never practiced chakra since he was a child. In this way, he time traveled into this guy's body. And found his father, Senju Tobirama. Advertisement. If he hadn't traveled through time, Tobirama's only descendant would have died in confusion. No one knows. Even the person involved, Tobirama, didn't know. Nani? Tobirama roared in confusion after hearing his experience. I remember, are you from the Sema clan? Hashirama on the side slapped his forehead hard. He also remembered that he, his younger brother and the leader of the Sema clan had been drinking together. Finally in the morning he went to find Tobirama and found Tobirama naked. That's right, Lord Hashirama. My mother died of depression and I couldn't stay in the clan any longer. I had no choice but to come find my father. Senju Dave said pitifully with his eyes reddened and tears rolling down his face. Tobirama was still dumbfounded. He is already 30 years old now, and suddenly he has a son. Who can bear this? Tobirama. Dave's mother died because of you. Are you going to abandon your son? Hashirama, the ninja god, was rarely angry for a while, and the whole house was shaking with his loud voice. Brother, are you going to listen to this kid's words? Tobirama loudly responded to his brother with a guilty conscience. He also had some memories. When he woke up, he found that he had no clothes on him. He thought he had just taken off his clothes because he drank too much and was too hot. Who knew that this was the case? Father, I have an ability, Dave said at this time. Dave stretched out his hand and made 2 random seals with his hands. Suddenly, the ground outside the door suddenly cracked, and a huge vine poured out from it. Then a pea shooter appeared in front of the 3 of them. Shaking, the pea shooter winked at Dave. This is the cheat he brought with him after time travel. He was actually able to summon plants from the game Plants vs. Zombies in his previous life to help him fight. Currently, I can only summon pea shooters, sunflowers, potato bombs, nut walls, and nest melons. Dave thought that his cheat should be similar to the system in countless online articles he had read in his previous life. But he called for several days, but no voice answered him at all. He has only one consciousness in his mind. When he becomes Genin, he can summon 10 new plants. Hey, shit, his name is Dave, and he can grow plants. He doesn't believe this shit without any connection at all. Advertisement. Wood style. Hashirama and Tobirama exclaimed at the same time. Now Tobirama completely believes that this wood style is a secret technique learned by his eldest brother. After testing, only his eldest brother in the clan knows it, and only the Senju clan can understand it. Tobirama, if he is not your son, my name, Senju Hashirama, is written backwards. Hashirama said this time that he would teach his brother a lesson no matter what. Pong hit Tobirama up. Tobirama didn't fight back, after all, she also felt that she was a B********D and deserved a beating. Because of his own impulse, he left the 2 of them to suffer hardships in that arrogant family, and yet he was still enjoying peace and quiet in Konoha. A moment later Tobirama stood up with a bruised face and knelt down in front of Dave. Dave, I'm sorry for you too. After saying that, Tobirama kowtowed. Dave dared to reach out his hand and catch him. I don't blame you, father. Dave shook his head and looked at Tobirama's sincere eyes. He suddenly found that the word, father, was as heavy as 1,000 pounds pressing on his mouth. After all, they have been together for 2 generations. When Dave looked at the unfamiliar Tobirama, it was difficult to pronounce these 2 words. I also feel a bit clumsy in my heart. As soon as Ma Dan traveled through time, he had to recognize his father. Okay, from now on, you will be called Senju Dave. Tobirama said with tears in his eyes, holding Dave while choking. He could naturally tell that Dave was not happy to call his father. After all, he had not known the existence of his son for so many years and had not taken care of him. The son had resentment in his heart, and he would slowly open up his son's heart. Let your son accept himself the Sima clan. Just wait. Tobirama's tearful eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. Hashirama on the side looked at the touching scene of father and son recognizing each other with a silly smile. Great, Tobirama has been single for more than 30 years and finally someone takes care of him. Chapter 2 The Path. Island different the next day, inside the ninja school. Tobirama took Dave's hand and slowly walked into the teacher's room. After a long conversation between father and son, they finally opened their hearts and became a real father and son. Bullshit. Lousy is only 5 years old now. You F********. Gee, let me stay up all night talking nonsense with you. Who the FK can bear this? Tobirama also plans to take his son to school to study. After all, Dave is now 5 years old and can only concentrate on chakra. This is a new student in our class, my son, Senju Dave. Everyone is welcome. Tobirama and Dave looked at everyone, and everyone was also looking at Dave. Well, looking at Dave. Tobirama's language is amazing. Lord Tobirama's son? The 38 students in the class exclaimed. After all, Tobirama and Dave really look alike. Damn, don't compare the guy in Plants vs. Zombies who wears a metal pot on his head, has hair on his arms, has silly cross-eyed cocks, and speaks foreign languages with our Dave. In this life, Dave has the same white hair and red eyes as Tobirama, but unlike Tobirama, Tobirama is too cold, with the kind of cold arrogance that radiates from the inside out. And Dave always smiles, as warm as the spring sunshine. Hello everyone, my name is Senju Dave. I am 5 years old. I hate iron pots and talking cars. I like growing vegetables. Do you have a dream, to have a vegetable garden for me to grow plants and zombies to fight for me? Senju Dave introduced himself. Everyone was confused. They haven't realized it yet. Their teacher is the younger brother of first generation. He should not be married yet. Why did a son as old as them suddenly appear? Well, you can sit next to Hiruzen. Tobirama only showed that gentle look when facing his son. The rest of the time, even when facing his elder brother, he is cold and cold. Yeah. Dave suppressed his inner excitement and walked in the direction of Tobirama's finger. Of course he knows about Hiruzen, the old man from the third generation, head of the Huang sect, thighs. Hello, my name is Senju Dave. Hello, my name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two got to know each other and sat down to listen to the class. I have to say that lecturing is a boring thing, no matter in the past life or now. Dave was almost asleep. If it weren't for his cheap old father who was lecturing there, he would have become passionate with a certain teacher in his dream. The whole morning has passed. Okay, that's the end of this morning's class. Tobirama closed the book and said coldly. Advertisement. Let's stop the afternoon class first. The teacher has something to do. Ming Amaterasu often. After Tobirama finished speaking, he stood motionless on the platform and looked at his son. At the same time, Tobirama also had some doubts in his heart. No, the atmosphere after class today was wrong. Normally, as soon as he said get out of class was over, he would just raise his feet, and the group of brats would scream like crazy. Why is it so quiet today? Students. Bullshit, that's because you're leaving and we're crazy. Why are you standing so still today? Tobirama has to wait for his son. After all, he is the teacher of this class, and his son is still his student. Why should he wait outside the door like those parents? Dave blushed at Tobirama's gentle eyes, because not only my old father's but also other classmates. Dave couldn't bear it anymore, so he stood up and said goodbye to Hiruzen, and then walked to Tobirama. Tobirama nodded with satisfaction, pulled his son and walked out of the teacher happily. That's right, Tobirama listened to the teacher's crazy screams, is that right? Today is destined to be restless Uchiha clan. Father, I'm back. Oh, the mirror is back. Did you do anything interesting at school today? Yes, there is a new classmate in our class. He is our teacher's child. Tobirama's child. No matter what, mirror, you have to have a good relationship with that child, you know. Yes, father. Nara clan. Father, I'm back. Oh, trouble, what do you want to eat? Advertisement, anything is fine. Oh, by the way, there is a new classmate in our class. He is the teacher's son. Lord Tobirama's son. Oh, that's really troublesome. No matter what, you must have a good relationship with him, Kayama. Oops. It's really troublesome. I got it, smelly boy. When the children in the class returned home, they all told what happened to Dave today, and without exception, they all said one sentence, to have a good relationship with him. This makes everyone helpless inside the Senju mansion. Hello, Uncle Mito. Hello, Uncle Hashirama. Dave bowed to the two people in front of him and said respectfully. My heart is so crazy, my legs are so big. Hey, you are Tobirama's son. They really look alike. Mito looked at the respectful look of white-haired Dave. Overflowing with motherly love, he raised Dave's face with both hands and said with a smile. Well, that brat Tobirama. Ignore him, Dave, your father has something to do this afternoon. You can practice with me this afternoon, Hashirama said helplessly from the side. Of course he knew where Tobirama was, but he didn't care. If Tobirama were replaced by himself, he might just throw a giant Buddha over. Although Hashirama looks silly and heartless. But don't really think of him as a fool or a good guy. Maybe people are anxious. Put your hands together and shout whatever you want. Let's go, Dave. Hashirama took Dave's hand and walked to the training ground behind the mansion. Dave, yesterday I noticed that your wood style seems a little different from mine. Hashirama looked at Dave and asked. Uncle Hashirama, I can summon 4 plants, but I have a feeling that the more chakra in my body, the more plants I can summon. Dave had already thought of the words and said doubtfully. Oh, summon it and show it to me. Hashirama was also a little confused, and then said. But Hashirama soon felt relieved. After all, they were the only ones in the entire ninja world who knew wood style. It was very possible that Dave's path was different from his own. Chapter 3 4 Plants. Wood style. Pea shooter. Dave didn't want to make any seals anymore, it was so troublesome. Then he imitated Hashirama's brain. Anyway, he just put his hands together and shouted whatever he wanted. A 2-meter-tall pea shooter burst out of the cracked ground. Oh, it looks like Summonimon. Is it a plant like Summonimon? Dave, can you try to make him attack me? Hashirama kept blinking as he looked at it. The pea shooter, whose mouth was about 2 meters in diameter, looked confused and then asked. Pea shooter, attack! Dave shouted pointing at Hashirama. I saw pea shooter's thick tendrils press back, his mouth closed, and there seemed to be something in his mouth that made him bulge. Pong! In an instant, the pea shooter opened his mouth, and huge green peas shot out towards Hashirama. Hashirama didn't dodge, he wanted to test how powerful this thing was. When he put his hands together, a wooden wall appeared on the ground. What surprised Hashirama was that the pea actually broke through the 1-meter thick wooden wall. Hashirama dared to stretch out his hand to catch him. Hashirama caught him, but he was thrown back dozens of meters by the huge force of the pea. Hashirama's eyes sparkled. Now Dave can summon such a powerful plant without even the most basic genin. What if Dave was as strong as him? Hashirama dare not think. It was estimated that the pea would have knocked him away, or at least caused him to vomit blood. The peas burst open and dissipated into the air. Pea shooter also disappeared, but it wasn't that pea shooter disappeared automatically due to lack of endurance, but Dave made him disappear. Wood style. Potato mine. Dave shouted with his hands clasped together, and saw a bulging bag appearing in front of Hashirama. On the bag, it seemed that he was looking for something with a round head that kept flashing red light. What kind of plant is this? Hashirama asked. These things are too weird. Why can't he summon this wood style plant? It takes a while for him to prepare. When he shows his head, whoever touches him will explode, Dave explained. Then the two of them waited here to prepare the potato mine. Soon, a pair of eyes with buck teeth suddenly appeared on the ground, and the round headlight on the head stopped flashing. Hashirama was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Hashirama prepared himself and stepped forward with 1 foot. Potato landmine narrowed his eyes. Pong! It directly blew Hashirama back dozens of meters and somersaulted before stopping. Fortunately, he was prepared, otherwise he might have lost his temper in front of Dave. But I still think this mine is interesting. Advertisement. He's twice as powerful as the explosive talisman, but it's underground. However, Hashirama is not worried about everyone stepping on him or touching him. After all, this is the first time such a weird thing appears in the ninja world, and there will definitely be people who want to touch it. Uncle Hashirama, do you still want to watch? Dave shouted. Go on, Hashirama replied. He wanted to see what Dave could summon. Wood style. Nest melon. Dave put his hands together and saw a melon slowly appearing from the cracked ground. Wagua is very big, bigger than a pea shooter, and almost half the height of a tailed beast. Wogua had 1 small eye and 1 big eye, with the corners of his mouth turned downward, looking full of disdain and wanting to be beaten. Hashirama slowly approached him. To Hashirama's surprise, Waga actually made a sound and then jumped up high. Hit Hashirama directly. Wood style. Wooden prison technique. Hashirama looked at the black shadow above his head and said hurriedly. Strips of wood wrapped around Hashirama and then fell down. After hitting the ground, Waga disappeared. Dave chakra is almost gone, he can't be used forever. At least he can't use Shongwaga, a disposable plant all the time. When the smoke cleared, there was only a pile of crushed wood on the ground and a crushed Hashirama with his eyes rolled and foaming at the mouth. Dave dared to step forward and pull up Hashirama. Uncle Hashirama, are you okay? Don't scare me. Dave kept shaking Hashirama with tears in his eyes. It is the first year of Konoha, that is, when Konoha was first built, and Uchiha Madara has not defected yet. If he crushes Hashirama to death, who will fight Gundam with Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End? On whom? Rely on him. He doesn't believe that a melon like him can crush a Gundam to death right now. It's okay, it's just, there are so many stars. Hashirama drooled, as if a few stars suddenly popped out of his forehead. Hashirama. Mito watched them train from the side, and then saw this scene. He ran over and took Hashirama from his hand and shouted. Wood style. Sunflower. Dave sighed and shouted hurriedly. I saw a sunflower rising from the ground, with a smile on its face and swaying towards the sun. Mito looked at Dave in confusion as he summoned a strange plant, as if he didn't understand what it meant. Ahem, and Mito, you'll find out later, Dave said hurriedly. The sunflower kept swaying toward the sun, and then a golden flower burst out of the swaying sunflower. Dave picked up the sunlight and placed it on Hashirama's body. In Mito's amazed eyes, the sunlight gradually entered Hashirama's body. Advertisement. The dizzy Hashirama only felt a warm feeling. When he came to his senses, he saw his wife hugging him, his nephew Dave and a strange flower that was constantly swaying beside him. What's going on, Mito? Hashirama asked. Uncle Hashirama, I thought. Woo woo woo. Dave suddenly lay on Hashirama's body and cried loudly. After all, he is a child now, so he has to behave like a child. Oh, I remembered. It's okay, Dave, it was Uncle Hashirama who was careless. I didn't expect Dave that your wood style is so strong. Hashirama then remembered the scene before he fainted and dared to comfort him. Wood style. Mito on the side exclaimed. Ah, that's right, Mito, Dave has wood style just like me, but his wood style is a little different from mine. He can actually summon plants, Hashirama introduced. Ah, that's it. Is that the strange flower? Just now I saw him spit out a flower, and then Dave took the flower and put it on you, and you got better. Mito was relieved. What? Dave's plants actually have healing effects. This. Hashirama was a little confused. He thought Dave's plants were only for attacking, but unexpectedly they could also heal. What about the defensive plants he summoned? Then, Dave, can you summon defensive plants? Hashirama sat up and asked hurriedly. Yes. Dave nodded, joking, is that where his nut wall is for fun? Dave, your wood style is so strong. Hashirama sighed, but he didn't want to try it now. He was still a little confused. Dave's sunflowers can repair physical injuries, but not the mental ones. Okay, Dave, I'm fine. Let's go to the village for a walk. Hashirama stood up, patted the dust on his body and said with a smile. Okay. Dave had long wanted to go out and hang out. If his cheap old father hadn't stopped him from talking to enhance the relationship between father and son, he would have gone out to play a long time ago. The two of them held hands and walked carefully on the streets of Konoha. Madara, I'm here, Madara, what do you mean by covering your face? Hashirama and Dave somehow ended up at the Uchiha tribe while strolling around. Hashirama saw his familiar figure, stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. Madara over there had an expression on her face that said she didn't know this person, and turned away. Hashirama ran over and put an arm directly on Uchiha Madara's shoulder. Idiot. Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama who was giggling beside him and said coldly. Ooh Madara, you said that to me, I'm so sad. Hashirama pretended to cry, and Dave behind him was dumbfounded. Although Dave knew that his cheap uncle was a bit stupid, why did he become so stupid when he was in front of Madara? Oh, by the way, Madara, this is Tobirama's son. Senju Dave. Dave, this is uncle and your father's friend, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 4 Let's go, kid. Your nephew. Tobirama's son. In an instant, Dave felt a huge evil spirit coming towards his face. The pair of scarlet pupils in Uchiha Madara's eyes were staring at him. Dave's heart skipped a beat, forgetting that Madara's brother seemed to have been killed by Tobirama. Madara, he is not Tobirama, Hashirama shouted quickly. Huh, of course I know. Madara took back the murderous aura that was like a gluttonous wave and said coldly. Uncle, your name is Madara. Dave will not miss this opportunity to hug his thigh. He must leave a good impression on the other party, so that the other party will not be scheming behind his back when he is taken away by a 1,000-year-old filial son. Own. Yeah, Madara looked at Dave coldly and said in shock. Because of Madara's aloof appearance and the terrifying impression she left on people in the Sengoku era a few years ago, there are basically not many people in the village except the Uchiha family who are willing to communicate with Madara, let alone the children in the village. The child usually runs away in shock just by Uchiha Madara's glance, but the child in front of him is not afraid of him. Ignorance. Are fearless. Uncle Madara, you are so handsome. Much more handsome than my uncle. Dave's eyes showed admiration like stars. Ha ha, kid, you are very discerning. Hashirama, this time, I won. I am more handsome than you. Madara was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and kept looking at the full body in front of him from the corners of his eyes. Shadowed Hashirama raised an eyebrow. This time, it was me, Uchiha Madara, who defeated you. Senju Hashirama. Hey, Dave, your uncle is obviously much prettier than Uncle Madara, okay. Hashirama yelled at his nephew very unconvinced. This was the first time he lost to Madara in name only. Except for peeing when he was a kid. He lost one. He has never lost in all these years. He actually lost in this kind of thing. Well, Uncle Madara, uncle is so cruel. Dave hurriedly ran to Madara's arms and pointed at Hashirama who was yelling at him and said aggrievedly. Well, Hashirama, if you lose, you lose. Don't take it out on the child. Madara looked at Dave who suddenly ran into her arms and thought to herself, this is the feeling of being trusted by the child. Turn out to be. Is this how Hashirama feels when the children he usually meets in the village run into his arms? This feels really good. Where did I, Uchiha Madara, lose to Hashirama? He is not handsome yet. Those children must be ignorant. Then he stretched out a hand and patted Dave on the back, and said disdainfully to Hashirama. Oh, I won't admit defeat. I will take good care of myself when I go back. I won't lose to you next time. Motor. Dave. Come back with me. Hashirama yelled. No, it just came out. Dave turned around and said. Okay Hashirama, you go back first. I'm taking this child around the village. Uchiha Madara frowned and looked at the ugly Hashirama in front of him. Huh, Dave, come back before night. Hashirama turned away angrily. Advertisement turning his head, Hashirama had a smile on his face. Madara's reputation in the village has not been very good, and no one in the village is willing to communicate with Madara. If this continues, Hashirama feels that something will happen to Madara sooner or later, and Dave's performance just now made him see that there are people who like Madara, and Madara is also the first smiled at him once in the village. But his angry look just now was really not just an act, was it? Am I really not as handsome as Madara? Should I try those skincare products from Mito? Hashirama fell into doubts about life, and Dave looked confused at the lonely figure. And even wanted to laugh a little. Let's go, kid. Seeing Hashirama leaving, the smile on Madara's face disappeared, and then she said. He took Dave and continued walking around the village. Along the way Dave saw many children looking at him and Madara from afar. The fearful looks in Dave's eyes made Dave's heart skip a beat. Although the god tier beside him didn't express anything, the more he looked like this, Dave felt more and more frightened. Uncle Madara, I want to eat meatballs. Dave felt that he should do something and said to Madara beside him. Okay. Madara was stunned for a moment, frowned at first, and then agreed. Do you think children are so troublesome? Madara took Dave into the meatball shop and bought a portion of meatballs. Hey, Dahe, have you seen that man wearing Uchiha clothes? Have you heard of him? He is a pervert. He has no wife in his 40s. I heard that he likes men. Look at that cold face. It's like ice cubes, what the hell? No way, this is too outrageous. Who did you listen to? My father told me this. I heard that he likes our Hokage-sama. Wow. This is so exciting. While Madara and Dave were awkwardly sitting in their seats, waiting for the meatballs, a table of teenagers behind them who were older than Dave were pointing at Madara and talking softly. Dave could hear it, let alone Madara. His face became darker and darker. Hey. You bastards. Who asked you to insult Uncle Madara? Dave couldn't stand listening anymore, picked up the 2 bottles of sake placed on Uchiha Madara's table, and walked behind him in front of the table of young men. A bottle hit the table and roared. The teenagers were stunned, and so was Madara. Where did the kid come from? Are you looking for a beating? The teenagers were also frightened by Dave's beating. Then they saw that Dave was a bigger kid, and one of the teenagers shouted. Looking for a beating? Why don't you look for a beating? Dave was so angry that he took a bottle of sake and put it directly on the boy's head and roared. The young man immediately fell to the ground and howled. Advertisement. What I can't stand the most is people like you who gossip behind their backs. If you have the guts, let's fight. Who the hell are you who say bad things about people behind their backs? Dave kicked the boy who fell to the ground with one foot, shouted. The teenagers were all too frightened by Dave's hockey appearance to dare to move. They're just a group of ordinary teenagers. The current ninja school has not yet opened to accept civilians, and they have not seen much of the world. They will naturally be frightened when encountering such a thing. It's best not to let me hear you say anything bad about Uncle Madara. If you don't accept it, come to me at the Senju station. Bring your parents and I'll beat them up too. Dave snorted coldly, then returned to his seat, continued to sit obediently. Madara was shocked when she saw the scene just now. This child seemed like. Kid. You. Madara didn't know what to feel in her heart, and she didn't know what to say. I have lived with my mother in the settlement since I was a child. My mother had me after my father got in the way. My mother has always been subject to rumors from the clan. Every time my mother and I come out, they will treat us like those people. We pointed, and every time I wanted to do what I just did, but my mother would stop me and I would cry silently by myself every night. I felt very sad. After my mother died, I came here to find my father. On the way, I swear, I will beat this kind of person every time I see him. Dave lowered his head and said in a deep voice. This feeling of sadness and anger came from his own body, and he seemed to be immune to the impulse just now, general control. You are much better than your father. Madara didn't know what to say. He himself had never comforted anyone. In the past, it was easy to comfort Hashirama by giving him a beating, but Dave was still a child, so naturally he couldn't do that. This kid is much better than his father, who is even colder and more infuriating than him. Hey, the meatballs are here, Uncle Madara, let's eat them quickly. After eating, Dave sat there waiting for Madara to pay the bill. The losses in your store today will be recorded in my Uchiha clan's account, as well as what happened just now. If those people have any objections, let them come to the Uchiha clan to find me. Uchiha Madara said coldly to the boss in front of him. After saying that, he took Dave and left here. Uncle Madara, can you carry me on your back? I'm a little tired. While walking on the road, Dave suddenly had a bold idea and looked at Uchiha Madara beside him and asked with some fear. TCH, kid, it's really troublesome, come up here. Madara was stunned for a moment, and then said speechlessly. But he still knelt down and let Dave climb up. When Dave went up, he was stunned. Why did he do this? So tall, Uncle Madara. I will definitely grow as tall as you in the future. When you get old, I will carry you. Kid, Chapter 5. Am I not as handsome as Madara? Uncle Madara, I'm going back first. I had a lot of fun with you today. Madara sent Dave not far from Senju station. Dave turned to look at Madara and said with a smile. Well, let's go back early, Madara said with a smile that she thought was pretty. Madara just looked at Dave's petite back. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly, There was a sound of wind. Uchiha Madara kicked him behind him, but the exposed Sharingan stopped when he saw it was Dave. Legs already in midair. Hey, I knew Uncle Madara wouldn't do anything to me. I'll give you this when I come back. Mwah, good night, Uncle Madara. I wish you a sweet dream. Dave jumped up and gave Uchiha Madara a face after a kiss. He turned around and never left. And Uchiha Madara just stood there in a daze, with his left hand on the place where Dave kissed him before, standing alone in the wind. Hey, Dave has left. That's my nephew, it's only been half a day today. Why does it look like he's closer to you than to me? Senju Hashirama appeared next to Madara at this time, his face full of resentment. Who knows, maybe you are not as handsome as me. When Madara saw Hashirama, her face returned to that cold look. Hey, I'm not as handsome as you. It must be my little nephew who doesn't know his stuff. Okay. Hashirama got angry when he said this, pointed at Madara and said angrily. Let's go, ugly man. Madara turned her head and glanced at the ugly man. She especially rhymed the word ugly for a few seconds, and then left with a body flicker technique. Damn it, Madara. I will definitely be more handsome than you. This made the honest man Hashirama angry, pointing at the place where Uchiha Madara left just now and yelling. Returning to the Senju station, Senju Hashirama immediately went to Mito's room. Advertisement, Mito, do you think I'm handsome? Hashirama hugged Mito, who was about to sleep, and asked affectionately. Mito just stared blankly at Hashirama, who suddenly changed into a different person in front of him. Hashirama is already so happy. Ha ha ha. I am indeed handsome. Haven't you seen Mito showing this look? My little nephew must be ignorant. Ha! I have to correct his aesthetics. How can the ice cube of Madara be so handsome? Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Mito suddenly burst out laughing. The smile on Hashirama's face paused and he put Mito down. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama. Hashirama. Ha 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 ha. Why do you think such a question? Mito laughed for a long time and asked out of breath. Hashirama told what happened today, and specifically explained that Dave is a child with a strange aesthetic sense. His uncle has a very big obligation to correct him. Peeved. Is it because Dave said you are not as handsome as Madara? Ha ha ha, but Hashirama, Madara is indeed more handsome than you. Mito laughed after hearing what Hashirama said. After laughing, he looked at Hashirama, thought about Madara's appearance, and said with a strange expression. Hashirama suddenly had a branch in his hand, found the foot of the room and drew a circle. The bleak and black and white shadow looks particularly pitiful. No matter what happens on Hashirama's side, Tobirama's house. Two people, one large and one small, are sitting opposite each other. Advertisement, I heard that you played with Madara all afternoon today. What kind of person do you think he is? Tobirama took a light sip of water to get rid of his dusty appearance. Uncle Madara, I think he is very good, but his face is a bit too cold, which scares the children a bit. Dave thought for a while and said. HMPH. What's so good about Uchiha? They are all born evil. You should stay away from him in the future. I'm afraid he will teach you bad things. Tobirama suddenly snorted and said with anger. No, Uncle Madara is so good. Why don't you want me to play with him? Dave said stiffly with a cross on his neck. From today on, I will send a clone to follow you, except for the school and the station. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Tobirama was so angry that he couldn't do it. Tobirama has been with his father since he was a child. When did he suffer this anger? How did that woman teach this boy? Why are you so arrogant? No, I am his father. You must discipline him well. Ignore you. Dave was stunned for a moment, thinking about how a child would react to this situation, and then stood up suddenly and went back to his room. Tobirama looked at Dave's back and rubbed his wrinkled eyebrows. He had a headache. The next day, Hashirama, why didn't Dave come out with you? Madara encountered Hashirama on the street again, looked at Hashirama's empty hand, and then asked. That boy Dave has to go to school today. Ahem, and Tobirama said that except for school and residence, Dave is not allowed to go anywhere else. Hashirama was a little embarrassed, said. HMPH. Uchiha Madara snorted, turned around and left. That white-haired man is getting more and more disgusting. Why didn't you kill him in the first place? Madara thought fiercely in her heart. Chapter 6. The left hand holds the right hand. It's so boring. What is he talking about? Dave lay on the table like a salted fish, looking at the old father who was speaking passionately on the podium in front of him. His heart was filled with infinite sadness. When is this day? It's ahead. In her last life, Laozi finally completed 9 years of compulsory education and 6 years of high-level elite fishing education. Now she is better and starting over again. Hiruzen, don't you think what he said is boring? Dave looked at the excited Yuan Fei Hiruzen and asked speechlessly. No, I think the teacher's lecture is very good. I will use all my experience to learn. I must not let the teacher down. Hiruzen said with great enthusiasm. You're hopeless, Danzo, what do you think? Dave rolled his eyes at him, turned to look at Danzo on the other side and asked. Teacher, you worked so hard to explain the topic to us, how can you protect Konoha in the future when you look like this? Danzo snorted with a look on his face like, I'm all for Konoha. You two are hopeless. Dave hit his head on the table and roared with a headache. Danzo, let's change places. I want to sit at the same table with that young lady. Dave's eyes suddenly lit up and he saw a very pretty young lady sitting next to Danzo and said quickly to Danzo. He didn't want to get involved with these two good friends. He was really afraid that one day he would be brainwashed. If he held the will of fire with his left hand and held it with his right hand for the good of Konoha, then his life would be ruined. Huh, don't change. Danzo snorted coldly. Hey, you, damn it, you're delaying my big future events. Dave said angrily. Danzo, just switch with Dave. At this time, Hiruzen said to Danzo, looking at Danzo with eyes full of hope. Hiss, the Orion lights are bursting at the seams. Okay. Danzo saw his good friend speaking, so he had no choice but to change. After changing seats. Hello, little sister, my name is Senju Dave, what's your name? Dave looked at the little sister aside and asked with a smile. Advertisement. Ah, you, hello, my name is Uchiha Tsukimi, don't you hate me? The young lady looked at her deskmate and suddenly there was another person, it was still the child of the previous teacher. First surprised, then a little shy and scared asked. Why should I hate you? You look so cute. Don't worry about the cold-faced guy you had at the same table before. He was just like that. He and I are different. Dave waved his hand and said. Dave also had a headache. Has Danzo learned the essence of his old father since he was a child and hates Uchiha? Wow, how dare you hate such a cute girl? Ah, then, hurry up and listen to the teacher's lecture. Seeing that her new deskmate didn't hate her as much as the previous one, she was relieved, but when she heard the other person say she was cute, and a blushing look appeared on Yumei's face again. Yumei, don't you think what he said is boring? Dave leaned on the table and continued to ask. I don't think so. I think what the teacher said is very interesting, Yumei said with a smile. Hey, what's the point of a long-winded old man giving a lecture? Dave gave you a hopeless look again, and then said. Kiki, only you, classmate Dave, dare to say such things. Yumei giggled. Dave didn't say anything this time, just looked at Yumei and smiled. Then, classmate Dave, why are you looking at me like this? Yumei asked with a blush on her face when she saw Dave looking at her like this. Hey, you look so pretty and cute when you smile, Dave said with a smile, and even stretched out his hand to pinch Yumei's soft face. Yeah, Yumei's face instantly changed from sakura pink to magma red, and Dave could even see the smoke coming from Yumei's head. The other side. Damn it, Dave is so awesome. He just sat there and got that girl's favor. Hiruzen noticed Dave's side, and saw that Dave had pinched the girl's face so quickly, and his face was filled with tears. Star exclaimed. You are not doing your job. Hiruzen, listen to the class carefully. You must protect Konoha in the future. How can you do it like this? Danzo also noticed the appearance of his good friend, and then looked to the side. Dave said to Hiruzen with disdain on their faces. Yes, he said this, but he still glanced at Dave vaguely from the corner of his eyes. He also wanted to learn how Dave did it. Advertisement. At this time, Tobirama on the podium also noticed his son. Suddenly, the veins on Tobirama's forehead popped out. This guy didn't care about changing seats, or even teasing girls. How the hell could he tease Uchiha's girls? No, be sure to give him a firm lesson in the evil Uchiha when you get back. This kid must have been brainwashed by that nasty Uchiha Madara. We must not let the two of them come into contact again. My poor child. That damn Uchiha Madara. That damn Senju Tobirama. At the same time, Uchiha Madara was also scolding Tobirama in his heart. Dave is such a good child. If his damn father becomes like his father, Uchiha Madara will regret it to death. No, she must be looking for Dave. Keep him away from his father. In the Hokage studio, Hashirama was still arduously correcting documents. He thought of Uchiha Madara's appearance just now. According to his understanding of his gay friend, Madara would definitely do something. But it's strange that Konoha is still peaceful now. But the more this happens, the more worried Hashirama becomes. After class in the afternoon, Dave and Yumei have developed to the point where Dave is lying in Yumei's arms and Yumei is feeding him. When I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, I really almost shouted that I should be taught by idols. I almost made Hiruzen envious to death. Danzo, on the other hand, said with a grunt that Dave would definitely not work hard to protect Konoha in the future. Tobirama got even more headache looking at it. It's only been one day of class, and this boy and that evil little Uchiha girl have developed to this point. But it was hard for him to intervene because he thought of his eldest brother's son. At that time, the eldest brother's son also fell in love with a little girl. However, in order to ease the relationship with the daimyo, Hashirama forcibly separated the boy from the little girl and married the daimyo's daughter. To this day, the boy is still living in the daimyo mansion. I haven't come back to see Hashirama and Mito for 5 or 6 years. That kid seems to be only 10 years old now. What a precocious child. He didn't want to be like his elder brother, who finally had a son. If there was a gap between him and him because of this kind of thing, then he would be doomed. Chapter 7 Engaged. Dave, come back with me, Tobirama shouted with veins popping out on his head as he looked at his son who was enjoying himself endlessly. You may, see you tomorrow. Dave quickly stood up after hearing his old father's friendly shout and said with a smile to Yumei beside him. Monkey, Zang, I'm leaving first. Dave also said hello to Hiruzen and Danzo over there, and then left with Tobirama. A-hole. My name is not Zhang Zhang. Danzo stood up angrily and shouted at Dave's back. And me, I'm not called a monkey. Hiruzen also shouted. Anyway, Dave didn't hear the shouts of the two people, because the moment he came out of the teacher's door, the old father sent him home with a flying thunder god. Dave went to his family's training ground to plant vegetables, while Tobirama went to find his big brother with a worried look on his face. Brother. Tobirama broke through the door directly, not caring about the Hokage office brand. Hiss. Cough cough cough. Tobirama, what are you doing here? Hashirama was fishing for tea, but was so frightened by Tobirama's roar that the tea fell on his pants. The hot water just boiled. Ah. Brother, you must not take Dave to Uchiha Madara again. He has already led Dave into trouble, you know. Tobirama sat next to Hashirama and said to Hashirama seriously. Madara seems to have just played with Dave all afternoon. Okay, why did she lead Dave astray? Hashirama asked in confusion. Dave has become like this after playing all afternoon. If he stays with Uchiha Madara, Dave will be ruined. I won't talk about Dave's previous incident at the meatball shop. He has had that kind of personality since he was a child, I can't help it. Not only did he not pay attention to the class during class today, but he also had a close relationship with a girl from the Uchiha family. Who knows if those old guys from the Uchiha family deliberately let this girl go? It's close to Dave, and there must be some trace of Uchiha Madara in it. This must be his fault. Tobirama almost had the words, I hate Uchiha, written on his face. Cough 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 cough. Don't always think of Uchiha as such a bad person. Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, I think he likes Dave very much. Today he took the initiative to find Dave, and that girl. Sigh. Tobirama, brother, I don't know what to say. You can go and investigate. If there is really a shadow of the Uchiha family in it, you can ask Dave to cut off contact with that girl. If not, I will. I don't want you to stop. Kokuma's matter, you also know. Hashirama smiled awkwardly and said the girl's question. Hashirama's face became a little heavy. Brother, don't worry, Kokuma will be back. Then I'll go back first, Tobirama said in a deep voice and left. Advertisement. Senju Station. Dave is planting vegetables with nothing to do. He still has the same 4 plants. If he wants to unlock new plants, he can only increase his chakra amount. Laozi is only 5 years old now. Where can I get chakra amount for you? Hey, kid, do you want to go out to eat meatballs? At this time, a familiar voice came. Dave was overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the sound. He saw Uchiha Madara lying on a wall, looking at Dave coldly. Uncle Madara. But, my father's shadow clone is still there. Dave said with some disappointment. HMPH, it's just a shadow clone. Even if he comes, I won't be afraid. If he leaves, your father won't know. Madara jumped off the wall, and Dave lay on Madara's back excitedly. Madara took Dave in a few jumps and left here. After Madara and Dave left, Tobirama also came back. He was going to talk to Dave about something. When he opened the door, he saw a pea shooter shaking and blinking at him. Tobirama felt bad. He quickly called out his shadow clone, only to see his shadow clone standing motionless. He touched the shadow clone and had the memory of the shadow clone in his mind. When he saw the scarlet Sharingan, he lost consciousness. Solution. Tobirama quickly broke away from the illusion. Damn, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama clenched his hands into fists and roared with evil intent on his face. At Hashirama's house next to Tobirama's house, Mito heard Tobirama's roar and shook his head helplessly. According to her perception ability, Madara sensed it the moment she arrived at the station, but she did not stop it. When Mito felt Madara carrying Dave away, a smile appeared on Mito's face. Madara at least started to contact people outside and no longer closed herself off, which was good. As for Tobirama, Mito doesn't know anything. Advertisement. Meatball shop. Uncle Madara, I met a girl at school today. She is very cute. Dave chatted with Madara. Oh, what's her name? Madara was confused and then asked. Her name is Uchiha Tsukimi, she's so cute, Dave said with a smile. Uchihas. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Madara was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He could already think of Tobirama's expression when he was in class. But Madara won't stop her. The little girl Yume seems to be the sister of Jing Na. He also knows that Jing Na is a 4-year-old genius in the clan and the son of the second elder. Normally, it is absolutely impossible for the blood of the Uchiha clan to leak out, but if it is Dave, then there will be no problem. And Dave also knows that a great kid who knows wood style will probably be as powerful as him and Hashirama in the future. I have to ask that little girl when I get back, huh? And he also really wants to know how evil the child born from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan will be. Tisk tisk tisk, big shots are just different, they only think about the distance, which reminds me of the child. Thinking of the scene in the future when Senju Tobirama looks at Dave and Yume with a dark face, it must be very beautiful. Uchiha Madara had some expectations in her heart. Kid, do you like that little girl Yume? Madara looked at Dave and asked. Yeah, I like it. Dave blushed for a moment and then said. Okay, I'll make the decision for you. Come on, let's go to the Uchiha clan to get engaged with that little girl. After Madara said that, she grabbed Dave and ran over to the clan. Huh, Mrs. Dai was dumbfounded. Are they going to get engaged directly? Chapter 8 just lost the fight. Within the Uchiha tribe's territory. What do you mean? Let Dave get engaged to his daughter. The second elder felt a little bit pained. He is already 50, and he finally has a daughter and a son. Why is his daughter being taken care of so quickly? And he didn't dare to disagree. This TM clan leader personally came to matchmaking. Who can stand up to this? And that child is Tobirama's son. If nothing else happens, Tobirama will definitely be the second generation or the third generation in the future. After all, Madara it may also be the second generation. So it's not a bad thing if you think about it, and judging from the appearance of my daughter and that boy, it seems that something is really going on. Dave was really a little confused. He just wanted to show Uncle Madara that he didn't hate the Uchiha clan like his old father. Was he looking for a tactful way of speaking? Why did he get engaged directly? And looking at Yume's shy look, Dave's whole body is feeling bad. Sister, we have only known each other for a day, is it normal for you to react like this? Although the two of us have developed quickly enough, is this the end point? Well, how is it? Uchiha Madara asked coldly. He said he was asking, but looking at Uchiha Madara's face, the second elder felt that if he said no, he would immediately be wiped out. Okay, I think Dave is a pretty good kid, and my daughter and Dave also like each other, so we've made an appointment. We'll get married when they turn 16. The second elder said quickly. When Yume heard her father's words from the side, her face was so red that she was smoking. She knows her future destiny, and she is not stupid. The best destination for a woman from a big family is marriage. Moreover, the other person is Dave, who was very nice to her today. Yume also likes it very much, and she has no objection. Although it felt a bit awkward, it seemed to her that Dave felt the same way, and it was most likely that he was forcibly pulled over by the patriarch. But it's still early, just get along slowly. Until he went out to the Uchiha tribe, Dave's face was still dizzy. Lousy has a wife at such a young age. This damn capitalism. I love it so much. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. After Madara and Dave wandered around the village for a while, Madara sent Dave to the station and left. Senju Station. What did you and that B************ D Madara do today? Tobirama asked expressionlessly. So. Dave swallowed and told Tobirama everything that happened today. You go back to bed first, we have classes tomorrow, Tobirama said with an expression on his face. Good. The next day. Father, who did you fight with? Dave looked at his kind old father's bruised face and swallowed his saliva and asked. It's okay. I'll send you to school first. I won't go to class today. Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, will take classes for me for the day. Of course Tobirama couldn't say that he went to the Uchiha tribe to fight with Madara alone last night and ended up being beaten. Regarding the other party's beating, I could only answer the question lightly. Oh, brother, you must let damn Madara give me an explanation. Dave is only 5 years old. He was engaged to that evil Uchiha girl at the age of 5. After sending Dave to school as a flying thunder god, Tobirama ran directly to his eldest brother's house and yelled at Hashirama. Well, isn't this great? I think Dave and that little girl also like each other, and it would be great for our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan to get closer. Hashirama said after a pause. At the same time, Hashirama also felt a trace of envy in his heart. What a great kid Dave was. Not only was he not opposed to arranged marriages, but he also got along so well with the little girl in just one day. Hashirama felt depressed when he thought about his unlucky child Kima who hadn't come back to see his poor old father for 5 or 6 years. Advertisement. Tobirama, your face, you didn't go to fight Madara yesterday, did you? Hashirama noticed Tobirama's pig-headed appearance again, and asked with a smile in his eyes. That's right, I just lost the fight. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** one step further. That B asterisk 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 D thinks he can't touch a hair on my head. Don't say that. You must go to the Uchiha clan and talk it over. I am determined to get married. Be opposed to. Quote. Just as Tobirama continued to have a feud with Hashirama, inside the ninja school. Hey, morning, Yume. Dave saw Yume sitting next to him, took the other person's little hand and asked happily. Dave. Good morning, Dave, Yume said with a blushing face when she saw her little hand being held by the other party. Although the two of them are engaged, it's too soon. I'm so shy. Damn you BCH. Dave is so awesome. Hiruzen looked at Dave's operation with a starry face, shouting in his heart, Big brother, teach me. HMPH, what's so great about it? I heard from my father last night that Dave was taken by the Uchiha clan chief to get engaged to Nazuki-Mei. It can be said that the two have had a relationship for a long time. What's so great about this? Dave's picture look. How to protect Konoha in the future. Danzo said with a look of hatred. As a candidate for the clan leader of the next generation of the Shimura clan, his father would always tell him about any important events in the village. Yesterday, the engagement between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan had already reached the tables of all clan heads in Konoha. He also knows that Dave is a person with the same wood style as first generation, and he will definitely be very strong in the future. But he has such a talent, but he doesn't study hard and actually spends his time on women. How abominable. How to protect Konoha from now on. Like his best friend, Danzo gave Hiruzen a disdainful look. This guy was caught peeping in a women's bathhouse 2 days ago. He was just as good as Dave. Humph, it seems that the important responsibility of protecting Konoha will only fall on my shoulders in the future. That's amazing. Why doesn't anyone get engaged to me? Hiruzen said with a dejected face. Of course he knew about this, but he was envious. Why doesn't anyone get engaged to me, the next heir of the Sarutobi clan? Danzo glanced at Hiruzen, whose face was full of wretchedness, and wanted to say that if you look in the mirror and compare yourself with Dave, you will know why. But he didn't want to hurt his friend's heart, so he could only remain silent. Chapter 9 Danzo. Ah. Chakra is. Snoring. Snoring. Tobirama was lecturing enthusiastically on the stage. Suddenly, a series of snoring sounds appeared in the class. A blue vein popped up on Tobirama's forehead. He turned around and looked in the direction of the snoring. Senju Dave. At this time, Dave was still sleeping peacefully in Yume's arms. Suddenly he heard a loud shout, which frightened him and stood up quickly. Who is get out of class over? Dave murmured in a daze. Get out and stand. Tobirama really wanted to beat his son, but this was a classroom and his son had just known him for a few days. He didn't dare to hit him, but he still had to have the dignity of the teacher. My dear, teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shikun Danzo let me sleep, they are accomplices. Dave insisted on taking the two of them away even if he died. Said to the innocent Hiruzen and Danzo. Nani, teacher, I didn't. Hiruzen and Danzo were both dumbfounded. What does it have to do with you sleeping? You two go out with him. Tobirama couldn't bear it anymore and didn't care who was innocent or not. He shouted at the three of them. Outside the teacher, 2 resentful teenagers and a dozing teenager with innocent faces were standing idle. Dave, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** pointed at Dave angrily and cursed. Look, how angry the Gwokage is. Dave is also a little panicked. If this guy remembers this, he will find someone to deal with him secretly for the sake of Konoha. What to do? Mom, aren't we good friends? I'll enjoy the blessings, and you'll take the responsibility for the troubles. Please help me. Let's go play. It's all about the future anyway. Danzo still dares to do this to his second-generation son. What's wrong? A-hole. Hiruzen and Danzo heard the reddened roar from behind, then they looked at each other with evil smiles and slowly walked towards Dave. Hey, I'm warning you, I'm the teacher's son. Aren't you afraid that the teacher will give you little shoes in the future? Dave swallowed and said. The two of them said nothing, but still walked slowly towards Dave. Advertisement. I'm warning you, I'm very powerful, even first generation is afraid of me if I use my hands. Believe it or not, Dave shouted. Then let's see. Tobirama could naturally hear the screams outside, but he still continued to talk to everyone as if nothing had happened. His son really did not pay attention to him as a father these days, so it would be better to teach him a lesson. Of course, he won't do it himself. Get out of class ends at noon. PFF'd, how come you were beaten like this by them? Yume walked up to Dave with her rice and said with a smile. HMPH, those two bastards, I just let them. I was scared when I moved my hands. If I didn't want them to get hurt, would you believe that they would still be lying in the hospital? Pig-headed Dave said coldly. He hummed. Yes, Dave is the best, come and eat, Yume giggled. Then Dave lay in Yume's arms like a salted fish, and Yume also fed Dave spoonfuls of food with a gentle smile. In order to retaliate against the two of them, Dave raised his eyebrows at Hiruzen. Two bachelors, what can you do to fight me? Hiruzen was so angry that he looked at Danzo beside him. Danzo, Hiruzen scooped up a spoonful of vegetables from the lunch box and brought it to Danzo's mouth and whispered. Quote. Dave was also frightened by Hiruzen's operation. This, the Orion lights exploded. Yume, let's stay away from these two perverts. Dave quickly pulled Yume to the other side, far away from these two gay friends. At the same time, advertisement. Tobirama stood alone on the top of the teaching building watching this scene. He had a headache. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It seems that these two teenagers need to give them some ideological education. Tobirama didn't dare to look at that scene. And his unlucky son, who didn't follow his own heart, saw the evil little Uchiha girl was feeding her son with a gentle smile on her face, and Tobirama felt a stomachache. Damn Uchiha Madara. Damn little girl Uchiha. Damn the Uchiha clan. Damn it. Everyone wants to take away their precious son. The Uchiha clan. He is really my lifelong enemy, Tobirama. At this time, two voices came from beside me. It was Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. Motor, I'm faster than you. You lose this time. Hashirama laughed and pointed at Madara beside him and taunted. Well, you win, ugly man. Madara nodded silently and said. Hashirama's body was immediately filled with shadows. You can't get over this, right? Brother, why are you here? Have you finished your work today? Tobirama ignored Madara and looked at his elder brother and asked in a serious voice. No. Hashirama was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly. HMPH, as a Hokage, if you don't work hard, you will be lazy every day. How can you lead Konoha village to the pinnacle of the ninja world? Tobirama accused him. Hashirama and Tobirama were constantly complaining, while Madara looked at Dave who was enjoying it immensely. Tobirama glanced at him and happened to see this scene, and he was so angry. What are you looking at? That's my son. Madara felt a little relieved in her heart. It seemed that Dave and the little girl got along really well. This also gave him hope that the Uchiha clan would be fully integrated into Konoha. It's just a few years since Konoha was founded, and basically all the families have not completely integrated into Konoha. After all, the family concepts for hundreds of years have been engraved in the minds of those people, and it won't be able to change in a few years. As for the Uchiha clan, Madara is also working hard. He knows what is going on in his clan. Everyone has their eyes set higher than the sky. It is difficult for them to integrate into the village. Madara has not gone dark yet, he is just the leader of the Uchiha clan who cares about the village and family. Chapter 10. Shall I leave? What's going on? Was Dave beaten? At this time, Madara noticed the bruises on Dave's face and asked with a deadly murderous aura all over his body. It's just a play between children, Tobirama said with a cold look at Madara. He was very unhappy. If he hadn't been able to defeat him, he would have let Madara meet his brother Izuna today. Why do you owe so much? That's my son. My son. Damn you. Who hit him? Madara didn't reply to Tobirama, just asked who hit him. Hey, Madara, this is just a play between children, you don't have to take it so seriously. Seeing the fatal coldness on his gay friend's face, Hashirama hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Madara ignored the two of them, and then a body flicker technique came in front of Dave. Boy, tell me, who beat you like this today? Madara asked coldly, ignoring Dave's surprised look. This shocked Dave who was in Yume's arms. Holy shit, Uncle Madara, can we not use something as disgusting as the body flicker technique next time? It's so scary. Yume also blushed with embarrassment and quickly let go of Dave in her arms. Yeah, I'm so embarrassed that the patriarch saw it with his own eyes. It's okay, Uncle Madara, I'm just letting them go today. As long as I was willing, those unlucky kids would have been in the hospital long ago, Dave said with a smile and waved his hand. Madara just looked at Dave indifferently and said nothing. Dave smiled, then jumped forward and hugged Madara. Madara's eyes were empty and she put her hands on Dave's back in confusion. Advertisement. Thank you for caring about me so much, Uncle Madara, Dave said softly, biting Madara's ear. Quote. Madara didn't know what to say, or what to do now. I had to hug Dave silently. Yume behind her was stunned when she saw this scene. It turns out that the patriarch and Mr. Dave have such a good relationship. Tobirama on the teaching floor doesn't think so. Let me go, brother. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. The evil Uchiha clan. Damn Uchiha Madara. Stay away from my son. Tobirama was angry when he saw this scene. There is smoke coming out of the three orifices. This is my son. My son. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Dave was that B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Calm down. You can't beat Madara. Hashirama hugged his brother tightly to stop him from having thoughts about not wanting to live. I don't care. I must make that hateful B**************** D Madara look good today. Tobirama roared angrily. He has never been as angry as he is today since he was a boy, even when his brother and father died. Between the tiles, between the panels, Butsuma, shall I go? Madara naturally noticed Tobirama on the roof who looked like he was going to kill her, but she didn't pay attention to him. In his opinion, Tobirama is nothing compared to Hashirama and Dave. If it weren't for the fact that he was Hashirama's brother and Dave's father, he would have killed him long ago. How could he have survived until now? Hey, Uncle Madara, don't be so cold-faced all the time. Come on, smile, he's so handsome. Uncle Madara, I'm going to the classroom with you May first. Dave got off Madara's arms, and then stretched out his two with her young hands. She grinned Madara's lips to both sides. Then he took Yume back to the teacher's room. Madara just grinned and looked at Dave's back silently. Chapter 11 Orochi Lu. On this day, Dave realized a problem. He is a poor B. His old father Tobirama completely cut off Dave's financial resources because he was afraid that Dave would spend money on the evil Uchiha girl. Uncle Madara, I have no money. My stingy father won't give me any money. There is no way, our Dave can only go to us. Uncle Madara is crying because he is poor. How much? Uncle Madara asked calmly. That, 500,000 taels. Dave scratched his head in embarrassment and said cautiously. No problem. Uncle Madara looked disdainful, as if it was because Dave still had less money. Uncle Madara Haki. Mwah. Dave was extremely excited, took the money from Madara, and then jumped up and kissed her. Well, if he doesn't give you money in the future, you can come to me. I, the Uchiha clan, still have the confidence. Madara's words were full of contempt for Tobirama. She wouldn't even give Dave this little money. But Tobirama, how come the second leader of the Senju clan has no money? Why don't you keep the money for Dave? Keep it for the new year. Hey, thank you, Uncle Madara. I'll give you a surprise in 2 days. Dave took the money and jumped away. Madara just watched Dave's leaving figure silently. Of course Dave takes the money not for consumption, but for money to make money. After all, he was also a college student in the mathematics department in his previous life. In his opinion, Konoha is a bit lifeless now and needs some vitality. Hehehehe. Brother Snake, are you at home? Dave walked to the civilian area, walked to a house, knocked on the door and asked. This is a talent he met 2 days ago, Orochi Roku. Dave also discovered it inadvertently a few days ago. He is 16 years old and has no ninja skills, but he is a good hand when it comes to studying things. Advertisement. A few days ago, Orochi Roku happened to get married to a commoner girl on the day he came of age. He was late on the day of the wedding. He was discovered by Dave when he was running on the road. Dave showed second generation's concern for the people and helped her deliver the goods in time. Wedding venue and got to know each other. As for how it was delivered, I won't go into details. When Dave heard that the other party's surname was Orochi at the wedding, Dave became even more energetic. As far as he knew, the scientist Orochimaru in the original book was a commoner when she was a child. Orochimaru was probably the other person's father. Moreover, after chatting with the other person for a while at the wedding, he found that the other person loved research very much. This made it confirmed the identity of Ant Snake's father. After all, the genetic ability may be relatively strong. Dave, why are you here? Orochimaru is a 16-year-old young man with messy hair and fair skin, but not as good as Orochimaru in the original work. Hey, Mr. Dave is here, please come in. A brown-haired woman with 2 touches of oil paint on her face behind Orochi said with a smile. Hello Sister Liushanyu. No, I should call you Sister Orikimasa. Dave chuckled and walked into the room. This woman is Orochi Lu's wife, Liushan Yu. But when Dave saw her, he always felt a little familiar. Yeah, you guys chat, I'll wash some fruits for you. Yu said with a shy smile, and then left the place to the two of them. Brother Snake, what are you doing recently? Dave asked first. You farm every day during the day, and do some research at night. It's not bad. Orochi's resentful eyes kept focusing on Dave. Orochi Roku is not a ninja. His family has some land allocated in the village, and his life among common people is considered relatively good. Ahem, Brother Snake, don't look at me like that. I just sent you off with a pea shooter, so you don't have to stare at me like that. Dave coughed twice in embarrassment. Said. You have the nerve to say that. You know what made me do that night. Halfway through, Orochimaru's fair face turned red and he choked on the words. Oh, I understand. Dave gave the other party a look that every man could understand. Advertisement. A-hole. Orochimaru held Dave down and beat him up, but it was just a joke. Brother Snake, I'm not going to chirp. I need you to help me study something. I know you like to study some organisms, metals and so on. You must also know the properties of many metals. I have very good calculation skills. Okay, I can help you calculate a lot of things. You don't have to worry about funds or anything like that. That's enough. The two chatted for a while, and Dave said with a smile. But, I still have land to plant at home, and it will be harvest time soon. Orochimaru was moved, but when he thought about how many acres of land he still had at home to be harvested, he said worriedly. Otherwise, if there is no income in the second half of the year, it will be impossible to survive. Oh, don't worry, there's still Sister Yu. Leave it to her. I heard that Sister Yu was just a flower in the field before. Why did she fall in love with you, Brother Snake? Dave had already thought of this. He looked at Orochimaru with displeasure and said. You. Orochimaru stared at Dave fiercely. What the hell do you mean? How? Am I not worthy? Ha ha ha. No kidding anymore. Brother Snake, your help is not in vain. As long as you can research these things, I guarantee that I will give you 15% of the profits from these things. Before the research is completed, every month how about I give you 20,000 silver coins? Dave said seriously. Okay, it's settled, Orochimaru agreed without even thinking about it. With 20,000 silver taels a month, their family received only 50,000 or 60,000 silver taels twice a year. Okay, so what, do you have any extra room here? I don't have a venue for the time being. Dave scratched his head awkwardly and said. There are 3 granaries in the field, and one is useless every year, so just use that one. Orochimaru was silent for a while, and then said. He always felt that Dave was just using money to exploit him. Okay, then I'll leave all the purchasing, research, transportation and other issues to you. I'll be responsible for the money and you'll be responsible for the effort and land. It's okay, old iron. Sister Yu, no need to wash the fruits. Bye Brother Snake, I know he is a good man who does not exploit labor. Please call me Lei Feng. Dave immediately stood up and ran away. Orochi Lu's eyelids twitched when he saw it. Chapter 12 Elderly Machine. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Today is Dave's birthday. He is 6 years old. Inside Senju Station. Wow, Uncle Madara, is the gift so expensive? Senju Dave looked at the Uchiha fan in his hand and asked Madara in front of him with bright eyes. This is not an imitation, but an authentic Uchiha fan, which Madara has always owned. Kid, use it well. This can be regarded as the dowry of the Uchiha clan for that little girl Tsukimi. When Madara gave the Uchiha fan to Dave, she naturally encountered a lot of resistance from the clan. After all, it is a symbol of the Uchiha clan and has a history of hundreds of years. Madara also united with the second elder to convince several other old people. Nonsense, only Madara can use this thing in the clan. After the village is established, Madara has no use holding this thing. She might as well give it to her prospective son-in-law. After saying that, Madara glanced at Hashirama and Tobirama on the side, especially Hashirama, an ugly man. Since Uchiha Madara often refers to Hashirama as an ugly man, this guy wears the mask given by Mito on his face every day. Ah, patriarch. What dowry? The little girl Uchiha Tsukimi blushed completely with embarrassment. HMPH, Dave, this is the Thunder God's sword. This was the weapon your father used to kill people back then. Tobirama felt uncomfortable when he saw the way his son looked at Madara. He took out the Thunder God's sword from his arms and gave it to his son. What a damn dog. Lord Tobirama's Thunder God's sword. Danzo exclaimed, his eyes filled with little stars. Hiruzen nodded repeatedly on the side, and even when Uchiha Madara slapped Dave with a round fan just now, the two guys didn't react at all. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Madara over there. Madara's brother Izuna died in the hands of this sword. And Tobirama also specially emphasized the word murderer. Advertisement. The atmosphere on the court instantly cooled down, and Madara's eyes bloomed with scarlet Sharingan. The most painful moment in his life was when he saw his brother die in front of him. This incident has been branded on Madara like a scar, in mind. And Tobirama, the murderer, opened the scar in Madara's heart here today. Hashirama sighed in his heart. Izuna's matter has been a pain in Madara's heart for so many years. Normally, even he himself would not dare to mention this matter in front of Madara. The three children, Danzo, Tsukimi, and Hiruzen, swallowed. Something happened to their kidneys. Why did the field suddenly become cold? Hey, Uncle Madara, I told you I have a surprise for you. Now, this is what I give to you. Just when the field was cooling down to the extreme, Dave took out a colorful iron lump from his arms and handed it to Madara. What kind of kid is this? Madara glanced at Tobirama, then closed Sharingan, took the iron lump sent by Dave and asked. Especially when Madara saw the pattern on the back of the phone, Madara's heart skipped a beat, because the pattern behind the iron bump was exactly the same as her own fan in her left hand, sickle in her right hand, disheveled hair, and Susanoo on her feet. It was very Hokage. Uncle Madara, this is called a phone. Open this cover. Dave then introduced Madara to this elderly phone in detail. You mean, I can contact you anytime, anywhere within the confines of Konoha without using chakra, just by relying on this knot? Madara looked at Dave suspiciously and asked. Well, Uncle Madara, please dial the number 666. Dave nodded, and then asked Madara to operate. Soon, the senior phone in Dave's hand rang. It was a very ordinary ringtone without any rhythm. There is even something like noise. Uncle Madara, can you hear me? Dave answered the call, put the phone to his ear and said. Quote. This. Madara was stunned for a moment, and then Dave hung up the phone. Hey, how about it, Uncle Madara, if you want me in the future, you can call me anytime and anywhere. Of course, if you don't have any phone bills, you still have to pay, Dave said with a smile. Advertisement. Uncle Dave, don't you have one? Hashirama looked at Dave with resentment and asked. He even has his lifelong enemy Madara. As Dave's uncle, how can he not be without her? Hey, everyone has it. Don't worry, you all have it, but it's just not as good looking as Uncle Madara's. Dave took out a bunch of senior phones from his arms and gave them to everyone. Even Danzo and Hiruzen had it, which moved them deeply. Dave is a good comrade and good friend. Yume, her little daughter-in-law must also have one. The pattern on the back of the mobile phone in her hand is a pink bunny, which makes Yume very grateful. But none of them are as fancy as the ones in Madara's hands. They are decorated monotonously in brown, black, red, etc. Dave gave everyone another phone card, and according to Dave's knowledge, they inserted it into a card slot in the battery on the back of the elderly phone in their hands. Now, from now on, within Konoha, everyone can call each other using their mobile phones, Dave said with a smile. Is this what you've been working on for the past few months? Tobirama looked at Dave in confusion and asked. In the past few months, Dave always came back very late after school. Of course, he was also followed by Shadow Clone, but when he saw that he was with a civilian young man, he didn't say anything. As long as they are not from the evil clan of Uchiha. I will start selling this thing in Konoha village in 2 days. The price is 1,000 taels. The phone card is 50 taels. You only need to pay 20 taels per month to get 200 minutes of calls. Dave said with a smile. Tobirama and Hashirama nodded at the same time. Dave, this kid, is making contributions to Konoha. Such a cross-generational thing can allow two people to communicate with each other in Konoha village, which is hundreds of miles in diameter, without chakra. And Tobirama is also a regular people who do experiments know that the materials used for the iron bumps in their hands are not simple, and many metals are not cheap. The production cost of a mobile phone cannot be less than 1,000 taels, but Dave set the price at 1,000 taels, a price that even ordinary people can afford. From now on, he will only have to pay a phone bill of 20 taels per month at most. Madara didn't think about that. It turned out that she gave Dave hundreds of thousands of silver taels every month to do this, and she also gave herself such a special one. Madara couldn't explain it. Dave thought that he was almost making money to death. Just such a lump of iron in his hand said that a lot of precious metals were used, but it also depends on the proportion. For example, a piece of metal that is specially used to conduct electricity and has a very strong ability to receive signals. A piece less than the size of a palm is already expensive at 30,000 silver taels, but with just such a piece, he can build 500 elderly machines by himself. Chapter 13 Love Kidney Mobile Store. Dave, Uncle also has a gift for you. Hashirama looked at the knot in his hand and was very surprised. From now on, you don't have to look for Madara specifically to play with him. Hashirama then took out a huge scroll, which contained his insights into some wood styles and some simple to slightly difficult ninjutsu. Hey, thank you Uncle Hashirama. Dave smiled like a 1.2-meter child. He actually also wanted to know whether he could only grow plants or if he could also use some wood-style ninjutsu like Hashirama. However, in the past few months, Hashirama, as the Hokage of the village, had to deal with many things every day. Dave was also developing these things with Orochimaru, so he never found a chance to ask him. Dave-kun, I wish you a happy birthday. The little girl Yume also blushed and took out a scarf she had sewn by herself and handed it to Dave. Dave smiled, took it up. No wonder Yume always sews something with a needle and thread in her hand during class these days. Yume was very happy when she saw that Dave liked her gift. As the eldest daughter of the second elder of the Uchiha clan, the second elder usually lets her do whatever she wants. But since getting engaged to Dave, the second elder's wife has often taught Yume some cooking, laundry, sewing and other skills. Even the matters of spiritual practice have been put aside. You are engaged to Dave anyway, so what are you practicing for? Behind her stood not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Senju clan. Who in Konoha would dare to bully her? Well, so the second elder set his sights on his genius son Jing, which made Jing miserable every day. He came to Dave, his brother-in-law, crying and complaining about his father's evil deeds. Hiruzen's gift was very simple and unpretentious. The gift he gave to Dave was still wrapped in a box. Well, boy, you paid attention. Dave also took a sneak peek, and inside it turned out to be a photo album of Miss Yui Yui. Dave almost shouted Hiruzen, you understand me. What should I say about Danzo? Should I say he has a high IQ or low EQ? He actually gave Dave a gold-plated hoe. That's right, a gold-plated hoe. A bunch of people looked at Danzo in confusion. Does this hoe have anything to say? Advertisement. Ahem, Dave, didn't you say on the day you came to school that your dream was to have a piece of land for you to grow plants in the future? I thought you liked growing plants, so, just. Danzo looked a little embarrassed when everyone looked at him. Red. He has now realized that he was deceived by Hiruzen. If that person had a big head, he wouldn't give someone a hoe at his birthday party. Ahem, Danzo, you're paying attention. Come on, let's eat first. Dave was also a little embarrassed. Does this guy have such a good memory? There was nothing much to talk about during the rest of the meal. At most, Hashirama drank too much and kept talking about the scandal of Madara's childhood, which made the whole table blush. Madara was so angry that she almost killed the ugly man on the spot. The next day, Brother Lu, do you think our kidney-loving mobile phone can sell well? Orochi Lu and Dave sat behind the counter in the newly opened mobile phone store and said. Quote. I don't know. I actually want to know why you call this phone Love Kidney. Orochimaru shook his head, and then asked with some confusion. Of course we need the people to cherish their kidneys. What if one day the price of our mobile phones skyrockets and some extreme supporters sell their kidneys to buy a mobile phone? Dave said with a shudder. It seems like there are a lot of bad things in my mind. By the way, Brother Lu, have you ever thought about becoming a ninja? Dave came back to his senses and thought of one thing, that is, Orochimaru's parents seemed to have died in the first ninja battle in the original work. But Brother Lu is not even a ninja now, how could he die? How could he participate in the battlefield? Quote. To be honest, there is indeed. The village has just been established, and the price of the food we grow is erratic. Last year's food was only sold for 30,000 silver taels. Originally, I was thinking about this year's food. After collecting you and I, we will sell the land and try to be a ninja. After all, a simple mission of a ninja is only a few thousand taels, but it seems that it is no longer needed. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and said in a deep voice. Quote. Well, you still have to see me lead the people of Konoha to become well off. Brother Lu, when your son comes out, he must thank me for not letting his parents die prematurely. So, it seems that everything makes sense. Dave thought for a while and then said happily. Haha, Orochimaru, your parents don't have to die young. I will definitely thank you uncle in the future. Quote. Okay, I just came to take a look today. I will continue to go back and do research. You are so polite. I still have to go back and study the local area network, Wi-Fi, computers and other things you proposed. I really don't know. How come you have such a brain to think of those things? Orochimaru gave Dave a roll of his eyes, stood up, yawned, looked at Dave with a resentful look and left. Advertisement. Those things are all done by Orochimaru alone, and Dave feels a little sorry for him. Sister Yu came to him 2 days ago and said that Orochimaru hasn't been home for a month. Her expression was like that of a deeply resentful woman. Dave watched with trepidation. Quickly take Orikoku out of the laboratory and throw him home to rest. Hey, Brother Lu, come on, until your son is born, you can only do these things by yourself. Go back and make up for it, and hurry up and give birth to Aunt Snake. Then won't it be much easier for you? Dave looked at Orochimaru's back and murmured alone. Yo, hot-blooded and youthful boss. What is here? At this time, a passionate voice came from the door of the store, bringing back Dave's thoughts of wanting the people of Konoha to be 996 in the future. Dave was stunned for a moment, this voice full of passion and youth. Sure enough, Dave looked towards the door and saw a man wearing green tights, with a melon-skinned head on his head, and a resolute face with a beard. That dazzling tooth brilliance that almost blinded Dave. Exclamation mark. This Kappa monster. Although I am not as familiar as the two people in the original work, they are still very similar. Hello uncle, this is the Kidney mobile phone store. Dave was stunned for a moment, and then said enthusiastically. Then, I either want to buy something or I just saw the recruitment notice posted at the door of the store. Do you think I can do it? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then said awkwardly. Okay, of course. Just watch it. Dave was almost excited to death. Then, is the 10,000 taels a month mentioned in the recruitment advertisement true? The middle-aged man hesitated and asked. Of course it's true, but you and I are destined. 10,005 silver taels a month. What's your name? Might. Chapter 14 Madara, the Iron Tree, has blossomed. Uncle Wei, I'll call you this from now on. From now on, you will be responsible for going to the number 4 warehouse in the grain field to the west of Konoha village and going to the store here. Dave said with a smile. Little boss, this mobile phone. What is it? Might Wei looked at the mobile phone on the counter in front of him and asked in confusion. So Dave explained to Dave again what a mobile phone is, how to use a mobile phone, etc. 1,000 taels apiece. Is it so cheap? Might Wei listened to Dave's explanation, especially when he heard that a mobile phone only cost 1,000 taels. Isn't this too cheap? In Might Wei's view, these mobile phones are completely beyond the era. Such high-tech things only sell for 1,000 taels. Well, Uncle Wei, I'll give you 2. It seems that you are also married. This can be used by your sister-in-law. Well, this is considered an employee benefit. From now on, Uncle Wei, you can only pay a maximum of 20 silver taels for the phone bill every month. Dave took out 2 green mobile phones from under the counter and handed them to Might. This is too expensive, little boss. I can't have it. Might Wei was frightened by Dave. This is too expensive. Just give 2 of them to himself. Even though this mobile phone costs 1,000 taels, for Might Wei, it still took him a month's work to get it. Uncle Wei, just take it. We don't lack these 2 in the store now. We will open for business in a moment. You can also help explain the use of these things to the villagers. Dave directly stuffed the phone into Might's phone in the hands of Wei. Dave was not afraid that Might would scare the villagers away with his youth. Might looked much more normal than his son and grandson. At least in such a conference, Dave did not hear the word youth. Okay. Might Wei held it carefully, put it in his pocket and patted it gently. He was a little touched. After all, he had been a refugee for more than 30 years and now he joined Konoha village. After working there for another 1 or 2 years, the combined amount of silver earned in 2 years was enough to buy 10 mobile phones. However, the little boss gave it to them when they first came here, and his monthly salary actually reached 10,000 silver taels. Moon. This is completely higher than the price of work in the village, and Might Wei is very grateful. Well, you can consider having a baby after you go back. In the past, I didn't dare to have a baby in the troubled times of Sengoku, but now that I have joined a peaceful village, I can afford to raise a baby with 10,000 silver taels a month, Then give birth. When he grows up, let him help the little boss instead of me. What should I call my child? Well, let's call it Might Die. Advertisement. Hey, Uncle Madara, I need your help with something. Dave immediately picked up the phone and dialed 110, Uncle Madara's phone number. Speak. Uchiha Madara's voice came over faintly. The things Dave made are really convenient. In the past few days, whenever I had something to do, I would chat with Hashirama on the phone. When Hashirama was free, the 2 of them would wander around the village and chat. Ahem, what about that? Is there any single, good-looking, long-legged sister in the Uchiha tribe? Dave asked slowly, feeling guilty. Yes, how many do you need? Uchiha Madara was also stunned for a moment, then replied. No more, just find 10 for me. Okay, I'll be in front of your store in 10 minutes. Mwah, thank you, Uncle Madara. Uchiha Madara sighed. What is Dave, what are you trying to do? Hashirama sat opposite Madara. Well, he was out fishing again today. I don't know, I'll be back as soon as I go. Madara shook her head, and then left here with a body flicker technique. Hashirama, on the other hand, was sitting in a daze as he watched. Dave, want 10 single, good-looking, long-legged ladies. Could it be that Dave wants to ride on 11 boats? Sis, is the son of Tobirama so terrifying? It seems that Tobirama will have no shortage of grandchildren in the future, and the Senju family will have a future. How perfect. Why can't that kid from Kiyama learn from Master Dave and let him worry a little bit? His old father hasn't seen him in Konoha for several years, doesn't he miss him? Besides, after all, it's been 4 or 5 years, and if you don't come back, wouldn't it be okay if you brought some grandchildren back for me to play with? At this moment, Kima marked Hashirama's heart as very unfilial. He also completely forgot that his son is only 10 years old now. Advertisement. Kajama. I will give you a grandson when I am 10 years old. 10 minutes later, Dave looked at the 10 beautiful ladies standing in front of him and was very satisfied. Uncle Madara was better. Sisters, what are you doing? I need your help. You don't need to do anything more. That's it. Next, Dave told the 10 young ladies about today's mission. After a while, the 10 Uchiha girls looked blushing and felt a little disappointed. They have never done such a thing before. The 10 of them are all almost 20 years old. They are typical of the Uchiha clan. They are arrogant and arrogant. They don't look down on anyone, not even their own clan. Well, this also leads to them being single. They were so happy when they were summoned by the patriarch just now. Could it be that the old tree of the patriarch is finally blooming? Want to choose one of them to be the patriarch's wife? At that time, they all hurriedly put on their best clothes and were in front of the clan leader in an instant. Looking at the handsome face of the clan leader, although the clan leader is over 30, but, he is still handsome. Ahem, maybe the previous description of the ages of Hashirama and others was a little inaccurate. The village has just been established. Madara and Hashirama should be in their 30s. Tobirama is also a few years younger than Hashirama. If I wrote something wrong before, I will correct it quickly. Come over. As a result, they were brought here by the clan leader, and then left, leaving them speechless for a while. Sure enough, the iron tree of the clan leader will never bloom. Hiruzen, how are you and Danzo doing with the flyer distribution? Dave called Hiruzen and asked. Dave, is this the big help you said you wanted from us? Hiruzen didn't say anything, but Danzo shouted from the side. Ahem, it's almost finished. Well, it's finished. We'll go back in a moment. Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then hung up the phone. Hiruzen and Danzo looked at most of the flyers in the trash can in front of them. We have finished distributing them, what? Doesn't it count if it's sent to the trash can? Looking down on my Konoha trash can. Do trash cans have no human rights? Bah, bucket right. Chapter 15 Uncle Madara, do you know what the Uchiha girl group is? Are you 2F ******* G me? Dave was originally full of joy and greeting, preparing to welcome the large number of customers who were about to arrive. Then he opened the door and saw a person without. Dave looked at Danzo and Hiruzen who had a plate full of pain. Is this what you said is finished? Cough cough cough. Maybe the villagers are not interested in mobile phones. Danzo coughed twice awkwardly and said lightly. Yes. Hiruzen also nodded quickly. Fart, I know I can't count on you too. Come on, sisters. Dave kicked each of them, and then clapped his hands. I saw 10 Uchiha ladies behind the gate wearing sexy bunny girls with bunny ears on their heads. Holding a stack of flyers in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, he walked out of the house in a hurry. This. Hiruzen looked at the pairs of white thighs in front of him, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Me, I'm ashamed to be with you. Danzo, a cold-faced man, was also blushing at this moment. He quickly turned his head and shouted in a low voice. According to what I just said, 10 people in groups of 2. Head to the 5 directions of Konoha village, southeast, northwest, and middle to promote. Dave clapped his hands and shouted. Yes, 10 bunny girls rushed into Konoha village. I don't know what happened in Konoha village today. Countless men showed symptoms of anemia in Konoha hospital, and among them ranged from a 70-year-old man in the village to a 6-year-old Hiruzen. Today, Konoha hospital's income and expenses for one day are almost as much as half a year's. The director of the hospital and all the doctors and nurses have been severely punished. Gang, Danzo, let me come down. I can still stand it. I can still watch. Quote. I'm fine. Let me be discharged from the hospital. It's only one day. Advertisement. Father, why are you here? Holy shit. Hiruzen, why are you here too? The two looked at each other in silence. Danzo and Hiruzen's mother thought of something. Like father, like son. Next, Hiruzen's mother unilaterally beat Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke. Hiruzen and Danzo were standing aside. Looking at that cruel hitting method. I really shuddered. In Hokage's office, Hashirama looked at the emergency rescue report sent by Konoha Medical Department with a headache. It said that Konoha Hospital is now full of people from the main entrance to the rooftop entrance, and these people, without exception, all have pale faces. There was blood flowing like a river under the nose. Hashirama also knew what happened today. He secretly looked downstairs in Hokage's office. Really, he only watched it for a while. Only for a few moments. That is to say, his physique is a sage body. The top part bleeds, and the bottom part is replenished. Hey, Motor, what should I do about Dave's affairs today? Hashirama rubbed his waist, feeling that his waist was extremely sore today. Quote. As long as no one was killed, and this incident is not Dave's fault, he just wanted to promote his small shop. Madara Kaido on the other end of the phone. Quote. I won't blame him, The child, but, this child, how did he come up with this method? Now Tobirama is looking for you in the village like crazy, he was shouting that it was you who led Dave away. Hashirama was also speechless. Today's events are neither big nor small. At the most serious level, it is affecting the normal operation of the Konoha Medical Department. At the most small level, it is just because Dave wants to promote his shop. Hey, is there a shortage of people at the Konoha Medical Department? Do you need support from the Uchiha clan? Madara sneered. If the white-haired guy really dared to come, he would really dare to beat him up and make him unable to take care of himself. Yes, but it must be a male clan member. Now there are rumors about your Uchiha clan girls everywhere in the village. Hashirama replied. After a day of fermentation, the women of the Uchiha clan were labeled by the village as dissolute and other bad words. Now Uchiha Madara also has a headache. He is also dealing with the Uchiha clan's affairs. Well, I understand. I'll ask Dave later. Since he did it, he must have a way to deal with it, Madara replied. Advertisement. Well, you ask that kid, Hashirama replied and hung up the phone. Since Dave dared to do this in the village, he must have a certain solution. In the Senju station, Dave was alone on the ground playing with the pea shooter in boredom. He was grounded by his old father. The reason was the trouble you caused in Konoha today. If it weren't for the three people of Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama, if he suppresses it, Dave will probably go to jail just for today's incident. At this time, the phone in Dave's bag vibrated. Dave took it out. It was Uncle Madara calling. Hello, Uncle Madara, Dave greeted first. He also wanted to test whether Uncle Madara was criticizing him or protecting himself. After all, it was the Uchiha clan that got into trouble today. Those 10 bunny girls are still in the camp and don't dare to come out. Well, kid, do you have any solution to the Uchiha clan's issue? Uchiha Madara asked on the other end of the phone. Of course. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Madara, do you know what the Uchiha girl group is? Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Dot 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 dot. The next day, in the Uchiha tribe, Dave was also released from Senju station on bail. He went to Uncle Madara to explain the matter in detail. Uncle Madara, once the girl group thing is completed, let's not talk about making money or not, the reputation of the Uchiha family in the village will definitely change. Dave explained in detail how these things operate. The more Madara listened, the brighter her eyes became, as if she was very interested. Well, you can try this. There are 2 questions now. The first question is, if you use mobile phones to expose their popularity, not everyone in the village has a mobile phone now. Madara listened to Dave BB such a conference, and she already spoke some professional terms very well. This is not a problem. Brother Lu has already developed new things. Even if everyone does not have a mobile phone, they will be able to become popular in Konoha village. Dave smiled and said, Brother Lu is really a genius. Originally, he was still thinking about how to solve this matter yesterday. In the early hours of yesterday morning, Orochimaru called to tell him that a simple new thing had been researched. Then things will be much easier to handle later on, just watch how he does it. Well, the second question. After the Uchiha girl group is established, can we create an Uchiha boy group, and I will be the C position. The village has been established, Hashirama has become the Hokage, and I have nothing to do now. Madara nodded and said out of my mind. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark. Uncle Madara, do you also want to dance? Chapter 16 Uncle Madara dances. The next day. Dave, what kind of help do you want from us today? You're not asking us to be coolies again, are you? Hiruzen and Danzo received a call from Dave this morning, saying what kind of help you wanted from them. Hiruzen and Danzo gets a headache when he hears the word, busy. Hey, I'm really busy. Dave was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Hey, Uncle Madara, just send those girls with nice voices to the 3rd granary on the farm in the west of Konoha. Brother Lu is waiting for them there. Dave called Uncle Madara. Yeah, Madara replied and hung up. Then Dave led the gay duo and rushed over there. Orochi Luchu. Madara-sama. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his face and respectfully greeted Uchiha Madara in front of him. This person is a ruthless person. If Hashirama is positioned as a good person in the village, then Madara is positioned as a ruthless person in the village. Everyone's legs would tremble when they saw him. Well, what should we do next? Uchiha Madara nodded. He didn't care about Orochimaru's nervousness. He had long been accustomed to it. These are the sisters of the Uchiha clan, please come with me. Orochi looked at the women behind Uchiha Madara and said with a smile. Uchiha Madara also followed them. Well, he was still thinking about the C position of his boy band. Orochimaru led a few people into his granary laboratory. His granary was still quite big, but it was a bit messy now. There were all kinds of miscellaneous metals on the ground, and there were piles of experimental equipment on each table. Drawing. There is also a bed placed in the corner. When he gets excited about research, he usually stays awake for several days without sleeping. Sister Yu and Dave are also worried that Orochi Lu will die suddenly if he does this one day, so they brought a bed. Sister Yu will come over every day to supervise that he must sleep. Orochi Lu had previously asked some villagers to dig a large space underground behind the granary. It was filled with machines for producing mobile phones and recruited workers. Those villagers also liked this kind of work and just looked at the machines every day. Just check to see if any of the mobile phones produced do not meet the standards and pick them out. In their opinion, such a simple job can lead to a monthly salary of 5,000 silver taels. Then Orochi Lu led everyone downstairs. The workers greeted Orochi Lu, the second boss, and Orochi Lu responded with a smile. Advertisement. There is still a lot of space down here, and the current supply is still very satisfying. You don't need so many production machines. There is a large shed in the corner. It is not very big, but it can shelter a dozen people. Uchiha sisters, just do as I say. Orochimaru led everyone into the studio. The studio was a recording studio with a lot of recording equipment. Then Orikoku handed everyone the lyrics and music scores of various girl group fire lyrics from previous lives that Dave had prepared. There were 5 songs in total. Dave also changed a lot of lyrics appropriately. After all, this is Japanese, and there are many places. It needs to be changed, otherwise it will sound weird when sung. Half an hour later, Dave and Hiruzen Danzo also arrived, and Uchiha Madara also came out with several women from the clan. I saw Uchiha Madara's face was red and her eyes were full of light. Dave shuddered hard. Those who didn't understand probably thought that Uchiha Madara was doing something with those young ladies inside. Uncle Madara, leave the rest to me. Inside Konoha village. Tobirama, don't you have to go to your laboratory to do research today? Hashirama asked suspiciously, looking at Tobirama who was sitting aside to help him with his official duties. In addition to teaching students at the ninja school, Tobirama usually goes to his laboratory to study some ninjutsu and other such things whenever he has time. Why did you come to him today? Brother, I have researched a new technique. Is it water style? No, write it in the sealed book. Quote. Tobirama was depressed. He also thought about making his technique popular. Of course Hashirama would not be willing. He knew what his brother was like. It could be said that except for water style, his brother was almost all forbidden technique. He had also seen those forbidden techniques. He had been naive before, until my younger brother once taught a forbidden technique to a genin and after experimenting with it, that genin is still a useless person because he cannot condense chakra. Advertisement. Therefore, there is the existence of sealing techniques, which contains some forbidden techniques, including his own wood style. 70% of the forbidden techniques come from his younger brother, 20% are the 5 attribute S-level forbidden techniques of the Sarutobi clan, and the remaining 10% are collected by other clans over hundreds of years. Forbidden technique other than my own secret technique. What's going on down there? At this time, there were sounds coming from underneath the Hokage building. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at each other, and then a body flicker technique appeared on the Hokage building. Quote. Gudong. That is it a motor? Hashirama's face was filled with astonishment, and his hands could not help but tremble. Shu pointed to a figure below and asked. I don't know him. Tobirama also swallowed, turned his head and looked aside. Below the Hokage building, I saw Danzo, Hiruzen, Dave, and several shadow clones from Uchiha Madara pushing a relatively large carriage, with several horses pulling it in front, and a large and thick wooden board in the middle. Its 4 tires. On the board, several Uchiha girls were wearing bunny girl costumes. Uchiha Madara in the front was wearing a suit customized by Dave. There was a huge speaker next to her. Uchiha Madara just followed the music with the girls behind her. Dancing. The cold eyes, the evil smile on the corner of the mouth, the decent dance moves, and the shocking atmosphere rendered by the music, all hit the hearts of the villagers hard. This situation really made Dave call him AB***********, and Hashirama felt sad and shed tears after seeing it. Sad why he gave up his gay friend to marry that Uzumaki Mito. Dave, who was pushing the car behind, also felt a little sore in his balls. It's over, everything was ruined now. Whoever told Dave that the handsome dancing Uchiha guy with an evil smile above would become a black man in the future, Dave? The slap almost went up. Are you telling me that the bee above has turned black? Haha, now I think Hashirama might be darker than Madara. Black Zetsu, maybe you have to wait 1,000 years to save your mother. Originally, he didn't plan to bring Madara with him, he just let the young ladies dance to the music. Who knows, Madara also wanted to get involved, but Dave was stupid at the time. There was no other way, Dave could only give him temporary help. Madara randomly came up with a set of dance moves and asked him to do it too. Uncle Madara, you have changed. Uchiha Madara in the front is also very excited, as if she has changed her hair for a second spring. The first spring belongs to Hashirama, and this second spring belongs to dance. He, Uchiha Madara, seems to have found the meaning of life again. All talk about world peace and darkness, go away to lousy. Chapter 17 Hot Mom. Do you also want to dance? Dave, is this what you call a big job? Danzo roared through gritted teeth. What, isn't this a big deal? Dave replied. IFK your Uncle Dave. This is a good word that Danzo has learned from hanging out with Dave in the past few months. At this moment, he feels that it is most suitable to use it on Dave. Where's Hiruzen? Why didn't you say anything? Dave saw only Danzo scolding him. Why didn't Hiruzen say anything? In the past, he was the one who scolded the most. Dave and Danzo turned to look at Hiruzen at the same time, and saw that his face was flushed, and his smiling and lewd eyes stayed on the Uchiha bunny girls above. The scenery behind this is really nice, hiss. That plump, that Snow White. Hiruzen just felt like he had entered heaven at this moment. Dave and Danzo rolled their eyes at the same time, this little monkey still couldn't change his color. Yo, this is youth. Little boss. Let's push Madara around the village 300 times. Mightway, who was captured by Dave as a coolie, roared with passion. Quote. Dave looked at the youthful and green kappa monster beside him, and felt his eyelids jump. He was really afraid that he would say something like Grandma Lee knocking on the door. At this time, Madara, who was swinging crazily on the stage, noticed something and looked towards a certain place with bright eyes. Mom, do you want to dance too? Madara pointed at the red figure in the Hokage building with bright eyes and roared excitedly. Then Sharingan is now open, can you not be excited? Quote. At this moment, Hashirama and Tobirama on the Hokage building are still in a state of shock. They can't believe their eyes. Motor. Hashirama came back to his senses when he heard the swaying Madara calling out to him. Advertisement. Motor. This time, I won't lose to you. Hashirama's heart ignited with fire, and then a body flicker technique appeared in front of Madara. This is the first time in these years that Madara takes the initiative to challenge himself. Naturally, he is also excited. But Hashirama is confused. Uchiha Madara knows how to dance, what the hell does he know? His gay friend Uchiha Madara also seemed to notice Hashirama's embarrassment, and then Sharingan activated and dragged him into the genjutsu. Hashirama did not resist, because he knew Madara would not harm him. Unsolved. Motor. I will definitely beat you this time. Hashirama unlocked the illusion. He had already learned how to jump from Madara's illusion, and then he clenched his fists and swayed crazily to the rhythm. Dave, everyone is dumbfounded at this moment. It's all messed up. It's all messed up. Is this still the plot of the original novel? Today is also the busiest day in Konoha village. Villager A. That is. Lord First Generation. The one next to me is. Lord Madara. They are. This is. Could this be Konoha? The latest popular ninja training method. Come on, son. Let's rock with Mr. First Generation. Villager A's son. He really wanted to say, Dad, do you know what social death is? Spy B. This. First Hokage. And Uchiha Madara. What is that? I have to quickly write down the news and their actions and pass them to the village. Since the Sengoku duo did this, they must have their reasons. Is it some kind of conspiracy? The spy had already thought about how he passed the information to the village with great difficulty and danger. His Kage-sama successfully broke their plot and annihilated Konoha in one fell swoop. Then he swaggered back to the village and was personally rewarded by the Kage-sama. When the time comes, Xiaomei should agree to me. Uchiha. This, the clan leader. Those white thighs, those women are the women of the clan. This, I have to go back to the clan and report to the elders. Miss Mito, it seems to be very lively outside. Why don't you go out and take a look? Uzumaki Mito's married maid asked slightly excitedly when she heard the noise outside. Did something big happen? Mito naturally sensed two huge groups of chakra outside, which belonged to Madara and Hashirama. Listening to this movement, and both Madara and Hashirama are dispatched together, could there be some enemy in the village? Yazi, I'll go out and take a look, you just stay here and don't go anywhere. Mito became more and more worried as he thought about it, and rushed out of the station. Advertisement. After a while, Mito looked dumbly at the two long-haired men swaying crazily on the stage over there, and his heart suddenly went blank. Yo, Mito. Ha. How did I dance? Hashirama also noticed Mito who was looking at him blankly at this moment and laughed. After dancing for so long, he felt his lost youth. Who are you? Do I know you? I'm not familiar with you. Goodbye. Mito came back to his senses and found that the surrounding villagers were looking at him with strange eyes. Mito understood the meaning of those eyes. What does it have to do with the guy dancing on the stage? Mito blushed and went back to the station directly after saying that. He didn't recognize the long, straight black guy outside. That guy couldn't be her husband. Although his husband could be a bit embarrassing sometimes, the one who was swinging wildly was absolutely impossible. The smile on Hashirama's face froze. Looking at Mito's leaving back, he felt a little uncomfortable. Yo, Hashi hot mom. You can't dance. Are you going to give in? Ha. Uchiha Madara was dancing so excitedly that she naturally didn't notice Mito coming over there. When he saw his gay friend motionless, he thought he couldn't dance anymore and laughed. Motor, I will never lose to you. Hashirama came back to his senses and heard the ridicule from his gay friend. Thinking that in the past 3 months, their daily greetings started with the sentence, ugly man, Hashirama was also angry. With a moderate fever, I continued to compete with Madara in dance skills. Behind the two people dancing crazily. The god of Kishimoto, sage of 6 paths. This, don't blame me, it's not my fault if the plot is messed up. Black Zetsu, you can't find your mother either. It's my fault. Dave cried silently in his heart, completely changed. This place is no longer the Hokage ninja he was familiar with. At the same time, Dave also had a trace of regret in his heart. Why did he tell Uncle Madara about these girl groups before? Uncle Madara, I miss you. I miss you who always turns evil. Ah. Chapter 18 Culture Shock. After a day of culture shock from Otherworld, everyone in Konoha village became dizzy. What happened today? What did I see? What did I do again? This is the torture of everyone's souls after returning home. Because of the leadership of two Konoha celebrities, Madara and Hashirama, coupled with the exaggerated music atmosphere, there was a large-scale disco show held in Konoha village today. Hey, how did everyone dance today? Dave took the microphone developed by Brother Lu, walked to the stage, and shouted to all the villagers watching. Quote. The villagers were stunned. They couldn't believe what they did today, and the child above looked only 5 or 6 years old. Why was his voice so loud? Today, villagers, you danced all day. I know you may feel a little embarrassed. But, I want to ask you, are you happy? You danced so enthusiastically, letting go of all your unhappiness and worries. All the pressure is with you. The dancing footsteps disappeared without a trace, didn't they? Dave asked the crowd on the stage. All the villagers nodded. Although it was indeed a bit embarrassing, they didn't seem to feel much. Because everyone around me is dancing with me, and I am not dancing alone. What is there to be ashamed of? And, indeed, after dancing for a day today, it seems that I have forgotten all my worries. Indeed, sometimes people are like this. When you do something alone, you will feel a little embarrassed, but when everyone is with you, you won't feel so. Haha, just have fun today. Don't feel embarrassed. Look, First Generation Sama and Madara Sama are dancing in front of everyone today, don't they feel ashamed? Dave continued. The villagers laughed. Yes, there is indeed nothing to be ashamed of. The First Generation Masters are leading us to dance. Now, let me tell you something. From now on, from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until dusk every day, the Uchiha girl group will lead everyone to dance here. If you want to relieve stress, you can come here. Of course, you can also give them a little material support. After all, the ladies of the Uchiha family also need to have a good time, right? Also, the good music you heard today will be available for download at the counter of the Ishin mobile phone store. Come down. From now on, you can sing, dance and listen to songs at home. There are 5 songs in total, and each song costs 10 taels. Dave said his true purpose today. Someone may want to ask, what is a kidney-loving mobile phone? Let me answer it for you. The mobile phone in my hand is a phone card. There is a calling card inserted in each mobile phone, and there are 11 numbers in it. Next, Dave introduced to the villagers in detail what a mobile phone is. Offstage. Advertisement. Huh, Tobirama, Dave really has a business mind. He can think of such publicity methods. Hashirama, who was exhausted, sat on the ground half dead and said to Tobirama beside him. HMPH, some B*********** D next to him must have taught him that. Also, look what you are like today. Don't you feel embarrassed? Tobirama snorted coldly. He was one of the few people in the village who kept his sense and did not follow Hashirama Madara. The one who jumped. Ha ha ha, Tobirama, don't be so serious. Besides, the village has been a little depressed in the past few years since the village was founded. Dave's method is very good. You can see it, the villagers are very happy. Hashirama looking at the villagers with smiles on their faces, I feel very happy. Hashirama, I won this time. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who was also panting, said. Hey, Madara, where did you win? I'm obviously a better dancer than you, okay. Hashirama said unconvinced. Yo, I see that you are still a little unconvinced. Do you want to give in to me? Madara sneered. It seems that Hashirama still refuses to admit defeat. Break off what? Hashirama was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Oh, this was created by that boy Dave. It means fighting dance. I think it's pretty smooth to say. Madara replied. Quote. It was not until the villagers learned everything about a kidney-loving mobile phone that today's event was successfully concluded. Back to the station. Uncle Madara, thank you and those sisters. Dave said to Uncle Madara with a smile. It's okay, I like it very much. Also, you said you can get the songs into this phone. Madara bowed and said coldly. Advertisement. Understood. Uncle Madara, you go to the store early tomorrow to find me, and I will help you download the music. And those sisters, the Uchiha girl group thing that I told you before has begun, and these sisters will be the Uchiha girl group sells 10 taels per song, and gives 5 taels to the sisters. Dave immediately nodded respectfully. Yeah, sure. The Uchiha clan actually doesn't care about the money from the songs, but the money belongs to the family. It would be good if the clan members could all earn some money, and Dave doesn't want more, so 50-50, what a good kid. Moreover, today's events have become fermented, and the villagers have also changed their view of the Uchiha clan. Now you go to a random person on the street and ask. Sir, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? It's the Uchiha clan with those white-legged girls. It's very good. The girls sing beautifully, dance beautifully, have white legs, and breasts, cough cough cough. I think we have all wrongly blamed the Uchiha clan. The leader of the Uchiha clan is so he's handsome, and he dances so well. That's great. I made the mistake of blaming the Uchiha clan before. This was when Uchiha Madara just came back and casually turned into a person and asked passers-by. Well, it seems like the Uchiha girl group thing is indeed feasible. Well, it's time for a boy band too. Kid, do you have any plans for the Uchiha boy band? Madara then asked. The men's team, don't use it for the time being. The Uchiha girl group has just started, and the villagers may not be used to it yet. Just wait until the villagers get used to it. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his face. Madara uncle still hasn't forgotten about his C position in the boy band. Well, Uncle Madara, I think if you also want to dance, you can follow the girl group. Just like today, let them be the backup dancers, and you will lead them. When the time is right, you can choose among the members of the clan. Several handsome tribesmen formed the Uchiha boy band. Dave continued. Yeah, that's okay. Madara thought for a while and nodded. In Dave's opinion, just find a few random girl groups. However, the boy band must not mess around, at least wait for the mirror, Shisui, Itachi, Obito, Sasuke and so on. That is the common expectation of Dave and the netizens from his previous life. Chapter 19 Senju Square Dance Troupe. A few days later, Senju was stationed at the mainland dinner table. Dave, the Uchiha clan has the Uchiha girl group. Our Senju clan must not be left behind, Hashirama said with dissatisfaction while eating. In the past few days, he went to the west side of Konoha to dance with Madara every afternoon, but he ended up losing completely every time. This made Hashirama feel very unhappy. After these few days, Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan, led the Uchiha girl group to dance in Konoha every afternoon. The villagers have already changed their view of the Uchiha clan, and Madara's mood is getting better and better. In the past 2 days, Dave wanted to go to Madara to play, but Madara was ignored. He dismissed him on the grounds of dance practice, which made Dave burst into tears. Uncle Madara, you have changed. The villagers also fell in love with the cold-faced and handsome Uchiha chief, especially the female villagers. Everyone was even more excited when they heard that the patriarch was still single. Compared with Hashirama, the cool-faced and handsome Madara is absolutely stunning to Hashirama. The result is that every time Hashirama dances with Madara, when the villagers vote in the end, all the female villagers vote for Madara. Half of the male villagers vote for the Uchiha girl group behind Madara, and the other half are voted by other female villagers. The villagers threatened to vote for Madara, and Hashirama's rare vote was cast by someone from the Senju clan. This made Hashirama very unhappy. He thought that every time he lost, it was because there was the Uchiha girl group behind Madara. So today he had a deep reflection in the Hokage office. Why does his Uchiha clan have the Uchiha girl group, but he is the only one in the Senju clan? Uncle Hashirama, the purpose of the Uchiha girl group is to change the villagers' impression of the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan is completely unnecessary. As for Uncle Madara, the village has been established, you should after going to Hokage, he has nothing to do all day long. Let him lead the Uchiha girl group to dance as his hobby and to pass his time. Dave smiled bitterly. It's ruined, it's completely ruined. Uncle Madara is addicted to dancing all day long, is Hashirama about to start too? Isn't this Konoha ruined? No, I absolutely can't lose to Motor. Hashirama lost his childish temper and was very unhappy. Okay, you can also find some good-looking sisters from the Senju tribe to form a Senju girl group. Dave said helplessly with a headache. Okay, as long as the two of them are happy, dancing in Konoha is at least better than one person leading the Big Buddha, and the other person leading Susanna to split the sky and split the earth. Hashirama, this is very interesting, I'll join in. Mito heard the conversation between uncle and nephew, and his eyes showed interest. Advertisement. Mito, the girl group thing is all done by those young women, you. Before Dave said anything, Hashirama swallowed and asked in surprise. Tobirama on the side saw Mito's flowing long red hair and immediately realized that something was wrong. He put a hand on Dave's shoulder and ran away as a flying thunder god. Mito, calm down. I mean you are very old. Ah poo, you are older than those young women. Ah poo, I mean. Hashirama saw Tobirama running away and shouted Tobirama in his heart unloyal. He turned his head slowly and mechanically, swallowed his saliva and spoke nervously. Hashirama, I want you to know what I mean. On the Hokage rock, Tobirama and Dave were squatting on it, holding a bowl of ramen taken from the station. Listening to the howling coming from the station, it smells good. Today's noodles really smell good. Well, it seems that the master's craftsmanship has improved again. The next day, when Dave saw Hashirama again, although there seemed to be nothing wrong on the surface, from his trembling legs, Dave realized that Hashirama had a hard time last night. Dave, come here and talk to my aunt. Mito smiled, bowed to Dave, and called him over. Okay. Dave smiled sweetly and ran to Mito's side with a smile. Dave, your father teaches at school every day, and does the research he likes in his free time. Your uncle is Hokage, and he has many things to do all day long. Your uncle Madara has also found a hobby now, and he is living every day. They are all very fulfilling. Now only Aunt Mito is bored every day. Is there anything I can do to keep her interested? Mito asked with a smile. Mother, I heard you say yesterday that you are also interested in dancing. Dave was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes gradually lit up. Well, I think those things are very interesting. But I also thought about what Hashirama said yesterday. Girl groups and other things are played by young women who are not married yet. I have been with your uncle for more than 10 years. Even though you are older, you can't wear those revealing clothes every day like them, right? Mito nodded and said with a smile. It's really inappropriate, Auntie. After hearing what you said, I thought of another good idea. Dave nodded and said. Oh, what is it? Advertisement. Auntie, have you ever heard of what square dancing is? Quote. The result of this incident is, every afternoon to dusk, Mito will lead some elderly and married Senju women to dance square dances in the east of Konoha village every day. Over time, the village and some other the women in the family would dance square dance with Mito there every time. Mito also likes it very much. I heard Dave say before that this kind of dance is called square dance, and it is specially danced by older or married women. Of course, men can do it too, but not many. This square dance it's very simple, just some simple movements, followed by some very rhythmic brainwashing songs, and it quickly became popular in Konoha village. It not only enriches the spiritual life of the villagers, but also has the effect of making the villagers have a good mood and lose weight. There are two situations in Konoha village now. The younger villagers will go to the west side of Konoha to watch Madara and Hashirama dance with their own girl groups, and they can't help but dance with them. The older villagers will go to the east side of Konoha to dance square dance with Mito. It's a mess, it's a complete mess. Dave looked at the scarred Konoha in front of him, and shed tears of grief in his heart. He touched the jingling coins in his pocket and felt even more distressed. Nowadays, kidney-friendly mobile phones have become popular in Konoha. Basically, every villager has one in their hands, and some units in Konoha also have specific mobile phone numbers. For example, the police department of the Uchiha clan is the number most often called by villagers, 119. Ministry of Health 120, Ministry of Education 121 and so on. This made Hashirama shout that this is a good thing. When the villagers encounter any trouble, call 119, and the Uchiha clan's police department will send people to help them. If you are injured or something, call 120. Several medical ninjas will come to check on you. Very convenient. There are only three three-digit numbers like this, one for Yume and 520. Dave explained to the little girl that it meant I love you, which made the little girl blush. Uchiha Madara has 110, this. Needless to say, Dave himself has 666. It's just a bad taste. Chapter 20 There is a situation. Dave-kun, Dave lay in Yume's arms. Yume gently dug out a spoonful of rice and handed it to Dave's mouth and said warmly. Yume, your skills are really getting better and better. Dave opened his mouth and ate it, looking at the girl in front of him with a smile on his face. This life is what he wants, so happy. Giggle, Yume smiled with a blush, and then continued to feed Dave gently. She also felt that life was wonderful now. Ever since she got engaged to Dave, his father was no longer as strict with her as before. Instead, he brought the severity to his younger brother, but she didn't say anything. In her opinion, boys must be as gentle and powerful as Dave. Or be as handsome and powerful as the patriarch. It's always good to let the mirror practice more. Uchiha Kagami, you are truly my sister. Mwah, Yume is really getting cuter and cuter. Looking at the red face in front of him, Dave couldn't help but stretched out his head and kissed her. Dave. The little girl Yume's already red face turned red instantly. Hee, come on, you eat too. Dave chuckled twice, got up from Yume's arms, took the rice bowl from her hand, scooped out a spoonful of rice and put it under Yume's mouth. Yume hummed in a mosquito-like voice, and slowly opened Sakura's small mouth. Being with Mr. Dave, so happy, so happy. Unlike the happy look here in the corner, the other students in the class exuded endless resentment. And this resentment seems huge in the trio over there. They are Hiruzen, Danzo, Mirror. Do you still want to give shit to me when you have a meal? Are you going to let the child pass? How can we fix it? Dave and Tsukimi are just bullying me so much. Hiruzen pointed angrily at the duo who were spreading dog food over there and roared angrily. It's so hopeless. How can they protect Konoha like this? Danzo was also indignant. Brother-in-law is really awesome. He seems so happy to be with my sister, but, this is too much. Even Jing, the brother-in-law, felt a little angry. Where do you two want to show off? Does it have to be in front of us? Dave seemed to feel this huge resentment, and slowly turned his head to look at them. The disdainful look in his eyes hit the three of them hard. Does that look mean? 3 singles. Advertisement. I'm going to kill him. Hiruzen felt Dave's deep contempt for him as a single man. Jing and Danzo quickly stopped him. Jing stopped him because Dave was not only his brother-in-law, but his sister was also there. What if Dave, his brother-in-law, was beaten to death and his sister would become a widow in the future? This little kid knows a lot. Danzo, it's because everyone in the class is still watching, it's so embarrassing. At this moment, Dave shuddered hard, and his chakra suddenly increased. He unlocked new plants. Blood red chili pepper, big mouth flower, Sakura peach bomb, ice shooter, dual launcher. Dave stood up immediately, excitement written on his face. Dave-kun, what's wrong with you? Looking at Dave who suddenly stood up, Yume was also frightened. Ha, Yume, you are really my lucky star. Dave hugged Yume happily and kissed her hard. Suddenly, the class fell silent. All eyes were focused on Dave. Yume, who was in Dave's arms, looked blushing and lay motionless in Dave's arms. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a young couple making out? Dave looked at the crowd angrily and shouted. Everyone was silent, slowly turning their heads. Dave, I can't do it. Tobirama sensed the situation here in the office and was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. After school at night, Dave held Yume's little hand and walked down the street. Every day, he would take Yume back home. The two of them will also be affectionate for a while on the road. Wait, Yume, there's something wrong. Just as the two of them were walking happily on the path, Dave heard a strange movement behind him. Yume was also frightened and choked her breath. Dave pulled Yume and ran under a chair nearby, and looked up in the direction of the sound. I saw a few black shadows emerging from the rooftop opposite, holding a black bag in their hands. Advertisement. After they left for a few seconds. No, those people are not ninjas from Konoha. I'll follow up and take a look. They should be holding some things taken out of Konoha. Tsukimi, you go back first. Dave faced Tsukimi calmly. Said. No, Dave, it's dangerous. Let's go back together to find the patriarch and the others. Yume shook her head anxiously. They were only 5 or 6-year-old children. If Dave caught up with him and was in danger, she wouldn't even have time to cry. No, according to the speed they are leaving, they should be just a group of genin. They are still some distance away from your clan. By the time we arrive, they will probably be far away. Dave shook his head. It's okay, don't worry about me. Don't you still have a phone? I'll catch up first. You and Uncle Madara called and asked him to support me from behind. Uncle Madara, don't you know how powerful he is? The speed of these people is estimated. I'm like a snail in front of Uncle Madara. Also, you're a little too underestimated of me, don't worry. Dave gave Yume a hug and said with a smile. Then be careful. Just follow them and wait for the patriarch to arrive. Yume choked in Dave's arms. She was scared. She was really scared. She was afraid of Dave. If you leave, what should you do in the future? Trust me. Dave imitated might and gave Yume a thumbs up, then let go of Yume. A few jumps followed. Yume just stared blankly at Dave's leaving figure, her heart pounding. Then Yume quickly took out her mobile phone and called Madara. Quote. The user you dialed is currently unavailable. The voice recorded by Orochi Lu came from the mobile phone. Why doesn't the patriarch answer the phone? Yume was almost anxious to death. And Uchiha Madara's side. Hashirama, even if you bring your Senju girl group, you will never beat me. In terms of dancing, I, Madara, call myself the strongest. Uchiha Madara was sweating, and the Senju Hashirama siblings opposite dance. Motor, I will never give up. Senju Hashirama roared with a red face. The two of them just led the female groups of their respective ethnic groups to dance, and the surrounding villagers also danced with them. The uplifting music and the big white legs all attracted the attention of the villagers. No one noticed that the phone on the stereo kept vibrating. But after Yume called several times and Madara didn't answer the phone, the little girl was so anxious that she cried. She wiped her tears and remembered that the clan leader was probably dancing with Lord First Hokage over there at this time, so she ran over there. Chapter 21 Art is Explosion. Dave followed closely behind those ninjas and looked at the direction they left. There were 4 ninjas in total from the Kingdom of Thunder. Okay, no one should have noticed us after running so far. These days, the Hokage and Uchiha Madara have been dancing in the village every day. It's really hopeless. The leading ninja said with disdain. Who knew that the defenses of Konoha village were so poor that the 4 of us genin could enter and exit safely? A ninja armor laughed. Don't be too happy. Konoha is still the number 1 village among the 5 great ninja villages. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are still there. We are just a few genin, plus those 2 have been dancing there every day for the past month. Even if those ninjas sense it, we won't be suspicious, said another ninja B. Okay, let's rest first. We have traveled so far. The chakra is almost used up. Let's rest for a while and recover. The same is true in the village. It only took a few of us genin to feel it. But it's okay now. We succeeded. Ran out. We need to take these mobile phones back quickly. The existence of this kind of thing is very detrimental to our country of thunder, said Ninja C. So they were holding mobile phones. Luckily they found it early. Although this thing will leak out sooner or later, it's too early now. Dave, who was following them, heard their conversation and felt very lucky. Are you guys taking our belongings from Konoha village and leaving in such a big way? Isn't that good? Dave felt emboldened when he thought that they were just a few genin, and after running so far, they probably didn't have enough chakra. I should be able to fight hundreds of millions of times. Who? Oh, a kid. It's interesting. You discovered us, and you dared to catch up to us alone. The ninja who took the lead suddenly turned around and looked at Dave when he heard Dave's voice. When he found out that Dave was just a 5 or 6-year-old kid, he breathed a sigh of relief. They are just a few genin, but if they are facing a chunin or even a jonin, they cannot leave. Hey, uncle, don't talk so much. Look, you're already a genin at this age. Don't you feel ashamed? Dave stood on the tree and said with a smile. Then he jumped down from the tree and stood in front of the 4 people. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Kid, since I'm following you, I can't let you leave alive. The leading ninja smiled disdainfully, picked up the kunai in his hand and stabbed it. And this instant kunai was like a signal. The other three people saw it and quickly followed it. Uncle, have you ever played tower defense? Dave looked at the flying kunai. Not only was he not nervous, but he smiled calmly and asked. Wood style. 4 walls of nuts. Dave clapped his hands, and 4 nut walls suddenly appeared around him, blocking Dave in the middle like a fortress. Nut wall blinked cutely and watched as the kunai flew over and stabbed him. Nothing happened to the nut wall, but the kunai fell down. Advertisement. Go to hell, kid. At this time, the 3 people following the kunai rushed up, and the 3 of them slashed the kunai at the 3 nut walls surrounding Dave. Ignorant. Dave smiled disdainfully. The 3 of them looked at Dave's eyes, and they were even more angry. He used even more strength in his hand and slashed at the nut wall. The scene that everyone imagined that the nut wall was broken and Dave's head was missing did not appear. On the contrary, the 3 of them did not cause any damage to the nut wall. Wood style. Big mouth flower. At this time, a purple plant 2 to 3 meters long emerged from the ground. He opened his mouth ferociously and bit one of the ninjas with his sharp fangs. Ah, help me, ah. Looking at such a huge big-mouthed flower, the 2 people hurriedly backed away. The ninja closest to the big-mouthed flower was frightened. The big-mouthed flower didn't give him time to react and bit the opponent. He held the other person into his big mouth and chewed it. At first, the cry for help could still be heard from the mouth of the big-mouthed flower. After a while, the sound disappeared, leaving only the sound of the big-mouthed flower chewing bones and 2 streams of blood slowly flowing from the 2 sides of the big-mouthed flower. Under the corner of the mouth. Dave's face turned pale and he almost vomited. This was also his first time to kill someone. Although he didn't kill it himself, he was a little uncomfortable looking at the blood on the ground. Wood style. This brat. Get out. The ninja leader now realized why this brat dared to chase them alone. Wood style. Thinking of the tragic death of his companion just now, they were absolutely invincible. With Genin's 3-legged cat skills, they couldn't defeat him at all. I also feel a little bit clumsy in my heart. Damn, how come this small cabinet actually has wood style? What a shame. The 2 people on the side stared blankly at the chewing big mouth flower in front of them and the blood on the ground. Then after hearing the captain's words, they quickly came to their senses and followed each other out of here. Withdraw. MD Lousy even vomited the food you may fed today. Are you going to withdraw? Maybe. Wood style. Hot chili. Here in Konoha. Chief. It's not good, it's not good. Yume also rushed to the place where Madara and Hashirama were dancing. She squeezed out of the crowd and ran to Madara's side and shouted. Advertisement. What's wrong Tsukimi? Madara was dancing with high spirits when she was suddenly interrupted. He was also a little unhappy. But after seeing that the person coming was the little girl Yume, my face became a little better. Dave him. Then Yume told the story about Dave. Quote. Where did they go? Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then asked calmly. But the more this happened, the more Yume could sense the overwhelming anger hidden in Madara's words. That direction. Yume pointed to the direction Dave left. Without saying anything, Madara rushed over with a body flicker technique. Tsuki-me. What's wrong? Why did Madara leave? Seeing his gay friend suddenly leaving, Hashirama on the opposite side walked up to him in confusion and asked. Uncle Hashirama, Dave. Tsukimi told Hashirama about this again. Damn it, villagers. That's it for today's dance. Let's go back first. Hashirama cursed, then hurriedly said to the surrounding villagers. The villagers were not dissatisfied. It seemed that something had happened. Didn't you see that the Uchiha chief left immediately? Dave. In front of Dave, a fiery red pepper emerged from the soil. One eye was big and the other was small. It looked very arrogant. Art is. Explosion. Dave shouted. The hot pepper's body suddenly began to swell. Then, it exploded suddenly, and a huge flame extended towards both sides. No. The people who had not taken 2 steps in front felt the heat coming from behind and roared in panic. Chapter 22 Woo woo woo. Ooh, there are several mobile phones. Thousands of dollars. All the fire is gone. Woo. Dave did not look at the 3 people who were burned over there, but instead looked at the ground. The burning black iron body carries some plastic residue, and the heart is full of grief and anger. Do you know how much money this has cost me? Do you know? Woohoo. Dave, are you okay? At this time, a voice came, and Uchiha Madara looked at Dave who was crying in front of him and asked. Uncle Madara. It's okay, those 4 people are from Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder. They just wanted to take the mobile phones out of the village, and they even threw kunai at me. I gave them to them kill him. Dave listened to this familiar voice, stood up slowly, hugged Madara and choked with sobs. Uchiha Madara was shocked when he saw those arms that were pretending to tremble, that pale face, and 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. Naturally, he wouldn't think that Dave was pretending. Of course, it's true that I'm scared when I kill someone. I've been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and it's my first time to kill someone. I'm really scared. It's okay Dave, I'll carry you back first. Madara gave Dave a rare comfort. In his opinion, Dave is just a cute kid of 5 or 6 years old. Anyone would be scared if such a young kid killed someone with his own hands. The Land of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Do you want to experience what it means to be Shura in the ninja world? How dare you scare my Dave? Yeah, thank you, Uncle Madara. Dave wiped the tears on his face and smiled. But when Madara looked at that forced childish smile, her heart ached even more. Then Madara separated a shadow clone and carried Dave on her back. Uncle Madara, aren't you going back? Dave asked in confusion as he looked at Madara who sent him shadow clone. Well, I still have some things to do. You should go back first. That little girl Yume is still worried about you. Madara nodded. Then shadow clone took Dave away. Come out. Madara looked at a corner and said coldly. Advertisement. HMPH. A white-haired figure wearing blue armor slowly walked out from the corner. None other than Senju Tobirama. Dave is his own son, and he is usually very precious. Shadow clone would always be sent to follow him, but Dave thought that there would be no clone following him after talking to Tobirama about the previous incident. After Dave followed the few people out, Tobirama's shadow clone was also instantly released. After receiving the news that the shadow clone was released, Tobirama put down the experiment in his hands and quickly followed. However, he never painted the flying thunder god on Dave, so he could only use the body flicker technique later. When he arrived, he happened to see Dave crying while holding his cell phone, and then Madara also came. Where are you going? Tobirama crossed his arms and asked with a cold expression. Thunder Country, Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha Madara turned half of her face to look at him. The magatama spinning in her pupils also made Tobirama stunned for a moment. What, are you going to stop me? Uchiha Madara asked coldly. No, let's go together. Tobirama shook his head. He was not a good old man like his elder brother. This is all being bullied to his son. How could he, as a father, not express his feelings? The next day, the ninja world was shocked. The ninja Shura Senju Tobirama and the ninja god's younger brother Senju Tobirama arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder, beat up the first generation Raikage Yozuki I, seriously injured him, and destroyed 1/6 of Cloud Shinobi Village. Ground. The ninja world was shocked. What kind of evil thing had Cloud Shinobi Village done to deserve this? The people over at Cloud Shinobi Village are afraid to even fart. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are called the Sengoku duo. It's really no joke. Tobirama and Madara also acted in a relaxed manner, and no one was killed, only seriously injured. Cloud Shinobi Village released the news because the spy in Konoha was discovered, causing these two people to travel thousands of miles to beat him up. According to the news from people who witnessed it, it was really a one-sided beating. This time, the other three major ninja villages were frightened, and they quickly sent a message back to their own spies in Konoha village. Even if he can't come back, don't let Konoha find out that he belongs to his village. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the Hokage office, Hashirama looked at his gay friend and brother in front of him with a headache. What a headache. But it was hard for him to say anything, both of them were doing it for Dave. Advertisement. Brother, is there any news from Cloud Shinobi Village? Tobirama asked with a cold expression. Yes. Hashirama nodded, his face full of helplessness. What, do they want to start a war with Konoha? Madara asked coldly from the side. With fire burning in her eyes, don't forget, Madara is also a militant. No. According to the news from them, the representative of Cloud Shinobi Village and the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder strongly condemned the two of you for going to beat up Raikage unethically. Let us Konoha provide some compensation. It didn't say anything above. I have the idea of starting a war. Senju Hashirama said with a helpless smile. What did the daimyo say? Tobirama asked. The daimyo rejected the letter from the Land of Thunder. They told them that if they want to fight, they can fight. Hashirama has an even bigger headache. Forget it before, I could still suppress my brother and Madara. But now another big name has come. They are all radicals. This makes the peace of the ninja world his own responsibility. Hashirama is really exhausted. There is still a long way to go. HMPH, it seems that daimyo guy is not very disappointing, Senju Tobirama said with a sneer. Okay, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hashirama, I'll be waiting for you there in the afternoon. Before Madara left, she once again proposed a dance challenge to Hashirama. HMPH, Mada, the Senju girl group and I created a lot of new dance moves last night. We will definitely not lose to you this time. Hashirama snorted twice and said with disdain. Don't talk too much, ugly man. This month, you have never defeated me once. Madara walked to the door and turned around to taunt Hashirama, then left with a body flicker technique. Damn it, Madara, I will definitely beat you this time. Senju Hashirama pointed angrily at the air where Madara left and shouted. Humph, aren't you just a little bit more handsome than me? It's really hateful. After howling, he was still mumbling something. Okay, I'll leave first. There are still many things to do today, and I have to go to school tomorrow. Tobirama held his head and said to Hashirama speechlessly, and the flying thunder god left here. Kid, do you want to go out and eat some meatballs? After leaving Hokage's office, Madara went to Dave's house with a body flicker technique. As usual, she climbed over the wall and shouted to Dave who was still growing vegetables over there. Chapter 23 Uncle Madara, if I can resurrect Uncle Izuna in the future. Uncle Madara. Dave, who was planting vegetables, was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Uchiha Madara jumped off the wall, carried Dave on his back, and left here in a few jumps. On the way, many residents saw Uchiha Madara again and greeted him with a smile and called him Madara-sama. Some villagers were still joking and saying that Madara-sama danced so well every day. Madara also rarely faced him. Those people nodded. Inside the meatball shop, kid, do you think there will really be peace in the ninja world? Dave and Madara sat awkwardly facing each other. Madara turned her head and looked outside the store and said. Holy shit, Uncle Madara, you asked me that and you made me panic. Why are you still thinking about this stupid problem? How many people in the original book died because of this sentence? Who knows, maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. Dave could only try his best to enlighten Uncle Madara, so as not to turn black again in 2 years. Hashirama, is it really right for him to establish a village with me? Can this really bring peace to the ninja world? Madara asked because of what happened last night. He originally thought that peace would be achieved by establishing a village with Hashirama, but what happened last night made him doubt his long-held thoughts. After the village was established, the Fire Nation was indeed at peace, without war. But what happened yesterday made him realize that war may not disappear. The original war between families in the Sengoku era is likely to evolve into a war between countries, and more people will die. Uncle Madara, why do you think so much? Hey, isn't it good to be alive? Don't you feel tired thinking about so many things all day long? Uncle Madara, you have dedicated half your life to the establishment of the village, why can't you enjoy it? Do you enjoy it? Dave really wants to slap him to wake him up, but whether he will be killed after hitting him is a question. Uchiha Madara glanced at Dave speechlessly, this kid just lived a peaceful life. Uncle Madara, are you missing someone? Do you have an aunt you like? Or is it that the aunt you like died and you have been thinking about her? Oh, hiss. Dave consciously thought, he created a set of love and hatred, but he also knew that it was all nonsense. Will the Iron Tree Uchiha Madara bloom? If the Iron Tree Uchiha Madara could bloom, then Black Zetsu would definitely die. Advertisement. Black Zetsu. Did I provoke you? Madara listened to the kid's words, and she curled up her lips speechlessly, then slapped her with a chestnut. Dave looked at him with grievance. I miss my brother. Madara looked at Dave, whose eyes were spinning in front of her. She thought he had thought of something bad again, so she could only sigh and talk casually, hoping to dissuade this brat. Good thoughts. Wow, Uncle Madara, you have a younger brother. What is his name? Is he married? Is he handsome? Why haven't I seen him before? Dave's eyes lit up, and he understood. He understood everything. Uncle Madara just missed his younger brother. That's right. Uncle Madara is very lonely now. The only person he can talk to in the village besides himself is Hashirama. It was impossible for him and Hashirama to accompany him every day, which resulted in Uncle Madara having nothing to do all day long and thinking about all sorts of messy things. All talk about peace in the ninja world is bullshit. Uncle Madara, this Brokon just misses his younger brother. If you give him a younger brother now, I don't believe that this guy can still think about peace in the ninja world. He's dead, your father killed him. At this point, Madara's tone became obviously colder. The atmosphere between the two suddenly turned cold. You shouldn't bring the grudge between me and your father to you. Madara withdrew the breath and closed her eyes. Uncle Madara, your brother, what's his name? The two were awkward for a while, and Dave asked. Of course he knew that Madara's brother was called Izuna, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Izuna, Uchiha Izuna. Madara was stunned for a moment, then slowly said. Uncle Madara, ever since I met you, I have felt that you are very lonely, and you have great hatred for my father. Is it all because of Uncle Izuna? Dave asked. Madara didn't say anything, but Dave could tell that the meaning of his eyes was because of this. Uncle Madara, if I can resurrect Uncle Izuna, can you stop hating my father? Can you be a little happier every day? Dave thought after thinking for a while, he slowly spoke. Advertisement. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Madara's eyes suddenly burst into Sharingan, and she looked at Dave with a solemn face and said. The powerful momentum made the villagers sitting around shudder. Dave's words are not without purpose, if he can greatly increase chakra in the future, reaching cage level or even beyond cage level. He remembered that there was a plant in Plants vs. Zombies 2 called Resurrection Radish. The effect of this thing in the game was to resurrect dead plants. If it were brought to the ninja world, the effect should be to resurrect the dead. But Dave is not sure, because the plants he has unlocked now are all the plants in Plants vs. Zombies Classic Edition, and he does not know whether he will unlock the plants in Plants vs. Zombies 2 in the future. Uncle Madara, you also know that my wood style is different from my uncle's. Whenever my chakra grows to a certain extent, I can summon some new plants to help me fight. I have a hunch. When my chakra reaches the level of my father, or even you and my uncle, I can summon a plant that can resurrect the dead. Dave can only draw a big pie for the other party, so that the other party will not do it in the future. Thinking too much. Now that he has traveled to the world of Hokage, he wants to make up for the regrets in the original work. Madara was stunned, just looking at Dave without saying anything. His mind went blank. He didn't know what to say, or what to think. Did he miss Izuna? I really think that if Izuna is resurrected, then he can really let go of the peace of the ninja world. Listen to what Dave just said. Yes, he has been fighting for half his life. Can't he just calm down and enjoy it? A moment later. Kid, I know what I should do in the future. Madara said slowly with a wicked smile on her face. Quote. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Uncle Madara, there's something wrong with your smile. It's scaring the child. Next, I will search for anything in the ninja world that can increase your chakra. Within 3 years, I will make your chakra reach the level of your father or even me and Hashirama, Madara now, with a new target. That is, for 6-year-old Dave to reach the level of his father, or even me and Hashirama, within 3 years. This thing is very difficult, but the more difficult it is, the more excited Madara will be. So, now the goal is clear. First, find something that can increase a person's chakra. It must be harmless. If this kid Dave is played to death for his own selfish desires, Madara will never forgive herself. Second, dancing. Well, you can't stop dancing, it's a hobby. Chapter 24. I'll hit you until you vomit your entrails. Senju Station. I heard that you have the ability to resurrect people. Tobirama and Dave sat opposite each other. Tobirama asked first. Yes, Madara explained this matter to Hashirama yesterday, and Hashirama held Dave's hope for Senju's future. Hashirama is also very happy. Why is Madara so gloomy now? Why do you want to kill your brother so much? Wasn't it because his own brother killed Madara's younger brother? If Izuna can really be resurrected in the future, then the knot in Madara's heart can be solved. Then I will give the Hokage seat to others and hang out with Madara every day. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama gets more and more excited the more he thinks about it. I can't wait to do it right away. He has already thought of the happy life in the future. Madara and I. Sunrise and sunset. Dancing. Eating. Traveling. Sleeping. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama's crazy smile. Where's my husband and Madara were frightened for a while. Immediately, Madara was given a certificate to leave the village. Madara also went to Tobirama to ask for a kunai depicting the Flying Thunder God technique, so that he could come back in time to continue fighting with Hashirama during the dance session every afternoon. Tobirama also learned from Hashirama what happened, and quickly found Dave, even putting down the experiment at hand. I don't know. I can only say that I have this hunch. Dave shook his head. He was really not sure. And just because of such a small possibility, Madara was extremely happy. This shows how much Madara cares about her brother Izuna. HMPH, from now on, stay away from the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Madara. Forget about that little girl Tsukimi, I think she's really pretty good. Next, Tobirama explained to Dave in detail how Madara is evil, B***************, D, sinister, bad, and a series of bad adjectives. It also introduced in detail that the Uchiha clan is a naturally evil, B**********, D, sinister, bad, etc. family that should be exterminated, especially the contemporary patriarch Uchiha Madara. What about RG, an old lady in her 70s, and bullying 3-year-old child? That's really all there is to do to change Dave's view of Madara. Dave looked at the old father who kept talking in front of him, and really felt that if he were put in his previous life, he would be the leader of a pyramid scheme organization at least. After talking so much, Dave felt dizzy. The next day, Tobirama and Dave and his son had a candlelight conversation for the second time since they met each other. Dave didn't know how he spent the night last night. He was just thinking about a sentence in his mind. Evil Uchiha. When Dave was brought to school by his old husband Tobirama, a flying thunder god, Dave saw Yume looking at him tenderly. FKNM evil Uchiha, he was almost brainwashed. Yume, don't talk, let me sleep for a while. He's not a human being. Dave walked up to Yume, kissed Yume's little face, and then lay directly in Yume's arms. Fell asleep soundly. Yume looked at Dave in her arms and felt the moisture on her face. He smiled softly. Looking at the 2 dark circles under the corners of Dave's eyes, I felt very distressed. I stretched out my 2 young hands and gently helped Dave press his face. Hiruzen on the side almost died of soreness when he looked at it. He still remembered the conversation he had with his father last night. Father, please help me get engaged. I have absolutely no objection. Quote. It's useless for you to object. I've asked my clan members before, but no one wants to be engaged to you. Nani. Impossible. Father. Absolutely impossible. I'm so handsome. And I'm so talented. How come no one wants to get engaged to me? I'm also very confused. Look, your father and I are so handsome. You are my child. Logically speaking, you should be good. How come no one wants it? The result of this incident was that Hiruzen's mother unilaterally beat the 2 of them, and seriously told Hiruzen that he should not harm the girls in the clan at a young age. Hiruzen was so angry that he decided not to eat at night. Hunger strike. The result was a mixed doubles beating from the parents. Advertisement. We won't have classes today. We will conduct an assessment to see how your learning achievements have been over the past 6 months. Tobirama walked to the podium and saw his son sleeping, but said nothing. After talking to him all night and staying up all night, he could hold on. How could Dave, a 6-year-old kid, hold on? Let him take a nap first and arrange his assessment to the last one. Training ground. Dave was still sleeping peacefully in Yume's arms. Yume had just called her younger brother Jing and Yume to help Dave out. Looking at Jing, she felt envious of her brother-in-law's good luck. To make my sister like it so much. His younger brother has never been treated like this. First game, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Tobirama said slowly, standing in the middle of the playground, looking at the children around him. Danzo, Hiruzen, gay friends come on stage with a passionate shout. Come on, Hiruzen, let me see if you have made any progress recently. Danzo said coldly to Hiruzen. HMPH, Danzo, I'll let you eat a lot of it. Hiruzen curled his lips in disdain. Then the two of them started fighting. There is nothing to describe. Now the two of them are just noobs pecking each other. You punch and I kick. The most is Hiruzen using 3-body technique and AC level fire style ninjutsu. Then he got tricked by Danzo. Well, Danzo won. Danzo, I will never give up. I will definitely defeat you next time. Sigh, I really don't know what kind of tradition this is in Konoha, it's so cute and cute. Danzo wins. Next match, Akamiki takes the wind and Mitokado Homura. There is nothing much to say about this scene. Akamiki, the little fat guy, unilaterally defeated Mitokado Homura. Mitokado Homura was born as a commoner and has just practiced chakra. How can you beat a family member? After several battles, it was Yumei's turn. Next game, Uchiha Tsukimi and Hyuga Ise. Tobirama continued. He was still writing and drawing in his hands. As a teacher, he was still very conscientious. After several competitions, he easily discovered the advantages and disadvantages of the losing and winning children. And after writing it out, I will think about what changes should be made in his teaching model. The Uchiha clan. My Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha. You should give in as soon as possible. The cataract came up with a burst of ridicule. Hello. I won't admit defeat. Yumei was a little nervous. After all, she is also from the Uchiha clan. Although she has a gentle personality, she is still a bit unwilling to admit defeat. HMPH, I'll be having S*X with that loser Dave all day long. What skills do you have? It's better to give in early. Cataract snorted, mocking with disdain. Young man, your road is narrow. Tobirama frowned when he heard what this guy said. He, Dave's father, is still here, how dare you say that? Aren't you afraid that I, the teacher, will wear small shoes for you in the future? Advertisement. Hiruzen, Danzo and Mirror also frowned. Does this cataract want to die? Dave, his brother and brother-in-law are here. Do you want to die? What did you say? I don't allow you to insult Mr. Dave. Yumei was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly opened, and her pupils were extremely scarlet, surrounded by a Magatama. Sharingan, open. There was an uproar on the field. This Sharingan is now open. Tobirama was also confused for a while. Tsukimi, is his future daughter-in-law so strong? He remembered that Madara didn't open her eyes so early when she was a child. Madara, you are such a waste. HMPH. So what if Sharingan is fired? Byakugan is the strongest. Take the move. Cataract was also startled, but calmed down and rushed out suddenly. Tsukimi held a kunai in her hand and fought with her opponent. Maybe it was because Yumei had just opened Sharingan and was not familiar with it yet, and Yumei didn't care much about practice, so the opponent quickly found the flaw and knocked it away with a palm. Ahem. I don't allow you to insult Mr. Dave. Yumei slowly stood up from the ground, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Admit defeat. You can't beat me. Your veins have been blocked by my gentle fist. Now you can't even use chakra. Cataract frowned and said very dissatisfied. I won't admit defeat. This is for Mr. Dave. Yumei endured the discomfort in her body and rushed towards the cataract. And Cataract didn't even look at it, and was knocked away again with one palm. Yumei was beaten several meters away. Despite this, Yumei stood up forcefully, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Okay. Hyuga Hanari wins, let this end like this. Tobirama appeared on the field and stopped the fight from continuing. Brother-in-law, wake up. My sister was beaten. Jing saw this scene and hurriedly shook Dave, who was sleeping in his arms. What did you say? Yumei was beaten. Dave suddenly opened his eyes and asked with anger. Jing was frightened by Dave's look and quickly pointed down the field. Then Dave stood up, looked down the field, and saw Yumei with blood at the corner of her mouth and dust all over her body. He rushed over and hugged Yumei. Yumei, are you okay? Dave looked at Yumei in his arms and asked with great distress. Isn't it too late for his wife and his usual treasure? Does anyone dare to hit her? It's okay, Mr. Dave, it's just a small injury. Yumei smiled and shook her head. Mirror, call someone from the hospital to take a look. Dave said without saying anything, looking at the mirror on the stage. Jingye nodded quickly, walked to the end of the field, picked up his sister from Dave's arms, staggered her back to the audience, and called the hospital. Tobirama just looked at Dave and said nothing. Did you hit me? Dave turned half of his face and looked at Hyuga Isheng behind him and asked. HMPH, so what if I hit you? Okay, you beat Yumei until she vomits blood, I'll beat you until she vomits internal organs. Chapter 25 Shoot. Next game, Hyuga Ise and Senju Dave. Tobirama didn't say anything. He was also very unhappy that his such a well-behaved daughter-in-law was beaten. Well, it would be better if the daughter-in-law's last name is not Uchiha. Wood style. Sunflower formation. Wood style. Pea shooter formation. Wood style. Double shooter formation. Wood style. Ice shooter formation. Wood style. Potato mine formation. Dave clapped his hands, and saw 5 sunflowers arranged neatly behind him, swaying continuously. Dave discovered a use of sunflowers. The sunlight they produce can not only restore people's injuries, but also restore people's chakra. Dave's current chakra is indeed not much, and it has not even reached the level of Genin, but with the supply of sunlight produced by the sunflower, he is equivalent to the chakra he has just used up and can be restored to full immediately. A moment later, rows of plants appeared in front of Cataract. Everyone who looked at him was dumbfounded. I hope you enjoy playing tower defense games. Shoot. Dave laughed evilly, then waved his right hand forward. 15 archers swooped forward and fired huge peas towards the Cataracts. Cataracts, veins popping out on forehead, white eyes open. Cataract was extremely embarrassed to avoid these peas that were shot at him. When a pea shot hit the wall behind him and the wall collapsed, Cataract knew that these things were invincible. Absolute. On the side, Senju Tobirama looked at the blind and devastated playground, his eyes twitching. I hope that when the time comes to ask for reimbursement from my elder brother, he will not get angry. Cataract really wanted to take a rest, but he found that the firing speed of these things was really fast. He was just a child. Who could withstand this? No, the situation must be changed. He looked at Dave, who was standing behind the plant opposite. Yes, Dave had to be dealt with first. Cataract suddenly burst out and rushed towards Dave over there. When the Cataract arrived at Dave's side, the picture of Dave's surprise he was expecting did not appear, but instead there was a smile on his face. I'm just waiting for you to come over. Dave smiled and pointed at the potato mine array surrounding himself. The Cataract screamed that it was bad, but it was of no use. After a while, everyone saw a meteor slowly streaking across the sky. But Dave didn't want to kill anyone. Wood style. Big-mouthed flower. The big-mouthed flower appeared because of its tall stature. It caught the Cataract from the air and suddenly fell to the ground. The scene stirred up huge dust, and Cataract was now covered in blood, lying in the large crater created by the smash. Dave walked forward slowly with an evil smile on his face. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Dave rode on top of Cataract and punched Cataract in the face with fist after fist. It wasn't until the other person was beaten that he didn't look like a human being or a ghost, and Dave got up in relief. Dave wins. Okay. That's the end of today's assessment. Amaterasu will have class tomorrow. Tobirama looked at the pig head lying on the ground, with no expression on his face. Then a flying thunder god left here. Dave slowly turned his head and looked at the classmates behind him. Each of them was dumbfounded and speechless. Especially Danzo. He knew Dave knew wood style, but he didn't know it was so strong, and it seemed different from first generations. Jing, are the people from the medical department here? Dave ignored the shock of his classmates and looked at Jing and asked. No. Jing shook his head. Okay, I'll take your sister to the hospital first. You call and tell them that they don't have to come. Dave shook his head, and then took Yume from Jing's arms. The princess picked up Yume and jumped with a few jumps, heading towards Konoha Hospital from the rooftop. Today's events are fermenting in Konoha, and Dave's reputation as a genius has officially spread. The residents of Konoha village are also very fond of this second-generation child who can also learn wood style. And the students also realized one thing. If you hit Dave, Dave might not say anything. But if you hit Yume, Dave will definitely beat you to death. Tasuki Mei, how are you feeling? Dave jumped between the houses of Konoha with Tasuki Mei in his arms and asked Tasuki Mei in his arms. It's okay. Yume's face turned pale and she shook her head. Nonsense, your little face is so white and you still say it's fine. Dave scratched Yume's little nose and said with a smile. Yume's face turned rosy and she was a little shy. Don't do this next time, don't show off. If someone bullies you, call 666 on your mobile phone. If you can't beat 666, call 110. I don't believe you can't be beaten by 110, Dave said, feigning anger. Giggle. Okay. Yume smiled. She also knew that 110 was Uncle Madara's number. Yume put her hands around Dave's neck and rested her head on Dave's arms. Dave was everything to her at the moment. Dave smiled and kissed Yume's fair forehead. The two of them rushed towards the hospital. Night. Dave was sitting next to Yume's hospital bed, peeling an apple in his hand. Yume looked at Dave tenderly. Yume didn't have any big problems, but because she was young, she forcibly turned on the Sharingan and was mentally shocked. In addition, the Cataract gentle fist hit Yume's internal organs every time, causing some damage to the internal organs. After the treatment, it was no big deal. She just rested in the hospital for a day. Advertisement. Here, Dave picked up the peeled and cut apple in his hand, inserted a small piece with the tip of the knife, and handed it to Yume's mouth. Yeah, Yume opened her small mouth and bit down. Is it sweet? So sweet. The two looked at each other warmly and smiled. At the same time, the two figures standing at the door were watching this scene with smiles on their faces. These two people were Mito and Hashirama, who had finished the square dance and Madara dance. They heard that something had happened to Dave's little daughter-in-law, and they hurriedly came to take a look. As for Dave's old father Tobirama, he's on his way to Hyuga's house now, bullying my well-behaved daughter-in-law. No explanation. Mito looked at the gentle way Dave treated Tsukimi, then looked at Hashirama, who was smiling sillily beside him, and smiled. Helpless. Hashirama is just like his wood style, too straight. But fortunately, it's not as straight as a steel plate like Madara and Tobirama. Hey, uncle, you are here. Dave also noticed the two people at the door and shouted with a smile. Yeah. They nodded and walked in. Tsuki Mei, are you okay? Mito was the first to greet him. It's okay, Mito-sama. Just take a day off and you'll be fine, Tsukimi blushed and said with a smile. Dave, you must tell me a way to defeat Uchiha Madara today. It's so irritating. I lost again. Damn it. Hashirama found Dave and said as if a child had lost in a game. Complaining. Quote. Uncle, what can I do? I don't care. I won't listen. I don't want it. You have to give me a way to defeat that guy from Motor today. A moment later. Chapter 26 Motor. Do you know what belly dance is? Uncle, please go back and let the Senju girl group practice this dance. I guarantee you will beat Uncle Madara next time. Speechless, after Hashirama's set of 3 dances, Dave could only think of a dance and gave it to Hashirama. Ha ha ha, you are so kind to Uncle Dave. Wait until I beat that guy from Motor. Uncle will take you to practice together. Ha 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 ha, I'm going back to rehearse first. Hashirama got a new dance secret book and was very happy like a 40-year-old kid. He didn't even say hello, he just ran away. Seeing Hashirama running away happily, Mito smiled helplessly. And explained to the two that Hashirama is such a person, innocent, optimistic, kind, etc. Dave hurriedly stopped Shisui to continue talking about the advantages of Hashirama. Let's take a good look at the patients and don't give in to the dog food. Mito then greeted the two of them again and left first. Early the next morning, Dave spent the night with Yume here. Dave wanted to sleep on a bunk on the floor. But Yume was reluctant to let go, because they were both children now, and the hospital bed was not small enough to cover her, so they lay on the hospital bed and slept together. This caused the two of them to make a lot of jokes while sleeping. Dave slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yume lying on him like a little octopus, and couldn't help but laugh. This smile also woke Yume up from her deep sleep. Dave-kun, why are you laughing? Yume asked shyly, looking at Dave whose face was only a few centimeters away from hers. I'm laughing at a certain little octopus who hasn't let go yet, Dave said with a smile. Yume was stunned for a moment, then looked down and saw that her hands and feet were resting on Dave's body. Then he quickly put down his hands and feet, his face suddenly turned red, almost smoking. Ha ha ha, Yume is so cute. After a night's rest, how do you feel? Dave looked at the ripe apple in front of him and laughed. No. It's okay. Yume shook her head. It's okay. We're almost late now. Let's go to class quickly. Dave nodded, took Yume's little hand and walked out the door. Advertisement. Yume followed Dave and looked at the back in front of her. It's so good. After school in the afternoon. Yume, let's watch Uncle Madara dance with his uncle today, Dave said to Yume. He wanted to see how Hashirama was doing with his dance. Yeah, as long as it's Dave-kun, you can go anywhere. Yume thought silently in her heart. Jing, when you go back, tell your father that I will take your sister to Uncle Madara and the others to dance. Dave shouted to his brother-in-law Jing over there. Mirror, Hiruzen, Danzo, 3 singles sitting together. Watching Dave Yume leaving hand in hand. Exuding endless resentment. West side of Konoha. Because Madara and Hashirama dance here every day, this place is already the most visited place in Konoha. Hashirama also built a performance stage here, with 2 large speakers placed on both sides of the stage. Due to the daily dance battle between Hashirama and Madara, it caused a trend in Konoha village. If 2 villagers have any grudge, don't fight, come to a dance. The villagers watching chose the one with the best dance. At this time, Madara has led his Uchiha girl group here to wait for Hashirama's arrival. Uncle Madara, you are back from outside the village. Dave said happily, pulling Yume to Madara's side. Well, here, this is the honey from the Shangshui clan. Drinking more of it will help the growth of chakra. I will leave after the dance. Madara nodded, took out a few jars of honey from behind and handed it to Dai. Husband said. Hey, thank you, Uncle Madara. Dave took it and put it aside first, and will take it away later when he goes back. Why hasn't that guy Hashirama come yet? He usually comes earlier than me at this time. Madara looked at the time displayed on her phone and asked in surprise. Hee, Uncle Madara, Uncle has learned a new dance and is probably changing his clothes now. Dave couldn't help but smile and said. Oh, a new dance. Does he think he can beat me by learning a new dance? It's ridiculous. After hearing what Dave said, Madara also became interested. A moment later. Motor. I will definitely win this time. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Hashirama arrived belatedly with the Senju girl group. The surrounding villagers were stunned when they looked at the clothes worn by Hashirama and the Senju girl group behind him. Advertisement. Hashirama is in the C position, wearing a palace-style dress, with a long skirt below her waist, and her belly and arms are exposed on her upper body. Wearing a green gauze scarf on her head. Dave. You are so naughty. The Senju girl group behind Hashirama are all wearing the same clothes as Hashirama, but the color is red. The villagers were a little confused. Master Hokage, what kind of costume is this? Why did you expose your belly? Motor. Let me show you my new dance. What a thief. Senju Hashirama laughed. Then he led the Senju girl group onto the stage. Honey coolly roars and roars. I remembered that I couldn't understand the music for a while. Dave felt that since belly dancing has come out, how could a certain divine song not come? Dave has not changed in terms of language. He feels that the original song is divine. These lyrics were all hummed by Dave himself, who didn't speak a certain language. Orochi Lu added some emphasis based on some equipment, and this gave the current effect. When the music started to play, Senju Hashirama took the lead in dancing, and the Senju girl group also followed suit. Their fair and voluptuous twisting bellies attracted the attention of the villagers. In addition, the more they listened to the songs, the more brainwashed they became, and many villagers also began to dance. They squirmed consciously, and some villagers tore off their clothes on their belly to reflect the atmosphere, revealing their belly following the movements of Senju Hashirama. The demons are dancing, the demons are dancing. Now this scene can really be described as the demons are dancing. It's really eye-catching. Motor, you lose this time. Ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama laughed and mocked Madara while dancing in the audience. Hashi mom, I will never give up. Senju Hashirama's taunt also completely ignited Madara's anger. He felt that he had been ridiculed by the ugly man Senju Hashirama in his best field of dance. Ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama laughed wildly. Decades. He finally heard Madara say what he often said. Belly dance. It's really my Senju Hashirama's natal dance. Dance. Dave took Yume and stood on a roof, watching this scene in stunned silence. He thought Senju Hashirama would be spicy to his eyes, but he didn't expect it to be so spicy. Chapter 27 Hot Mom. Do you know what pole dancing is? After the dance battle, Hashirama successfully won the dance competition with his fresh dance and brainwashing songs. After the villagers dispersed, Hashirama and Madara also asked their girl group to go back first. Hey, Madara, you lose this time. Hashirama ran to Madara's side and taunted. HMPH, Madara suppressed the anger in her heart that Susan had beaten him to death. He folded his arms and turned his head away. Oh, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Seeing his gay friend looking so arrogant, Hashirama laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. A-hole. The veins on Madara's head popped out, and Hashirama was knocked away with a fist. I won this time. Ha 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 ha. Even though Hashirama was flying in the sky, he was still laughing. Kid, did you teach Hashirama his new dance? Madara suddenly looked at Dave aside and asked angrily. In Madara's opinion, Hashirama is an idiot when it comes to dancing. How could he have such a creative idea? That must be what Dave, a kid with lots of clever ideas, taught him. Yes, Dave swallowed and nodded brightly. Quote. Teach me something, he is too arrogant. Madara was stunned for a moment, then turned her head and said arrogantly. Quote. Dave was dumbfounded. Uncle Madara, you scared me a bit. What, don't you want to? Madara waited for a while, didn't hear Dave speak, and asked in a solemn voice. Would you like it? That's it, let's see if you're willing to jump. Dave swallowed, and immediately made a bold decision. As long as I can win Hashirama, I don't care about anything. Madara said coldly. Okay, listen to me. Dave walked to Madara's side. Madara knelt down and listened to Dave. Are you sure this kind of dance can really defeat Hashirama? After listening, Madara asked in surprise. Advertisement. Of course, Dave was sure. Okay, I'm going to practice with them now. I won't leave for the next few days until I defeat Hashirama. Also, I must have music for this dance. Quote. Okay. Dave grinned, feeling helpless. Wait a minute, take the honey away, Madara shouted as she saw Dave leaving. Oh, thank you, Uncle Madara. Mwah. 3 days later, the villagers gathered here again. I heard that after the Madara clan leader was defeated last time, he went home to retreat for a day and night to come up with a new dance, and today he challenged Senju Hashirama again. This time it was different. Senju Hashirama was still wearing the same belly dance costume and arrived first with the Senju girl group. Dave, why hasn't Madara come yet? Hashirama crossed his arms with arrogance written on his face. He's already beating Madara at dancing. Didn't you hear? Uncle Madara has also learned a new dance, and I guess he will be changing clothes now. Dave scratched his head and said helplessly. Humph, what's a new dance? Belly dance is the real one. Senju Hashirama was halfway through his words when he suddenly got stuck. Really? Oh my god, Dave asked doubtfully. When he followed Senju's eyes gradually, he was completely confused. Of course, it's not just Hashirama and Dave who are confused, but also all the villagers who come to watch the battle. I saw Uchiha Madara slowly walking with the Uchiha girl group. I saw that he was wearing a slightly casual suit on his upper body. He looked fine, quite normal, but look at his lower body, a lace skirt that reached to his knees. And wearing a pair of black stockings. Oh my god. When the female villagers saw this scene, their hearts trembled. At this moment, those long-legged figures in black stockings were all they could see in their eyes. The men's hearts were also filled with emotions. Their eyes were focused on the long white silk legs of the Uchiha girl group. Yes, the C position and the backup dancers must be separated. Many male villagers had nosebleeds instantly. Some male villagers were well prepared after months of fighting and quickly took out paper balls to block their noses. Some couldn't stop the nosebleeds and sprayed them out. Advertisement. That's right, the father and son duo of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Sasuke. The two of them sprayed nosebleeds and flew out. Hashirama, this time, you will definitely lose. Madara swung her legs in black stockings and walked slowly to Hashirama's side, her eyes filled with light. Madara didn't feel any discomfort. After all, this skirt had just come out. Madara also thought it was just a dance costume. What's more, his gay friend Hashirama doesn't find it embarrassing to dress like that, so why would he find it objectionable? Hashirama didn't say anything, he just stared at Madara's black stocking legs in front of him with his eyes. At this time, Hashirama only felt that his nose was itchy, and he saw a line of nosebleed slowly flowing down. But Hashirama's eyes were still on the legs without knowing it. Uncle. Dave felt a little embarrassed when he looked at it. He walked to Hashirama's side and pulled the corner of his clothes. There's something wrong with his uncle. If he puts his eyes on those white stockings of the Uchiha girl group and gets nosebleeds on their legs, Dave won't think anything of it. The question is, why do you get nosebleeds when you look at Madara's black legs? At this moment, Dave felt the breath of freedom. What's wrong? Dave. Hashirama came back to his senses and looked at Dave, who was tugging on his clothes, and asked in confusion. Uncle, your nose is embarrassing. Dave pointed to his nose and said speechlessly. Hiss. Why is your nose bleeding? Hashirama quickly wiped the blood from his nose and smiled awkwardly. Hashirama, this time, just wait to lose. Madara gave him a cold look. Then she led her girl group and slowly walked to the stage. Each girl group holds a 3-meter-long steel pipe in their hands, and Madara also has one in her hand. Madara used chakra to fix each tube on the table. Next, the nightmare begins. The first line of the music is a woman's proud gasp, followed by a slightly ambiguous accompaniment. Madara gave Hashirama a cold look over there, and that look meant, look at it. Madara put one hand on the steel pipe, and then slowly stretched out her left leg. The girl group behind her also moved with Madara's movements. Madara's left leg, following the music, slowly rested on the pole, and then, on the verge of breaking out. Hey, 120. Hurry, send out all the nurses and doctors in your hospital. Don't ask why. Did you forget to pick up the accident last month? The accident will happen again soon. Dave swallowed and quickly made a phone call. The situation was getting out of hand. Chapter 28 is expected of you. This night, the medical department was full again. Women dancing in the square on the east side can see individual figures flying into the sky. And this time, even their Hokage-sama couldn't avoid it. The next day, Hashirama came out of the hospital and emphasized that pole dancing will be listed as a forbidden dance in Konoha village. No villager is allowed to dance this dance privately. Pole dancing has also become the first dance to be included in the Book of Ceilings. There was no way, this dance was so powerful that even he couldn't control it. The black stockings Uchiha Madara from last night was still in his mind for a long time, not to mention those innocent and lovely villagers. Uncle Madara didn't say anything. He also planned to seal this dance. Thinking of what he did last night, Uncle Madara had the urge to beat Dave to death. It's so embarrassing. Uncle Ban left Konoha the next day after seeing that Hashirama was fine, and continued to search for supplements that could increase chakra for Dave in the ninja world. Orochi Luchu. Brother Lu, are you short of funds or something else? Dave looked at Orochi Lu, who was obsessed with research in front of him, and asked speechlessly. We are not short of funds now. The games you mentioned that can be installed on mobile phones are ready. Orochimaru threw a few data blocks to Dave and said without looking back. Well, don't be too busy. Go home and see Sister Yu more often when you have time. Leaving her alone at home every day will make Sister Yu look like a widow. Dave took it and looked at the big girl in front of him. The panda-like Orochi Lu said helplessly. What do you think? You and I sold the house and built a house next to here. Orochi Lu was stunned for a moment and asked an unexpected question. He also felt a little sorry for Yu. She married him, but he spent very little time with her, and often needed her to take care of him. Advertisement. The land next to this is owned by other villagers. Will they sell it to you and let you build a house? Dave said, stroking his head. Spend more silver to buy it. Now I have a fortune of almost 1 million silver. Do I still need this money? Orochimaru looked at Dave with a look like he was looking at a fool. Okay. You can make up your own mind. Pay more attention to your health. You are only a teenager. Don't act like you are decades old. Let's go. Dave waved his hand helplessly and left. Here. He had forgotten that the guy in front of him was the richest person besides himself. He had promised to give him 15% of the money from the sales of the things developed by Orochiroku, and now Orochiroku has said that. 1 million silver taels. Dave left here and walked to the Kidney Mobile store in the center of Konoha. Uncle Wei, Auntie Kai. Dave walked into the store and greeted Might Wei, who had been arguing with the window over there. Hey, little boss, do you want to have a youthful and passionate glass cleaning challenge? The loser will clean all the windows in the store 1,000 times. Might gave a thumbs up and shouted passionately. Ignore him, little boss, what are you doing here this time? Aunt Kai on the side gave Might a look and asked Dave. Because the Aishin mobile phone store still needs a shopping guide, Might Wei had brought his wife here before, and Dave called her Auntie Kai. Aunt Kai's shopping guide is also very good. In 1 month, he actually made a terrifying sales volume of 2,000 mobile phones. Well, Aunt Kai, this data block is something that can be installed on your mobile phone just like the one who loves kidney music. I will post an announcement outside later. If any user wants to install it, just help him install it. A 20 silver. Dave nodded, took out the data block and handed it to Aunt Kai. Aunt Kai nodded, took a few data blocks, and placed them next to the kidney-loving music data block. The next day, after class at the ninja school. Mirror, what are you playing at? Akamaiki Feng, the little fat man, looked at Jing who was holding a mobile phone in his hand. The screen of the mobile phone showed a small snake wandering around in a box. I asked very doubtfully. This is a mobile game. It's called Snake. It's quite fun. Jing nodded and introduced. Advertisement. Mobile game. What is this? Xiao Feng was confused. Well, the announcement just came out yesterday at the mobile phone store. It's a small game to kill time. There are 5 games in total, and each game costs 20 taels to install. No, it's like this greedy snake. It's about controlling this little snake. Eat this thing in this box, and each time you eat it, it will grow longer and gain 1 point. When the snake's head touches the snake's tail in the upper and lower boxes, it will die, and the game will be over. Mirror introduced. That sounds very interesting. How many points have you scored now? Kaifeng asked as he heard a bright light coming from his eyes. My highest score now is 45 points. There is also a ranking list in the game. The first is Senju Hashirama's eternal rival, who scored 124 points, and the second is named Belly Dance Eternal God, who scored 90 points. No. The third one is called Guardian of Konoha, with a score of 67, and the fourth one is called The Will of Fire, with a score of 60. I am ranked 6th. Uchiha Kagami smiled and introduced the rankings in the game. As for the first and second place, they took away the first and second places in 5 games. Senju Hashirama's eternal rival has 3 first places and 2 second places. The Eternal God of Belly Dance has 2 ranked first in 1 game and second in 3 games. It's really amazing. Jing Man said with admiration. He knows how simple these games look but how difficult they are to play. Basically, as long as the greedy snake eats 40 or 50, it will almost cover half of the box. In that case, the first place you can still score 124 points. Wow, that's awesome. I want to play too. Get out of class is over now. Come with me and we can go to the mobile phone store to help me install one. Akamaiki said with bright eyes. Before Jing could say anything, he pulled him and ran away. In Hokage's office. Madara, are you the first in those 3 games and the second in those 2 games? Senju Hashirama called Madara and asked in a buzzing voice. Dissatisfaction written all over his face. Humph, what about me? Hash hot mom, ha 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 ha, I won again this time. Madara's voice came from the other end of the phone, laughing and laughing. A-hole, just wait, I will definitely surpass you. Hashirama took off the phone from his ear and put it to his mouth, roaring angrily. After ranting, he hung up the phone. Opened the snake and started the day's struggle. Tobirama looked at his elder brother who was playing games vigorously in front of him, with a sad expression on his face. He was full of worries about the future of Konoha. Madara. Madara rubbed her ears, as expected of you, Senju Hashirama. Madara thought to herself, kicking a branch away with her feet, and a smile appeared on her face. This time, I won. Chapter 29 The Forbidden Story of Danzo and Hiruzen. Once the 5 minigames were launched, they quickly became popular in Konoha. Many villagers have found that these minigames are poisonous. Some are fine for passing time, but others make you want to play more and you can't stop at all. In Konoha School, Tobirama stood on the podium with his arms folded and veins popping out on his head. Looking at the group of low-minded people below, Tobirama became angry. He even walked to the stage. He just looked at these children for 5 minutes, and no one noticed that he was here. Looking at his unlucky kid Dave, Tobirama had a headache. Dave was okay. He didn't hold a cell phone in his hand and look down like the students. He was holding hands with his Uchiha daughter-in-law under the table. Hands on, whispering. Damn it, Hiruzen, come again. I don't believe I can't beat you today. At this time, the class, which was still quiet at first, was suddenly startled by Danzo who stood up and shouted. Danzo feels that he has been targeted by this game. This game is called Konoha Cube. It just gives you a few fixed small cubes to fill in the box. When a row is full, it will be eliminated. Damn it, he was able to encounter 10 consecutive combinations of 4 grids in a row, and they were all piled up to death for him. How infuriating. Danzo was about to curse, but when he looked up, he swallowed the words he was about to say. The classmates also raised their heads and looked at him. Seeing that he didn't speak, they followed his eyes and looked towards the stage. They happened to see Tobirama who was silent. Keep scolding him. Danzo, why are you silent? Let me tell you, Hiruzen, that perverted monkey is not a good thing. Just scold him and that's it. Damn him. He's really not as good as my old father Tobirama. He is so brave and invincible, unparalleled in the world, and has beautiful features. Dave, who was whispering to Yume over there, stopped scolding Danzo when he heard it. How could this be possible? He stood up and continued to signal Danzo to scold him. Before he could finish his words, Yume on the side pulled the corner of her clothes and pointed to the podium. Dave's words stopped abruptly and instantly turned into praise for his old father. Shut up. Danzo. Dave, you two, get out of here. Tobirama said with a cold expression on his face. The two troubled brothers looked at each other and walked out helplessly. Damn it, why didn't you say anything when my old father came? Outside the classroom, Dave complained speechlessly. How do I know? I was fighting with Hiruzen. When I looked up, the teacher was already standing there. Danzo rolled his eyes at him angrily. Oh, what's the use of you? You can't even notice the teacher coming in. Are you so vigilant? How can you protect Konoha in the future with you like this? Dave said sadly, using Danzo's catchphrase. Advertisement. Danzo, if I couldn't beat you, I would kill you now. Danzo, it seems we haven't had a detailed chat. Do you have a girl you like? Dave's face turned, and he walked to Danzo's side and put his arms around. No. Women. Ha, it will only affect my ability to protect Konoha. Danzo turned his head disdainfully and said. No way. You don't like men, do you? Are you and Hiruzen? Dave's shameless look made Danzo want to slap him. Quote. I'll kill you, Dave. Danzo was stunned for a moment after hearing Dave's words, and then his face suddenly became colorful, from black to red to purple. Then Danzo started to fight with Dave as if he was angry. In the classroom, Tobirama, who was thinking about what to say, heard the noise coming from outside, and his face turned dark again. Damn, Danzo, you're crazy. You can't hit someone in the face. I know I'm more handsome than your A-faced face, but you don't have to kill me. I kill you. Don't fight. Don't fight. I was wrong. I will not tell anyone about the forbidden love between you and Hiruzen. I understand. The people in the classroom were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Hiruzen at the end with strange expressions. Hiruzen's black face. Danzo listened to the voice shouted by Dave below him, which was at least 150 decibels, and then he seemed to feel a gaze. He slowly turned his head, just in time to look at Tobirama. Tobirama swallowed seriously. Danzo understood the meaning of that look. I didn't expect you to be such a child, Danzo. Then Danzo slowly turned back. Senju Dave. I will definitely kill you today. Advertisement. Get out of class ended at noon. Yume hurried out of the classroom and happened to see Dave, who was unharmed, and Danzo, who was surrounded by 5 pea-shooters. She was relieved that Dave was fine. Danzo. Dave glanced at Danzo beside him. Danzo looked at him with a look that would kill you. Dave burst into laughter, and then he casually pressed his nose with his right little finger. In Danzo's frightened eyes, his little finger wiped on Danzo's clothes. Danzo's face turned green. I'm leaving first, Zang. Don't worry, these things will disappear in 5 minutes. Dave laughed and walked to Yume, picked up Yume with his left hand and left. Senju Dave, wait for me. At this time, Hiruzen walked to Danzo's side, the two looked at each other, then looked at Dave's back and growled viciously. Dave stretched out his right little finger and made a stroke in the air, and Danzo instantly broke through the defense. Dave, is it really okay for you to bully Danzo like this? Yume asked, giggling, remembering the scene just now. Ha, it's okay. Dave smiled and waved his hand. In the afternoon, because of Dave's roar outside the classroom, the matter between Danzo and Hiruzen slowly started to spread in the school and even around the school. Why Hiruzen was a girl before? As the successor of the Sarutobi family, Sarutobi Sasuke was very unhappy that his child was a girl, so he used a secret technique to turn Hiruzen into a boy. Sarutobi Sasuke didn't know that it was, long before Hiruzen had a very close relationship with the son of the head of the Shimura clan. Danzo watched the girl he once loved turn into a boy. Not only did he not dislike it, but he continued to have a close relationship with Hiruzen. What? Danzo and Hiruzen's fathers once loved each other, but due to worldly issues they had to separate and marry a woman they didn't love. As their sons, Danzo and Hiruzen got to know each other through their frequent encounters, and like their fathers, the spark of taboo was sparked. The story became more outrageous and evil as it spread. When Sarutobi Sasuke and Danzo's father heard this folk tale, they were so angry that they both went to the cardiovascular department of the hospital. Chapter 30 Ghost. The next day, Hiruzen and Danzo slowly walked into the classroom under the horrified eyes of everyone. After their two fathers heard about the folk story, they first entered the cardiovascular department of the hospital. After that, he went home and beat the two of them violently. He also said that if the two of them were really disconnected as rumored, they would personally kill the family and the village, which frightened the two of them so much that they couldn't sleep all night. Hiruzen and Danzo now don't even have a human shape. They look ferocious, with uneven bruises on their faces and other parts. Their faces are pale, as if they are life-threatening ghosts. The two of them came to school today with the same goal, but they still returned to their seats first and waited until get out of class was over to talk. Dave was brought to the classroom by his old father. As soon as he entered the door, he felt two eyes looking at him like searchlights. He looked up and saw two pig heads staring at him. Holy shit, Hiruzen, Danzo, which gangster organization beat you two yesterday? This is too gangster. Dave was stunned for a moment, looked at their seats, and then realized that these two people were Danzo and Hiruzen. I was even more shocked. Hiruzen and Danzo didn't say anything, they just looked at Dave. Dave swallowed, and quickly returned to Yume to get some psychological comfort. In class, Tobirama discovered that Danzo and Hiruzen, two usually good students, had not only been beaten into pig heads, but also did not listen to the entire class, and they kept staring over there. Danzo, Hiruzen, get out of here, you two. Tobirama couldn't stand it anymore. What were these two bums looking at in class? Isn't Tobirama and knowledge as good as those things? Danzo and Hiruzen didn't say much, they just walked slowly outside the classroom. On the way out of the teacher, they kept looking at Dave, and Dave never left their sight. It wasn't until the two of them went out that Dave breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them had been staring at him since he came in. Damn it, these two gay guys wouldn't want to drag me into their team, right? The more Dave thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he quickly hugged Yume beside him before calming down. With the man staring at him gone, Dave wanted to take a nap. The moment Dave lay down, he suddenly sat up straight. He felt two eyes watching him again. Advertisement. He slowly turned his head to the right. Hey, the two of them must be sick, it's too scary. Dave took a breath and cursed. I saw outside the classroom window, two things that were neither human nor ghosts, staring at Dave through the window. This really gave me a sense of immediacy like a horror movie. After finally finishing the lesson, Dave ran out without saying a word. He wanted to get away from here, as far away as possible. Those two bums didn't know if they took the wrong medicine yesterday. It was so scary. Dave, die. During class in the afternoon, Tobirama saw three pig heads looking at him. They were still Hiruzen and Danzo, but the extra one, the white hair. Why does he look so much like his son? Holy shit, he's really my son. Tobirama was suddenly furious. He had gone against the grain, who dared to beat his own son in Konoha who didn't want to live in peace. Then he remembered the folk tale he accidentally heard yesterday. Oh, it was probably Danzo and Hiruzen who fought. If it was someone else, Tobirama could help Dave vent his anger and beat him up. But this fight between children, it's not a problem for an adult to get in. Dave-kun, why were you beaten like this? Yume looked at the pig head beside her. If it weren't for the white hair on the head, she almost didn't recognize it as her fiancé Dave. Yume's eyes turned red for a moment. Who was bullying Dave? It's okay, it's just that I was tricked by two sinister villains. Dave shook his head and especially emphasized the sinister tone. Danzo and Hiruzen over there naturally heard it, and they slowly turned their heads and looked at Dave like machines. Brothers, dad, uncle, master, ancestor, I was wrong. Dave quickly begged for mercy. These two BS would really kill him at noon. The two of them slowly turned their heads and continued to listen to the lecture. This matter is over now. Advertisement. A month later. Brother Lou, have we finished the orders for those textile workshops? Dave called Orochimaru. Well, it's all ready. I also put all those things into those machines, and Uncle Wei has taken them away. If you need to replenish the goods in the future, just let Uncle Wei do it. I taught him. Orochi Lu is still doing it when he was finishing the key part of his research. He was interrupted by the ringing of the phone, which made his tone somewhat resentful. Okay, please pay more attention to rest. Dave naturally heard the resentment in the big snake Lujong and didn't know what he was doing. He could only smile awkwardly and then hung up the phone. He, such a good thing. Why don't you let your uncle try it? Dave smiled slyly and called Hashirama. What's wrong, Dave? Hashirama's tone was a little angry. He finally reached 120 points and was still more than 10 points away from surpassing Madara. He was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. Hashirama was so angry. He also thought that the caller must be the guy from Madara. Madara has become more and more sinister in the past few days. Every time he takes advantage of his game score to surpass him, he will call him to chat about something. He even wondered if the guy from Madara had set up some kind of surveillance seal array or something. After Madara made a call yesterday, Hashirama was so angry that he almost went to the hospital for a checkup when he saw the score of more than 110 points in his game. He didn't care so much and went directly to Mito, who was leading the square dance in Konoha East Head. Come and check. Mito beat herself up after failing the test, saying that she delayed her square dance. She had a competition with the Sarutobi clan's square dance aunties tonight. That aggrieved Hashirama. Uncle, Brother Lou has a new gadget here. Would you like to come and take a look? Dave swallowed and asked after listening to Hashirama's tone. No, I'm busy right now. Hashirama felt very unhappy when the game was interrupted. Well, I think you can beat Uncle Madara on this new thing. Uncle Madara, I called him just now and he even shouted that if you play this new thing, he will definitely beat you. Hearing that his uncle couldn't get the harness, Dave had no choice but to carry Uncle Madara out and said nonsense. Chapter 31 You Can't Leave. What? Has Madara been so crazy these past 2 days? You asked him to wait for that new gadget this afternoon. I want to see how he beats me. Hashirama roared directly. Dave rubbed his ears and hung up the phone. To find his uncle, it would be better to lift Uncle Madara out first. Then Dave called Uncle Madara again. What's wrong, kid? Who bullied you? Madara's cold voice came from the phone. Although cold, Dave could feel Madara's concern for him. Uncle Madara, Brother Lou has created another new thing. Uncle said he wants to challenge you. He also said. Dave pretended to be intermittently. Madara is still wandering in the ninja world. The mobile phone signal base station is at Brother Lu, so all mobile phones in Konoha can contact Konoha. In order for Uncle Madara to communicate with the village in real time, Dave and Orochimaru specially hired some ninjas to get a thumb-sized piece of metal from the ninja black market. This metal could not only guide chakra, but also store signals, and installed it on Madara's mobile phone. This will also help Madara to contact the village in real time. Say, Madara said coldly. Uncle, he can beat you to death with this thing. Dave said slowly and hesitantly. I know, I'll go back in the afternoon. Madara was silent for a while, and then hung up the phone. In the afternoon, in front of the Aishin mobile phone store. Madara and Hashirama have been looking at each other here for a long time. When the surrounding villagers saw these two Konoha dance kings looking at each other here, they must have another fight to watch. Hashirama, I heard that you are going to beat me up, right? Madara looked at Hashirama and asked slowly. Moda, in the past few months, you have lost to me in dancing several times. Humph, I'm going to hit you. Isn't that as simple as bullying Dave? Hashirama replied with great arrogance. Dave on the side. Interesting. Madara grinned. Dave, what is that new thing you were talking about? Hashirama looked at Dave and asked. Uncle Wei, move out quickly. Dave shouted towards the mobile phone store. Advertisement. Okay, little boss. Wei responded, and then moved out two 1-meter high cube machines. This is a claw machine. There are cotton dolls inside. They are made of Uncle Madara, and Father. Do you see the clip inside? Use the joystick to control the clip and move it above the doll you want to catch. Press and hold the button, the shelf will fall down, clamp the doll, come out from the pipe in the lower left corner, and the doll will be yours. Dave introduced. That's it. Wouldn't it only take a matter of minutes to defeat Madara? Hashirama smiled and said with pride. It seems that I am full of confidence in this kind of thing. Uncle, you are getting more and more naughty. Dave said that he will never say those dirty words again. Look how bad you have led the honest Hashirama into. Aunt Mito didn't say she would take care of him. Oh, I forgot. I am leading the Senju Square dance troupe these days to prepare for the Hyuga clan anti-square dance troupe. Madara glanced at Hashirama coldly, then walked to the machine. Dave handed a game coin and pointed to the coin slot for him to throw it in. After putting in the game coins, the machine glowed brightly. Madara tried operating the joystick, then aimed at the Senju Hashirama doll and pressed the button. Madara watched the clip slowly fall, and then picked up the doll. The smile on Hashirama's lips slowly disappeared while the corners of Madara's lips slowly raised. And just when the rope holding the clip shrank to the top, the clip flickered and the doll fell. At this time, Madara's smile slowly disappeared, and the corners of Hashirama's mouth slowly raised. Ah ha 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 ha. Motor, is that all you do? Is that all? Isn't it as easy as beating up Dave? Ha 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 ha. Hashirama put his hands on his hips and laughed, taunting Madara. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his face. Uncle, I haven't offended you recently. Why do you always want to hit me? Come again. Madara looked at Dave on the side and said. Dave quickly handed over a coin. At this time, the atmosphere around Madara suddenly became stronger. A pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He looked at the claw machine in front of him. He shot out his right pistol like a dragon, suddenly grabbed the pole, and then operated as fiercely as a tiger. Dave looking at the phantom-like joystick, I swallowed with fear. Bang. Then, Madara slapped the button hard with her left hand. This time, the doll was clamped very firmly and was not shaken off by the spiritual movement. Madara knelt down and took out this Senju Hashirama doll from the pipe opening. It was a Q version. Advertisement. Madara took the doll and slowly walked to Hashirama, who was standing aside. Looking at Hashirama, who had a frozen smile in front of her, Madara grinned and gave the Q version of Hashirama to the original Hashirama. Her eyes looked like she was looking behind her, meaning that it was time to you. HMPH. Why are you so cool? Motor, watch it, I can succeed in one try. Hashirama looked at the mini version of himself in his hand, then snorted and slowly walked towards another machine. He fell in love with the Q version of Madara. Dave handed over a coin and waited to see Hashirama operate. He knows that Madara can win, but he doesn't know if Hashirama can. According to Hashirama's luck, it's hanging. Sure enough, after investing 20 coins. Dave, give Uncle another coin. Uncle will definitely win this time. Senju Hashirama shouted excitedly with red eyes, like a gambler addicted to gambling. Uncle, well, I prepared more than 20 coins today. All are used up. If you still want to get, go to the store for 5 silver and 2 coins, Dave said with a helpless smile. Senju Hashirama walked in without saying a word and exchanged 1,000 silver tael bill, and continued to struggle in front of the claw machine. At night, all the villagers watching were already sleepy and went back to sleep. Only Madara and Dave accompanied Hashirama and were still here holding the doll. Until finally, Uncle Wei and Aunt Kai also wanted to go back, and the store was about to close. Hashirama just gave up. Hashirama, you lost this time. Madara said arrogantly with a smile on her face, looking at Hashirama, who lost all the 3,000 silver coins he had and couldn't catch a single doll. It's Motor. Ah, I don't believe it. Come back tomorrow. You are not allowed to run. No, if you lose, you lose. I won this time. I will leave later. No, you can't leave. I must beat you. Hashirama hugged his thigh directly, with an expression on his face that he would drag me away if you leave. Haxi hot mom. Let go. If you lose, you lose. I don't admit it. I don't accept it. I must win against you. Haxi hot mom. Motor. Chapter 32 Stop fighting. Let go. I won't. Hash hot mom. Motor. The two looked at each other, and then. Stop. Stop. Stop fighting. Dave looked at the two people who were dancing when they disagreed, and couldn't help shouting. Usually when the two dance together, there is music, which looks pretty good. Without music, who would be embarrassed to see this? A moment later, Dave yawned, took out his cell phone and checked the time, then looked at the two gigolos in front of him, one twisting his belly and the other pacing. Okay, you two keep dancing here, I'm going back to sleep. The next day, the school was on holiday because Tobirama had an important experiment today. Dave, have you seen your uncle? Tobirama found Dave who was playing with vegetables and asked anxiously. Uncle has gone out a long time ago. Isn't Uncle Hokage? Isn't he in the Hokage office? Dave was also confused. It was only 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. It was after 6 o'clock when he saw Hashirama go out just now. He's not at the Hokage's office, and he won't answer the phone when I call him. There are still a bunch of documents and troublesome things in the Hokage's office that your uncle needs to deal with. Tobirama had a headache. He was also because someone from the Hokage's office just informed him to look for him. Find Hashirama. Dee. At this time, Tobirama's cell phone rang. Tobirama looked at it and saw that it was his sister-in-law Mito calling. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Tobirama asked. Tobirama, why is there 10,000 silver taels missing from the house? Did you take it away to buy experimental equipment again? Mito's roar came from the phone. The roaring sound made Tobirama's head buzz. Advertisement. Hey, sister-in-law, it's not me. I didn't come back all night last night. Where can I get the money from home? Tobirama took a cold breath and said speechlessly. He has been in the laboratory since last night and has not come back. Where can he get your money? Father, I really want to know where uncle is, and who took the money. At this time, Dave on the side also answered the phone and hung up. Then he looked at his father Tobirama and said brightly. Where is he? Tobirama's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp like eagle eyes. Mobile phone store entrance. Master Hokage, aren't you busy today? Aunt Kai looked at Hashirama who was angry with the claw machine and asked with a wry smile on her face. Mr. Hokage came here early in the morning. He first exchanged the coin for 3,000 silver taels, but soon lost all. No, Mr. Hokage then exchanged the coin for 5,000 taels. No, as a Hokage, you always have to be considerate of the people's sentiments, Hashirama said, looking intently at the claw machine in front of him. There was no way, Aunt Kai could only call Dave. The little boss said he would be here soon. However, looking at Hashirama in front of her, losing one coin in almost 2 seconds. She felt that she was still in the little shop. I need to persuade Hokage-sama before the boss comes. Sir Hokage, if it doesn't work, let's give you a doll for free, Aunt Kai said with a wry smile. The cost of a rag doll there is only 30 silver taels. Hokage-sama can buy hundreds of them with the money he spends. Hey, this is a challenge where Master Hokage has bet his youth and passion. He is a great man. We must support him. Give Master Hokage a doll for free. That is an insult to Master Hokage's youth. Hokage sir, I'm coming too. Let's have a passionate youth catching challenge. At this time, Might said with gleaming teeth. Go away. Aunt Kai smiled bitterly with veins popping out on her face, and then kicked Might away with one kick. Why did she marry this guy in the first place? We'll just make trouble. At this time, Dave and Tobirama also arrived. When Aunt Kai saw the little boss arriving, she first dragged Might, who was half dead on the ground, into the store. Is it fun? Tobirama walked up to Hashirama and asked. It's fun. Damn it, I lost to that guy from Motor yesterday. B**********************************************************************************************ed me off so much. He ran away after he won. It pd me off so much. I must practice more frequently and beat him hard and laugh at him when he comes back next time. Done. Hashirama said angrily without looking back. Really? Mito said that his family is missing 10,000 silver taels. Do you know what's going on? Tobirama asked with a raised eyebrow. Dave, who was watching from the sidelines, swallowed. He knew that. Once Tobirama raised his eyebrow, it was because he was holding back. I took it, it was just 10,000 silver taels. Hey, Tobirama often gets money when he does experiments. When the time comes, I will just say that it is Tobirama's take, Hashirama said with a smile. He didn't know the person behind him was Tobirama, he thought he was some acquaintance. Advertisement. Veins popped out on Tobirama's head. Looking at the evil smile on his elder brother's face, he felt that this was not the first time his elder brother had done such a thing. At this time, Hashirama lost again. He turned around to see which acquaintance it was to say hello or something. The smile on his face stopped suddenly. Brother. Tobirama, I'm your brother. My brother. Blood is thicker than water. Don't slap me in the face. Don't slap me in the face. Seeing his old husband beating his uncle unilaterally, Dave felt a little want to laugh. There is no one in the current ninja world who is stronger than Hashirama in terms of strength, but there are many people who can control him. A moment later. Follow me to work in the Hokage's office. As a Hokage, if you don't dedicate yourself to Konoha, how can you do this to the village you personally built? Tobirama dragged the pig-headed Hashirama by his collar, dragging him slowly towards the Hokage office direction. No, Flax, I don't want to go. Work is so boring. I want to catch dolls. Pig-headed Hashirama howled. When Hashirama thought about entering the office, there were mountains of documents on the table, and a lot of old men chatting with him about Konoha from time to time. Hashirama felt despair. This was completely different from the good life he thought about. Same. In his imagination, in his office, there was only Madara. Hehehehe. Go back to work. Which of the 5 major countries is like you, not doing their job day by day? Tobirama cursed. No. Looking at his uncle being dragged away, Dave mentally mourned for him for 2 seconds. Uncle Wei, are those rag dolls I ordered at the textile factory ready? Dave walked into the store and asked Might Wei. Oh, little boss, those dolls are ready. Might showed his bright teeth. Aunt Kai gave him a look, took out the dolls from under the cabinet and handed them to him. Dave. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wei and Aunt Kai. Dave took it with a smile on his face. Chapter 33 Mirror. You actually like to see this kind of thing. Dave walked towards the Uchiha tribe. Yo, hello little brother Dave. Hello, brother Chen, how are you doing lately? Have you caught up with Sister Lu? Dave, in the Konoha Cube game on your mobile phone, does that daddy you mentioned appear? Shit, how can there be bugs in the game made by my brother Orochi? That's just for you. Hey, Mr. Tien, why didn't you go find Wanai to rehearse the square dance today? What happened? Did you get discovered by your wife? Boy Dave, shut up. Am I that kind of person? Why, oh, it turns out that Grandma Wa is here too. I don't know anything about that. Dave walked in the Uchiha tribe's land and greeted the passers-by. In the past few months, he had been coming to the tribe's land almost every day to look for Yume. Through these visits, he naturally got to know these tribesmen. After helping an old man solve an elderly family crisis and violence case, Dave went to the home of the second elder Uchiha. Hey, hello, father-in-law. Yume is at home. Dave walked through the doors very familiarly and greeted his father-in-law. Dave is here. Yume is training with Jing at the training ground behind. You go ahead, the second elder said to Dave with a smile. The second elder looked at Dave's leaving figure with a smile and took a sip of tea with relief. Life is getting better and better in his old age. His eldest daughter does not have to worry about her marriage, and her younger son is extremely talented and is the best in the family. There is no need to worry about the future. The reputation of the clan in the village is getting better and better. He has been smiling to sleep these 2 days. He really likes this kind of life more and more. Dave walked to the training ground and saw Yume sitting on the board outside the house and his brother-in-law Jing who was practicing hard there. But forget it, brother-in-law, that thing is of no use. Mirror. Dave stood on tiptoe and walked quietly behind Yume. Guess who I am? Dave changed his voice in a funny way. Ah, are you Mr. Dave? Yume was startled by the darkness in front of her, then said with a blush after coming back to her senses. Advertisement. You guessed it right, I'll reward you, moi. Dave let go of the hand covering Yume's eyes, Yume turned her head, and Dave kissed Yume's forehead. Ah, the mirror is still over there, Yume said with a blush. It's okay, just don't treat him as a person. Dave sat next to Yume, took Yume's little hand and said with a smile. Jing, who was kicking the wooden stake over there, slowly turned his head, a question mark appearing on his face. Dave-kun, why are you looking for me? Yume asked with a smile. She didn't know why, but she always felt particularly happy as long as Dave was around. What, can't you find my little fiancé if you have nothing to do? Dave asked with a strange look on his face. Yume's face turned red again, and she threw herself into Dave's arms. Dave held her gently. The mirror over there slowly lowered his head to look at the kunai in his hand, and made a stroke in the air, thinking about the day when his sister and Dave broke up or the engagement was cancelled. Would he stick it in Dave's forehead, or in the forehead? Well, it's still on the forehead. Come on, close your eyes first, I brought you some gifts. Dave smiled and said to Yume in his arms. Okay. Yume smiled sweetly and slowly closed her eyes. Dave took out the dolls that Aunt Kai had given him in the mobile phone store. Okay, open your eyes. Dave gestured. Dang dang dang. Wow. Yume slowly opened her eyes, looked at the dolls in Dave's hands, and said with gleaming surprise. I saw 4 dolls in Dave's hands, 2 of which were the Q version of Dave and Yume, and 1 was the Q version of Dave and Yume combined. In little Dave's arms lay a small Yume. Xiao Yume blushed and buried her head in little Dave's arms. Little Dave fiddled with Xiao Yume's hair with a smile on his face. The last one is Xiao Yume holding a small pink rabbit in her arms, and feeding grass to the little rabbit in her hand. He knew that Yume liked rabbits, but his father-in-law, the second elder, seemed to have been frightened by some animals when he was young, and the family never allowed pets, which made Yume very unhappy. No, these are all for you. Look, this little me can accompany you when I am not around you. I hope you will always be happy and cute. Dave said with a smile. Thank you, Dave-kun. Yume felt warm in her heart. Looking at the little Dave in his hand, the smile on his face became even stronger. Well, Mr. Dave, please wait a moment, and I will give you a gift too. Yume suddenly thought of something, smiled mysteriously at Dave, and trotted back to the house. Advertisement. Dave's gentle eyes were always on Yume's trotting back, and he didn't turn his head until Yume went upstairs. The mirror over there happened to be looking at Dave. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your brother-in-law? You're not as handsome as me, Dave shouted angrily. Jing rolled his eyes at him. If he hadn't been able to defeat Dave, he would have given Dave a taste of what a brother-in-law's care is. After a while, Yume came over with a box in her hand, sat next to Dave and handed it to Dave. What is this? Dave looked at the box in his hand and asked doubtfully. At this moment, Jing, who was training over there, inadvertently saw the box that his sister took out, and she screamed in her heart that it was terrible. You'll know when you open it and take a look. Yume smiled playfully. In fact, she didn't know what it was. She remembered that her brother went out last night and came back with this box. The smile on his face was very happy. It should be something that boys like very much. And seeing as his younger brother likes it so much, Dave should also like it. Yume thought to herself. Okay, this. Dave smiled and slowly opened the box. Jing's heart, which was about to open his mouth and was about to shout no, suddenly went blank. Dave looked at the contents of the box, and the smile on his face stopped. What's wrong, Mr. Dave? Don't you like it? Yume looked at Dave's expression, and her heart skipped a beat. Yume didn't care what Dave's expression was. She quickly took the box from Dave's hand, wondering if Dave didn't like the contents of this box. Quote. Yume lowered her head and looked inside the box, and then. Tori no Kuni Teacher Isora's Special Collector's Edition Photo Album. Yume's face gradually turned rosy, and then she quickly covered the box. Uchiha Kagami, you actually like to see this kind of thing. Tsukimi looked at the mirror over there, her face turned red and she shouted angrily. Chapter 34 Kid, do you want Nine Tails to be your summoning beast? Sister. You, listen to my explanation. Hiruzen forced it on me. Of course, I can't say that I like to look at the mirror, so I asked Hiruzen to bring it to me through special channels. 1. But now is not the time to think so much. He knows very well what kind of character his sister is. If he doesn't explain it clearly, he will be finished. I'll tell my father and mother to go. Yume's face turned red with embarrassment. Her brother actually liked to watch this kind of thing, and Mr. Dave discovered it. Will Mr. Dave think that I am? He is also that kind of person. Thinking of this, Yume was so angry that she wanted to cry. Why is her brother like this? No. Jing looked at Yume's leaving back, knelt on her knees, covered her heart with one hand, and pointed over there with one hand, howling. The snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is blowing, the sky and the earth are, a vast expanse, cut cold plum, stands proudly in the snow, just for, the beauty, to drift. Seeing this scene, Dave felt inspired. Brother-in-law, hey, I didn't expect you to be as boring as Hiruzen and like to watch this kind of thing. Dave walked to the absent-minded mirror, put his hand on the shoulder of the mirror and said with emotion. Quote. I am going to kill you. Damn it, don't worry about me, your sister took it out. I don't know anything. I don't care, I'm going to kill you. A moment later. Yume came over and saw her brother beating Dave. She was so angry that she went up to help Dave beat Jing. Jing shed tears in her heart. But after Yume pulled Dave away, Jing's parents came over to ask what was going on with the photo album, and then there was another mixed doubles fight. At night, the father and son. You know how to read these things at a young age. I will take this thing away. If you let me find it in the future, you take one and I will take one. The second elder Uchiha said angrily to his son. Don't, father, this book was given to me by Hiruzen, and I still have to return it to him. Jing swallowed and said blindly. This photo album is a special collector's edition, and only the number of people in Konoha who owns it can be counted on 2 hands. HMPH, do you think I don't know your little thoughts? The second elder glanced at him sideways. Mirror, these things are all virtual. The water inside is too deep and you can't grasp it. My child, you don't have that much experience and you don't have that much rich experience. Don't be confused, the second elder said in a tone the profound path of education. Advertisement. Then, didn't mother just say that she was going to throw it away? Quote. You can't control it, but my father can. What's my father's name? Uchiha Yangtze River. My father is the Yangtze River. Why can't I control this little bit of water? Quote. Half a month later. Dave received a call from Uncle Madara. Hey, Uncle Madara, are you back in Konoha? Dave touched his poor belly and asked with a trembling corner of his mouth. Ever since Uncle Madara went out to help him find things that could increase his chakra, Dave had been taking supplements almost every day. He almost vomited after eating. And I don't know where Uncle Madara was during those 2 days. I heard that grinding the bones of the Teru Yoruichi tribe in Kurigakure into bone powder also has the effect of increasing chakra. In the end, Uncle Madara killed several Kagaya tribesmen and ground them into several jars of bone powder and brought them back to Dave to drink. It made the Kurigakure guy so angry that the two countries almost went to war. Uncle Madara was also particularly hockey. He said, drink whatever you want, soak it in water and drink it. After I finish drinking, I'll go to Kurigakure and get you some. At that time, Dave almost knelt down to Madara. You thought the Teru over there was purchased by the Yoruichi clan. However, after taking heavy supplements for a month or two, he did increase a lot of chakra. Currently, Dave's chakra is almost as much as that of elite Jonin. The plants are almost unlocked. Dave did see hope of resurrecting Izuna, because after the plant corn cannon, he successfully unlocked a plant from plants too. Do you want summoningmon or not? Madara's voice came from over there. Quote. What summoning beast? Dave was stunned for a moment, then asked. Nine Tails. Madara's indifferent voice came from the phone, as if Nine Tails was a thing at all. Quote. Poof. Dave spat out the drink soaked in Kagaya bone meal in one gulp. Uncle Madara, how could you provoke that thing? Dave swallowed and asked with trembling lips. I know there are a lot of chakras in the kingdom of Whirlpool, so I wanted to take a look. This thing blocked my way on the road, so I beat him up. It's still under my feet now, Madara said calmly. Ahem. Cough. Yes, of course. Dave nodded suddenly. Who wouldn't want such an awesome summoning beast? Okay, you go to Tobirama and let him use Flying Thunder God to bring you here. Madara said and hung up the phone. Advertisement. Dave also quickly called his old husband. Tobirama came over and a Flying Thunder God took Dave to where Madara was. Dave looked at the scene in front of him, grinned, and took a breath. The land in front of me was covered with devastation, with various large and small potholes, and several 100-meter-high peaks on the side had their heads shaved off. The orange and arrogant fox of Nine Tails is now full of various scars. Uchiha Madara is still standing on Nine Tails' head so coldly and arrogantly. Tobirama on the side snorted coldly when he saw Uchiha Madara's pretense. He was very unhappy looking at Madara's pretense. Uncle Madara. Dave said hello to Uchiha Madara and shouted. Kid, this is it. Uchiha Madara stepped on Nine Tails on the ground with the sole of her foot, and Nine Tails grinned. This big fox looks so handsome. Dave nodded. Of course he knew it was Nine Tails. The one he saw in the anime in his previous life was not as handsome as it looked up close. You kid, you have a good eye, Nine Tails said with a sneer. Madara looked at Nine Tails, the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes slowly turning. He remembers that the kid said he was the most handsome, right? Is this fox handsome? Is he more handsome than him? Then, shouldn't we keep him? Nine Tails saw Uchiha Madara, who had just summoned a 100-meter giant to beat him up, opened his scarlet eyes again, shuddered hard, and lowered his head. Nine Tails remembers that Uchiha Madara just said that he would be a summoningmon for a kid. This kid in front of me seems to be quite discerning, but hey, how could the great Nine Tails Sama be willing to be a summoningmon for a kid? I verbally agreed to go to the village that Uchiha Madara mentioned first, and after that D********* D Madara left, I destroyed that village with a tailed beast bomb. Nine Tails thought very excitedly, as if he had already seen the scene of the mountain of corpses and the sea of people. But if Dave knew what Nine Tails was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. How? Not satisfied with being beaten by Gundam. Still want to be beaten by the Buddha. Chapter 35 I want to be Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So, Nine Tails honestly took Madara and the three of them back to Konoha. On the way, Uchiha Madara called Hashirama and told him about it. Hashirama was already waiting at the gate of Konoha. Madara, are you staying for dinner? Hashirama's attention was not on Madara, but on Uchiha Madara on Nine Tails and shouted. No, I have to go first. Madara shook her head, and then embarked on the journey again without looking back. Senju Hashirama looked at Madara's back with disappointment. Nine Tails kept his eyes on Madara. After hearing that he was leaving, he breathed a sigh of relief. After watching Madara's leaving figure until he couldn't feel it within a few hundred meters, Nine Tails grinned. Stand up. Ha. Nine Tails laughed wildly. An extremely violent and powerful atmosphere suddenly erupted all over his body. Hey, little fox, what's wrong with you? Dave shouted speechlessly as he looked at Nine Tails who was laughing wildly. This guy is about to start having fun. Little fox. Nine Tails was stunned for a moment, then grinned and slapped Dave in the face. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Hashirama didn't say much when he saw this scene, and just hit a wooden dragon. What is this? It's actually absorbing my chakra. Nine Tails saw the wooden dragon wrapped around him, felt the loss of his own chakra, and howled in surprise. Tobirama, take Dave away from here first, otherwise I won't be able to use you here. This is too close to the village, I'll take him away first. Hashirama looked at Tobirama over there and shouted. Uncle, that's my summoning beast, please be merciful. Dave had a headache. Nine Tails didn't want to mess with anyone. He just messed with Madara with his front foot, and now he messed with Hashirama with his back foot. These two girls, which one can beat it? Yo, Uncle knows. You and Tobirama wait at the back of the village. I will take him there later. Hashirama turned his head and looked at Dave over there and smiled. Advertisement. Let's go. Tobirama put a hand on Dave's shoulder, and then Dave and him moved to the village. Nine Tails. Your power is too strong. I can't let you act recklessly at the gate of the village. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and his face gradually showed facial makeup. Not waiting for Nine Tails to say anything. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Wood style. 10th edict on enlightenment. A moment later, Nine Tails, who was suppressed by wood style, felt a pain in his balls. Damn, who did he mess with today? First, it was Uchiha Madara who was paralyzed. When he came up, he said I was blocking the way and beat him up without saying a word. A meal, and the guy in front of me said that he was too strong, and his backhand was suppressed by wooden hand. Why am I forcing myself in front of you? I haven't been born for hundreds of years, and I faced 2 violent beatings when I was born. Which tailed beast can survive this? Hashirama controlled the big wooden hand and dragged Nine Tails' neck towards the back of Konoha. Nine Tails had seen through the world and no longer had any nostalgia for this world. A pair of red vertical pupils shed tears of humiliation. A moment later, Dave looked at Nine Tails, who was lying motionless on the ground in front of him and shedding tears silently, and sighed silently. Tell me, you have lived for almost 1,000 years, how come you haven't grown up at all? Don't you know you shouldn't mess with those who play with wood and those with pink eye? Oh, and there are also those who play with words. Nine Tails, you and Dave signed the summoning contract. You will live here in the back mountains of Konoha from now on. Hashirama said with a smile like a good old man. Nine Tails raised his eyes and glanced at the black man in front of him, and continued to live half dead. It's this bee, it's the bee who said he was too strong, and then beat him with a backhand. Uncle, I have an idea. Can this little fox be sealed into my body? I can feel his chakra very much. Dave had a bold idea in his mind, that is, he would be a Jinchuriki. Many regrets in Hokage are caused by Nine Tails. In the original book, Mito became Jinchuriki only after the battle between Madara and Hashirama. Mito was already in his 40s at that time. Starting from Mito, then Shinkuna, and then Naruto, it was a pity that he started with Nine Tails. He felt that since he was a time traveler, he didn't want to see these regrets. Advertisement. But, if you want to become a Jinchuriki, you have to solve the problem of Black Zetsu. Dave, do you know what you are talking about? This is too dangerous. Let's not talk about whether it can be sealed into your body. Even if it is sealed into your body, you may not be able to withstand so much of his chakra. Tobirama's expression said seriously. It's too dangerous, Dave, I will never agree. Hashirama also said seriously. The Nine Tails over there is emitting light. The seal is good, how good it is. He never wants to see the 2BS, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who just cast a shadow on him. He has lived for thousands of years and has never been as miserable as he is today. Uncle Madara has been outside for almost a year, and has been looking for something to improve my chakra. But now, with such a big lump of chakra in front of me, if he can seal it into my body, then my chakra there will be explosive growth, so that Uncle Madara no longer has to work outside, he can return to the village and be with you every day. He. Dave asked as he carried Madara out again. Hashirama was stunned for a moment. Dave seems to be right. In addition to dancing with Madara for half an hour every afternoon this year, the two of them usually communicate on the phone at most, and they don't have much time together at all. If Dave had resurrected Izuna early, wouldn't Madara not go out to the village and be with him every day? Hashirama thought about the back of Madara he saw just now, and his thoughts became more determined. For the motor. The more Hashirama thought about it, the more feasible it became, and he slowly looked at Tobirama over there with bright eyes. Tobirama has a headache. He doesn't know where Uchiha Madara's charm comes from. Forget about his own son, even his eldest brother is fascinated by him. D Uchiha Madara, why doesn't he just die? Uchiha is really my lifelong enemy of Tobirama. Quote. Tobirama looked at the eyes of the 3 pairs of shining stars in front of him, and finally had no choice but to compromise. Oh, the extra pair is from Nine Tails. Let's ask my sister-in-law first. She knows a lot about sealing techniques. I wonder if she has any sealing techniques that I can try, Tobirama said, rubbing his eyebrows. Okay, now Mito should still be dancing in the square over there, I'll go find him. Hashirama's eyes lit up, and he ran away with a body flicker technique full of excitement. Chapter 36 I want to open your tail and see if you are male or female. After a while, the pig-headed Hashirama with a bruised nose and face arrived here with Mito. Uncle, why are you like this? Dave swallowed. Why are you still being beaten? It's okay, Dave, I brought your aunt here. Hashirama shook his swollen pig's head and said nonchalantly. When he went to the square dance troupe to look for Mito and take Mito away, the angry aunts gathered together to prevent their lead dancer from being taken away. It wasn't until Mito said that it was really urgent that they let him go. Everyone leaves. Auntie. Dave smiled awkwardly. Do you want Nine Tails to be sealed into your body? Mito asked with a serious look on his face. Dave was stunned for a moment, then nodded with firm eyes. Okay, it can be sealed. But, Dave, you have to think clearly about the consequences. Mito nodded and replied. I've thought about it. You've thought about it too, right? Kurama. Dave replied with a smile, then looked at Nine Tails behind him and shouted. Nine Tails was stunned at that time. Hearing this name shouting from the last time 1,000 years ago, Nine Tails was stunned for a while. He didn't know what he was thinking. Okay, you lie down next to Nine Tails, Mito nodded and said. 8 trigrams double seal, 5 elements seal. A moment later, when Dave woke up again, he entered a dark world. It was pitch black here. When he looked at his feet, it looked like water. When he looked in front of him, there was a huge cage. He walked slowly to the cage and looked inside. Kid, how do you know my name? Ninetails' figure slowly appeared in Dave's field of vision, and Ninetails asked in a serious voice. Dave said nothing, looked at the talisman on the cage in front of him, smiled softly, slowly approached the talisman, put his hand on it, and slowly tore it off. Advertisement. Hey, kid, are you crazy? Do you know what the consequences will be if you do this? Ninetails was stunned on the spot. He originally thought that he could live in this kid's body for decades, waiting for the two he was dead. He casually guided him to tear off the talisman, and then he broke through the kid's body and returned to the free world. But you just finished sealing it, you just came in, and you started tearing it apart. You can't stop me. What, you want to invade my consciousness? And then control me? Hee, I know you won't. My Uncle Madara and Uncle Hashirama are still outside. Dave said with a smile. He and Ninetails really want to be friends, so of course they have to treat each other sincerely. Ninetails is depressed. This kid is indeed right. He really doesn't dare to act rashly now. The seal under Mito can not only be removed by tearing off the talisman Ninetails. The function of this talisman is to prevent Ninetails' chakra and his violent emotions from contacting him. From now on, Ninetails will always be with him. In his body, unless he dies or someone pulls him out like in the original work, Ninetails will stay here for the rest of his life. How about, let's be friends? Dave smiled, stretched out his hand to Ninetails and said. Ninetails snorted and ignored him. Dave looked at the arrogant fox in front of him and laughed unkindly. Ninetails has not been controlled by Madara's Sharingan, has not been sealed by Mito, and has not been beaten by Hashirama's Senju Buddha. He was just a poor, arrogant little fox who was beaten up by two horny bee. Look, I mean it sincerely. Don't worry, I don't usually restrict your freedom. It seems that we can share chakra, right? You can use chakra to divide it into shadow clone. Your clone and your body share the same field of vision. Tactile, how about I take you to be a bully in the village? Dave thought for a while and said. He can also shadow clone, and as long as he teaches Ninetails, he can come out and take a look. Ninetails looked at Dave without saying a word, but his heart was already moved. Who doesn't want to be a free-tailed beast? Damn, he was just born and wanted to sleep there, but Uchiha Madara RD him. I slapped myself for the reason of blocking the road. Moreover, the kid in front of him spoke sincerely, and he could sense the good and evil of people. Ninetails and Dave looked at each other for a moment, and then Ninetails slowly stretched out his fox paw and touched Dave's hand. Dave smiled evilly, and then rushed towards Ninetails. Ninetails was stunned for a moment. A moment later. Ah, your fur is so soft, you kid. Go to hell. Don't be so outspoken. We are friends after all. What's wrong with touching your fur? Hey, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Wait a minute, I'll lift up your tail and take a look. I really want to know whether you are a male or a female. You go to hell. Advertisement. Outside world. The three Hashiramas looked at Dave in front of them with extremely nervous expressions. Just now, the red chakra leaking from Dave's body scared Hashirama so much that his facial makeup came out, fearing that Dave would have an accident. Tobirama, on the other hand, felt his heart in his throat after seeing his precious son in this situation. In my heart, I kept scolding that D****************, trash, Uchiha Madara who burned, killed, looted, and PR Street UTED. If anything happens to his son today, then Uchiha Madara and his ancestors will definitely be missing one today. Just when Hashirama was about to forcefully wake Dave up, Dave slowly opened his eyes and looked around diffusely. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Dave was fine. Tobirama finally stopped cursing Uchiha Madara in his heart. Are you okay, Dave? Mito asked solemnly. Because Dave's situation was the first in the ninja world. No one had sealed a tailed beast in the body before, so they had no way of knowing what the situation was. It's okay. Ninetails and I are very good friends now, Dave said with a smile. It's fine. How do you feel? Mito breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile. Very good. I feel a lot of chakra in my body now, just like the sea. Dave felt like there was an endless stream of chakra in his body. Dave has never felt so good. Well, how about it? Can you summon the plant that resurrects Izuna? Can Madara come back? Hashirama, who is heartless, has been thinking about Madara. Mito gave Hashirama an angry blow, and Tobirama almost couldn't help but slap him. Dave slowly closed his eyes. He could feel that there were many plants that he could summon. He was looking at the plants he had just unlocked. A moment later, Dave slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. I can bring Uncle Madara back. Chapter 37 Izuna Resurrection. Half an hour later, Madara, who had just left the border of the Land of Fire, heard the news and arrived here in only 3 minutes. Uncle Madara, do you have Uncle Izuna's hair or something? Dave looked at Uncle Madara in front of him and asked. Resurrection carrot, one use can give you a 40-year-old CD. Nonsense. And there must be some medium of the resurrected person, hair, sweat, etc. are all acceptable. Madara was stunned for a moment. It seemed like he didn't have anything belonging to Izuna, he had buried it all. Do I have his blood? Tobirama said calmly. Okay. Dave smiled, of course. Uchiha Madara suddenly looked at Tobirama with a powerful aura. Did you kill him and then rob his tomb? This is the blood that was left on the sword when I killed him. I have been keeping it, Tobirama explained with a disdainful look at Madara. He didn't even bother to do things like tomb robbing. Wood style. Resurrect the radish. Dave didn't say much. He clapped his hands and a red thread-shaped radish suddenly appeared from the ground. Dave's face turned pale after summoning the carrot. This thing is a bug, but it also consumes too much chakra. Kid, what are you doing? Where's my chakra? Ninetales' roar came from within. Mito hurriedly caught Dave from behind and felt Dave's body relax. It was just that the chakra was used up and he could recover after returning. If Dave had any side effects from resurrecting Izuna, she would definitely not let Madara go. It's okay, Uncle Madara, father. It's just that the chakra is used up. Just go back and recover. Dave said with a forced smile while lying in Mito's arms. Madara and Tobirama also breathed a sigh of relief. Madara almost used Mangekyo Sharingan when she saw Dave fall down. Father, put Uncle Izuna's blood on the stems and leaves of the radish, Dave said to Tobirama. Tobirama nodded, then uncorked the bottle in his hand and poured the blood onto the stems and leaves of the resurrection radish. Advertisement. The resurrection carrot's eyes shone brightly, and then slowly rotated until it was spinning so much that even Madara could not see its movements when she turned on the Sharingan. The resurrection carrot slowly disappeared, and a smooth figure appeared on the ground. Mito was stunned for a moment and quickly turned his head. Madara over there quickly took off her clothes and covered the figure on the ground. Dave looked at the figure on the ground and was a little confused. Why does this guy look so like Sasuke in the original book? Fugaku was green. The people on the ground slowly opened their eyes. What? Where is this? Izuna opened his eyes and slowly looked around. Madara looked at Izuna who was awake, tears streaming down her crimson eyes, and went up to hug him. Oh, Ni-chan. Izuna still didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw the person who suddenly hugged him, Izuna was stunned for a moment and said intermittently. Izuna. Madara laughed through tears. Hashirama on the side was also wet-eyed by this touching scene, hugged Tobirama and cried. This was the first time in so many years that he saw Madara smile sincerely. That smile is so beautiful, so touching. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Oni-chan. Go quickly, I'll hold them back. When Izuna saw Hashirama and Tobirama standing there, Izuna was stunned for a moment, and quickly let go of Madara in his arms and shouted. Evil Uchiha Izuna, see clearly what is going on here, Tobirama said with a cold look at Izuna. Shut up. Madara looked at Tobirama coldly and shouted. Your brother is finally alive again, why are you so mean? What should I do if Izuna is scared? I still remember you murderer. Tobirama is so angry, why are you crazy about me here? Is it my son who resurrected your brother? My son. I'm his father. Shouldn't you thank me properly? You are so crazy. Tobirama was about to greet their parents, but Hashirama on the side immediately covered Tobirama's mouth. Tobirama kept whining, so angry in his heart. Damn the Uchiha clan. Brother, why are you helping him? I'm your brother. My dear brother. The inherently evil Uchiha clan. I, Tobirama, am at odds with you. Uncle Madara. Resurrecting carrot can only resurrect Uncle Izuna's memory until the moment before his death. He probably doesn't know what happened in these years. You should have a good chat with Uncle Izuna first. Dave smiled and said. Advertisement. Kid, thank you. Madara glanced at Dave with great gratitude and said. Madara then picked up Izuna and left with a body flicker technique. He wanted to have a good chat with his brother. Everyone dispersed. The next day, Madara took Izuna to the Senju tribe's land. What are you doing here? Tobirama looked at the two naturally evil Uchiha clan in front of him and asked with great displeasure. HMPH, Tobirama, I will avenge that sword sooner or later. Izuna looked at Tobirama and was extremely unhappy. It was this guy who stabbed himself to death with a sword, leaving his eldest brother alone and heartbroken for so many years. Otherwise, his brother would have been married a long time ago. When he heard his brother say yesterday that he was almost 40 years old and still single, Izuna was almost furious. Why is it that Tobirama's brother can get married, but his brother is still single? He also wants to have a nephew to play with. It was because of Tobirama that his dream of a nephew disappeared. Immediately, Izuna advocated for her brother to find him a wife, and then her brother gently beat her. You're always welcome. Izuna, you're always welcome. Tobirama narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully. Izuna also narrowed her eyes and looked at Tobirama. There was an immense momentum between the two of them. Madara on the side didn't say anything when he saw this. Although his brother was resurrected, Tobirama's sword was still in his mind and he couldn't shake it. Yo, Izuna and Madara are here. Come in, come in. I've asked Mito to cook more. At this time, Hashirama walked out of the station and laughed when he saw Madara and Izuna coming. Yeah, Madara nodded. Izuna and Tobirama also put away their momentum and slowly walked into the station. Uncle Izuna, you are so handsome. As handsome as Uncle Madara. Much more handsome than Uncle. At this time, Dave came out, saw Izuna and Madara coming, and started doing the same thing as before when he saw Madara the same decision as before. You must be Dave, thank you. Ha 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 ha. You are quite discerning. Izuna was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Izuna is different from Madara. Madara is cold from the inside out. He is cold towards everyone. Izuna is different from Madara. He is cold to outsiders, but very gentle to his own people. Chapter 38 Izuna, can you get married? Dave, tell me, how can uncle be uglier than the two of them? Upon hearing Dave's words, Hashirama's face turned dark and he roared with excitement. It's been almost a year since this happened. Damn it, Dave, why do you still think your uncle is ugly? Why is uncle so ugly? Are they handsome? Just two singles. Well, Hashirama, don't be so stingy. Right, look, what Dave said is true. Izuna smiled, walked up to Hashirama, patted his shoulder and mocked. Izuna wants to repay all the losses Sengoku suffered from the Senju clan over the years. Hashirama, go back and continue applying your facial mask, Madara said coldly from the side. Hashirama is suddenly filled with shadows. How long do you have to stand outside? The food is ready. Mito came out of the house and looked at the people over there and shouted. Several people also hurriedly entered the house and gathered around the table to eat. Dave, thank you, Izuna smiled and said to Dave. He also found out yesterday from his brother what had happened over the years. What he couldn't accept the most was that Tobirama actually had a son. And it was his son who resurrected him. At that time, Izuna's face felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly. But his brother also said that Dave was a good boy, much better than his disgusting father, and he could not be bullied. Hey, what did Uncle Izuna say? Uncle Madara is so kind to me, and I don't want to see him so sad every day. Dave replied with a smile. Yes, Izuna, since you are alive, and Madara and I's wish has come true. Now you can live a good life in the village. I will take you to dance in 2 days. You know, belly dance is an eternal god. Hashirama on the side laughed. Izuna is alive. According to how much Madara loves his younger brother, Madara will definitely not run around anymore and be in the village every day. Then he can see Madara every day. He. In a year or two, I will throw away my seat as Hokage and play with Madara every day. We danced together, caught dolls, played mobile games, and soaked in hot springs. Hashirama burst into laughter. He is already looking forward to his old life with Madara. TCH, Izuna, I'll take you to dance in 2 days. Hashirama's dancing is rubbish. Don't let your appreciation of dance get away. Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara on the side was full of disdain. Said. When it comes to dancing, I, Madara, am the strongest in Konoha. Advertisement. Hey, you've lost to my belly dance several times, okay. Hashirama said angrily. Hey, Hashirama, don't force me to show off my pole dance, Madara said with a sneer. Poof. Dave, who was stuffing rice into his mouth, heard Madara say the words, pole dance, and immediately thought of Madara in black stockings that day, and spit out the rice in one mouthful. Dave, what's wrong? Could it be that Izuna was resurrected yesterday and has any side effects? Mito over there was startled, and quickly picked up the paper and wiped it with Dave and asked. As he said that, Madara and Izuna also looked at Dave nervously. If Dave really had any side effects from resurrecting him, they would be very upset. It's okay, Auntie, I just thought of something funny. Dave waved his hand and said with a smile. I'm scared to death, don't think about it while you're eating. Mito patted Dave's head angrily and said helplessly. Izuna, since you have been resurrected, do you have any plans to get married? Izuna was relieved to see that Dave was fine. Izuna had just taken 2 mouthfuls of rice when she heard Mito ask, spitting out the rice in one mouthful. Hashirama on the side also shook his head helplessly when he heard this. Since Mito started to dance square dance, he has become more sunny, more lively, and has made many friends. But, those friends are all aunts in their 40s and 50s, usually like 8 trigrams, such as who from such and such family died, who from such and such family was cheated, and who from such and such family wanted to I'm getting married. The men in my family are almost 40 and haven't gotten married yet. Can anyone introduce me to someone else? Mito's eyes lit up when he heard it was a man who was almost 40, but he didn't speak when he heard it was a man. Well, it seems Madara and Tobirama are not married yet. Madara, Tobirama, Mito made friends with them during the square dance, and was led astray. Every day when he went home, he told him who in the clan should get married, and who in the clan was together. Hashirama had a headache every day when he came home. Madara picked up the paper and wiped the mouth of Izuna who had just spit out the rice. The gentle look in his eyes made Hashirama envious. Why didn't Madara do that to him? Let's take a look first. There should be no plans. I will be very happy if I can be resurrected and see my brother. Izuna glanced at Madara who was wiping her mouth tenderly, and replied with a smile. Dave, who was just about to cook rice over there, grinned. This family relationship is gradually deteriorating. Advertisement. No, Izuna, you were resurrected exactly at the age you were when you died. You are only in your 20s now, and you can still find a woman to marry. My eldest brother is almost 40 now, and I can't stay with you for the rest of my life. But Madara spoke. Madara's eyes were full of concern for her brother. Yeah, Madara is right, Izuna. You are only in your 20s now. You are very handsome and strong. There must be many girls who like you. Mito saw the situation and hurriedly advised. Izuna has a headache. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Madara on the side. Well, Mito, is there any woman you can introduce to me? Madara asked. He also knew that Mito had been dancing in the square every day for the past few months, so he must know a lot of news about the village. It is true that the blood of the Uchiha clan does not flow out, but does it mean that it cannot be imported? Mito's eyes lit up after hearing what Madara said. Madara, let me tell you, there is a woman from the Mita family at the east end of the village. She is 28 years old. Let me tell you, that woman is a grandmaster of a female celebrity or something. Well, this can be considered. Also, the Nara clan also has a girl named Nara Yui. She is very good and likes square dancing. She just has a bad personality, but she is still very good to people. Well, you can also consider it. There is also the Yamanaka clan. There is a blonde woman named Yamanaka Sukuru. She is a little fat, but she is easy to give birth to. Also, in this way, a good meal turned into a small blind date information exchange meeting for Izuna. Mito said it was wonderful. Madara listened very seriously. After all, it was an important matter about her brother's marriage. Izuna's face was so pale. He thought what the hell he was resurrected for. Chapter 39 Tobirama and Izuna's daily blind date. Well, it's settled. I'll help Izuna arrange it. Tomorrow. Oh, no, just this afternoon. Come to Konoha East Square Dance and I'll help you arrange a blind date for Izuna. Madara and Mito discussed it for dozens of times. After that, Mito smiled. Mito. No need. Izuna smiled bitterly. No, you have to listen to your Oni-chan on this matter. The third and fourth brothers died early, and your eldest brother and I are almost old now. The task of inheriting the Uchiha bloodline can only be left to you. Madara on the side he said coldly. He can listen to his brother about everything, but not this matter. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Tobirama over there saw Izuna's expression as if he had eaten shit and couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Come with me this afternoon. Mito's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Tobirama over there and said in a deep voice. Quote. No need, sister-in-law. Tobirama's expression suddenly changed to the same as Izuna's, and he said with a wry smile. No, look at you, you're already 30. Do you know what your name is over there? You're called an older leftover man. You can't even keep up with the heat when you eat shit. I can help you arrange to find some women. That's great. Dave, you don't care about having multiple mothers, do you? Mito said with a cold face without caring about Tobirama. Then he thought of Dave and looked at Dave with a tender face. She still had to consider Dave. After all, what if a new mother suddenly appeared and Dave didn't accept it? Care. Say you care. Tobirama kept looking at Dave over there. I don't care. It's good that my father can find someone to take care of him. What do I care about? Dave shook his head and said. What does he care about? He didn't care about these things in the first place. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had seen a lot of things. How could he care about these things? Tobirama's face looked like he had eaten shit. I have been raising you for so many days in vain, Dave. Izuna laughed unkindly. As long as he sees Tobirama being unhappy, he is happy. The meal ended with the conversation between Madara, Mito, and Hashirama. Afternoon, Konoha East Head. Tobirama and Izuna, 2 singles, squatted under a tree in a restaurant, with sad faces. Tell me about you, disgusting evil Uchiha Izuna, why did you drag me into your blind date? I still have a lot of experiments to do. Tobirama angrily scolded fellow sufferer Izuna beside him. It's none of my business. I was forced to come here by my brother, okay. Also, you're so old and you're still single. Is there something bad about you that no one wants? Izuna rolled his eyes at him. Replied. Uchiha Izuna, do you want to die again? Advertisement. Senju Tobirama, if you have the ability, just come. The two instantly became heated and started fighting violently outside the restaurant. Hello, are you Uchiha Izuna? Hello, are you Senju Tobirama? At this time, 2 women walked slowly from the side of the restaurant, one with black hair and the other with blonde hair. One is fat and one is thin. He asked the 2 people who were still fighting over there. Hello, I'm Uchiha Izuna. Izuna quickly stood up, dusted himself off, looked at the woman who greeted him and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Nara Yui. When Nara Yui saw the handsome and cold man in front of her, she forgot all the words in her mind and introduced herself with a blushing face. Tobirama sighed. Hello, are you Senju Tobirama? The fat blonde woman walked to Tobirama and asked. I'm also sizing up Tobirama in my mind. Well, he's quite handsome. Hello. I'm Senju Tobirama. Looking at the blonde woman in front of him who weighed at least 16 pounds, Tobirama thought about Uchiha Madara 100 times in his heart. There is no way. Mito doesn't dare to scold. Hashirama is his eldest brother, then he can only scold Madara. Tobirama turned to look at Uchiha Izuna, who was chatting with his black-haired sister over there, and scolded Izuna and Madara's 18th generation ancestors. Why the hell is Izuna's blind date such a good-looking woman, and what's in front of her? This. How about playing? The 2 blind date couples entered the restaurant behind them, with an aisle separating the 2 groups. As for me, my usual hobbies are flower arranging and square dancing. What about you? After sitting down, Nara Yui blushed and looked at Izuna in front of her, smiling and asking first. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Are you saying it again? Izuna's attention was always on Tobirama over there. Seeing Tobirama's blind date, Izuna laughed unkindly. Let me tell you, my usual hobbies are illustrations and square dancing. How about you? Nara Yui felt a little unhappy. Isn't this handsome guy's ears hard to use? Yeah, I like it better. PFFT, ha ha ha. Izuna was about to say that when he suddenly seemed to see something and started laughing again. Ha, Nara Yui couldn't bear it anymore, slapped Izuna, turned around and left. This is so disrespectful. I thought this handsome guy would be nice, but he turns out to be a fool who can only laugh. Advertisement. Quote. Izuna was dumbfounded. Why would he still hit someone? After all, business cannot be done without righteousness. How can this be a slap in the face? Ha 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 ha. But the next second, Izuna recovered and continued to laugh. Tobirama, let's start from the beginning. We're not suitable for each other. You're too ugly and too fat. I don't like it. Okay, let's forget it after dinner. No need to contact us anymore. Tobirama is a straight man, straightforward, and does not care about the appearance of the woman in front of him. He continued to speak with an increasingly darker expression. The blonde woman couldn't bear it anymore, so she picked up the water that was just brought over, poured it on Tobirama, and turned away. And the reason Izuna laughed just now was because he saw this scene. Why are you laughing? Tobirama wiped the water from his face and looked at Izuna over there and asked. Ha ha ha. Izuna looked at Tobirama, whose face was full of water, still smiling. You. Ha 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 ha. Tobirama was furious. Just as he was about to greet Izuna and his family, he saw the slap mark on Izuna's face and laughed too. The two just looked at each other and laughed. After the two of them were tired of laughing. Izuna, that slap was really loud, Tobirama taunted in a sinister tone. To each other, Tobirama, you took a free bath today, Izuna mocked, not wanting to be outdone. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Yes, the two of them started fighting again, but they still knew what was interesting and didn't fight in someone else's restaurant. Chapter 40 Famous Scene. The next day, in the Uchiha tribe's land. Izuna, how was the blind date yesterday afternoon? Uchiha Madara, who had just finished rehearsing the dance with the Uchiha girl group, looked at her younger brother and asked. It's not that good. That B************ D Tobirama keeps disturbing me. Izuna sold Tobirama without hesitation. HMPH, that white hair is really getting more and more annoying, Madara said slightly gloomily. He killed his younger brother before, but now his younger brother has finally been resurrected, and he wants to interfere with his important event of dating and revitalizing the Uchiha clan. How did such a B********** D give birth to a child as good as Dave? Let's go, I'll take you to rehearse, and I'll take you to dance later. We brothers will work together today and we will definitely win that Senju Hashirama. We'll talk about the blind date tomorrow, and I'll ask Mito for you tomorrow, Madara continued. No need, big brother, what is dancing? Izuna had a sad look on his face, he didn't want to be slapped by a girl anymore. Dancing, it's a very passionate sport. Hashirama and I dance every day in the afternoon. He has won this month. Isn't he just good at belly dancing? If he hadn't seen me win that time he is not convinced. He wrote my pole dancing in the Book of Seals, I have defeated him hundreds of times. Madara said disdainfully. Izuna was confused. What the hell is dancing? What, break up. What, belly dancing, pole dancing. He died no more than 10 years ago. Doesn't he keep up with the times? Seeing her brother's confused look, Madara explained to him in detail what dance was and what accomplishments he had in dance. A moment later. Oh, I understand. I'm going to rehearse now. I will help you win Hashirama today, big brother. Izuna nodded. He is still haunted by what Tobirama did yesterday, and today he wants to get his place back with his elder brother Hashirama. Wait a minute, I'm going to make a call with Dave first. Hashirama's belly dancing is indeed not easy. His attainments in belly dancing are now superb. We must think of a new dance to defeat him. Madara looked solemn. Said. Hey, Uncle Madara, what can I do for you? Dave's voice came from the phone. Dave, do you have any new dances that can defeat Hashirama? He does have some abilities in belly dancing. Madara asked calmly. Quote. Yes, Uncle Madara. Dave was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile. It's over. Uncle Madara, the great hero of the generation, was ruined by dancing. Where are you now? Izuna and I are looking for you, Madara said. I'm in the clan's territory, at the second elder's house. I'm here to play with you, May. Just wait a moment. You're at home and I'll go find you, Dave said. Okay, come on. A moment later. Advertisement. Uncle Izuna, how was your blind date yesterday? Dave arrived at Uncle Madara's house and greeted Izuna when he saw him there. Not so good. I got slapped by that girl. When Izuna heard the word blind date, she thought of that slap and said with a sad expression. Quote. No way. Uncle Izuna, you are so handsome, even I had to stay away from the edge during my peak period, how could I not succeed? Dave wondered. Judging from Izuna's two-pillar face, how is this possible? Oh, it's all Tobirama's fault. Izuna felt a twinge of angina when she thought of this. Dave, do you have any new dances that can defeat Hashirama? Madara didn't think much about it. He just wanted to beat Hashirama in today's dance competition. Of course, Uncle Madara, do you know what hip-hop is? Quote. Afternoon. Hashirama and the Senju girl group look like they did in the past, holding their heads high like victorious roosters. Why hasn't Matora come yet? Hashirama turned on his phone and looked at the time, muttering to himself in confusion. Haxi hot mom. At this time, Uchiha Madara walked slowly towards this side. Moda, how do you want to lose today? Hashirama chuckled, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. He keeps winning these days. Belly dancing is indeed the real god. That pole dancing is simply alien. Black stockings Madara, get out of my head now. Hashirama, do you think you can win today? Madara said coldly. Today he was wearing something very ordinary, just a suit. Where is your Uchiha girl group? What, do you want to play alone today? Matora, Hashirama said with a smile, not angry. HMPH, to beat you. I am enough alone, not to mention, I am not alone. Uchiha Madara sneered. Please. The thief card. Uchiha Madara came on the stage, and the shocking music came to mind. Uchiha Madara slowly started to rise, and then, a Thomas whirled into the hearts of countless female villagers, and then he put his hands on the ground and followed with a big windmill on his legs. It spun to the music. Everyone who watched Hashirama was dumbfounded. Uchiha saw the shock on Hashirama's face and smiled disdainfully. Then he snapped his fingers. I saw a figure slowly falling from the sky, following Uchiha Madara's movements. Ha 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 ha. Big brother. Dancing can really make people excited. Uchiha Izuna laughed and spun the windmill with his big brother. Advertisement. Izuna. Hashirama looked at Izuna falling from the sky, and then looked at the bright eyes of the villagers over there. Hashirama was depressed. Hashira. Our brothers are going into battle today. We will definitely win. Night. Tobirama. Just promise to dance with me. Hashirama roared with tears in his eyes while hugging his brother's thigh. Let go. Brother. I don't want to do any embarrassing dance with you. Let go. Tobirama roared as the veins on his forehead popped out. I lost to Motor today. He also brought Izuna with him and defeated me and my Senju girl group with a disadvantage of 2 people. This is definitely Izuna's credit. Woohoo. I absolutely can't lose. Hashirama cried with sadness. What? You said Izuna also went. And beat you. When Tobirama heard that Izuna also went, he immediately asked in a deep voice as if he was a different person. That's right. Woohoo. If it's Madara and his Uchiha girl group, there's no way they can beat me. Good. The next afternoon. The villagers saw such a scene. Izuna and Tobirama are facing each other. Madara and Hashirama are facing each other. The eyes of both teams are burning with fire. Haxi hot mom. Motor. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Dave, who was watching the show over there, had a headache. Can you imagine Madara and Izuna dancing hip-hop against Hashirama and Tobirama belly dancing? This scene was really, as eye-catching as it was. He began to wonder if resurrecting Izuna was right. The author has something to say. Let me tell you, this book focuses on daily life and changes the plot line. Some people may not like to read it. Haha, don't criticize if you don't like it. Some people may also think that the battle scenes are a bit sloppy. I can't help it. If I write this thing carefully, I might not be able to write it well. I know my situation when I write it carefully. That is the water chapter. You see, it's not comfortable even if I sit there, so I might as well write about Madara dancing or something to make everyone happy. After all, the protagonist fight is just a tower defense game. It's a kind of plant. The enemy is destroyed in one rush. I'm too lazy to write any psychological analysis or action description. It's annoying. The main theme is daily comedy, and there are few battle scenes. At most, there are a few ninja battles at the end. Readers who don't like it don't need to leave junk messages with me, or don't want to read it or affect my writing mood. If you like watching it, I'm very grateful for your support. If you don't like it, forget it. Chapter 41 Gourmet Nine Tails. Yume, I was almost spoiled by your clan leader and Master Hokage. Thinking of the famous scene last night, Dave felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He came to see him early in the morning. Satsuki May comforted herself. Hiki. Yume giggled. He thought Dave looked so cute now. Hey, kid, how long will it take for me to come out? At this time, Nine Tails was also grumbling inside his body. Ah, you can come out at any time. I didn't say you can't come out, Dave said in confusion for a moment. He has left him alone since he taught him the Nine Tails shadow clone technique, and said that you can come out anytime you want. Nine Tails is choking, and you don't even look at the people you've been in contact with these past 2 days. Do I dare to come out? Soon, a cute little orange fox suddenly appeared in Dave's hand. Wow, Dave, how did this little fox suddenly get into your hands? Seeing a half-meter tall cute little red fox suddenly appearing in Dave's hand lying in his arms, Yume's eyes were filled with excitement. Showing love. Oh, its name is Kurama, and he will be our companion from now on. Dave said with a smile, raising the little 9 tails on his hand. Is his name Kurama? He's so cute. He actually has 9 little tails. Can I give him a hug? Yume asked cautiously with a face full of joy. Of course, Kurama, you don't mind. Dave asked with a smile to the little fox in his hand. Kid, do you think I'm a pet? I mind. The little fox growled in a slightly cute voice and refused. Your objection is invalid. Dave smiled and handed the small nine tails in his hand to Yume. A moment later. Little girl, I am the evil nine tails demon fox. Let me go. Ouch. The little nine tails was struggling and roaring in his arms. However, this weak figure and cute expression do not look intimidating. No, you can still talk. So cute, huh? Yume shook her head, her eyes were shining, she picked up Nine Tails and rubbed her cheek, it felt so comfortable. Don't rub your oily hair against my soft hair. Little Nine Tails struggled feebly. So kawaii. The more Little Nine Tails struggled, the cuter Yume felt looking at him. I'm warning you, little girl. Do you know what the consequences will be? Little Nine Tails cried out. Advertisement. Dave, is he a male or a female? Yume ignored the helpless wailing of Little Nine Tails and looked at Dave over there and asked. I don't know, he won't let me see it. Dave waved his hand helplessly. Every time he wanted to see it, Nine Tails kicked him out. Whether he was a male or a female is still a mystery. Well, let me push his tail aside and take a look. Ouch. Well, if you take a look at the tail, it is indeed a male fox. After a while, Yume was going to do daily training, and Dave left first. Okay Nine Tails, don't cry. I'll take you to get something to eat. Dave looked at the half-dead Nine Tails in his arms and said with a wry smile on his face. Ouch. Little devil, you must feed me. You must let me eat. Otherwise I will grow bigger and destroy your village. Nine Tails became more energetic after hearing that he had eaten. Dave smiled and put Nine Tails on his head. Nine Tails lay on Dave's white fur, with 9 small tails spread on Dave's back. Konoha's shopping street. Little kid. That one. It looks good, I want to eat that one. Nine Tails pointed at a small shop selling pastries, shouting with excitement on his face. Okay, let's go now, Dave smiled. Nine Tails is indeed a bit cute. Uncle, please help me get those pastries above. Dave walked to the pastry shop, pointed to the colorful pastries above, and asked with a smile on his face. Okay little guest. The uncle smiled, took out a few pastries from above, and put them in bags. Hey, little guest, that fox in your hair is so cute. The uncle handed the bag to Dave, and suddenly noticed the blinking little Nine Tails on Dave's head and said with a smile. Haha, these pastries are what he wants to eat. Dave smiled, handed over some money, took out some pastries from the bag and handed them to Nine Tails. Little Nine Tails took the pastry from Dave's hand and put it into his mouth at once, Little Nine Tails' eyes shone brightly. Delicious. The more I eat Nine Tails, the happier I am, and the more I eat, the more I like it. He suddenly thought about how he had lived these past 1,000 years. He felt sour in his heart. That really wasn't the life a beast lived. Although he was just an aggregation of chakra, he also had 5 emotions and 6 desires. Every time when I was hungry, I would either eat leaves or find some small animals to eat. The leaves were sour and astringent, and the small animals had a nasty smell and a fishy smell. I cried just thinking about it. Haha, it seems that this little fox likes to eat very much. The uncle said with a smile on his face as he saw that the cute little fox liked the pastries he made. Advertisement. Well, not bad, man, what kind of cakes and pastries did you make? Yes, the pastries are indeed delicious. Little Nine Tails gave the uncle a thumbs up, and his mouth was full of pastries. Talking. Hey, this little fox can talk. It's so kawaii. The uncle was startled by the sudden opening of the little Nine Tails. Man, I remember you, and I will come to your place next time. Little Nine Tails and Dave greeted the uncle and continued to wander on the street. Kid, that one looks good. Okay, Aunt, help me get some. What is this? It tastes really bad. Dave looked at the ant's face that was getting darker and darker, and then looked at the little Nine Tails who was slandering her head above him. He quickly apologized to the ant and ran away with the little Nine Tails. Well, kid, that looks good, I want to eat it. How should I put it? It's a bit sour, but it's still within the acceptable range. Over there. Kid, hurry up, you can't walk without chirping, and delicious food won't wait for your lame steps. Rush. Not bad, you are both sexy and fragrant. Woman, I have to say you are very good. MD, shut up. How can you come up with all this nonsense when you are just eating something? What, you don't want the tail beast to talk anymore? Come on, get a few over there and they look good. Hey, how do you rate this? Well, average. Well, I can only say it's average. It tastes better than those little beasts that are full of fishy smell. Get out of here, Nine Tails. Can't you G shut your mouth when you eat? No, why can't we say that his cooking is not delicious? Nine Tails. I must say it for him. Let him improve and improve. The next time I let Mr. Nine Tails eat it, it should be delicious. Point. Chapter 42 Nine Tails. Hashirama, why are you so good at it? After offending most of the food-making aunts and uncles in the business circle, Dave said that he would never bring Nine Tails to a place like this again next time. Kurama, are you full? Dave asked with a resentful look on his face as he looked up at the little Nine Tails who was lying on his head with his belly on his head, picking his teeth. Well, it's not bad. The pastry made by that man was better the first time. The rest can only be said to be so-so. Little Nine Tails raised his teeth and thought for a while. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Dave asked. Well, is there anything interesting in the village? Let's go and have a look. Little Ninetales said nonchalantly, picking his teeth. As long as he has something to eat, he usually eats and sleeps, what's the fun? Come on, let's walk around the village. A moment later. Little Ninetales saw two people he never wanted to see in his life. Motor. Exchange 10 more coins for me. Just 10. Just 10. I will help you win a little puppet for 10. Hashirama's face turned red and he looked at Madara roaring at the side. With. No, you have already lost several thousand silver coins. Madara turned her head and said indifferently. Hee, how could a loser like Hashirama win? If this guy hadn't come here this morning to catch him and catch the doll, and threatened not to let Mito introduce a blind date to Izuna if he didn't go, he would never have come. Why spend so much money? See you lose. Might as well spend some money on meatballs for my sweet little Dave. Hey, Hashirama, you're thinking shit. In fact, Dave wants to say, this slot machine is also his, the money his uncle lost still goes into his pocket. Kid, hurry, let me go back. Little Ninetales and Dave, who were walking over there, saw Hashirama and Madara over there and roared with horror on their faces. It's okay Kurama, they are very nice people. You just messed with them before, but they are still very nice people. Don't worry. Dave patted Ninetales' little head and smiled helplessly. Comforting. When Ninetales saw Dave walking towards the two bastards, he was unwilling to take him back. He quickly covered his little head with Dave's hair, only revealing his two small puffing eyes for observation. With Uncle Madara, Dave smiled and greeted the two people who were still arguing over there. Advertisement. Yo, Dave, you're here, hurry, lend your uncle a few thousand taels, and he will give you a doll in return. Dave. Hashirama shouted excitedly when he saw his little nephew coming. Uchiha Madara nodded. Quote. Dave saw Hashirama's flushed face and reluctantly took out 1 or 2,000 silver taels from his arms and handed it to Hashirama. Anyway, the money this guy lost goes into his own pocket, it's nothing. Oh, long live Dave. Hashirama excitedly took the money and went inside to exchange it. Kid, is that 9 taels on your head? Madara looked helplessly at Hashirama's back, then looked at the two little eyes exposed on Dave's head and asked. Yeah, Uncle Madara, he is my partner now. Dave smiled and nodded. 9 taels, if you dare to do anything bad to Dave, I will never let you go. Madara closed and opened her eyes, revealing a scarlet Sharingan, and looked at 9 taels over there and said in a deep voice. He naturally knows that Dave sealed 9 taels into his body. In his opinion, Dave is really a good boy. In order to help him resurrect Izuna, he would not hesitate to seal something so dangerous to him now into himself. In his body, there is really a touching child. If this 9 taels dares to do any harm to Dave, Madara swears that he will kill it even if it destroys the whole world. 9 taels shuddered hard, looking at the scarlet Sharingan, trembling. Ha ha ha, I'm back. The claw machine. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. Hashirama changed the coins at this time and ran over happily and said haha. After a while, Hashirama lost again in exchange for hundreds of coins, and even 9 taels couldn't stand it anymore. MD, I can't even stand the tailed beast anymore. Bring it here. 9 taels suddenly became angry when he saw Hashirama clumsy and excitedly losing hundreds of coins. Then 9 taels jumped down from Dave's head, jumped in front of Hashirama, and grabbed only 1 coin from Hashirama's hand. Damn it, watch it for lousy. Look how lousy plays. How the FCK can you be so good at it? Little 9 taels stood on the operating table of the claw machine, holding Hashirama's face with his 2 little paws howling. Hashirama, meow meow meow, where did this little fox come from? Advertisement. Then the little 9 taels moved as fiercely as a tiger, and soon caught a Uchiha Madara rag doll. Little 9 taels jumped down from the console of the claw machine, picked up Uchiha Madara's little rag doll from the pipe, and threw it into Hashirama's face. Look, this is how this thing works. What you are playing is NM. Little 9 taels angrily scolded Hashirama. Soon, Little 9 taels realized something was wrong. This person, is that Senju Hashirama guy. My 9 taels is really Hashirama brother, I was wrong. I was so obsessed just now. I shouldn't have slapped you in the face. Sir, please let me go. Haha, it's 9 taels. Wow, the little 9 taels is so cute. You did a good job. Hashirama touched his face being slapped by the little rag doll and looked at a thorn with a smile. The little 9 taels sneaked up and hid in Dave's hair, blocking his face with his hair, not caring about anything. That, uncle, little 9 taels has this kind of character. I apologize to you on his behalf. Dave smiled helplessly. How come you, 9 taels, only care about eating but not beating? How dare you scold Hashirama? Dare you slap him in the face? Damn, Madara didn't even dare to slap him in the face, how dare you? It's okay, uncle doesn't blame him. Maybe it's because uncle was really bad at playing. Hashirama's body was gradually filled with shadows. Uncle, it's okay, at least you can dance well. Dave looked at Hashirama, who was full of shadows in front of him, and comforted him helplessly. Quote. Yes, at least I can dance better than Madara. Hashirama's eyes gradually brightened as his body was filled with shadows. Dave, I didn't say that. Hashirama, do you think you can dance better than me? Madara over there was immediately angered by Hashirama's words and roared angrily. Haha, isn't this very common? If Izuna hadn't helped you 2 days ago, how could you have beaten me? Hashirama said with a chuckle. It's over. It's over. 2 CD Chapter 43 Nine Tails. Why is this? Hashi hot mom. Do you still want to challenge me today? Motor. Come on. Izuna and I will be waiting for you in the afternoon. Madara gave Hashirama a cold look, then turned and left. Dave. Uncle is going back to rehearse first. I must beat him tonight. Hashirama watched Madara leave. He looked at the claw machine over there and felt that he was not interested anymore. He looked at Dave and said hello, just left. Seeing that the two men who had beaten him so violently finally left, the little nine tails lying on Dave's hair finally let down the hair that covered his little face. Why don't you continue lying down? Dave asked with a smile. Humph, if I, Nine Tails, can stand up, I will never lie down. Little Nine Tails puffed up his arrogant little chest and said with full of arrogance. Ha ha ha. Dave laughed, not wanting to expose him. Kid. Why are you laughing? Don't laugh. Little Nine Tails' little face suddenly turned red, and he quickly grabbed little Dave's hair with his little paws and shouted. After a while, little Nine Tails and Dave finished playing. Kid, what do they mean by dancing? Little Nine Tails asked after thinking for a while. This? I can't explain it to you. If you want to know, just go over and have a look this afternoon. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his face. Every time he mentioned dancing, he could think of that black line. Silk back view. Okay. Little Nine Tails nodded. He and Dave spent a long time walking around the village today, which was quite interesting. Just like when I slapped Hashirama just now. I'm still a little frightened now, but looking back, it feels so damn good. One day I have to think about giving Uchiha Madara the bad-faced face a break. If Dave knew what little Nine Tails was thinking, he would definitely have a look of astonishment on his face. You are so innocent that you only care about food and not about beating. Hashirama, you can slap him purely because he has a good temper and didn't give it to you. Calculate. Are you still thinking about slapping Madara? Damn it, can I lend you 3 more courage? Let's go, I have classes to attend this afternoon. Let's go to school first, Dave said with a smile. Class. What is class? Little Nine Tails, who has not received education since he was a child, said he does not know what class is. Advertisement, it's class. Well, that's really a scary thing. Dave thought of that kind old father's face and shuddered hard. Can you imagine what it feels like during every class when that kind old husband gives you a loving look from time to time? Ninja school. Old father, I'm sorry I'm late. Uncle Izuna. Why are you here? Dave hugged Nine Tails and rushed to the ninja school while running and jumping. Just as he lowered his head to apologize to his old father, he looked up and saw Izuna standing on the stage. Haha, I usually have nothing to do in my family. I heard that Tobirama is a teacher at a ninja school, so I thought I might as well give it a try. Isn't this what happened? Izuna said with a smile. Dave was stunned for a moment and nodded in confusion. Okay, don't be stunned. I haven't started talking yet. Come on in. Izuna looked at Dave's dazed and cute look, smiled and waved. Dave also quickly carried Nine Tails to his seat. Wow, Mr. Dave, you brought Kurama to class too. Hey, what is Kurama eating? Yume saw the Dave she was thinking about coming, and her face was full of happiness. Yume was even happier when she saw Dave holding a little fox in his arms. Hey, scary little girl. Why are you here? Kurama was eating some pastries he bought on the road when he heard Tsukimi's familiar voice. Thinking of what happened this morning, Kurama shuddered hard. Hey, this is a school. I'm a student here, so of course I have to come here to attend classes, Yume said with a smile. Hey, Kurama, what are you eating in your cute little paws and in your mouth? Tsukimi asked, looking very kawaii at Kurama who kept chewing his little mouth. Dave. Get it for me quickly. Don't let this little girl take it away. Nine Tails quickly handed the pastries in his hand to Dave and motioned for him to put them away. My small body cannot resist the little girl in front of me now. Peeved. Yume laughed out loud when she saw the anxious look on Lil Nine Tails. Yume, Dave looked at the anxious look of Little Nine Tails and smiled helplessly. Then he took out one of the pastries that Little Nine Tails had just handed to him and put it under Yume's mouth. Yeah. Yume blushed and smiled softly, then slowly opened Soccer's little mouth, and Dave stuffed the pastry into Yume's mouth. The Little Nine Tails fox looked dumbfounded below. Advertisement. He feels that his 1,000-year worldview and values have collapsed. It may not be a human, but you two are real dogs. Little Nine Tails. The fox was fed dog food by 2 humans. Is there any way to kill them both? Oh, the man among them is my Jinchuriki. Waiting online, quite urgent. Ouch. Kid. Why did you give my cake to this hateful little girl? Nine Tails howled angrily. Why do you, a little fox, eat so much? Come on, Yume, let's ignore him and continue. MD, I am not a human being, you two are real dogs. Izuna, who was standing on the stage giving a lecture, saw the 2 people chatting with each other over there, and suddenly felt extremely cuckolded. He had also heard from his elder brother about Dave and Yume. He thought it was nothing, not to mention that the child was Dave, a particularly good child who resurrected him, so why couldn't he make an exception? Moreover, most of the family rules passed down for hundreds of years have been broken. Well, his brother Uchiha Madara has almost broken half of them. And I heard that the relationship between the two children is very good, very affectionate. But, you're so good at it, it's so good. Your love is so good. This damn thing is in class. Have you considered the feelings of me, a teacher who works so hard to teach? What a waste of being a son of man. As for Nine Tails here, he lay on Dave's feet, his eyes vacant and blank. Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? What did he see? Why is he here? All of this is like thinking emanating from the soul, making this Lil Nine Tails fall into deep thought. Why? Chapter 44 Nine Tails, do you want to dance too? In the end, the class passed slowly with Izuna having a headache and Lil Nine Tails thinking. After school, Dave, where did you find the little fox? Hiruzen walked up to Dave and asked the question that had been bothering him all afternoon. Mirror, take the wind. Danzo also came around. Ah, his name is Kurama. Well, just think of him as my pet. Dave thought for a moment, and decided not to tell anyone about Nine Tails yet. Kid, who did you say was your pet? Little Nine Tails, who had eaten dog food for a lesson, was already full of resentment, but he heard the guy in front of him actually said he was a pet. Can this be tolerated? This is intolerable. Huh? He can still talk? Hiruzen said with a smile on his face. Well, of course, you can also think of him as a summoning beast. He is very powerful, Dave nodded and said with a smile. Then. Classmate Dave, can I touch him? At this time, a little girl with yellow hair came over and looked at Dave with some fear and asked. Her name is Utatane Kaharu, she is just a commoner. She came to the Jonin school by luck, and except for the nerd Homura, almost everyone else in the ninja school is a child of a big family. She is usually very afraid of strangers and does not want to talk at all. It wasn't until she saw Nine Tails' cute appearance just now that she couldn't help but want to touch him, and then she mustered up the courage to come over and ask. Another little girl. Little girls, please stay away from me. Little Nine Tails saw another little girl trying to touch him, and immediately said with fury all over his body. He still hasn't responded to the shadow that the pretty girl gave him. Let her touch it, and I'll buy you some pastries when I get home tonight, Dave whispered to Nine Tails inside his body. I want 10 yuan. No, 30 yuan. I want 30 pastries, otherwise, let's not talk. Nine Tails thought for a while, grinned and said. Dave wanted to laugh a little. He remembered a saying from his previous life. Orcs will never be slaves unless they have food and shelter. The current situation of Nine Tails is very complicated. Of course. Dave smiled and handed the little Nine Tails to her. Wow, his hair is so soft, classmate Dave. Thank you. Utatane Kaharu hugged Nine Tails and stroked his soft hair, his eyes full of stars as he said. And the little Nine Tails in Utatane Kaharu's hand looked as if she was dead, and her face turned pale and red. This little girl. This little girl is even scarier than that little girl Tsukimi. Little Nine Tails was almost dying while being held by Utatane Kaharu. Kagami and Hiruzen over there saw this scene, and their eyes lit up. Suddenly some strange thoughts came into their minds. What was different from everyone else was that Yu-Mei over there looked warily at Kaharu who suddenly appeared in front of him holding Nine Tails, and looked at Kaharu's eyes with stars in his eyes. Advertisement she felt a hint of crisis. It was okay before, Dave was often with her, and no girl dared to approach Dave. However, the sudden appearance of the girl in front of her made her feel a bit of crisis. Dave, are we going to watch the clan leaders dance? Yu-Mei looked at Dave and asked. Yes. The dance battle between Uncle Madara and Uncle is about to start. Well, let's leave first. Dave was stunned for a moment, took out his phone and looked at the time. It should be up now, and hurriedly joined everyone. The classmates said sorry and left with little Nine Tails and Yu-Mei. Dave classmate. Is so good. Kaharu thought silently. This is just a one-sided funny plot extension. There is only one female protagonist in this book. Don't worry. At night, Hiruzen returned home. Father, I want a summoning beast. Hiruzen looked at his father with a bright face and asked. Are you sure? Sarutobi Sasuke was stunned for a moment and asked in a serious voice. I'm sure. Hiruzen nodded and said solemnly. Okay, sign him. Sarutobi Sasuke took out a huge scroll from the drawer and handed it to Hiruzen. A moment later. I don't want the summoning mon anymore. Father, I don't want it anymore. He's so ugly. Ooh, I don't want him. Hiruzen looked at the old black ape demon he had summoned, and he was shocked. He hugged his father's thigh and cried. Is this the summoning beast? He can even scare himself when he summons it. Are you still looking for a little girl? What the heck? What little girl wouldn't be scared looking at this thing? He also wants to pick up girls. Who wouldn't be confused by this thing? Several black lines slowly appeared on the heads of Sarutobi Sasuke and the monkey demon. Sasuke, if there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. The monkey demon closed his eyes and resisted the idea of beating up the kid who summoned himself. Manu demon, don't mind, children don't understand anything, Sarutobi Sasuke said quickly. Yeah. The ape demon hummed, and then a burst of white smoke rose, and the ape demon disappeared here. Then Hiruzen was unilaterally beaten by his father, and said that Hiruzen didn't know the goods, and Hiruzen would regret it in the future. Konoha West Head, Hashi Hot Mom, Motor, Advertisement. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. After a while of yelling at each other, the dance began. Dave was numb when he saw this scene. He didn't want to say or do anything. Just silently leaning on Yumei's shoulder, he was tired. Dave-kun, what's wrong with you? Seeing Dave closing his eyes and leaning on his shoulder, Yumei asked with some worry and confusion. It's nothing, I'm a little tired. Dave's eyes silently shed a line of tears. He didn't want to admit that these people in front of him were people he knew. Yumei felt a little heartbroken when she saw Dave crying. He reached out his hand and wiped the tears from Dave's face. Dave opened his eyes and looked at each other silently with Yumei. The two smiled and held hands. It's okay, even if Uncle Madara and Uncle Madara become women, with you Yumei here, everything will be fine here, Dave thought silently. Madara. Hashirama. Nine Tails couldn't bear being in their arms, he jumped out quickly. It's interesting, I'll try it too. Nine Tails looked at the four people dancing energetically over there, and felt a little moved in his heart. Then he swung his nine tails and slowly jumped into the crowd of four people. A moment later, Nine Tails, do you want to dance too? Motor. Hossie hot mom, let me show you what real dance is. Whoa whoa whoa. Dave saw Nine Tails coming up to join in the fun. It has changed. It has completely changed. The world of Hokage has changed beyond recognition. Dave suddenly fell into Yumei's arms and cried loudly. This was no longer the Hokage world he was familiar with. Yumei hugged Dave very distractedly and kept whispering comfort. Chapter 45 Capturing the remaining 8-tailed beasts. After Nine Tails was released by Dave, he ignored her and let her wander around the village. Anyway, Madara and Hashirama were still in the village, and he didn't dare to do anything even if he borrowed dozens of courages. As Nine Tails wandered around the village so blatantly, spies from other villages naturally discovered it and passed this information to the village. The Land of Wind, Sanagakure, what do you think about this matter, Chio? First Kazekage Leto put down the document in his hand and looked at the young Chio in front of him and asked. The red fox with 9 tails. 9 tails. 9-tailed beasts. Has 9 tails been tamed by Konoha village? No, our village must have its own tailed beasts. Otherwise Konoha village's Senju Hashirama plus Uchiha Madara are already a headache, plus 9 tails. Then Konoha is really the first village among the 5 major villages, young Chio said with a solemn face. In that case, the 9-tailed beasts, 9 tails has been captured by Konoha, which one of the remaining 8-tailed beasts should I capture? Leto nodded and asked. According to the records in the literature, 9 tails is the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. The other 8-tailed beasts combined may not have as much chakra as one of 9 tails. Now that 9 tails is gone, if we want to capture it, 1 tail. It is recorded in the literature that 1 tail is a mink whose body is covered with curse marks. He is good at using wind-style and magnet-style sealing techniques. He should be in the Kingdom of Wind. I like Sanako better. Chio said, taking out a book of literature. Okay, then we'll capture him. At the same time, the other villages also took action, and their target was the remaining 8-tailed beasts. Konoha, Hokage office, any ideas? Hashirama looked at the information and asked the people in front of him with a headache. He was never good at politics or anything like that. We also have to capture. Since Dave became the Jinchuriki of 9 tails, the focus of all villages will be on capturing the remaining tailed beasts. We have to capture them all before them. Tobirama slowly opened his eyes said sharply. Why capture them? We only have 9 tails, what? Capture all the tailed beasts, and then let the remaining 4 countries attack us in groups? Izuna on the side gave him a look. Oh, Izuna, you should go home and go on a blind date. This place is not suitable for you. We capture the remaining tailed beasts and sell them to other villages. Not only can we get a large amount of economic resources to supply the village, but also it can keep the 5 major countries in balance and prevent them from acting rashly. Now that our village has 9 tails, the remaining 4 major villages have felt the crisis. Now we have been at the forefront of the 5 major villages, which is very important for our future development of Konoha. Unfavorable. It is very likely to be targeted by the other 4 major villages. Tobirama sneered and retorted. Izuna then explained. Senju Tobirama, do you want to die? Advertisement. Oh, Uchiha Izuna, I don't know who I killed once before. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. After the two roared, they went out and ran to the Hokage building and started fighting. Hashirama in the office has a sad face. Can't the two of them get along? Look at how close Madara and I are. How close we are. It's not like you who are so quick to take action. But there is some truth in what Tobirama said, and Hashirama has already moved his mind. A moment later, Izuna, how is your current strength? Hashirama said with a headache as he looked at Izuna and Tobirama who were bruised and swollen in front of them. At least it's better than some white-haired B********* D who only knows how to use Flying Thunder God to play hooligans, said the pig-headed Izuna with a sneer. Well, I'll leave 1 tail and 2 tail to you, okay? Hashirama nodded. Naturally, he would not listen to Izuna's nonsense, but Izuna's current strength must be about the same as Tobirama's. No, Izuna was about to agree when Madara stood up and said. What's wrong, Madara? Hashirama was stunned for a moment and looked at Madara and asked. Yes, brother, why don't you let me go? Izuna also asked a little confused. I failed to fulfill my responsibility as a big brother before and let you die. Now that you are resurrected, I will spend my whole life making up for it. Izuna, you just need to live a safe life. I don't want to put you in danger anymore. Leave 4 of the remaining 8-tailed beasts to me. Madara looked at Hashirama and said calmly, "Brother." Izuna looked complicated. I didn't know what to say. "Okay, Madara. Then 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 4 tails will be left to you." Hashirama also understood Madara. He does the same to his brother Tobirama. Some people who have just been resurrected should go on blind dates honestly and continue the family line. "Big brother, what about me?" Tobirama, the pig-headed one on the side, replied to Izuna and asked. You don't have to go out, just go on a blind date with Izuna in the village." "Ha ha ha, Mito has recently helped you find a few good women for you to check out. The remaining 4 tails beast, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, leave it to me." "I haven't done anything for a long time," Hashirama said with a sly expression, not caring about Tobirama's increasingly darker complexion. Advertisement, Senju Tobirama, I'm going to kill you. Uchiha Izuna. Someone who has died once has no right to say such things again. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Seeing the two people who had a disagreement and then went out to fight, not only Hashirama, but also Madara felt a little headache. But he wouldn't stop anything. Izuna would just leave the matter of Izuna and Tobirama to solve by himself. As long as Izuna is fine. At this time, Madara, do you want to see who can catch it faster? Hashirama looked at Madara in front of him and asked with blazing fire in his eyes. Senju Hashirama, can I think that you are challenging me? Madara and Hashirama looked at each other, their eyes glowing with scarlet light. Of course. Hashirama nodded. Damn it, no matter whether he was dancing, playing games, or catching dolls these days, he never defeated Madara once. He wanted to regain his place. Hashi hot mom. Motor. After a while, Sarutobi Sasuke walked into Hokage's office, holding a pile of documents that he wanted Hashirama to correct. When he saw the mess in Hokage's office, papers on the floor and 2 big holes in the glass behind the desk. For a moment, Sarutobi Sasuke's slightly stooped back was filled with desolation. Senju Hashirama, who had already run out of the village, shivered violently when he heard the roar coming from the village behind him. Chapter 46 I'm going to. A week later, Uchiha Madara, Konoha is simply bullying people too much. Come to our country of wind to catch tailed beasts. It's so rampant. Chio, send a message to Konoha. If 1 tail is not returned, we Sanagak your war on them Konoha. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, how can it be repaired? He actually came to our country of thunder to capture the tailed beast. Both of them were captured. Send me a message to Konoha. Don't take those 2, the tailed beast is back. Our country of thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village, goes to war against Konoha. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. All the remaining 8-tailed beasts fell into the hands of Konoha, and the other 4 major villages were almost mad to death, because except for 7 tails, the remaining tailed beasts almost all lived in their respective countries. These 2 this guy didn't even say hello, but just took the opportunity to snatch the tailed beast in front of everyone. Where does this put their faces? Then everyone sent a message to Konoha, probably that the tailed beasts were returned, and if they were not returned, then war would begin. What should I do? Hashirama looked at the 4 documents in his hand and asked the people in front of him. 1 ninja world. 5 great nations. Isn't this a split? Isn't this a betrayal of Mr. Sage of 6 Paths? The 4 major ninja villages are targeting us, and those small countries are also coming to join in the fun, since they want to fight. Then fight. Dave in front of him turned on a burst of BGM on his mobile phone, pounding the table with passion and roaring. Everyone looked at Dave in confusion. Ahem, say what you feel and say what you feel. Just continue. Just ignore me. Dave came back to his senses. Just now, his mind flashed and he thought of someone in his previous life. Snippet. Send a message to them and hold a meeting of the 5 shadows. We will sell the tailed beasts to them, Tobirama said after thinking for a while. Where to open it? It can't be in the 5 major villages, otherwise the cages won't go, Hashirama asked. Advertisement. Well, the Kingdom of Iron or the Kingdom of Rain. Both countries are at the important center of the ninja world. However, the current regime in the Kingdom of Rain is not stable yet, and there may be dangers there. The Kingdom of Iron, in the Kingdom of Iron, right? Tobirama spread out the map of the ninja world on the table, thought for a while and pointed to the Iron Kingdom. Then just send a message to Iron Country and the other 4 major villages. Hashirama nodded. Uncle, are you leaving the village? Can you take me with you? Dave asked Hashirama. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the beginning of the first 5 Shadows conference in the plot, and he wanted to join in the fun. He was eating meatballs with Uncle Madara at the meatball shop today. Hashirama summoned Madara, but Madara didn't care so much and brought him over behind Dave's back. Dave, the 5 Shadows conference is not a place for children to make trouble, Tobirama said with a serious face. Hey, old father, I'm not a child. I have a wife, I have a fox. I can also do wood style. Apart from age and height, I'm an adult already, Dave said unhappily. What's more, Uncle Madara will also be attending the 5 Shadows conference. Uncle Madara is so powerful. If anything happens, he will definitely protect me, Dave said angrily. Well, it's good for Dave to go see the world. What's more, Hashirama and I are here, so he won't be in danger. When Madara heard Dave bragging about herself, how could she not express her gratitude? Okay, but I have to go too. Tobirama thought for a moment and said, he can flying thunder god, and once Dave is in any danger, he will be able to help him immediately. Hey, you're all gone, I'm going too. Izuna looked at everyone and left him alone in Konoha. Thinking about the blind date experience in the past few days, Izuna felt very uncomfortable. Mito has been coming to catch him every afternoon these past few days. And his eldest brother is blocking the gate of the Uchiha tribe. He really can't run away even if he wants to. What are you doing, you loser who has already died once? Show your face to make your presence known. Tobirama looked at Izuna and said disdainfully. Senju Tobirama, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Uchiha Izuna, you're talking like I'm not, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Advertisement Dave now feels that it was a mistake for him to resurrect Izuna and bring out Izuna. His old father also found his gay friend. A few days later, news came from other villages, agreeing to the Five Shadows talk. The Iron Country also agrees. They are a country of warriors. It is not easy to live in this era of ninjas. It is better to express their neutral position in advance. On this day, everyone set out. On the way, Uncle Madara, I've been walking for a long time. I'm so tired. Dave complained and touched his blistered soles. He is not a serious ninja. Apart from growing plants, he doesn't know how to use any other ninjutsu. He doesn't even know the most basic three-body technique. He watches his old husband use Flying Thunder God every day. He was very excited about flying around, but he had also seen the Flying Thunder God thing, and it gave him a headache. He couldn't learn it, so he gave up. Come up. When Tobirama over there saw his son, he didn't want to leave. He just wanted to say that he should carry him on his back. Uchiha Madara on the side had already reached Dave and bent down. Hey, Uncle Madara, you are so kind, moi. I love you so much. Dave happily lay on Madara's back, kissed Madara on the face and said happily. Madara didn't say anything and just continued on her way in silence. Hashirama over there felt his heart melt when he saw such a loving scene. Should I say the same thing next time? And then, let Madara carry me behind my back, and kiss him secretly. Hee ha 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 ha. It's so embarrassing, but, you can give it a try, hey. Hashirama's face showed a pervert smile like an idiot again. And Tobirama exudes endless grudges. The inherently evil Uchiha clan. The B********* D Uchiha Madara, the hateful Uchiha Madara, and the B******** D Uchiha Izuna next to him, all of whom want to kidnap their own Dave. He wanted to roar that Dave is mine, please let him go, but thinking that I might not be able to beat Madara. I can only swallow my anger for now. That B******* D Uchiha Madara is older than me anyway. I'll wait. I'm waiting for him to die. I must dig his grave for him. His ashes were raised. The sky was gradually sinking into dusk, and everyone was still rushing through the woods. At this moment, a flash of light pierced through the depths of the dark forest. Chapter 47. A shuriken shot 800 miles away. Who? The flash of light was approaching, and Senju Hashirama ducked back. It was coming towards him. Everyone also stopped quickly and looked around with bated breath and vigilance. Dave looked at the kunai stuck in the tree. This plot. Hiss, it seems a bit familiar. Throwing a kunai from 800 miles away? Kakuzu? Holy shit, Kakuzu? Old father, please feel it quickly. Is that man far away? Dave quickly looked at the old father over there and shouted. In terms of perception, the strongest in Konoha is Uzumaki Mito. In addition to this, there is his old father Tobirama, whose perception technique can cover the entire Konoha. Tobirama nodded, squatted down, put his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes. I sensed it. It was a man with a mask and green pupils. Looking at his forehead protector, he seemed to be from Takigakure village. After a moment, Tobirama nodded and said, Brother, can you catch him? Tobirama looked at Hashirama aside and asked. Catch? Madara put Dave down on his back first. Before Hashirama could say anything, he rushed over. Only a scratching sound was left, echoing in place. 800 miles away. MD, you are really screwed. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama. Why are 3 people from TM here? Why is this a sneak attack? Run. Kakuzu firecrackers muttering in his mouth. He received a mission from the village to assassinate Senju Hashirama on his way to the 5-Cage conference. The village did not say that Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama would also follow. How about playing? Are all the people in the village's intelligence system raised by dogs? How do you get information? He who knows the current situation is a hero. Well, I call this a tactical roundabout retreat. Definitely not afraid of not being able to beat them. Well, that's what I'll say when I get back. Kakuzu has already thought of an excuse to go back. Where do you want to run? Just when Kakuzu thought he was out of danger, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. You, Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and his heart suddenly turned pale. Advertisement, damn it. I won't be captured without mercy. Water style. Big combo. Kakuzu felt that if Uchiha Madara was the only one, he could give it a try. I saw Kakuzu forming seals with his hands and spitting out several 2-meter water bombs from his mouth to attack Madara. Fire style. Great fire. Uchiha Madara looked at him coldly, folding his hands in front of his mouth. A huge wall of fire spurted out. Water and fire collided, causing dust to cover the sky. Kakuzu wanted to run away now. He saw a pair of red eyes looking at him in the dust. Sharingan. Kakuzu exclaimed. A moment later Uchiha Madara dragged the half-dead Kakuzu here. Are you from Ryugen village? Tobirama looked at Kakuzu on the ground and saw the forehead protector on his head, and asked with a sneer. No, Kakuzu said a little stubbornly. Interesting, did the village assign you a mission to assassinate the eldest brother? Tobirama sneered and asked lightly. Kakuzu still raised his arrogant little mouth so stubbornly. Some people may ask. How can you see his mouth when he is wearing a hood? Dave said. You can still see it. I don't know if it was the swelling caused by Uchiha Madara. Okay, you go back. Hashirama came to the side and said slowly. Brother, you can't let him go, he's coming to assassinate you. Tobirama was dumbfounded on the spot. Let him go Tobirama, didn't he fail? Hashirama smiled and shook his head. Tobirama opened his mouth to say something, but seeing his elder brother's smiling face, he still didn't say anything. Not to mention Dave, Madara and Izuna over there. Anyway, he is the one who was assassinated, so they don't care what we care about. Are you going to let me go? Are you really letting me go? Kakuzu still asked in disbelief. Advertisement. Why, if you don't leave, we'll keep you here to have a meal. Dave rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Kakuzu glanced at Dave, as if he remembered the kid who was teasing him, then he ran away quickly. Hashirama just looked at Kakuzu's back with a smile. Don't look at him as a Hokage who has nothing to do all day long and doesn't know anything. If that were the case, how could the village tolerate him as a Hokage? Of course, maybe they would be willing to give them a big Buddha, but Hashirama is also very dedicated to the village. After all, it is the result of his own hard work for a lifetime. He also knows the situation in Tokigakure village. People who carry out assassination missions like this have a name, called the Tokigakure Assassination Force. Specializing in performing such shady tasks, it's a good thing that if you succeed, you can get rewards and fame from the village. But if he fails, what awaits him when he returns to the village is the stigma and heavy punishment for failing the mission. This is a very cruel act for someone like Kakuzu who risked his life for the sake of the village. He could imagine what the guy who assassinated him would face when he went back. He was a pitiful person. Naturally, Hashirama, who aimed at peace in the ninja world, did not want to kill those poor people. Okay, let's continue on our way. Hashirama smiled and then greeted everyone. Master Madara put Dave on his back again, and everyone continued towards the Kingdom of Iron. On the other side, just after Kakuzu had run 500 miles, a squirming figure suddenly slowly appeared on the stone half a man high on the ground in front of Kakuzu. Rune Devourer, used to devour tombstones in Plants vs. Zombies, is really useless in the ninja world. What? How many zombies can emerge from the tombstones in the ninja world? But now that he has reached the ninja world, his functions have indeed changed. It can record people's voices and images, and can appear on any object standing on the ground within a radius of 500 miles with Dave as the dot. It's a good choice for sending messages. Kakuzu, if you are disappointed with your village and choose to rebel after you go back, you can come to Konoha to find me. The Rune Devourer squirmed slowly and made a slightly serious voice. Who are you? Kakuzu was very wary of this strange thing that suddenly appeared, and he already had a kunai in his hand. I am the handsome white-haired guy just now. I think you are very good. If you rebel against the village and can't survive, you can come to me. The voice recorded in Rune Devourer slowly played out. Oh, it's impossible for me to rebel against the village. Kakuzu's eyes were full of disdain. How could he rebel against the village? The sound recorded by Rune Devourer had finished playing, and slowly returned to the ground and disappeared. The words have been brought. Chapter 48 Goal: Defeat all 5 shadows. As for why Dave wanted to hire Kakuzu, well, he admired Kakuzu's sensitivity to economic aspects. He will be a good boss who exploits employees and strengthens 996 in the future. Konoha needs such talents, Dave needs such talents. After everyone traveled for a day, they finally arrived at the Kingdom of Iron. Wow, is this the Kingdom of Iron? Dave said with bright eyes as he looked at the city surrounded by high walls in front of him. It has been almost 2 years since Dave traveled through time. He has basically never been out of the village. The only prosperous place he has seen is Konoha. He has never even been to the King of Fire country. The Iron Kingdom city in front of him was indeed similar to the ancient capital of the dynasty that he had seen online in his previous life. Come on, let's go in. Hashirama smiled and led everyone towards the gate of Johto. Stop, who is it? The soldier guarding the city gate held a long knife in his hand and suddenly raised it in front of everyone and asked in a solemn voice. We are from Konoha village in the land of fire. I am Senju Hashirama. These are my guards. This time I come to the land of iron to participate in the 5-Cage conference. Hashirama said with a smile. Oh, it turns out to be Lord Hokage. Please come in quickly. The shadows from the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth have arrived. When the guard heard that it was Hokage, he quickly put down the knife in his hand and said respectfully. Yeah. Hashirama nodded and led everyone inside. Wait, Master Hokage, this child, is he also your guard? At this time, the guard noticed the little white-haired Dave among the adults and hurriedly stopped Hashirama and asked. Damn it, you're the kid. You're the kid. I'm already 38 this year. It's just that I can't grow big. Veins popped up on Dave's head, and he jumped up and gave the guard a violent shudder. What he said is true. His age in his previous life plus his current age is really 38. I'm sorry for being so abrupt. Please come in quickly. Come in quickly. The guard touched his head aggrievedly and hurriedly let him go. It seems he was deceived. Advertisement. After entering the city. Uncle Madara, hee. How was my performance? Dave jumped into Madara's arms, and Madara hugged Dave. Dave asked with a smile. Yeah, not bad. Very smart. Much smarter than your father. Madara nodded, not forgetting to slander Tobirama over there. Damn Uchiha Madara. What did you say? Say it again. Senju Tobirama couldn't bear it and roared with great anger. Oh, what my eldest brother means is that someone is a fool. His child is much smarter than his father. Isn't it your biological child? Izuna asked sarcastically. Uchiha Izuna, you are seeking death. Senju Tobirama, come on if you can. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Seeing the two people fighting after having a disagreement, Hashirama felt like his head was getting big. His brother is usually quite cold and smart, but why has he become more and more irritable since Izuna was resurrected? As an older brother, he is getting tired. Let's go to the resting place first. Kazekage and Tsuchikage should already be waiting there. Hashirama smiled helplessly, and said with a wood style to stop the two who were about to fight. Along the way, Dave also saw many samurai with sabers, all with sharp eyes. Dave and a samurai even looked at each other. If Madara hadn't hugged him now, he would have looked at him with cross-eyed eyes. The warrior gave him a beating. This is too disrespectful. Although I am a child, you don't have to look at me with cross-eyed eyes, right? A moment later. Hokage, this is the 5-cage conference. What do you think of it? A family trip. Tsuchikage Ishikawa looked at Hokage Hashirama with his family in front of him, and roared with veins popping out on his head. Old. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. Ao Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Less. Senju Dave. Well, it seems that I really brought the family with me. Advertisement. Hey, old man, who are you looking down on? I just saw a cross-eyed person, and your look is even worse than hers. Can you look at me directly? Dave looked at his left eye, which was fine, and his right eye. Ishikawa asked, leaning slightly to the right. Kid, do you want to die? Ishikawa's veins popped out on his head, pointing at Dave and roaring angrily. Ishikawa, if you look at him normally, he is really no different from ordinary people. But if you look carefully, his right eye is slightly slanted upward. Ishikawa usually knows about it but doesn't pay much attention to it because no one has told him about it. But he was actually told by a kid in front of him. I came up with this idea by looking at Ishikawa's photos on the internet. Please don't criticize me, those fire experts. Come on, you slant-eyed old man. Dave confronted Ishikawa without any fear. Lousy's Uncle Madara, Uncle, Old Father, and Uncle Izuna are all here. With this lineup, there's no problem in defeating your 4 shadows. No, don't stop me, I'm going to kill this brat. Ishikawa is so angry, damn, who would dare to be so arrogant to him? Hey, he just met him today, and the one who fed him was a brat. Master Tsuchikage, we are here for the 5-cage talks, not for a fight. You need to calm down, Muichi, who was blocking his master behind him, said helplessly. Uncle, why are you covered all over? Could it be, Uncle, do you have a sexually transmitted disease or something else? Dave's goal today is to kill everyone present. Everyone criticized him. Fighting the 5 shadows. In progress. A moment later. Master, don't stop me, I'm going to kill this brat. I'm going to kill him. Suddenly it was reversed, and this time it was Ishikawa's turn to pull Mew. No, we are here for the 5-cage talks, not for a fight. You have to calm down. Ishikawa said helplessly. Alas, this child, Wu, just said that he wanted to calm down, but you didn't calm down anymore. Alas, it seems that you haven't fully understood the will of the stone in the village. Dave was hugged by Madara again, rolled his eyes at them both, and picked his nostrils with his little finger. His face was full of disdain for the two of them. Looking at Iwagakure and Iwagakure who were petrified on the spot, everyone else's faces turned red and they were holding back smiles. Ishikawa, don't worry about it. This brat is just a child. Don't you know the child? There is no scruple in what you say. Just don't think so much. Sunagakure's first Kazekage Leto smiled and could catch the disgusting opponent. How could he not take part in the opportunity? Chapter 49. Promise me you won't swim when you get old, okay? Grandpa, what are you laughing at? Hey, this young lady is so beautiful. What's your name, young lady? Dave bit his finger innocently, looked at first Kazekage and said. When he saw a beautiful purple-haired woman behind Lido, he couldn't help but ask. Old, Grandpa, kid, I'm only 35 years old this year. Lido was stunned for a moment, and then roared with veins on his head popping up. To be honest, Rito looks much younger than the other Cage, but his dead face that looks a bit like Fugaku makes him look a bit old. Hey, Lido, don't worry about it. This kid is just a kid. Don't you know, kid? You don't have any scruples about what you say. Just don't think so much. Ishikawa laughed out loud when he saw this scene. What Lido said just now came back to him. Lido's face turned dark instantly. Giggle, little brother, you are a bit naughty. My name is Chio. The purple-haired woman giggled and said the name that made Dave petrified. Chenio. Dave suddenly became petrified. MD, is this purple-haired girl in front of him Chenyo? Is it the future Granny Chio? After a while, Sister Chio, promise me, not to go swimming when you get old. Dave forced down the shock in his heart and swallowed, when he looked at Chio's beautiful face. I couldn't help but think of Chio's old swimsuit pictures, that was really his nightmare for several years in his last life. Huh, what do you mean? Giggling, okay, sister promises you. Chio thought Dave was quite cute. Well, I will have a boy with Lido in the future. Hey kid, stay calm. Samana, who was watching Dave's trouble from beginning to end, couldn't help but said. Huh, uncle, why do you have a tattoo of a worm on your head? Is it because your head can't grow hair, or because you feel ugly and inferior? Dave couldn't help but look at the second cage Samana over there, fiercely fighting. Apprentice. Keep fighting. Insect. Ugly. Inferiority. Kid, my name is Dragon. Do you understand Dragon? Do you understand? Samana was stunned for a moment, then roared with anger. Ooh, Uncle Madara, this uncle is so scary. He is fierce to me. Woo. Dave looked at the ferocious-looking Samana, especially because there was a dragon claw tattooed on his left eye. Those eyes stared, really scary. In a moment, Dave fell into Uncle Madara's arms and choked with sobs like a child frightened by strange worms. Advertisement. Boy, do you want to dance? Madara watched her cute little Dave being frightened to tears by an ugly man with a dragon tattoo on his head who was uglier than Hashirama. He opened his scarlet Sharingan and looked at Samana and asked. My cute little Dave is usually happy every day. I don't want to make him cry. Who dares to make him cry? You don't want to live anymore, right? Samana held his breath and fell silent. He still knew Uchiha Madara. He was also self-aware. Even his own master might not be able to beat him, how could he? Just when the atmosphere was silent, the door over there was slowly pushed open. Hey, Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage are all here. I'm late. At this time, 3 figures slowly approached the gate. The leading figure also wore a hat with the logo of Hokage on its head. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama. Hey, you are here too. Hokage walked in slowly with his 2 guards, and then he saw the 2 ungrateful bums who beat him up at that time. No, they are 2 BS who don't practice tolerance. HMPH, Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. There is a saying that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Hokage glanced at the 2 people over there, and then slowly sat down next to Feng Ying. He is still aware of current affairs. To be honest, this first-generation Hokage looks like a foreigner from the previous life, and he is very dark. Uncle, is this uncle your son? Dave wiped the tears on his face, walked up to Hokage, looked at Hokage, and then looked behind him at the next second Hokage and asked Road. Yes, what's wrong, kid? Hokage looked at the white-haired kid who suddenly appeared in front of him with some discomfort, but thinking about the current situation, he still didn't have an attack. Uncle, is he, your biological child? Look, he still has a white stripe on his nose, and he has so many beards. You don't have a single hair here, just like a pig that has just been permed. It's the same, but you're not as white as a pig, you're so dark. Dave put his index finger on his lips and said something cute that made Hokage almost mad. Kid, Hokage didn't talk nonsense to Dave. He pinched Dave's neck with one hand, exuding a powerful blue chakra aura. Advertisement. Madara's eyes on the side were always on Dave. When he saw Hokage making a move, he immediately arrived in front of Dave, grabbed Hokage's hand, and fiercely turned in the opposite direction. Hokage fell to the ground holding his arms and wailing. Hokage, are you looking for death? Seeing that his son was hurt, Tobirama rushed towards Hokage on the ground. Second Hokage over there wanted to stop him, but Tobirama's speed was not what he could resist now. Tobirama instantly held the kunai against Hokage's neck. How dare this naughty baka dare to play tricks on his own child? He usually won't even scold him, but you still dare to attack him. How dare you? And all this happened in a flash of lightning. When the other 2 figures came back to their senses, they saw Tobirama holding a kunai against Hokage's neck. Hokage, stop your people. This is during the 5-cage conference. If something happens to Hokage, you Konoha can't explain it. Leto over there hurriedly shouted to Hashirama. Tobirama, stop. Hashirama frowned, looked at his brother and said. He actually wanted to take action just now, but Madara and Tobirama were one step ahead of him and dared to hurt his cute little nephew. Don't you want to hang out in this ninja world? HMPH, remember, it was the 5 Shadows conference that saved your life. Next time we meet, you won't have such good luck. Tobirama put away his kunai, stood up slowly, and looked at Hokage Elio on the ground with a murderous look, said. Tobirama also knows that Hokage must be immobile, but he dares to bully his own son. How about not giving you some pain? At this point, the matter was forgotten, and second Hokage over there also hurriedly called for the medical ninja from the Iron Country to treat Hokage. At the same time, everyone except the people in Konoha had a doubt in their minds, that is, what is the identity of this white-haired kid? To make both Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, the Shiras of the ninja world, so angry. Chapter 50 Karashi. Yo, Big Brother was beaten and almost died, but because of the meeting, Big Brother was saved. Oh yeah, at this time, another guard following Hokage rapped in a very lame rhyme. Uncle, do you have Fu Rui's death hanging? SKR. Dave looked at the rap guard over there, and grinned a little far-fetched. Why does this bee look so like Killer Bee in the original book? Seeing that the guy wanted to speak again, Dave quickly stopped the guy and gave him a session. Hey, why bother with tit for tat? Uncle, your face is big and round, like the bear in the forest, really big and round. Skr. Gow. The guy listened to Dave playing a verse for him. The words he was about to blurt out suddenly couldn't sing. After a moment, the guy's eyes gradually glowed, as if he had discovered some new world. Yo, young boy, you are really cool. Your beautiful music makes me addicted. I have learned a lot. I admit you. Yo, my name is Karashi. Say your name, young man. SKR. This wave is called learning now and selling now. My name is Senju Dave. Karashi. Rashi. Well, at least the surnames match. Listening to the rap with that terrible accent, Dave really felt something was wrong. Yo, Nien, Baga, shut up. Karashi was about to say something, when Reikage, who had bandaged one arm, had veins on his head and used his other arm to he threw Karashi out in one fell swoop. He really regretted bringing this guy here, it was so embarrassing. Young boy, my eternal rival on the road of music. I will always remember you. Oh yeah, SKR. Even Karashi in heaven never forgot a word or two in BB. It's over. He seems to have led Killer Bee's grandfather or father into trouble. Dave was a little panicked. Does it look lively? It seems that I am the last one to arrive. At this time, two more figures slowly walked towards the gate. The leader of them was an old man with white hair and a symbol of Mizukage on his head. Hat. It's the first Mizukage, Byakuran. Behind him was a young man with black hair. He was not bad looking. Well, his handsome face could rival that of Izuna Tobirama. Advertisement. Dave remembers that second Mizukage in the original novel seems to be a ghostly man with a lantern and a wretched mustache. This handsome guy is obviously not. However, this handsome guy is very likely to be from the third generation project. The third Mizukage in the original work has never shown his face from beginning to end, so he should be this guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here with Mizukage. However, this Mizukage is a bit vigilant. He brought a third generation item here and left the second generation item at home. If anything happens to him, the second generation item can go up directly. Grandpa Mizukage, you seem to be less respectful than Grandpa Tsuchikage over there. Can you keep your eyes on a straight line? Really, this old man Bai Lien is more ruthless than that old man Ishikawa. At least Ishikawa looked at something wrong with one eye. Both of Bai Lien's eyes are focused on their own things, and they don't care about anyone else. The right eye is turned to the right and the left eye is turned to the left. He also has a long scar over his left eye. When the other three shadows heard what Dave said, hey, the fun is here again. See how Mizukage can be tricked by this kid. Quote. Kid, do you want to die? Bai Lien is a very domineering person, and it can be seen from his face. I saw a white-haired kid suddenly jumping out in front of me, and he said he had two eyes. Is this kid don't want to live anymore? Do you want to die? Bai Lien. Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared behind Dave, looking at Bai Lien with scarlet pupils, and put a hand on Dave's shoulder. Byakuran was choked by Uchiha Madara who suddenly appeared. Bai Lien glanced at the kid who was being protected by Madara, and was about to leave. Suddenly, the scene in his eyes suddenly turned upside down. A feeling of weightlessness came from his feet. The young man following him saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly stepped forward to support Bai Lien. Unlock. Uchiha Madara. Do you want to start a war? After a moment, Bai Lien finally realized that it was an illusion and hurriedly untied it. Uchiha Madara looked at him with a pale face and asked in a serious voice. Hey, Grandpa Mizukage, can you please stop being involved in wars? You have lived so long. Maybe you will burp tomorrow. What kind of wars are you going to fight? Besides, can you beat us? Dave, a small head appeared behind Madara, and he rolled his eyes at Bai Lien and said speechlessly. Damn it, Laozi is so worried. Laozi asked his uncle and Uncle Madara to set up the Susanoo Buddha, and directly promoted you to the 4 major countries. War against your day by day, just like an extremist. If this was the case in the last life, you would have been fighting for eternity at least. Bai Lien was choked again and looked at Dave, but she thought of the ruthless man in front of her and didn't even dare to look. Defeat the 5 shadows. Completed. Advertisement. Okay, now that the 5 shadows are all here, let's start the first 5 shadows talk. At this time, the leader of the Iron Country stood up and said. He watched it from beginning to end, not daring to say a word, like a little transparent person, really afraid that the white-haired kid would find him. Well, let's ask the irrelevant people to go out first, Lidu said, especially rhyming the word irrelevant. Everyone said nothing and walked towards the door, but each shadow left a guard behind. Tobirama in the team stayed behind. Hashirama did not dare to leave Madara behind. He was really afraid of Madara's temper. The 5 shadows are in talks. Senju Hashirama looked at the 4 figures in front of him and thought about the dream he had worked hard for all his life, and he felt very emotional. I am really very grateful that the 5 major countries, the first generation, and the 5 shadows can gather together for the 5 shadows talk like this. As he said this, Senju Hashirama shed tears on his face, and then knocked his head on the table. There were a few black lines on Tobirama's face. He suddenly felt how good it was for Uchiha Madara to be here. No, this kind of thought cannot be allowed. The Uchiha clan is born evil. The B*********** D Uchiha Madara. Outside the Five Shadows talks. Wow, Uncle Madara, Uncle is kowtowing to the other Five Shadows. Dave, who was outside the door, used ghost mushrooms to peek at the situation inside, grinning. Ghost mushrooms can travel across terrain, go up to the sky and down the earth, are omnipotent, and cannot be detected by perception skills. Well, please refer to Black Zetsu for details. It can even pass through anyone's body and cause certain damage to certain tissues of the body, and can share the field of view with Dave in real time, but this range cannot exceed 50 meters around Dave. Oh, haha, it's useless Tobirama. If I were there, the four of them must kowtow to me. Madara sneered, feeling resentful towards Tobirama in her heart. He knew that based on Hashirama's character, he would definitely not be able to stop him, but Tobirama wouldn't stop him even there. Oh, it's really useless, Tobirama. Chapter 51. No one can surpass me in dancing, no one. Okay, Uncle Madara, Uncle Izuna, let's take a walk around the Kingdom of Iron. Well, I've never been out of the village, Dave stretched lazily and said with a smile. As for Hashirama, he didn't take a peek. After all, he almost knew the plot and there was nothing to see. Yeah, Madara and Izuna nodded. Izuna was also a little excited. After all, he had been staying in the Fire Country before his death and had never come out. This was also the first time he came out to see it. A moment later. Brother, I want to play with this. Uncle Madara, I want to play too. Madara held a bunch of snacks in her arms and looked at Dave and Izuna playing street games over there, with a slightly warm smile on her face for some reason. This kind of life is pretty good, but Izuna's marriage, oh, is so worrying. Thinking of this, Madara smiled helplessly. Hey, genius boy, we meet again. This time the game, I win. Oh yeah, SKR. After this round of the game was over, Dave discovered that it was Kira who defeated him. This guy. Quote. Damn, uncle, how old are you, and you still play games and bully a kid like me? Dave couldn't help complaining. Genius boy, my uncle Sanba, young and invincible, oh yeah, SKR. MD, I'm embarrassing lousy to death. Dave rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Where did this beast come from? Can the Kingdom of Thunder seal him back? Kurashi's poor rapping naturally attracted a lot of people around him to stop and watch. Kurashi saw so many people next to him, yo, it's time for my name to spread throughout the ninja world. Then he continued to talk and sing lamely in a decent manner. In fact, he might not have noticed the monkey-like looks from passers-by. Uncle Madara, do you want to break up with this magical beast Kurashi? Dave saw this scene and asked Madara over there with bright eyes. Break up with him. Madara glanced at the extremely ugly Kurashi, who was twisting his butt and turning his waist, and felt disdainful. In its opinion, this is it. Madara wants to express that he has completely destroyed it unilaterally, okay. Uncle Madara, look, your popular title in the ninja world is Shura in the ninja world. Now is the peaceful era. It sounds so scary, right? Now break up with him and beat him up with dance. See, people will spread the word from 10 to 10, so you will have a new title, and this title can be comparable to your uncle's god of ninja world. Dave had a bad taste. What title? There was a hint of thought in Madara's heart. Can it be comparable to Hashirama's title? Advertisement. The dance god of the ninja world. Okay, break up with him. Madara became excited when she heard this name. The ninja dance god is much better than his original ninja Shura. The children in the village did not dare to approach him when they heard this title. You know, he is better than Hashirama, otherwise why would Dave kiss him so much? It must have been his title that scared the children in those villages before. He dances better than Hashirama, is more handsome than Hashirama, and plays games better than him, how could he not be able to compare with him? Uncle, my uncle Madara wants to break up with you. Dave pulled Madara to the front of Kurashi and said with a smile on his face. Hey, a genius boy, this big brother is also very handsome, but I want to know, what is a throw? Oh yeah, SKR. Kurashi continued to sing lamely. By two means competition. Uncle Madara thinks that you have reached the pinnacle in the field of music, and he wants to compete with you at a higher level of music. You rap, and Uncle Madara dances. See if you like it in the end. Whoever has more passers-by wins, how about that? Dave explained with a smile. Hey, a talented young man, that sounds good. This handsome brother can actually dance. He can't dance as well as I can sing. Oh yeah, SKR. Dave resisted the thought of summoning a corn cannon and blasting him away. You actually questioned my dancing. At this time, the atmosphere around Madara suddenly became powerful. No one dares to question me about dancing, no one. Oh yeah, brother, your dancing is definitely not as good as my rapping. Oh yeah, skr. Kurashi didn't know if he was fearless or something, but he was not afraid of Madara's hockey side leak momentum at all. Dave, meow Zeke. Madara turned her head to look at Dave and said slowly. Then Madara took out a certain peaked cap from her arms and put it on her head as if she were doing magic. Ignorant person, let you experience the power of the god of dance. Uchiha Madara put a hand on the visor of his peaked cap and looked at Kurashi with extremely sharp eyes. Karashi slowly narrowed his eyes when he saw Madara's aura. But under the cover of sunglasses, others can't see it. Dave also quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and played the matching music. Passersby. Passerby A. What's going on? Are these two people going to fight? Advertisement. Passerby B. It looks like the wretched man wearing sunglasses just kept making noise. I guess this handsome guy can't stand it anymore. Well, I support this handsome guy beating him up. Passerby C. Hey, they don't seem to be from our Iron Kingdom. What if outsiders start fighting here and hurt us? Do we need to tell the city guards about them? Passerby. No, he's so handsome. Tell the city guards, what are you asking them to do? Are you asking them to stop the handsome guy from beating up the noisy ugly guy? Passerby A. Yes, appearance is justice. Let's retreat quickly. It will be bad if it affects us. Dave took out his mobile phone and played music and handed it to Uncle Izuna. Izuna looked at Dave sneaking into the crowd with a look of confusion on his face. Just when the passersby were wondering why there was no fight, suddenly a burst of passionate and exciting music came to mind. The passersby had not figured out where this music came from. I saw the two people in front of me move. One moves his body, the other moves his mouth. Asterisk and at %. At %, Karashi spoke so fast that it was hard to hear what he was mumbling. And Uchiha Madara also danced a few moves and put his hands on the ground. This is his special skill. Windmill. The passersby were completely confused. Didn't they agree to fight? Why did one of them become stupid and the other move around? But this handsome guy, this action, is so handsome. The eyes of countless passersby and women exude love. It really makes those male passersby tickle their teeth. The god of dance in the ninja world. At this time, someone from the passersby shouted, As soon as Izuna heard this voice, she knew it was Dave who shouted. The god of dance in the ninja world. The god of dance in the ninja world. When everyone heard this, they thought it was a good title. Then he and Dave started yelling together. Chapter 52 Madara, pay the price for the betrayal you committed today. This Five Shadows talk has officially ended. Master Five Shadows, do you want to have some fun in our Iron Kingdom? The leader of the Iron Kingdom officially announced that the Five Shadows talks have officially ended. I'll forget it. There are still many government affairs in the village that I need to take care of. Lidu stood up first, shook his head, put on the cage hat, and left with Shaman and Shio behind him. They have obtained one tail, and the purpose of this trip has been achieved. The remaining three shadows also left on the grounds of village government affairs, leaving the Hokage alone on the field. The leader of the Iron Country left first after hearing that Hashirama was leaving later. He was the leader of the Iron Country, and he must be busy with a lot of things. He couldn't be here alone with Hokage. Well, the 5 major ninja villages have been balanced and have entered the stage of peace. But there is an extra 7 tails here, what should we do? Hashirama had a happy smile on his face, and the peace he expected had finally arrived. Then Hashirama looked at a scroll in his hand with 7 tails written on it. It's a bit of a headache. The village doesn't want this extra-tailed beast, so it can't be put in Konoha. The Kingdom of Thunder bought 2 tails and 8 tails, the Kingdom of Earth bought 4 tails and 5 tails, and the Kingdom of Water bought 3 tails and 6 tails. The Country of Wind bought a 1 tail. Originally, Hashirama planned to sell 7 tails to Sunagakur, but Sunagakur was already poor, and it was not easy to come up with money to buy a tailed beast. Hashirama even planned to give it away for free. Fortunately, Tobirama stopped Hashirama's profligate behavior in time. If it doesn't work, let's sell it to those small countries. Tobirama thought for a while and said. Can't we really give it away for free? Hashirama asked Tobirama with a hint of innocence. Shut up. Oh, a moment later. Tobirama, can you sense where Madara and the others are? We are going back. Hashirama looked at Tobirama aside and asked. Wait a minute, let me feel it. Tobirama closed his eyes and slowly felt. Quote. Madara is dancing with that guy in the land of thunder with crappy sunglasses. Tobirama noticed it, slowly opened his eyes, and said with a slight trembling at the corner of his mouth. It's ruined. Konoha's image is all ruined by that D Uchiha Madara. I won't say anything to you if you dance in your own village, as long as you Uchiha don't interfere in government affairs. Damn it, you all jumped abroad. Isn't it enough to be embarrassed in your own home? This is so embarrassing that it has been brought abroad. The more Tobirama thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had already thought about the time when Konohagakure turned into a dancing hidden village. It was really terrible. Tobirama's face became darker and darker. What? Madara is really hateful. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and roared with anger. Advertisement. Tobirama looked at his elder brother in surprise. Could it be? Has your elder brother become enlightened? He didn't take me with him when he danced. He actually broke up with someone else. Baga. Hashirama is so angry. I promised that I would be your lifelong rival, but you turned around and went to find someone else. Have you forgotten that sincere oath you once made? Madara. Alas, after all, I was able to carry it all alone. I knew it. Tobirama covered his face full of silence. Do you expect your elder brother to realize it? Oh, then Uchiha Izuna can become a female. Uchiha Izuna. A moment later. Madara, how can you fix it? You secretly broke up with someone else behind my back. Hashirama rushed here as fast as he could. When he saw Madara surrounded by passers-by, Hashirama was extremely angry. Hashi hot mom. Do you want to break up with me here too? Madara also noticed Hashirama coming over there, thinking that Hashirama was here to break up with her. Madara, pay for the betrayal you did today. Hashirama put his hand on his kimono and tore it hard, revealing the green belly dance costume she was wearing. PFF'd. Dave spit out the water he just drank when he saw this scene. I want to know, how did you add the belly dance costume to the kimono? Tobirama, meow Zeke. Hashirama called up the music on his phone and threw it into Tobirama's hand. Slowly walked up to Uchiha Madara. Karashi looked at the sudden arrival of the god of ninja world in front of him, couldn't help but swallowed, and quickly got off the stage, handing the stage to Hashirama. Although he didn't know the person he was dating. Big brother, but he still knows Senju Hashirama. Is this big brother going to break up with the god of ninja world? At this time, Reikage, who had been walking for half a day. Son, have we forgotten something? Reikage turned to look at his son and asked. He always felt something was wrong along the way, a bit quiet, as if something was wrong. Quote. The future second Reikage was also a little confused, looking at his father. Karashi. The two exclaimed. Advertisement. That B asterisk 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 D. Reikage's forehead had veins popping out. Then the two of them turned around and ran towards the Kingdom of Iron again. Back to Madara. Hash hot mommy. Do you want to dance too? Madara. Pay the price for the betrayal you committed today. Hash hot mom. Madara. Dave's head was buzzing and hurting when he saw it. Not only Dave, Tobirama also had a headache. Looking at more and more people around. Looking at the two people over there swaying crazily. Tobirama, it feels like his blood pressure is rising. Konoha is over. In the office of the leader of the Iron Kingdom. Chief, something bad has happened. The leader's secretary hurriedly knocked on the door and came in and shouted. What's the matter? What's the fuss about? You can just handle the little things yourself. I'm exhausted from the Five Shadows conference with those old foxes all afternoon. The leader who had just returned from the Five Shadows conference complained. Hokage Senju Hashirama and Ninja Shira Uchiha Madara are causing trouble in the square of the kingdom. Reikage's guard is also there. Reikage should have left just now. I found that his guard has not left and will definitely come back. The secretary panicked, said. Quote. Hiss. Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. What a trouble. Take me there quickly. The leader who had just put the pillow on his desk and was about to take a nap heard the secretary's words and suddenly sucked in his breath. A breath of cold air. What a waste of sleep. If these two guys really fight in their Iron Kingdom will be gone. A moment later. Stop. Stop. Master Hokage. Master Madara. Don't fight. We, the Kingdom of Iron, can't stand it. The leader deliberately adjusted his mood outside the crowd, then suddenly pushed away the crowd and rushed away with a sad face. Go in and shout. But, when he rushed into the crowd, he saw something he would never forget. Chapter 53 Black Zetsu appears. When the leader of the Iron Kingdom rushed into the crowd, he was already ready to cry pitifully and beg for mercy, but he saw. Green monster, This is Senju Hashirama. This is Uchiha Madara. The leader of the Iron Country was shocked on the spot. No, aren't you supposed to start a fight with one Buddha and one Susanna? Shouldn't this place be in ruins? Shouldn't I be pitifully holding your thighs and begging at this time? What's going on now? Damn it, Senju Hashirama, why are you twisting around with your breasts exposed? Uchiha Madara, why are you lying on the ground spinning windmills? The leader of the Iron Kingdom suddenly felt blank. Old father, Uncle Izuna, can you stop them too? This is so embarrassing. Looking at more and more people surrounding him. Dave said that he was still young. I really can't afford to lose this person. Tobirama and Izuna nodded very calmly at this moment, and then slowly walked up. Brother, let's go first. Izuna smiled bitterly and pulled his eldest brother Madara up from the ground. What are you going for? We haven't decided the winner yet with Hashi Hot Mom. Uchiha Madara was enjoying herself when suddenly she was pulled up. She was very unhappy, but she looked at her cute little brother and let it go. If it were Senju Tobirama, Lousy would have burned all his white hair. Tobirama, brother, let's go back and decide the winner. I have to go home for a blind date. Yes, Mito has introduced me to several people. Izuna looked at his elder brother's unhappy and dissatisfied face. With an moved expression, he gritted his teeth and had no choice but to sell himself out first. Oh, okay, let's go back now. Madara was stunned for a moment, then her face was filled with relief. Izuna, you have finally grown up. I finally started thinking about the inheritance of our Uchiha clan. Father, your spirit in heaven will definitely be very pleased. Madara looked up at the sky, her heart filled with emotion. Izuna on the side was crying silently in her heart. Father, I sold my son for the sake of face. The other side. Advertisement. Brother, stop jumping and go back. Tobirama also stopped his elder brother from subduing his wits. No, I haven't decided the outcome with Madara yet. Hashirama also had a look on his face that was still unfinished, and he was very unhappy. Shut up and go back. Several black lines gradually appeared on Tobirama's head. Okay. Hashirama lowered his head in a low voice. Tobirama turned to look at Izuna, who had a bitter look on his face. Hee, Izuna, what a waste. You can't do this kind of thing well. At the same time, Izuna also noticed the gaze from Tobirama. When he saw Tobirama's eyes full of disdain, he felt angry. What do you mean? Well, that's the uncle, the leader of the Iron Country. My uncle and Uncle Madara have been under too much pressure from government affairs in the village these days. They've been a little confused these days. I'll take them away now. Dave he also hurriedly found the leader of the Iron Kingdom and said that the two of them were not in their right minds and should not worry about it. Quote. The leader of the Iron Kingdom's eyes were dull, as if he was trapped in some kind of wonderful little world. Okay, old father, Uncle Izuna, please take Uncle and Uncle Madara away. The leader of the Iron Country and I have already explained the situation. When Dave saw that the leader of the Iron Country did not respond for a long time, he knew that this guy was also being arrested. Scared. Alas, this kind of intellectual blow cannot be cushioned by one or two sweet-sounding young ladies. A moment later. Boy, I didn't say anything when I was there just now. I've left now. Someone was watching you there just now. Just as he was on his way, Ninetales in Dave's body said a voice. What? Dave was stunned for a moment, and his mind instantly thought of that dark figure. I can sense the good and evil of people. Among all the people just now, there was one who exuded very strong malice towards you. But his eyes were always on you and that B*********** du Uchiha Madara. I'm afraid of him. I want to do something bad to you. Ninetales said solemnly. This feeling is really familiar. But he couldn't remember seeing it there. Quote. Thank you, Kurama. You are such a kind little fox. Dave was stunned for a moment. This is definitely Black Zetsu. Keep staring at me and Madara. Is it because I prevented Madara from turning black and wanted to get rid of me? Holy shit. Advertisement. Oh, ha. You are the first one to say that I am kind in thousands of years. However, that little fox is my clone. Not me. Ninetales was stunned for a moment, then laughed. When I heard the name Little Fox, I suddenly felt unhappy again. Hey, Little Fox, you are a male little fox. Quote. You kid, go to hell. Dave came out of the Ninetales residence with a smile on his face. The person who played with cats and dogs in his previous life was really bad. I just played with foxes. Uncle Madara, did you feel anything was wrong just now? Dave looked at Uncle Madara who was carrying him and asked. The Black Zetsu matter must be resolved, otherwise he will not be able to sleep peacefully. Quote. No, Madara was stunned for a moment, but he had just broken up with Hashirama and didn't feel anything was wrong. Uncle Madara, Ninetales can feel the good and evil of people. One of the passers-by who was watching just now exuded very strong malice toward us. Ninetales sensed that that person's eyes were always on the two of us. I'm afraid. He is going to be detrimental to you and me, Uncle Madara. Dave said. What? Madara was shocked and suddenly stopped. Then her face was filled with anger, and her whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. If that person only had thoughts about Madara, Madara would just smile disdainfully. Over the years, many people had thoughts about him. But that person's goal is not only himself, but also the cute little Dave behind him, so this touches Madara's reverse scale. What's wrong, Madara? Hashirama, who had been keeping his eyes on Madara, saw Madara suddenly stop, exuding such a powerful murderous aura that even he was startled. Izuna and Tobirama on the side also stopped. What happened to the eldest brother, D Madara? When Dave saw that Madara didn't speak, he could only speak by himself, and then repeated what he had just said to Madara. In the forest outside the Iron Kingdom, I don't know what happened. I saw 4 powerful auras dazzling like pillars of light emitting. Chapter 54 Black Zetsu. Mom, I miss you so much. Tobirama, Hashirama, Madara, and Izuna are all exuding extremely terrifying power. Little Dave was trembling alone behind the 4 big guys. Is this the power of Sengoku F4, so powerful, so terrifying? Dave, is that person following us now? Tobirama forced himself to calm down, but the veins popping up on his head showed that he was not as calm as his face. How dare you have thoughts about your lovely son? Tired of living? No, he didn't follow us. His strength is average, but his latent technique is really powerful. Dave shook his head. Ninetales can no longer sense Black Zetsu, which means he has not followed. The 4 of them were silent for a while. Indeed, the man's lurking technique actually prevented them from discovering it. Although the focus of the few people just now was not on that, the vigilance retained from the Sengoku era made them even there. It can also cope with various emergencies. Dave, when you return to the village, you must stay with me all the time. Madara looked at Dave and said with an unquestionable tone. No, his target is you too. If you put Dave next to you, you are more likely to fall into their plot. Tobirama objected. Let's not talk about this person's problems, just let Dave follow Madara all the time, Dave will be ruined. It's just that Dave usually hangs out with Madara from time to time, but Dave has become like this. If Dave is following him, Dave will be really ruined. Any strategy will become fragile in the face of absolute strength. Madara looked at Tobirama coldly and said. Damn it, this white-haired guy again, how on earth do you get so many opinions every day? You. Tobirama understood the deeper meaning of Madara's words. It was him. Tobirama was a weakling. Madara, are you sure? Hashirama also looked extremely serious on this occasion, looking at Madara and asked calmly. Yes, in Hashirama's view, Madara exudes an extremely dazzling light of confidence at this moment. Oh. Confident Madara is so handsome. Okay, after you go back, Dave, you will follow Madara all day. Tobirama, don't let Dave go to the ninja school classes for now. Dave can't be alone. Since his goal is Dave and Madara, then someone will definitely come to them and wait until this person is caught before the previous order can be restored. In addition, Tobirama, the sensory formation in the village must break through, so Mito and Izuna can help you. Hashirama. At this moment, he perfectly brought into his Hokage identity. Well, let my sister-in-law come and help me. As for a certain Uchiha boy, it's better to have a blind date and continue the family line. It's enough to have a sister-in-law. It's the same whether he has or not. Tobirama nodded, his words still full of emotion. Defamation of Uchiha. Well, it seems that Uchiha Izuna was only in his 20s when he died. In the eyes of Tobirama, who was in his 30s and approaching 40, he was just a boy. Advertisement. Damn it, Senju Tobirama, what do you mean? Uchiha Izuna couldn't bear this. Oh, whatever you mean, I mean it. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Okay, the fight started again. In a dark little cave in the ninja world. Senju Dave. The son of Senju Tobirama after an accident in his early years. He can use wood style to summon various plants with different functions. Uchiha Madara's younger brother Uchiha Izuna should have been resurrected by a plant summoned by Senju Dave. Madara now cares about this kid and his brother. This is very detrimental to the plan. There was a dark figure sitting in the dark cave. Senju Dave must die. A cruel smile appeared on the dark face of the dark figure. However, it's a bit difficult to kill this kid. Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god is a bit difficult to deal with. Black Zetsu showed a thoughtful expression on his face. We must kill that brat without anyone noticing. Think of any other way. The night is dark. Black Zetsu came out of the hole and jumped to the tallest tree in the area. Looking at the moon in the sky. Mom, wait for me. I will pick you up soon. The next day, Konoha village, Uchiha clan land, Uchiha Madara's home. Uncle Madara, don't make trouble. What time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Dave lay lazily on the bed, still snoring. Hey, Mr. Dave, get up quickly. What time is it? It was the little girl Yume. He heard yesterday that Dave was moving to the patriarch's house in his tribe. The little girl was so happy that she didn't know what time it was. After sleeping well, I came here early the next morning and saw my little cute Dave lying lazily on the bed and sleeping. Huh, little nine tails. Well, come and sleep with me. I went on a blind date with Uncle Izuna yesterday afternoon and almost exhausted me to death. Dave opened his eyes with a slight struggle, and looked at the little girl in front of him hazily. I thought it was the little fox from Nine Tails. Advertisement. Dave, who was still a little confused, took the little girl's hand and pulled her into his arms. Ah, Yume exclaimed. When she came to her senses, she found herself being held in Dave's arms. The little girl's face instantly turned red. Isn't this too fast? Does Mr. Dave want to do something to me? But we are only 7 years old now, the plot in between has been a year since the last birthday. Should I reject him later? If I reject him, will he be sad? Oops, I'm so confused. The little girl Yume struggled for a long time. When she mustered up the courage to look at Dave, she burst out laughing because Dave was still sleeping. Yume just looked at Dave's little face quietly, stretched out her hand and gently touched his face. Then she slowly closed her eyes and shrank into Dave's arms like a kitten. Feeling the heat coming from Dave's chest, the little girl's face turned red. A moment later. Brother, I dated 20 girls yesterday. Can you give me a break today? Izuna's face showed a look of despair. Thinking of all the blind dates she had yesterday, now whenever the word blind date is mentioned, Izuna trembles all over. Madara just gave Izuna a cold look, and then pulled Izuna towards the house. Izuna is confused. Something is wrong today, big brother, why don't you talk about me? Madara brought Izuna to Dave's house, then left Izuna alone here and left first. Izuna was confused, but he still opened the door because he didn't know Dave was inside. When he saw the two little guys hugging each other in front of him, Izuna was silent, then slowly took out his phone. Hey, Mito, help me find some girls for blind dates. I'll go now. Yes, now, right now, right now. Madara hid on the roof and saw this scene, smiling happily. Chapter 55 Kakuzu is here so soon. A few days later. Hey, Auntie Kai, what's going on at the store? Dave has been having a great time these days. Playing with his little wife Yume every day. At this moment, Dave was lying in Yume's arms. Yume gently helped Dave peel some grapes and stuffed them into Dave's mouth. Little boss, here comes a weirdo wearing a mask. He said he could come to you after he rebelled against the village, and now he is here. Aunt Kai over there said with a nervous tone. This person always talks about rebelling against the village and killing people. He really scares a commoner like Aunt Kai. Oh, Kakuzu. So soon. I thought he would come in half a year or two. Dave asked in surprise. In his opinion, it would take half a year or so for Kakuzu to come here. He would first make a fuss in his own village and steal the curses that he specializes in, and then go to the black market for a few months. After realizing the cruelty of society, I came back to him. But it's only been a few days, maybe half a month, so you're here to find him so soon. This guy has a very good understanding of today's society. It's okay, Aunt Kai, just give the phone to Kakuzu and I'll chat with him. Dave heard Aunt Kai's panicked tone and hurriedly comforted her. A moment later. Hey, kid, you said that I would rebel against the village and come to you after I couldn't survive. Now that I'm here, I advise you to make your purpose clear, otherwise, even Senju Hashirama and the others won't be able to save you. Kakuzu said slightly. An indifferent voice came from the phone. Uncle Dave is very happy that you can make this call to Uncle Dave. But Uncle Dave doesn't like the tone of your words just now. In Konoha, Uncle Dave is the only one who threatens others. No one can threaten Uncle Dave. It's a big deal, right? Dave's bad taste came back. Quote. Kakuzu on the other side of the phone had a black line. This kid has such a bad character. I advise you to say it earlier, otherwise, the woman next to you will have to go down first. Kakuzu threatened Aunt Kai, who was standing aside. In terms of seeking death, Kakuzu, I would like to call you the strongest. Dave almost laughed out loud. Are you threatening Aunt Kai? Do you know who Aunt Kai's husband is? Don't look at Might Wei, who is usually silly and naive. However, he was a refugee before. In the troubled times of Sengoku, a refugee could still live well with his wife. Do you really think he has no abilities? Are you really afraid that Grandma Lee will knock on your door? This is the same for Kakuzu. After provoking Hashirama, is he now provoking a hot-blooded young man? He should have been in the black market for a few days after all, right? I can't find out this bit of information. Kid, what do you mean? Kakuzu was very unhappy. Why was he seeking death? Doesn't the woman next to her have any great skills? She was startled when she just glanced at him, haha. Kakuzu, I think you are very insincere. Let's talk about it when you are sincere. Dave said and hung up the phone. Then he called Might Wei's number. Advertisement. Hey, little boss, is there anything I can do for you? Might's voice came from the phone. Uncle Wei, Aunt Kai is in danger. Someone wants to kill her now. She is in the store. If you are close, hurry over first. I am still far away from there. I think Aunt Kai will be in danger before we get there. Dai, the husband, said, slightly panicked. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a second or two. I know, little boss. Grandma Lee, knock on the door. Open. Dave looked at the phone in his hand and fell into deep thought as he listened to the last voice on the phone. Then he looked in the direction of the mobile phone store. Kakuzu. I hope you came with enough heart. After a while, Dave took Yume to the mobile phone store. There are no major problems in the mobile phone store. At most, a few walls have collapsed, and a few workers can fix it in a day. Even though the road in front of the mobile phone store was completely destroyed, no one was hurt. Dave looked at the slightly panting Might over there, then looked at the half-dead Kakuzu on the ground, and burst out laughing. Uncle Wei, you are so powerful. By the way, is Aunt Kai okay? After Dave laughed, he quickly ran to Might over there and asked in a friendly manner. Hey, little boss. Kai is fine. It's just this person who may be dead. And, it's this, store and street. Might Wei scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay, it's okay. The street and the store will be repaired with money from the store. You go and comfort Aunt Kai first. I guess Aunt Kai was very frightened today, Dave said hurriedly. Yeah, thank you, little boss. You are such a good person. Might Wei said gratefully, and then hurriedly left. Then Dave slowly walked up to Kakuzu and slapped Kakuzu on the face, waking him up. How about it, Kakuzu? There are some people you can't kill. Are you overwhelmed by the happiness of Grandma knocking on the door? Dave pulled Kakuzu up from the ground and said with a smile on his face. Kakuzu's eyes are now vacant and lifeless. The blue figure from just now is still appearing in his mind. I know you like money. What I appreciate is your sensitivity to money. What do you think? Do you want to help me make money? I will split the money with you 70/30ths. Dave looked at Kakuzu's silly look and burst into laughter. Advertisement. No, June 4th. As soon as Kakuzu heard about the money, he immediately came to his senses and forgot about what happened before. Chi-san. June 4th. 8-2. Chi-san. 9-1. Damn, how can anyone cut like you? Kakuzu asked with a headache. Hey, you are in Konoha now. My Uncle Madara, Uncle Hashirama, and the Uncle Wei just now are not far from here. You need to know one thing, I am not discussing it with you anymore. Dave threatened. Now that you've entered my Konoha, it's not that easy to get out. Kid, you. Kakuzu wanted to kill the white-haired kid in front of him, but thinking about what the kid said just now, Senju Hashirama is this child's uncle. Uchiha Madara also has a very good relationship with him, and the green-skinned Kappa monster just now was his employee. If I really do something, I might not be able to leave Konoha village. 4 of his 5 hearts were gone just now, and he only has this one left. This is his life. 4-6. This is my final bottom line. If you still don't agree, then ask them to kill me. Kakuzu is also a man with a bottom line. He will cross his neck and ask you if you agree. Bar. Okay, it's settled. Trafficking financial manager. Success. What do I need to do? Kakuzu asked. Take out your stingy, shrewd head. Dave chuckled. Chapter 56 Kidney-Loving Internet Cafe. A few days later. I said you are a bit unreasonable. I am Dave's uncle. Do you know, uncle? You don't even get discounts. Hashirama was very angry. He came to the mobile phone store today to buy the latest products. Seems to be called a computer. As a result, the entire computer set costs 300,000 taels. Although Mito has always been in charge of the family's money, he has also saved some private money over the years. Well, not much, just tens of thousands taels. As a result, the new store manager who came today didn't give him any discount. Hashirama is so angry. I am the Hokage of Konoha village, and I am also the uncle of your boss. Isn't it reasonable for you to give me a call? How much is the discount? No, even if that brat Dave comes to buy it in person, I will never get a penny cheaper. Kakuzu raised his neck. When it comes to money, even Senju Hashirama can't do it for you. Even if Sage of Six Paths comes, I will still say this. You look familiar to me. Senju Hashirama pointed at Kakuzu angrily, and suddenly felt that Kakuzu seemed familiar. No, I don't know you. You don't know me either. Poor guy. Kakuzu turned around and said slowly. Poor guy, that kid Dave scolded himself yesterday. He felt that this word was most appropriate to apply to Senju Hashirama. I want to tell Dave. I want Dave to fire you. With tears in his eyes, Hashirama put down his cruel words and rushed out of the door. TCH, you can't even afford 300,000 taels, you're so poor. Kakuzu looked at Senju Hashirama's back with disdain and complained. Hashirama department. Hashirama, what's wrong with you? Madara was wandering on the street, looking to see if she could find some new dance inspiration, when she saw Hashirama approaching with her face covered in tears. Ooh, Madara. Some people call me a poor bee. Hashirama saw Madara in front of him and seemed to have found some place to vent. He hugged Madara and cried loudly. Several black lines slowly appeared on Madara's forehead. Are you poor and have no idea? A moment later. Advertisement. Let's go. I heard that guy Dave opened a new store these days. What's it called? An internet cafe. I heard that guy Dave said it's very interesting. Let's go and have a look. Madara looked at the side holding a Hashirama asked with a grin on his face as he piled up snacks. As long as Madara is here, I can go anywhere. As for Kakuzu, Dave temporarily handed over the mobile phone store to him. It's not time to export it yet. Orochi Lu built a computer 2 days ago, but it was a very simple desktop computer, and the internet speed was average. The signal stations are all over Orikoku. Dave specially bought hundreds of miles of land there from Hashirama 2 days ago. Now the area has basically begun to industrialize. Aunt Kai and Midway have arranged to work as network administrators and waiters in the internet cafe next to the mobile phone store. Well, there shouldn't be any trouble. Love Kidney Internet Cafe. Hashirama and Madara arrived here. Looking at the 4 big characters marked on the store in front of them, they slowly walked into the store with doubts. Welcome, it's Hokage-sama and Madara-sama. There was a bell hanging behind the door, which made a sound every time it was opened or closed. Auntie Kai behind the counter heard the noise and looked over there. After discovering that it was Hashirama and Madara, Auntie Kai also had little stars in her eyes. Hashirama and Madara are in the village, and now it is the idol-like village. Well, Aina, what is this internet cafe? Hashirama looked around and found that there were some computers worth 300,000 taels that he couldn't afford, and some people were yelling and talking. What? He asked full of doubts. Let me explain to you, Mr. Hokage. Because a computer of 300,000 taels is too expensive, the little boss came up with this method, opened a store specifically, and put some computers here. Those who can't afford it people can experience it at a very cheap price. A computer costs 20 silver taels per hour. Auntie Kai explained. Oh, Dave is really smart. Well, if that's the case, then let Madara and I drive it for 2 hours, and I'll see how this thing works. Hashirama's eyes lit up when he heard that Dave is a good boy, I guess. It's a shop specially open for people like me who are short of money. By the way, Master Hokage, do you need to apply for a card? Aunt Kai asked again. Applying for a card. What is this? Hashirama wondered. Oh, if you apply for a card, it's 100 taels. I will give you a special card, and you will get 100 taels stored in it. That's 5 hours, but when the money runs out, you can recharge again. There will be discounts, 52 or 3 hours, 120 hours, and the money you can't use up can be saved and you can continue to use it when you come back next time. Aunt Kai continued. He explained. When Dave taught Auntie Kai these things 2 days ago, Auntie Kai learned these things after only listening once. Advertisement. When Hashirama came to his senses again, he and Madara were holding a card in each hand. The two of them clicked on the power on button under the table according to the power on method taught by Kai just now. The computer screen slowly lit up, an uneaten fruit flashed, and then the interface was entered. The two entered the card number in their hands. Ding dong. After a sound, the two of them looked at the simple desktop in front of them, holding the mouse and not knowing what to do. There are a total of 4 icons on the computer desktop. They are penguin, Konoha landlords, love kidney music, and Konoha forum. At this time, they heard a familiar roar. MD. Senju Tobirama, you follow me, you give me a card and hold him back. If I just call a 4, we won. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you want it? Oh my god, 4 you don't you want to follow? Shit, can't you be more cautious? What if the landlord has some cards in his hand? Ah, Senju Tobirama, where did he get his trump card? He only has a 4 and a 3 in his hand. That's good now. If you don't follow, he will follow the 4. I can't ask for it, and you don't want it. Okay. He also played 3, he has no cards, he won. I really vomited. My 2000 leaf beans. Uchiha Izuna, what did you say? Do you want to die again? Ah, Senju Tobirama, I'm going to kill you. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara heard the familiar voice, and they both looked in the direction of the voice. The two people who were about to fight suddenly saw that the two people in front of them turned around and were their elder brothers. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 57 Black Zetsu, Sengoku 4 invites you to dance. Tell me, why are you here? Didn't you tell me this morning that you went on a blind date with a girl from the Kato clan? Madara looked at Izuna coldly and asked. That, big brother, I failed on the blind date again. Izuna scratched his head in embarrassment. His expression was very similar to that of a little friend who was caught by his parents while surfing the internet. HMPH, Madara snorted, as if she was very dissatisfied with Izuna. On the other side, Hashirama here. What, brother, do you have any opinion? Tobirama looked at Hashirama and asked coldly. Well, didn't you say that there are experiments and blind dates today? How? Why are you here? Hashirama lowered his head and asked with some lack of confidence. Do you have any objections? Without, then shut up. Oh, Hashirama looked with envy at Madara who was teaching his younger brother a lesson. Why was Madara so majestic in front of his younger brother? Is it because he dances better than me? Impossible. Could it be that he can beat me? Less likely. Hashirama thought for a while, it was probably because he was used to this look before. Well, I want to change. After thinking about it, Hashirama plucked up the courage, looked up at Tobirama, and was about to speak. Shut up. Okay. No matter what the fuss is about at the internet cafe, Dave is a little panicked now. Dave, let's take a walk around the village. The little girl, Yume, hugged Dave's arm and said softly. Kid, she is not that little girl. She is the person who monitored you before. The malice in her is very strong. Ninetales' voice also came out. Of course I know. Holy shit, Dave complained in his heart. Couldn't he see it when it was so obvious? The little girl would usually be shy for a while when holding her hand. How cute is this? After thinking about the obscene image of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is cute. Dave feels like vomiting. Advertisement. Okay, Yume, let's sneak out of the village and take a look. There's nothing interesting in the village. Dave said with a forced smile on his lips. Black Zetsu really needs to be dealt with, otherwise he, Ninetales Jinchuriki, will panic. But if we want to solve this we definitely can't do it in the village, we can only do it outside the village. As Dave spoke, the hand in his trouser pocket sent chakra to the Flying Thunder God seal engraved on the back of the phone case. Okay, Dave, I'll go wherever you want. Black Zetsu felt extremely happy. Originally, I planned to deal with him in the village, but that would be very troublesome. Now, if I go outside the village, I don't have to worry so much. Black Zetsu didn't know that Ninetales was sealed in Dave's body, nor did he know that he had been discovered. He can only use his Mayfly technique to collect information from time to time. Madara has not gone dark, and he does not have an army of white Zetsu. He can only be self-sufficient in collecting information. He didn't know about Ninetales at the time. Then, the little girl, Yume, happily pulled Dave and walked towards the outside of the village. When Dave looked at the smile on his face, he could always think of that dark look and really wanted to vomit. On the other side, in the Aishin Internet Cafe, Dave triggered the Flying Thunder God mark. Tobirama stood up from his seat in an instant and said with a solemn expression. Aunt Kai looked at Sengoku F4 with 4 beams of light in front of her. Looking at the roof being collapsed by the powerful momentum. I shook my head helplessly. Such a big hole can only be filled by might. Dave is walking outside the village now. Let's go outside and wait for them. Tobirama felt the Flying Thunder God coordinates on Dave's body and realized that he was walking towards the outside of the village. The remaining 3 said nothing. Tobirama put his 2 hands on the shoulders of Madara and Hashirama, and a Flying Thunder God appeared outside the village. Izuna, did you forget something? Senju Tobirama. Izuna roared angrily as he looked at the 3 people who suddenly disappeared in front of him. This is definitely intentional. On a cliff outside the village, 3 people stood. Tobirama looked in the direction of the village, his eyes full of mischief. Helpless, Izuna had no choice but to rush over by herself. On the road, Dave suddenly thought of one thing, that is, this Black Zetsu seems to be impossible to kill and can only be used to seal. But if it is used to seal, where to seal it? Kurama, do you want Orion? Dave suddenly had a bold idea and asked Ninetales in his belly. Ninetales, kid, I can feel you thinking about something bad for me again. Ninetales bared his teeth at Dave. Advertisement. No, No, I just feel that you are too lonely by yourself, and I want to find you a good friend to play with, Dave said with a smile. Kid, get out of here. Ninetales instinctively sensed that what Dave said was not a good thing and drove him away. A moment later. You May, why don't you leave? Dave's heart skipped a beat and he asked. You May, who stopped in front of him. Hehehehe. Dave-kun, look, am I Tsukimi? Black Zetsu slowly turned his head, and then Tsukimi's appearance slowly disappeared, and a black body appeared in front of Dave. Even though Dave was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but vomit it out at this moment. How can this be so ugly? Go to hell, you kid. Black Zetsu used his famous stunt. Black hand. Dig. Do you want to dance? Just as Black Zetsu's hand immediately touched and imagined going through Dave's chest. A figure suddenly appeared next to his hand and stopped his hand. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu exclaimed. At this time, 4 rays of light suddenly erupted on the field. Black Zetsu looked at the Sengoku F4 who suddenly appeared in front of them and were dumbfounded. Sage art. Wood style. True several thousand hands. Transform into a Buddha on top. Susanoo. Flying Thunder God slash. Tobirama looked at the 3 perverts and had no choice but to play Flying Thunder God. Wood style. Destruction mushroom. The destruction mushroom can explode with huge energy to destroy everything. The amount of energy emitted increases or decreases depending on the amount of chakra used. Everyone who saw Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Don't be like this. How could he be worthy of such a luxurious lineup? Today, the villagers in Konoha village watched a beautiful fireworks feast. A moment later, half of Black Zetsu's body was gone. He was lying on the ground staring blankly ahead. Every time he wants to use the mayfly technique to make him run away, but Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God is really disgusting, and he even put a magic seal on his body. Senju Tobirama can go wherever he goes, and they are the same. It's like bullshit plaster. Chapter 58 Dave, Black Zetsu Jinchuriki. Everyone took the hemiplegic Black Zetsu back to Konoha Senju Station. What the hell is this thing that can't be killed no matter what? Tobirama looked at Black Zetsu, his eyes filled with the unique look of a morbid scientist. I don't know, but if he can't be killed, what should I do? Izuna asked doubtfully. Seal, you can seal him, Mito thought for a while and said. But ordinary sealing techniques and sealing scrolls are difficult to seal him for a long time. Mito continued. Then what should we do? Now that this kind of thing has been caught, we must not let him go, otherwise the ninja world will be in chaos. Hashirama asked aloud. Uncle, seal him into my body and let him be a companion with 9 tails. Dave asked with his big eyes flashing. Mito, Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna all looked at Dave stupidly. Mito even put his hand on Dave's forehead and covered it. This kid's brain should be fine. Why does he want to seal everything into his body? Kid, I'll kill you. If you dare to seal him and me together, I will fight you until death. Ouch. Ninetales made a strong protest in the body. It's such a disgusting thing. I watch it every day. It makes him feel upset. And Mito, don't worry. If you seal it into my body, not only can I watch him, but Kurama can also watch him. He doesn't have much strength either. At most, he's just a little bit better at lurking technique. He probably can't even, your seal can't even be broken. Dave put down Mito's hand on his forehead and said speechlessly. Hee. Black Zetsu Jinchuriki. Ha 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 ha. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. That's okay. But I don't know if it's dangerous. Everyone thought for a moment, and then Mito said slowly. In Mito's view, Dave's behavior was a bit crazy. First, he sealed a tailed beast in a person's body, and then sealed another strange thing. She didn't know that 2 different things were sealed at the same time. How do different types of things react in the same person's body? It's too risky. If that doesn't work, you can try sealing it into the bodies of Hashirama, Tobirama, Izuna, and Madara. Izuna, Tobirama, Madara, Hashirama. Everyone thought about it all night. The next morning. Okay, you can seal it into Dave's body. If anything unexpected happens during the process, Mito, terminate the sealing ceremony immediately. Hashirama said slowly with dark circles under his eyes. Advertisement. Okay. Mito nodded, she naturally understood. Dave also lay down next to Black Zetsu with ease, and the sealing ceremony began. A moment later, Dave also entered the sealed space with ease. What is ridiculous is that as soon as Dave entered the sealed space, he saw Black Zetsu sealed in the wall next to Kurama, and the space inside was very small, just like a prison cell size. There is an iron fence outside. At this moment, Black Zetsu was holding on to the fence, staring blankly at Ninetales across from him. Ninetales grinned at him. Black Zetsu was confused. Why is there still a Ninetales in this B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Originally, this sealed space was not that big, but now another resident came to compete with him for the territory, and he was extremely ugly. Hey, everyone will live here in the future, so don't be so hostile. Dave came up to comfort him. Kid, have you noticed me a long time ago? Black Zetsu looked at Dave and asked solemnly. It's not me, it's it. Dave shook his shoulders helplessly and pointed to Ninetales aside. Damn the tailed beasts, damn Otsutsuki Hagoromo, my mother shouldn't have given birth to those two rebellious sons in the first place. Black Zetsu alone is enough, what kind of twins do you want? Only child is the best. Black Zetsu thought angrily. What? Black Zetsu's trash. What do you think? Ninetales looked at Black Zetsu with disdain and asked. Damn it, damn Ninetales. I should have killed you when you were a child. Black Zetsu clawed at the railing and roared. Have you seen me when I was a child? Ninetales' eyes suddenly became dangerous, and he asked with an angry look. His childhood was 1,000 years ago, and this thing actually existed in his childhood. So this thing has been alive longer than him, which means that this thing knows all those things. HMPH, that unfilial son of Hamura. Black Zetsu didn't answer the question, but Ninetales also understood that this thing was definitely from his era. Ghost, I don't care what your purpose is. I advise you not to act rashly. Oh, that's right, you are sealed here now and can't move. Ninetales grinned and said lightly sarcastically. No matter what the shady purpose of this dark thing is, isn't it still sealed here? Damn Ninetales. Let me out if you can. You will come out if you have the ability. If you can, let me come out. Advertisement. Hey, I don't have the ability to let you come out. If you can come out on your own. Ah, damn Ninetales. You wait for me to come out. I must kill you first. Oh, you can come out first and then talk about it, okay. Come in if you can. You can come out if you have the ability. Are you angry? Are you angry? Hey, I'll make you so angry. Ah, Dave silently watched one black and one fox mocking each other. He suddenly felt a little happy at this scene. Strange knowledge has been added. Looking at Black Zetsu's collapsed face, he felt that his body would be filled with happiness in the future. Kid, let me out. I'm going to kill him. Black Zetsu looked at Dave over there and roared. Are you thinking about shit? Dave looked at Black Zetsu in confusion and said. Boy, let him out. He can't run away. Ha, I know he won't die even if he breaks through the seal and gets out of your body. But with his strength, he won't be able to get out for the rest of his life. You don't have to do it with him either. I'm worried that any negative emotions will affect you. He is different from us tailed beasts. Ninetales said calmly. Can I use its chakra? Dave asked doubtfully. Yes, he is not very strong. It can even be said to be very weak. He can't resist even if you forcefully use his chakra. Ninetales grinned, his tone full of malice. Hey, let me help you out. Black Zetsu, Kiki, Dave chuckled. Black Zetsu swallowed, listening to the laughter that was like the whisper of a devil. No, don't. I don't want to go out. I think it's good here. I don't want to go out. Black Zetsu looked at Dave who was getting closer and closer to his cage, and roared in horror. That's not up to you. Chapter 59 Possessed by Black Zetsu, I am invincible. A moment later. Hey, Ninetales, are you angry? Are you angry? You can't hit me. Black Zetsu sang like a transformed surf. With his plowing technique, Ninetales couldn't even get a slap from him. Ouch. Ninetales was furious, and then slowly opened his bloody mouth. A black-tailed beast bomb slowly condensed in Ninetales' mouth. Dave looked on and everyone was dumbfounded. Holy shit, Kurama, you're using a tailed beast bomb in such a big place. Dave roared. Kid, I'm going to kill him. Don't worry, this sealed space is very stable and cannot be broken. It's such a dark thing. Let's see where you can run. Ninetales said slowly. Ninetales. Black Zetsu. Okay, you two can keep having fun. Dave, who was lying on the floor, slowly woke up and looked at the extremely nervous 5 people in front of him. It's okay. Don't be so nervous, Dave said with a smile. Dave, are you sure you're okay? Hashirama swallowed, pointed at Dave and asked. A question mark slowly appeared on Dave's face, and then he lowered his head and looked at himself. Ah, Dave was startled by himself. Except for his face, Dave's body was completely black at the moment, as if he was possessed by Black Zetsu. When Dave calmed down, he realized that this was Black Zetsu's chakra. But it seems very weak. What do you mean, MD kid? Tell me clearly, who is weak? Black Zetsu was sealed into Dave's body, and he could naturally hear Dave's inner voice, and he roared in displeasure. He is a 1,000-year-old gangster and a 1,000-year-old villain. He has killed countless people in his hands. He is actually being mocked for being weak by a kid. That thing should be a conscious product created by yin-yang escape technique. Dave can now use its chakra. I can feel this from these chakra. Madara said slowly at this time. Advertisement. Can I use the ability of this thing? Dave asked doubtfully. You can try it. His hidden technique is really strong. If possible, basically no one in the entire ninja world can catch you except for a pervert who knows how to flying thunder god. Izuna said. Uchiha Izuna, what do you mean? Oh, what you think is what I mean. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Well, these two people ran out and started fighting again, and everyone was already used to it. Dave tried to put his hand on the ground. Gradually, Dave's hand slowly sank into the ground. Dave laughed because he discovered that it was indeed possible, and not only that, he could enter any entity, including the human body. He just doesn't know if he can control the human body, but he also wants to try Black Zetsu's black hands, which is second only to 1,000 years of Death's physical skills in the original book. Okay, since Dave is fine, let's get going. Hashirama yawned. He hadn't even closed his eyes to take a good rest for 2 days. He was almost dozing off. Well, you, come back to work with me. At this time, Tobirama appeared next to Hashirama and said. Quote question mark question mark. No, I haven't slept for 2 days. I want to go to bed. Hashirama was stunned for a moment. Why did Tobirama come so quickly? Where is Izuna? Wow, you haven't played Tobirama before, right? Why don't you drag Tobirama with you? Sarutobi Sasuke has been helping you organize and process the documents for 2 days. Is it reasonable to have a Hokage assistant to help the Hokage handle government affairs? Tobirama said lightly. That's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Hokage assists Hokage assists. Isn't he the one who assists Hokage? Hashirama nodded vigorously. If Hokage doesn't support Hokage, then what's the use of him? Senju Hashirama, I'm one of the witty ones. What about Madara? Isn't he also a Hokage assistant? Why haven't I seen him assist you? Tobirama looked at Madara over there and asked. Because when the village was first built, Hashirama became the Hokage and Madara had nothing to do, so Hashirama took Madara and Sarutobi Sasuke, the hero who helped him during the Sengoku period, as the Hokage assistant. But, Madara, she felt bored after helping him for a few days and left, leaving all the work on Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke really dares to be angry but dare not speak out. Hashirama also doesn't want to replace Madara from the position of Hokage support, so Madara has always been called a Hokage support. Those jobs were all done by Sarutobi Sasuke alone. Alas, what an excellent veteran cadre. Madara. Of course Madara helped me. Sasuke was responsible for assisting me with my work, and Madara assisted me with my daily work. Hashirama hesitated for a while. Advertisement. Oh, daily things. For example, taking you to dance in the village. Taking you to steal money to catch dolls. Taking you to play mobile games every day when you are not doing your job. Tobirama got angry when he mentioned this. Hashirama is speechless. Come back to work with me. Tobirama pulled Hashirama's ear and walked towards the door. Yama is down. Yama is down. Hashirama let out a pig's cry. Dave, come with me to your internet cafe. Madara thought for a while and seemed to have nothing to do now. She remembered what she and Hashirama had seen and heard in the internet cafe before. Well, let's go and have a look. Okay. Dave was stunned for a moment. Taking Uncle Madara online, it might be more exciting. Love Kidney Internet Cafe. How do you get this thing, Danzo? How do you open it? Hiruzen and Danzo heard that Dave had opened a very happy place again, so they planned to come and have a look. Aunt Kai tricked them into applying for a card with the money they paid for kunai training, and then they sat here and didn't know what to do. Got it. Kids, press the button under the table to open it. Uchiha Madara, who had just arrived at the side, saw that these two kids couldn't even open the computer. Haha, today's kids really can't keep up with the times. Really? Thank you, Uncle Madara. Hiruzen turned on the computer and looked at Uchiha Madara aside with eyes full of stars. Kid, you have to keep up with the times. Uchiha Madara sneered and said slowly. Yeah, Hiruzen and Danzo nodded. Uchiha Madara and Dave also turned on the computer. Uchiha Madara clicked on Konoha Landlord. He saw that his brother and the white-haired man were playing this 2 days ago, and he wanted to try it too. The game slowly opened. Uchiha Madara saw that he wanted to register for this thing. Dave also taught him how to register. The accounts for these things are all Universal Penguin accounts. When he saw that he still needed to get a username, Madara glanced at the one next to him. Dave's name is Wabibabu. Although he doesn't understand the meaning of this name, he also understands that this thing can make random names. Well, which one is better, the ninja dance god or the dance god of Konoha? Madara entered the game after registration. The interface is very neat, with just a few buttons to play landlord. Currently 0 people are online, open a room, and recharge. Well, it's very unpretentious, especially when the recharge takes up half of the computer screen. Chapter 60 Hiruzen, Konoha Philanthropist. Dave, how do you play this Konoha Landlord game? Madara looked at Dave who was standing aside and asked. Well, Uncle Madara, there is a novice tutorial in the upper right corner, which will teach you how to play. Dave pointed to the upper right corner of the interface and asked. Madara nodded, then clicked on the novice tutorial and began his journey of no return. Hiruzen and Danzo sitting next to them were also doing these things for the first time. After hearing what Dave said, they also entered the novice tutorial. A moment later, you two little guys, why don't you come and have a room to play? Madara understood how to play this thing and looked at Hiruzen and Danzo aside and asked. Now there are only 3 people online in the game, just the 3 of them. The internet cafe has not yet become famous, and there are very few people who come to play every day. Okay, Hiruzen and the team leader finished the novice tutorial and were ready to show off their skills. The 3 of them opened a room and entered the game. Madara looked at her cards and, hey, called landlord. Hiruzen looked at his cards and decided not to rob him. Why should he rob the landlord with this card? Danzo, on the other hand, was so confident that he robbed the landlord. Kid, are you very confident? Madara sneered, looked over at Danzo and asked with a sneer. Danzo didn't know what to say. He smiled awkwardly, but that smile was really not flattering. It was comparable to Madara. Madara clicked to grab the landlord again. Well, he was the landlord. Hiruzen and Danzo are farmers. The game begins. Game over. Madara chuckled and looked at the 3,000 extra beans in her account. Hiruzen. Uncle Madara's match 3. Why don't you want it? Danzo looked at Hiruzen very unhappy and asked. I'm not right. Hiruzen was also unhappy. The card he was dealt was a pair, and he had already played it out. Hey kid, if you lose, you lose. Don't lose your temper. Your skills are inferior to others. Uchiha Madara saw this scene and said with a sneer. Open again. Uncle Madara. Danzo refused to accept. He was very unhappy. He wanted to win. Call the landlord. Danzo saw that he was the first to call the landlord this time, so he called directly. A moment later. Advertisement. Kid, you were playing over there. Hashirama is even better than you when he comes. He plays 3 and 1. You and him. I bring 1 bomb and 1 plane and I win. Madara lost this time, asked Hiruzen, who looked at the arrow over there very unhappily. Hee. No wonder that kid was upset after losing. It turned out to be this kid's trap. It's really just that Hashirama plays better than him when he comes. Hashirama, who was far away in Hokage's office, hard grading documents, sneezed hard. Could it be that Madara missed me? Should I go take a look? When Hashirama looked up at Sasuke and Tobirama who were staring at him in front of him, Hashirama lowered his head silently and continued to correct the document. After fighting these two for a few more times, Madara stopped fighting because Hiruzen was such a cheat. There were 5 games in total, and he lost 3 times, and all the Konoha beans were gone. There is also a Hiruzen local owner. Oh, the farmer won. Madara turned off the game, and so did Danzo. Hiruzen was the only one looking at the Konoha landlord in front of him in a daze. Hiruzen's figure was full of desolation at this moment. Madara clicked on the Konoha forum above and entered her registered penguin account just now. Entered it. There are still very few people in the forum, there is no classification yet, and there are very few posts. At this time, Madara saw a post. It was sent by Little Dave. Well, Madara nodded. Little Dave is such a good boy. I think Uncle Madara is very handsome, what about you? Below the post is a picture of Madara swinging a big windmill. The camera function of the phone was updated a month ago, but it was very blurry. There are only a few comments and likes below. Madara found it interesting when she saw that this post was about herself. She clicked on the comments to see what those people thought of me. Well, of fire. Uncle Madara is so handsome, but can you not block my view of the Uchiha girl group in the back? For Konoha. Yeah, not bad. Snake my husband. The Madara clan leader is so handsome. I don't want a blind date. Oni-chan is the most handsome. Madara saw this comment and smiled happily. This was his brother for sure. Then he replied to his brother. The ninja dance god replied to me not to go on a blind date. It's time to go on a blind date. Full of youthful way. Yo. Madara-sama is really full of youth and passion. Ninja world Godspeed. Ha, what an ugly thing, with a paralyzed face. Where did he get the face to live in this world? His strength is rubbish, his appearance is rubbish, he looks like a scum in the ninja world. Wabibabu replied to the ninja world with great speed. Madara's face turned dark immediately when she saw this comment. Dave, are you in charge of these things? Madara looked at Dave and asked. Advertisement. Well, what's wrong, Uncle Madara? Dave was busy testing the stability of these applications and didn't notice what was going on here. Can you help me find out who this ninja Godspeed is? I'll talk to him, Madara said slowly, pointing to the comment on the ninja Godspeed on the screen. Dave was stunned for a moment, his heart pounded, and he looked at the post. The speed of the ninja world, isn't this his old father? That is my old father. I'm sorry for my old father. Tobirama. Ha. Madara was stunned for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then Madara put her hands on the keyboard. The ninja dance god quickly replied to the ninja god. You are very good. Ah, old father. I don't know anything. This is your own death. My little Dave is very innocent. Dave wiped the cold sweat on his face. Uncle Madara, you can also post, and those who find it interesting will follow you. Those are your fans. Dave continued. Fans. Madara was stunned for a moment. Her heart, which had been silent for many years, began to feel restless. Well, look at this Uchiha girl group's post. Dave found the Uchiha girl group's account and clicked on it. Madara stretched her head over and looked over. I registered this account for the sisters. They come here every afternoon after dancing with you to post some posts. You see, this account already has hundreds of fans. Dave pointed. Said hundreds of fans above. This account can be said to be the account with the most followers in the forum. It is followed by some simple villagers and a group of LSPs. Some villagers who live close to here sometimes come here to surf the internet. Oh, interesting, I want to try posting a post too. Madara felt itchy and immediately posted his first post on the forum. Open black lens bracket I, Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket. Dave smiled awkwardly when he saw that the post posted by Uncle Madara was just 5 words long. At this time, Madara noticed that one was displayed on her message bar, indicating that someone had replied to her post. Madara quickly clicked in to take a look. Ninja World Godspeed. What kind of cow and horse is this? Quiet. Senju Tobirama. Chapter 61 Furious Madara. Madara stood up from his seat and looked around. What puzzled him was that the white-haired figure in his imagination did not appear in his sight. Dave, why can't your father still post here? Madara sat down and looked at Dave aside and asked. My father probably bought a computer with his own money, Dave said in a daze. A set of computers costs 300,000 taels. In fact, the total number of hosts, screens, etc. is only tens of thousands taels. The real big problem is electricity and network signals. Konoha has not yet reached the stage where everyone has access to electricity, so buying a set of computers is not enough. You have to connect your home with electricity, which is a big project. The real power source is still at Orikoku. To connect the electricity, you have to find some Earth-style ninjas to dig the earth and bury the wires. Damn, the hiring fee for this ninja is really expensive. Just one Earth-style chunin costs tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands ryo. You can also find genin, which is cheaper, but those genin either don't know ninjutsu, or their Earth-style is half-assed, so to be on the safe side they must be chunin. Let's talk next time. Madara forced down the anger in her heart. Let's wait until next time we meet. Dave, what is Konoha Farm on this forum? Madara looked at the forum again. There was a special section called Konoha Farm in the upper right corner. Madara was very confused. Oh, that can be considered a game. You can open it and play it. This game is more casual. There is a novice tutorial in it, you can try it, Dave replied. Madara clicked on the game with confusion. After reading the novice tutorial, he thought it was quite interesting, so he planted a few vegetables first. Dave, what is this Konoha penguin? Madara felt a little bored after planting vegetables and asked. Well, you can think of it as a chat software that can type and chat with others. Dave helped Madara open the software, and Madara entered her Ninja World Dance God account. A small window appeared on the right side of the computer screen. Uncle Madara, let me help you, Dave said. Wabibabu is asking you to add friends. At this time, there was a beeping sound in Madara's ears, and a small pop-up window appeared in his lower left corner. Madara clicks to agree. The friends on his penguin list changed from 0/0 to 1/1. Wabi-Babu. Madara Uncle Didi. Then there was another beeping sound next to Madara's ears, and Wabi-Babu in the friend list vibrated. Madara clicked it and discovered this scene. Then, Madara became familiar with this thing again. After a while, Madara realized. Then Madara clicked on the friend search and searched for the Ninja World. Madara sneered when she saw the online display below Ninja World Speed. Initiated a friend request to the other party. Advertisement. This Ninja World agreed instantly. Ninja World God Speed. Evil Uchiha Madara. Ninja Dance God. You are very good. Ninja God Speed. Of course I know I'm fine. Ninja World Dance God. Have you advanced a bit in Flying Thunder God technique and are now so flying? Ninja World God Speed. Oh, you are nothing. Ninja Dance God. Madara was already filled with anger. If he hadn't been worried about Dave and the two brats next to him, he would have probably erupted into a beam of light by now. Madara closed the penguin panel and closed his eyes to calm down. He didn't want to see the words, Ninja World God Speed, again. He clicked on the Konoha forum, hoping to collect some cabbage to relieve his furious mind. When Madara clicked into her farm and looked at the 5 shiny and new vegetable plots, a question mark slowly appeared on Madara's face. At this time, a pop-up window collapsed on the interface. Dear farmer, while you were away, your friend Ninja quickly stole 100 cabbages from you. Close black lens bracket. Boom. An extremely powerful beam of light suddenly erupted from Madara's body. She clenched her fists with both hands and smashed the table hard with veins popping out. The tabletop collapsed instantly. Dave, Hiruzen, and Danzo hugged each other and trembled. Who made the boss angry? Madara-sama, what happened here? Computer. Aunt Kai behind the counter heard the noise and hurried over. She was startled when she saw Madara bursting with light beams and the remains of the computer on the ground. Anna, the loss here will be charged to the Uchiha clan's account. Remember to ask for it later. I'm leaving first. Madara closed her eyes and said slowly. Then a body flicker technique left here. 4 people were left staring at each other. In the field of the Senju clan, Tobirama happily picked up the teapot and drank a cup of tea. He looked at the 100 extra cabbages in the Konoha farm warehouse in front of him. Alas, after scolding Madara for stealing a vegetable, he felt so good. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama. At this time, there was a roar outside the station, which scared Tobirama and ran away as the Flying Thunder God. Senju Tobirama. Konoha is so big. Let's see where you can run today. Madara sensed Tobirama's aura disappearing outside the Senju station and roared angrily. Then a body flicker technique figure disappeared here instantly. No matter what the situation is with Tobirama and Madara. Kakuzu heard that Uchiha Madara had smashed several computers in the computer store, and he was on his way to the Uchiha tribe's land. Since Uchiha Madara is currently fighting with Senju Tobirama, he can only find the second elder of the Uchiha clan. Second elder, your clan leader just damaged 5 computers in the Aishin Internet Cafe. 3 of the computers had all their accessories damaged, totaling 800,000 taels. The screens and hosts of 2 computers were damaged, totaling 100,000 taels. There are 2 more computers. The table is made of Hashirama wood, a rare wood in the Western Ninja world. The total cost is 1.5 million taels. Since your clan leader just made it clear in the title of the book that the things he damaged will be recorded in the Uchiha clan's account, now your clan leader has found there are no people left. Can you, the Uchiha clan, pay the compensation now? Kakuzu picked up his little notebook and said slowly. Uchiha Changjong. A moment later. Satisfied, Kakuzu left the clan with a sack of money and a smile on his face. The money included my commission from Kakuzu, he. The second elder Uchiha looked at Kakuzu leaving with the sack, and felt extremely sad. Sore. This Uchiha Madara, if he hadn't been unable to defeat him, would have kicked him out of his position as clan leader. That's all my money. The second elder Uchiha was heartbroken thinking. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, do you know where Tobirama's flying thunder god technique is usually depicted? Madara searched all over but couldn't find that damn B****************, so she had to find Hashirama to find out the situation first. I don't know. Hashirama shook his head. Those things were obscure and difficult to remember. How could he know? After you finish your work, I will take you to surf the internet. Laboratory, Senju Station, Hokage Building, Square Dance Place in the west end of Konoha, Training Ground number 3 in the east end of Konoha, Ishin Mobile Phone Store, XX Hot Spring outside Konoha Village, Ninja School. Chapter 62 Hashirama. I don't care, I want to go to 648. Madara smiled slightly and left here. Hashirama's mind is still recalling Madara's smile just now. Madara's smile is so beautiful. In the middle of the night, Sengoku F4 gathered in the Ishin Internet Cafe. PFF'd. Tobirama, why did you become a pig-head? Izuna looked at the pig-headed Tobirama in front of him and burst out laughing. What? Do you have any objections? Pig-headed Tobirama didn't know whether he was beaten too hard and his vocal cords were damaged. He spoke with a buzzing sound. No. No objection. Ha 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 ha. Izuna blushed while suppressing laughter, and finally burst out laughing. Damn it, I can't beat your brother and I can't beat you. You're looking for death. A few black lines gradually appeared on Tobirama's face, and then he became angry and started fighting with Izuna outside the store. Hashirama and Madara were already used to it, so they entered the internet cafe first. In the internet cafe, Kakuzu was looking after the store at night. To be honest, he didn't need to sleep. Aren't you from the Takigakure village? As soon as Uchiha Madara walked in, he saw that the person behind the counter was not Aina, and he felt that he had seen him somewhere very familiar. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he was from the Takigakure village before. People. Woo, Madara. It's him. He said I was poor before. Hashirama hugged Madara's arm and pointed at Kakuzu like a frustrated little daughter-in-law, yelling. Shut up. Oh. Why are you here? Tobirama and Izuna also entered the internet cafe at this moment and looked over there. Kakuzu asked. The previous mission to assassinate the Hokage failed, and I rebelled against the village after I returned. I heard that the Hokage here in Konoha is very nice, kind and tolerant, so I thought of coming here to find a position to earn money and survive. Dave Kakuzu had already come up with an excuse before. As long as Hashirama is happy with his licking, there will be no problem. That's right. That's who I am. Since Takigakure village can't accommodate you, then you come to our Konoha. Our Konoha is a big family. It encompasses everything. When Hashirama heard what Kakuzu said, he immediately became upright. Jung said seriously. Tobirama, Madara, Izuna shook her head helplessly. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, with Kakuzu's strength, even if there is any problem in Konoha, any one of the four of them can solve it. Help us turn on the phone. The four people took out their membership cards, and Kakuzu helped them turn it on one by one on the computer. By the way, you guys want to open a night market. Kakuzu looked at the four of them, but couldn't say the words. According to Kakuzu, what is a night market? Isn't that thing just for losing money? How great is 22 an hour? If you have to hold a night market, 50 taels are available from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Damn, how much money did you make less? Advertisement. If that woman hadn't told him endlessly that he must tell everyone who came to the night market about the night market, and if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat this woman's husband, I would never have said such a thing. What is a night market? The four people wondered. Kakuzu explained to them hesitantly. It's open. The four of them nodded after hearing the explanation. Although they are not short of money, it is best not to spend it recklessly. Oh, except for Hashirama, who was the most excited to hear the news. The four of them sat in the internet cafe and turned on their computers. Does anyone want to play Konoha Landlords? Tobirama asked aloud. No, I'm going to plant vegetables. Some B******D stole vegetables in the afternoon. Madara shook her head and said with a sneer. Now I am still full of resentment towards a certain Bai Mao. I don't play either. I go to the forum to read posts. Izuna also shook his head and said. Brother, let's play together. Tobirama looked at Hashirama and asked. What is this Konoha Landlords? Hashirama wondered, it was his first time playing. Then Tobirama asked Hashirama to read the novice tutorial. After reading the novice tutorial, Senju Hashirama's face glowed red and he was full of excitement. It seems that he can't wait to have a big fight right away. Tobirama told Hashirama that during the fight, the two of us should not rob the landowner and everything should go according to my plan. I guarantee you will make a lot of money from Konoha Happy Beans tonight. Because it requires 3 people to play, Tobirama looked at the current number of people online, and there were exactly 3. He, Hashirama, and another one I don't know who. Tobirama and Hashirama pressed match and entered the game in less than a second. Tobirama looked at the user's ID. Money is life. Oh, I'll give you a taxi later and you won't have any money left. However, Tobirama did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Hey, big you, crushed to death, TM's 3 belts and 1 belt. How dare you continue to follow, Wang Zha, advertisement. After a while, Hashirama and Tobirama looked at the minus 5,000 Konoha beans on their accounts and fell into deep thought. Brother, if it really doesn't work, I'll go to the local landlord. Tobirama sighed, looked at Hashirama aside and said slowly. This is really what you said before the start is to listen to my command. After the start, it's like TM has never seen the cards. Seeing those 3 belts and 1, straights, and planes just messed up, and still yelling blindly. Let me be the local landlord, and let the elder brother cheat that person. The two clicked matching again, only to find that because the number of Konoha beans on their accounts had reached the maximum negative number, they could no longer play the game. At this time, the two of them noticed the recharge button that occupied half of the screen. Hashirama slowly clicked the button in confusion. The first purchase will receive double Konoha beans. 1 silver tael is equivalent to 1,000 Konoha beans. There are 8 recharge limits of 6, 18, 25, 50, 98,168,328,648. There is also a line of comments below. This recharge will directly consume the balance in the card. Let's charge 6 silver taels first, Tobirama said slowly. Hey, Tobirama, didn't you see that you get double the first deposit? After that, it's gone. I want to recharge 648. Hashirama reminded quickly. Are you rich, brother? Tobirama asked doubtfully. I don't care, I'm going to recharge 648 anyway. Hashirama shrugged. With such a huge discount, how could he do it without getting a 648? Madara, do you still have any silver with you? Lend me 648. Hashirama looked at Madara aside and asked. Although Madara was confused, it was only 648 silver taels, which was not a lot of money. Madara, who was wealthy, directly gave Hashirama 1,000 silver taels. Hashirama went to the counter excitedly and asked Kakuzu to charge 1,000 silver taels into the card. Kakuzu remained expressionless the whole time and helped Hashirama rush forward after Hashirama left. Kakuzu almost laughed. He looked at the computer on the counter and recorded his Konoha bean balance in Konoha Landlord. Kakuzu smiled. Chapter 63 Uncle Madara actually knows how to take selfies. After Hashirama recharged a 648, he was obviously full of confidence in himself. Tobirama is speechless, but since you get double the first deposit, then I will get a 30 tael first. On the counter over there, why don't these two people match up? I've been waiting for such a big event. Hokage deposited 648, and he should be able to earn it all back this night. After winning his 648, and waiting for him to recharge again, he is fooling him. Please recharge 1. Kakuzu looked at the matching games and was already thinking about how to maximize the benefits. As expected of you, Kakuzu. Then, Kakuzu entered the game. Kakuzu was pleased that Mr. Hokage and that person were really persevering. This spirit is really good. Yo, that Ninja World God Speed wants to be called a landlord. Oh, why not let you be the landlord? Kakuzu saw that the Ninja World God Speed wasn't a farmer but instead a landowner with him. However, Kakuzu, who had just defeated the 2 Hokages and went bankrupt, was a little excited at first. Hey, farmers are farmers, and my skills can still beat you. But even if I make less money, that's okay. I still want to give people a little gaming experience. Kakuzu thought in a daze. I'm Kakuzu, the best person in Konoha Landlord. And then, Kakuzu realized how tricked this Hokage-sama named the Eternal God of Belly Dance was. An hour later, looking at the minus 5,000 Konoha beans in his account, Kakuzu fell into deep thought. And the other side, wow, Tobirama. You are so awesome. You defeated that person and bankrupted him so quickly. Hashirama looked at Tobirama with stars in his eyes and said in admiration. But, Tobirama, can you let me win? I've lost so much in one night. Hashirama then said with some frustration. Brother, if you really can't do it, go ahead and refresh the post. Tobirama listened to Hashirama's words, and grinned a little painfully. He had just seen how pitiful his elder brother was, and wanted to let him win a hand. His own hand was also a blind shot. Straights, plane bombs, whatever was there. Just like that, he still relied on it. Senju Hashirama won by himself. Should he not want anything from his elder brother in the next round? Advertisement, I'm not convinced. I want to be a landlord. Hashirama was a little dissatisfied. He believed that Tobirama and that man could defeat him because they were both landlords. He also wants to be a landlord. He wants to win too. Okay. Tobirama stroked his eyebrows. When he saw that his elder brother was about to make a move on that 648 again, it seemed that he had to make his elder brother give up. Yo, this time Hokage is going to call the landlord? Well, I believe him for the last time. Kakuzu, who had just recharged 6 silver taels for himself, looked at Hokage and was about to call the landlord, and thought of the power that Hashirama had just released in an hour. Well, let's trust him again. Well, Hashirama did live up to Kakuzu's expectations, until Hashirama lost all 648. Hashirama didn't win even one. I'm not convinced. Motor, lend me another 648. Hashirama stood up angrily and screamed. Madara over there threw him 2,000 silver coins speechlessly. The meaning was very clear, don't ask for any more. If you lose these 2,000 silver coins, then you are really useless. Kakuzu. Charge me 2 more 648. When Kakuzu heard the number 648, he stood up from his seat instantly and helped Hashirama top up in less than 2 seconds. Kakuzu looked at Hashirama's back. Yes, he was a big business owner. He had to find a way to keep him charging. Madara sighed, brother, why don't you take a photo and post it? Izuna looked at his brother's account and asked in confusion as if there was only one post. What is a photo? Madara was stunned for a moment, then asked. Next, Izuna helped her eldest brother explain clearly what a photo is, how to take a photo, and how to post it on his own post. Soon, Uchiha Madara took her first photo using a camera attached to her computer monitor. No, Izuna, this photo doesn't look a bit cool. Madara looked at the photo she took and asked Izuna standing aside with confusion. He found that the photo he took was very dark, and his long hair covered half of his face. In short, he looked a bit unhandsome. Brother, can't you change the angle, or tie your hair up or something? Izuna was stunned for a moment, and then taught Madara his experience in taking selfies in the past 2 days. Then, Madara started his selfie journey. Someone sitting upright on a seat, one hand on the table stroking his chin, one hand lifting up his bangs, one putting his face close to the camera, some taking the face sideways, the most extreme ones. It also made Madara anxious. A pair of Mangekyo were turned on, but it looked even scarier. What time was it in the morning now? The internet cafe was not very bright to begin with. The photo looked like a ghost movie with only red eyes. Advertisement anyway, it was such a small space, so Madara put out all the moves that she thought she could do, picked the one that she was most satisfied with, and then posted her own photo with a post on the forum. Open black lens bracket me. Uchiha Madara, photo close black lens bracket him. How unpretentious. Dave was unable to sleep at home and was browsing posts in the middle of the night. Suddenly he saw a post posted by Uncle Madara, whom he followed, and he quickly clicked on it. Poof. Dave looked at Madara, whose face was slanted above, and spat out the Kagaya brand bone meal drink he had just brewed. Uncle Madara can still take selfies? Dave was completely stupid. Is Uncle Madara following the trend so much now? Even taking selfies? Waibababu. Sofa. Uncle Madara is the most handsome, irrefutable. Madara, who was refreshing the forum at the internet cafe, suddenly saw a one appear on his message bar, and he quickly looked over. If that damn ninja recovers quickly, Madara must let him feel pain again. But when Madara saw the first reply from her cute little Dave, Madara smiled happily. Izuna on the side was stunned when she saw the smile on her elder brother's face. Big brother, still laughing. At Senju Station, Dave was still scrolling through posts out of boredom. The penguin hanging in his lower right corner suddenly beeped. Dave clicked on it. It was a message from Uncle Madara. Ninja Dance God. Dave, are you still awake? It's so late, so go to bed quickly, otherwise your father will probably have to sue you again if he finds out. Waibababu. Yeah, I'm going to bed now. Uncle Madara, if you are tired, stay up less late. Go to bed early too. Then, Dave changed his penguin status to offline, continuing to scroll through posts in boredom. In the internet cafe, Madara looked at Dave's message and smiled softly, then I continued to read posts. Izuna. Something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. Big brother actually laughed twice in such a short period of time? Chapter 64 Graduation. Madara was bored and kept refreshing the forum, hoping to receive some comments or likes. The author's crazy hint. At this moment, another number was displayed on the message bar, and Madara quickly clicked on it. Ninja World Godspeed. What kind of beast are you? Where do you get the confidence to post photos? A bad face is worse than Hashirama's cards? Senju Tobirama, the speed ninja over there, has developed the skill of playing cards and reading posts at the same time. When he saw Madara's post, he smiled disdainfully. As for the result, needless to say, the next day, in Hokage's office, the students of the ninja school are ready to graduate. They have been studying for 2 or 3 years since the beginning of the school. They are already capable of becoming independent genin. We can also accept some students. The left eye is blue and the right eye is swollen. Senju Tobirama, who has a crooked nose, a swollen forehead and a sausage mouth, said in a loud voice. Well, do you have any suitable candidates? Panda-eyed Hashirama nodded sleepily and said slightly weakly. I didn't feel so sleepy after playing landlords all night yesterday. Why did I feel like I almost died when I stepped out of the internet cafe door this morning? Hashirama thought in confusion. There are still a few talented kids. Senju Dave, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Mitsuki, Akamichi Fengfeng, Udatan Ekaharu, Mitokado Homura. These kids are good. Tobirama now feels that he can't even speak when he opens his mouth. I find it a bit difficult. How do we accept them as students? Hashirama asked. Let's have 4 of us, Tobirama said. Don't Madara and the others accept students? Hashirama asked, looking at the 2 people sitting over there in confusion. They don't deserve it. Hiss. Tobirama sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth, but it was so close to the wound that Tobirama quickly covered his mouth and took a breath. Leave Dave and Tsukimi to me. Madara ignored Tobirama and looked at Hashirama and said. Needless to say, Dave had already made this plan. As for that little girl Yume, I heard that she started Sharingan a year ago and is extremely talented. Moreover, she and Dave are also engaged, and the two of them often hang out together, so let's keep it together. Advertisement. As for why I said I wouldn't accept Uchiha Kagami, I don't even like it. Mirror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hiss. Tobirama roared fiercely when he heard that this guy had an idea for his own child. Damn, that B********** D Uchiha Madara was so cruel yesterday. How dare you take advantage of Dave? Look at how you usually look, like a B******** D. Narcissistic, hateful, evil, sinister, pervert, etc. Tobirama put Uchiha Madara in countless hats in his heart. Let him take Dave? So what became of Dave? Ahem, that's it Tobirama, Madara usually doesn't have much to do. Don't always think of Madara so bad, he will definitely be able to take care of Dave and Yume. Obviously, Hashirama chooses between his younger brother and Orion got his own good friend. Brother, hiss, Tobirama roared, grinning again. Izuna, do you want to take care of students? Hashirama ignored his brother and looked at Izuna over there and asked. I'll forget it. I'm still a teacher in school. It's a lot of trouble to take care of students, and I don't have that much time. Izuna shook his head, his words full of resentment. Hikari usually goes on a blind date. It takes up most of the time, and I have to attend classes at school, so there is no extra time to take care of students. Well, okay, let me take care of these three children, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami. Hashirama smiled awkwardly, picked up the information on several students in his hand, pointed at these three people, and said. HMPH, then leave the remaining three children to me. I'm not irresponsible like some Uchiha boy. Tobirama snorted, and then he could only take care of the remaining children. The words were also filled with disdain for a certain Uchiha who was trying to fish in troubled waters. Senju Tobirama, didn't you get enough beating last night? Hey, Uchiha boy, just because I can't beat your big brother doesn't mean I can't beat you. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, looking at the two people who ran out and started fighting again, Hashirama smiled helplessly. Alas, you still said that Izuna is a child, Tobirama, why are you not? Inside the ninja school. Advertisement. Dave knew that Sengoku F4 went to the internet cafe to book the night last night, but he didn't know what happened afterwards. When he came to school and looked at the pig-faced Tobirama, he almost knew what happened. Okay, today is your graduation day. There's no need for graduation exams or anything else. Your current abilities are completely enough to become a Konoha Genin. Now come and receive your forehead protector. Tobirama, the pig-headed face, didn't waste any words. He directly stated the purpose of today. After hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all became excited. Everyone was extremely excited, especially Danzo, Hiruzen and others. When they took the forehead protector from Tobirama, their hands were really shaking. In addition, after 2 or 3 years of performance in various aspects, I, and B********D. Uchiha clan leader, Hokage-sama will specially select some of you as students. Tobirama looked at the faces of everyone below. The excited children were filled with emotion. These children will be the future of Konoha, but there are some exceptions among these people. Yume, why do you think this forehead protector looks so ugly? Dave looked at the limp forehead protector in his hand and asked in confusion. Giggle, Dave, you are the only one who dares to say such a thing, Yume giggled. Here, give me your forehead protector and I'll help you put it on. Dave took the forehead protector from Yume's hand. It was gently tied on Yume's forehead. Yume's eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Dave, who was wearing a forehead protector for herself in front of her. Dave-kun, do you look good? Yume asked with a shy face as she looked at Dave, who was looking at her tenderly. Well, it looks good. Everything my Yume brings is good looking. Dave gently held the kakens in his hand and said softly. Yume is shy, but Dave still looks at her so tenderly. The old father on the stage, Tobirama, slapped his forehead hard. It's over, it's over. His cute child was completely fascinated by the Uchiha daughter-in-law. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami, you will be a 3-person team and will be accepted as my disciples by Lord Hokage. Akamichi Fung, Midokado Homura, and Udatane Kaharu, you will also be a 3-person team and will be accepted as my disciples by me. Uchiha Tsukimi, Senju Dave, you are a team of 2 and were accepted as disciples by the B********D. Uchiha clan leader. Tobirama forced himself not to look at his unlucky child and looked at the others. Kagami, Danzo, and Hiruzen all stood up excitedly when they heard that they were accepted as disciples by Master Hokage. Sit down, you 3 over there, you want to rebel? Dave over there didn't think anything was wrong and shouted to the 3 excited people who stood up over there. Come on, what are you 3 getting excited about? Laozi's teacher is Uncle Madara, Rose of the Battlefield, god of dance in the ninja world, Konoha Village's #1 dancer, pole dancer. Oh, there's something weird mixed in. Chapter 65 Dave vs Madara. Okay, other students can leave first. The few people whose names I just read are here waiting for your teacher to come over, Tobirama said slowly. After the other students left, they were the only ones left in the class. Kaharu, Yan, Fung, please come with me first. Tobirama looked at the 3 people over there and said. The 3 of them nodded and followed Tobirama out first. There are only 5 of them left among the teachers. Yume, what do you think we should eat later? Dave looked at Yume and asked. Well, I can eat whatever Dave-kun wants to eat, Yu-mei said with a smile. I really like you more and more, mwah, Dave gently kissed Yu-mei's little face. The other side, what do you say? Danzo asked with a cold face, looking at the two people standing aside. FK him, I've put up with him for 2 years. Hiruzen has such a bad temper. If he hadn't usually seen the teacher as that be D's father, he would have given Dave a long time ago. Now that he has finally graduated, this guy is still showman well, you really don't treat them as human beings. FK him. Jing's brother-in-law is also ready to make a move. Damn it, Dave has been going to his house to show affection to his sister every day for the past 2 years. He has long been unhappy with Dave. Then do it. The three of them discussed it, then immediately stood up and walked slowly towards Dave. Ah, what are you doing? Yu-mei noticed the 3 old men approaching Dave slowly and shouted in shock. The 3 of them froze on the spot. Dave-kun, you go first, I won't let them bully you, Yu-mei shouted while quickly protecting Dave behind her. The 3 of them saw this scene. Then they held hands and slowly returned to their seats. In fact, we lost from the beginning. Dave looked at the 3 singles over there crying together, and for some reason he wanted to laugh. Dave, Tsukimi, let's go. At this time, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared at the door of the classroom and shouted to the 2 people there. Advertisement, okay. Uncle Madara. Dave and Yu-mei held each other's left hand and happily walked towards Madara. Walk up to Madara and hold Madara's hand, we are all good friends. The 3 of them left. Hiruzen, Danzo and the other 3 couldn't bear it anymore. They cried loudly. They endured pain that they shouldn't have to endure at this age. When Jumi came belatedly after finishing processing the documents, he looked at the 3 little boys hugging each other and crying in the corner of the classroom. A question mark slowly appeared on his face. Is this his student? No matter how Jumi comforted the 3 sad little boys here, Madara sighed. From now on, you 2 will be my students. Madara looked at Dave and Yu-mei, who were holding hands in front of them, and said slowly. 1 minute. The 3 of them looked at each other. 10 minutes. The 3 of them looked at each other. Half an hour. The 3 of them looked at each other. Madara also has a headache. You can ask him to fight, dance, etc., but he is really not good at speaking. Let's do this. You 2 have a fight with me and let me see your strength, Madara said slowly. Uncle Madara, isn't this bad? Dave was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly. What? Are you looking down on me? Madara asked Dave with a sideways glance. No, I mean, if we fight here, wouldn't it be a bit difficult to perform? Dave quickly waved his hand. Oh, interesting, Madara sneered, then walked to Dave's side and put her hand on Dave's body. Tsukimi, wait for us here. Madara looked at Tsukimi over there and said. Yu-mei nodded. Madara then used the body flicker technique and took Dave towards the back mountains of Konoha. In the back mountains of Konoha, let's start, Madara said coldly. Advertisement, okay. Uncle Madara, wood style. Sunflower formation. Wood style. Double-headed sunflower formation. Wood style. Sunflower singer formation. Wood style. Original sunflower. Dave clapped his hands, and saw rows of blossoming shapes. Different sunflowers appeared behind Dave. Wood style. Machine gun shooter array. Wood style. Torch stump array. Then, another row of machine gun shooters and torch stumps appeared on the ground. Uncle Madara, be careful, shoot, Dave shouted. The machine gunners stood up slowly, then spit out huge peas from their mouths, and passed through the torch tree stumps, forming huge fireballs and rushing towards Madara over there. Madara looked at the giant great fireballs coming from the shop. Not only was she not nervous, but there was a hint of fighting intent in her eyes. Fire style. Fire extinguishes. Madara crossed her arms, and then spit out a wall of fire from her mouth to resist these fireballs. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bomb. Then, Madara formed a seal again, and then spit out a fire dragon more than 10 meters long from her mouth and rushed towards Dave over there. Wood style. Big nut wall formation. Dave reacted quickly and summoned rows of tall nut walls to resist Madara's fire dragon. Uncle Madara, you should show some real skills, Dave shouted towards Madara over there. Interesting, Susanoo. Madara transformed, and a huge skeleton slowly appeared behind her. Then bursts of blue chakra enveloped the skeleton to form a blue giant with only the upper body. Susanoo, second form, wood style. Magic mushroom array. Dave clapped his hands, and then a square-headed mushroom wearing a poker hat slowly appeared in front of him. Magic mushroom looked at the giant over there and kept shaking his head, and then he fired huge playing cards from the hat on his head and hit Madara over there. Boy, is he the inspiration for your Konoha landlords? However, this kind of attack is really weak. Susanoo slowly opened his arms, and then slapped the playing card to him. The fight disappeared. Uncle Madara, since I summoned him, I didn't just let him show off, Dave said with a smile, his face still a little pale. Just such a gadget almost bankrupted Nine Tails, kid. What are you doing again? My chakra. 50 yuan. No. 100 pieces of pastries to compensate me, Nine Tails roared angrily. Dave ignored Nine Tails for the moment. At this moment, the hat on Magic Mushroom's head suddenly lifted into the air, and then became as huge as Madara's giant, covering the ground. Then, the hat slowly rose up, became smaller and returned to the Magic Mushroom's head. Under the hat, A huge blue Susanoo appeared opposite Madara. Boy, you are really interesting. 8-foot Magatama. Madara was already full of fighting spirit at this time. He saw the Susanoo behind him slowly split, and then turned into 4 heads and 8 arms, with a series of weapons in his hands. Huge blue beam of light. Madara then manipulated the giant to hit the giant created by the magic mushroom over there hard. Chapter 66 Uncle, Hiruzen, you. At this time, the giant transformed by the magic mushroom had 4 heads and 8 arms like Madara's giant, and rushed towards the opponent. 2 huge figures slapped together, causing a huge aftermath that hit the village. In the beneficial training ground near the back mountain. This chakra belongs to Madara. Hashirama was competing with the 3 children in front of him, and suddenly felt Madara's chakra in the aftermath of the battle. You guys wait for me for a while. I'll go see what's going on in the back mountain first. Hashirama said to the 3 people before disappearing without a trace. The 3 singles were left looking at each other. A moment later, Hashirama watched as the 2 Gundams in front of him were beating back and forth. One of them belonged to Madara, and the other seemed to be controlled by no one. When he looked at Dave over there, he thought someone had kidnapped Dave and hurriedly ran towards Dave. Hashirama, don't interfere. This is a battle between me and Dave. Madara over there saw Hashirama coming and roared with fighting intent. Hashirama was stunned. You fought Dave. You sure? Just when the 2 giants were fighting inextricably, the hat of the magic mushroom on the ground flew up again, and another Gundam appeared, wrestling with Madara. Madara looked at another Gundam that appeared, and was stunned for a moment, then burst out with even stronger fighting spirit. But 10 minutes later, Madara looked at the groups of Gundams in front of her, and at the magic mushrooms that were still being produced over there. Madara had a headache. Susanoo, final form. Ha 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 ha. Boy, interesting. You were the first person besides Hashirama who asked me to use my full strength. But next, let me see what other methods you have. The giant behind Madara slowly said. He spread his wings and held a sword in each hand. Uncle Madara. Well, don't say too much. Dave scratched his head in embarrassment and pointed to a group of giants over there. A moment later, Madara looked at the group of Susanoo in front of her in her final form. Advertisement. Madara felt a bit of toothache. What the FK is this wood style? So disgusting. Damn, why is that plant still there with Gundam? Can you stop the FK? The giants behind Madara slowly disappeared. If he didn't fight, he really couldn't fight. Those giants really had the same fighting power as the giants behind him, but their defense was not as good as his. This real Gundam swung his sword over. It can be hacked to death, but this is a pile, and the chakra is gone after he kills it, and the disgusting landlord plant is still there. Hey, Uncle Madara, no fight, I lose. Dave smiled awkwardly, which also made a bunch of plants on the field disappear. Ha 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 ha, Madara, you actually lost. Ha 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 ha, you still lost to Dave. Hey, Dave, how could it be you who lost? It was obviously Madara who lost. At this time, people over there were watching the battle. Hashirama hurried over and taunted Madara. Dave slapped his forehead with a headache. Doesn't his uncle have no emotional intelligence at all? Madara glanced at Dave with a complicated expression, and then looked at Hashirama with a cold expression. Hashirama, do you think you can beat me? Madara asked with a sneer. Hey, isn't this an obvious thing? Look, you can't beat Dave. Dave is my nephew, so doesn't that mean you can't beat me? How normal. Hashirama is a genius. Oh, let's go Dave, let's go do the mission today. Madara ignored the mentally retarded person and looked at Dave beside her and said. Then a hand was placed on Daifu's shoulder, and a few body flicker techniques left here. Hashirama looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, but his eyes were mainly on Madara's back. Why? He could always think of that black stocking. No, it was too scary. Hashirama shook his head quickly. When I go back, I must adjust the level of pole dancing from S level to SS level, which is even worse than forbidden technique. It's terrible. Hashirama went back and tried it out with the Hiruzen trio, and then the 3 of them headed to the mission entrustment office. Task delegation office. Uncle Madara, let's take this mission and catch a crazy guy who often peeks at XX Hot Spring. It looks good. Dave pointed at the mission and said to Madara. Okay, Madara has a headache. I don't know how strong this kid is. Just now, he wanted Dave to go outside to find excitement and just take on A level, S level missions, etc., but this kid just can't willing. Damn it, Uncle Madara, why don't you play with me? S level mission. How old am I and you asked me to carry out an S class mission? Damn, the way you said seriously and asked me to assassinate Mizukage really scared me. You may, what do you think? Dave asked his little wife's opinion. Well, whatever mission Dave takes on, then do it. The little girl Yume completely listened to Dave, and whatever Dave said was what he said. Okay, let's do this. Advertisement. After the 3 people left, the Hashirama team also arrived. Little monkey, what mission do you want to take on? Hashirama looked at Hiruzen and asked with a smile. Well, teacher, take this. This is the task of cleaning XX Hot Spring. You can do the task well and steal. Hiruzen looked at some of the tasks in front of him. When he saw this person cleaning the hot spring, my eyes lit up during the task. Okay, let's do this task first. Hashirama had no objection. Hey, Hiruzen, why don't you take the task of killing the bandits? Danzo was very unhappy with the fishing task that Hiruzen chose. Ahem, you have to know, Danzo, the residents of Konoha village are fundamental. We must first make the villagers live a healthy and happy life, and the enemies outside are secondary. Naturally, Hiruzen would not say that he chose to peep of this task. However, these words fell on the ears of the leader Hashirama. This kid Hiruzen is great. Danzo was filled with disdain for Hiruzen's words. After arriving at the mission location. Well, teacher, let me go to the toilet. Hiruzen, who was sweeping the floor, looked at the time. Well, the time has almost come, and looked at Hashirama over there and said. Yeah, go ahead, Hashirama responded with a nod. That's not right. Hiruzen seems to have gone in the wrong direction. Isn't the toilet over there? Hey, this kid is really careless. Hashirama looked at the direction Hiruzen was leaving and felt something was wrong. Then he hurriedly followed. After a while, hey, the scenery is so beautiful. Hey, that white one. Oh, that one. It's so big. Little Hiruzen was lying on the wall outside the women's bathhouse, looking at the scenery inside with narrow eyes. Little monkey, you actually do such a thing. Hashirama followed him at this time, but when he saw Hiruzen lying around the corner and peeping, he shouted in shock. Well, don't move, I caught you, you peeping idiots, yo, one big, one small, or two, you are so shameless. At this time, a voice came, and Dave slowly walked out from behind them. He pointed at the backs of the big and small figures in front of him and accused him. Madara was also stunned and appeared next to Dave with a body flicker technique. After Hiruzen and Hashirama over there heard the sound, their faces froze and they slowly turned their heads. Holy shit, Uncle, Hiruzen. Dave was startled. How come Uncle got together with Hiruzen? Hashirama. You actually. Madara was also startled, pointing at Hashirama in front of her with a trembling hand and saying intermittently. Hashirama is instantly petrified. Chapter 67 Kakuzu Dad, please lead me to wealth. Senju Station. Hashirama, can you explain to me what happened today? Mito asked with a smile as he looked at Hashirama who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Dave and Tobirama, who were watching the battle on the sidelines, wiped the sweat from their faces. Why does the ant have such a strong murderous aura when she smiles and talks? Well, Mito, this is the little monkey I don't know what happened, and then Dave. Madara. Then, Hashirama felt the murderous aura coming towards him and explained hesitantly. Hashirama, let me tell you what will happen to you later. Mito smiled slightly and slowly walked towards Hashirama who looked frightened. Let's go. Tobirama saw that things were going wrong and quickly ran away with Dave, a flying thunder god. Konoha Internet Cafe. Tobirama sent Dave to the Internet Cafe, and then he returned to his laboratory to continue experimenting with new techniques. Hey, Dave, you're here. Orochi was sitting behind the counter chatting with Kakuzu. Suddenly he saw Dave coming and said hello to Dave. Brother Lou, why are you willing to put down the experiment and come out to take a look today? Dave asked in confusion when he saw Orochi Lou here. Orokoku is really an experimental maniac. I went to the square dance 2 days ago and I heard that Orokoku basically said that if you don't experiment, you will never faint unless you experiment. You made me panic. I still thinking about my little Shinmaru. Well, Manager Kakuzu said he wanted to discuss something with me. Yu is going to dance in the afternoon. I haven't spent time with her for a long time. I'll go play with her in the afternoon. Orochimaru nodded and said, his face white when he mentioned Sister Yu. Full of tenderness. Kakuzu is looking for you. What business could he have with you? Dave wondered, how could Kakuzu find Orokoku? Just in time, you're here too. I heard Manager Kakuzu say that he has some new ideas about these computer games. Let's discuss them together. Orochimaru nodded and asked Dave to sit aside. Kakuzu, what new ideas do you have? Dave looked at Kakuzu and asked. I think some new games can be released to increase the profit source of recharge, Kakuzu said while sitting upright. Dave looked at Kakuzu in front of him and wanted to wear glasses for him, it hurts. Kakuzu didn't do this on a whim. After a few days of duel between him and Hashirama in Landlord, he discovered that Hashirama's recharged Konoha beans on Landlord alone had tens of thousands of silver taels. This is really better than those who sell computers. The money comes much faster. And let's not talk about Senju Hashirama. He has also done his own calculations in the past few days. Among them, game recharges accounted for the largest part. Just by recharging silver coins, excluding Orochi Roku and Dave's, he has already made a few dollars in his own hands. 100,000 silver taels. In other aspects, such as selling computers and mobile phones, the total cost is only tens of thousands of silver taels. Well, it looks like it's time to take the game Recharge Storm in Konoha. Advertisement. Hey, do you have any good game ideas? Dave took a deep breath. Kakuzu is really scary. He discovered the wealth code so quickly. Well, after my careful consideration these days, I feel that if you want to make a game with profit as the first condition, you must capture the consumption psychology of each villager. I did some research in Konoha village these days and found that it can develop a game mode and collect it. When Kakuzu said this, his aura became particularly powerful. Yes, just collecting. I investigated for a few days and found that many bookstores sell books. As long as the packaging and titles are well done, people will buy them. And I don't know what kind of psychology it is. As long as they buy the first, even if this book is not good, I will buy it when I see the serials that appear later, until the book is finished, and then put it at home to gather dust as a collection. Quote. Dave was dumbfounded. Are you this guy? Could it be that he traveled to his previous life and got the true story of Mawa Pain? This TM professional terminology is better than mine. I thought about it and finally came up with a general idea. That is, we use the modern ninja world as the background. Those characters who have names and surnames in the ninja world and whose names are passed down to the ninja world are made into book-like existences. They are packaged very beautifully. According to some ideas and patterns, we can create a game with significant profitability. Kakuzu finished speaking in one breath, feeling very relaxed. Bang! Dave suddenly jumped from the chair and knelt on the ground. Kakuzu dad. Please lead me to wealth. A moment later. Lottery mode. It sounds good, but the probability must be low. Only in this way can he have the desire to consume. It can't be too low, otherwise the probability will be so low that people will be annoyed and no one will play. Well, the 10 draw idea you mentioned is good, but why does it have to be so much cheaper? Is it just a few dozen silver taels cheaper? Yes, we can buy some very famous people with money. I have to say, Kakuzu, your idea is very good. That's right, and also, ninja operations require physical strength after all. We can't let them play all the time. Well, physical strength and other things can be bought with money, not bad. Orochimaru looked at the two foxes in front of him, one large and one small, with a slight grin on his face. For some reason, he was a little worried about the future of Konoha. A few people chatted until the night was dark, and then they dispersed with unfinished thoughts. When Orochimaru stood up and was about to leave, he turned around and saw Liu Shanyu behind him looking at him with resentment. Oops, I forgot about Jade. As for Dave, the little girl Yume also looked at Dave with aggrieved eyes. Dave-kun, didn't you agree to take me to the teacher to do a task today? The little girl said with red eyes, full of grievances. Xiao Yume, I'm sorry, I let you down today. Dave quickly hugged Yume and comforted softly. Advertisement. Don't cry. Look, such a cute little face is not cute anymore when it cries so much. It's my fault that I'm not with you today. Well, why not go see the stars? Dave wiped the moon gently. Tears on beautiful face. But there are no stars tonight. Yume said with some choking. Fool, you are the most beautiful and brightest star in my eyes. Let me see you, okay. Dave said slowly with a slight smile. Yume's little face turned red. Dave held Yume's little hand and took Yume away. Learned. Orochimaru saw Dave's operation with his eyes fixed on the stars, nodded solemnly, then turned to look at the Liushan jade in front of him, and was about to speak. What? You still want to learn from Dave? Liu Shanyu interrupted with a sullen face. Orochimaru coughed twice in embarrassment. He was discovered. PFF'd. Okay, I don't blame you. It's so late, haven't you eaten yet? Yu asked with a chuckle. Yeah. Orochimaru nodded shyly. Let's go to dinner. Since you didn't keep your promise today, make it up to me tonight. You want to treat me? Good. Kakuzu behind the counter witnessed the whole process. His expression looked like he had eaten shit. Who the hell am I messing with? Then Kakuzu looked at the computer in front of him, and Belly Dance Eternal God came online. Money is life. Come and play landlords. The eternal god of belly dance. Come on. Today I must win back what I lost. A moment later, Kakuzu looked at the 648 that had arrived in the account, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, how can love and love be worth money? The author has something to say. The game mentioned in the article that will be developed is not Hokage Happy Loan. The current technology tree has not yet developed to the point where it can make that game. What's more, the author himself has never played it. I don't know many clues. I'll give it a try. He must have been writing that for several weeks. By the way, that game doesn't cost money, right? Chapter 68 let them both take on this kind of mission. A few days later. Teacher, can we not take on this kind of mission? Uchiha Kagami looked at his teacher, then at the hoe in his hand, and asked resentfully. Okay, let's go pick up the C-level ones for the next mission. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said. Danzo and Hiruzen were so excited when they heard their teacher's words that they threw away the hoes in their hands. Hey, what are you doing? I asked you to hoe the ground. I didn't ask you to throw my hoe. The farmer over there roared very unhappy when he saw this scene. The two quickly picked up the hose and continued to hoe the ground. Hashirama also hurried to apologize to the farmer. A few hours later, the task delegation office. Help us get the C-level mission out, Hiruzen said happily looking at the ninja entrusting the mission in front of him. Okay. The ninja didn't say much, and took out a few C-level task lists and handed them to several people. Well, Danzo, do you think it's better to exterminate the bandits or to investigate the village's intelligence? Jing asked Danzo, holding several task sheets and looking at him. Kill the bandits, this is good. Danzo thought thoughtfully for a while and said slowly. Okay, Master Chunin, let's. Jing nodded and was about to hand over the task list in his hand. Take this, just take this. Yes, that's right. Let's take this. At this time, Hashirama and Hiruzen on the side had their eyes filled with light, and they quickly handed the task list in their hands to the Chunin. Chunin took it and handed a piece of paper to the two of them. What mission did you take on? Danzo and Jing looked at the two of them in confusion and asked. He. Hiruzen and Hashirama both smiled evilly. He handed the paper in his hand to the two of them. Is this some kind of mission to decipher confidential information? Danzo asked confusedly, looking at the two strings of numbers in his hand. No. This should be the penguin. Jing looked at the familiar arrangement of 10 digits and said with a slight grin. Hey, this mission is to help the penguin owner grow some vegetables on the computer, steal some vegetables from designated friends, and then win gold in the Konoha Landlords ranking tournament. Hashirama chuckled. The god of landlords, why is he so obligated to do this kind of task? 2 days ago, Konoha Landlords also opened the ranking mode, which is divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, etc. In the ranking match, the double mode was opened. You will win more Konoha beans, but of course, you will also lose more. The same goes for rank points. Advertisement. 2 Konoha philanthropists like Hiruzen and Hashirama are now bronze 3 masters. Quote ? Quote. Danzo and Jing's faces were full of question marks. Where are you two playing? Just your landlord fighting skills. Where do you get the confidence to take on such a task? Inside Konoha Internet Cafe. After Angle's publicity, the Konoha Internet Cafe is now full of people. It is basically full of people every day, including ninjas and ordinary people. In fact, there are also many propaganda that are not based on angles. Holy shit, you're just playing. You blast him. I took him away with just 3 and 1. Shunzi. See, you're crazy. What kind of bomb did you come out with? Are your damn bombs useful to me? Whose online name is Lost Love? Do you dare to come out and compete with me? I'll let you know what a black hand is. If you don't know how to play landlord, go and plant vegetables. Lousy just lost the silver he bought. Which B***********D is the one with the online name Ninja World Godspeed? Isn't he in the internet cafe? MD, do you dare to stand up? See if I can kill you with one punch. If you have the guts to comment under my post, if you have the guts, FKU I stand up. Is there such a thing as the speed of the ninja world? You added me as a friend and then deleted me after stealing my food. Do you dare to stand up? Stand up. You were so angry with me. Hashirama and the others were still a mile away from the internet cafe when they could hear the roar coming from the internet cafe. Hashirama is ashamed. The god of ninja world seems to be his younger brother. His younger brother has become more and more promiscuous these days. The 3 of Hashirama walked into the internet cafe. They looked at Kakuzu who was busy helping others recharge money, and looked at Kakuzu's mouth. Kakuzu's smile almost reached his ears. Hashirama felt that he was in pain and happy. Kakuzu, are there no more organics? Hashirama asked as he walked up to the counter. Poor BCH, Hokage-sama is here. Well, there are exactly 4 computers left. They are over there in the corner. Let me open them for you. When Kakuzu saw the wealthy Hokage coming, his face changed. His smile became more sincere. Quote. Hashirama's face was covered with black lines. I heard you call me poor. Kakuzu helped the 4 people turn on their computers, and they all sat in front of their machines. Who comes first? Hiruzen waved the paper with the penguin number written on it in his hand and looked at the 3 of them doubtfully. I'll go first. You 3 can play your own thing first. Hashirama took the paper with the account number from Hiruzen's hand and said with a smile. Danzo looks at each other in the mirror. What should we do? Should we stop the teacher and Hiruzen? Advertisement. Quote. Let them play for a while first. After the taskmaster is divided, let's hit him up. Both of them understood each other's eyes. Well, then it's okay. Let the 2 losers go play first. A moment later. Hey, crushed to death. Big U. Plain. Amidst Hashirama's roars, the mission master's account successfully dropped from silver 1 to bronze 1. Teacher. Let me do it. Hiruzen looked at the -5,000 Konoha beans on his computer and couldn't play anymore. Then he looked at Hashirama's side and said confidently. Okay, Hiruzen. Teacher believes in you for once. Hashirama looked at the confident look of the little monkey and saw his childhood self. Hashirama solemnly shook hands with Hiruzen, both of them looking serious. Danzo next to him had veins popping out on his head. These 2 people. Babu, didn't you go on a mission today? Why are you still online? At this time, the penguin in front of Danzo shook once or twice. It was a message from Dave. Yu Mei's home. Dave and Yu Mei hugged each other warmly and played with the computer. Dave helped connect the computer to Yu Mei's home for free. Kakuzu knew about this at that time and chased Dave from the east end of Konoha to the west end of Konoha, calling Dave a prodigal son. When Dave saw Hashirama and the trio online just now, he sent a message to Danzo in confusion. Everything is for Konoha. Sensei and Hiruzen took on a mission to help a penguin go from silver to gold. Well, now it's time for bronze 1. Babu, you sure? Let the 2 of them play landlords. Aren't you afraid that the account owner will find out and kill them both? Dave spat out the Kagaya bone meal drink he just drank and asked those 2 philanthropists to take on such a task. What's going on? Everything is for Konoha. It's okay, they can just play with each other first. When the ones that have fallen in equal parts can no longer fall anymore, Jing and I can help the account owner to hit them up. Chapter 69 Missed Shinobi's Confidence, Kidnapping Dave. Night. Full of my love, carrying me away, tears streaming down my face when I finally knew the truth. Dave, who had been playing at Yumei's house for a day, came out of Uchiha's clan and walked on the dark path, humming. Beimao, we have a very good relationship with the Uchiha clan. It should be this kid. At this time, several conversations came from the dark alley. Then come on, remember not to cause too much trouble. Just take him away. Yes. Dave looked at the dozen or so ninjas that suddenly appeared in front of him and had a headache. Don't do anything, I'll go with you, okay. Dave looked at the dozen people who suddenly came out and pulled out their kunai, and waved his hand quickly. Of course, with just these dozen things, it would be wishful thinking to catch him. Let alone talking about plants or not, as long as he is possessed by Black Zetsu, these dozen things can't even touch his clothes. What should I do? One of the ninjas looked at the leader and asked. Take him away. Ha, he is very smart. He knows that he can't defeat us, and too much struggle will be in vain. The leading ninja looked disdainful. Immediately, the two ninjas quickly tied up Dave and walked towards the outside of Konoha village. Kurama, ask your clone to tell Sengoku F4. I want to see which village is so floating now. Dave entered his sealed space calmly and said with a smile. Kid, you have such a bad character. Black Zetsu on the side shuddered when he heard about this, the largest black hand organization in Konoha village. He has never forgotten that day. Oh my god, you don't know what happened that day. Now Black Zetsu feels very uncomfortable every time he thinks about that. Boy, what do you want to do again? Kurama also has a headache. This kid can obviously solve these dozen of garbage with his own hands, so he has to do these evil things. Some villages have just been built, and they are beginning to be dissatisfied with what they have in their hands. Dave laughed as he lay on Nine Tails. Advertisement. Then you tell those 4 idiots. Let those 4 idiots destroy other people's villages. Black Zetsu asked angrily. Black Zetsu, do you miss your mother? Dave asked with a half smile but an unexpected answer. Black Zetsu was stunned. He suddenly couldn't understand the kid in front of him. Do you know something? Black Zetsu was shocked and asked tentatively. I know everything I should know, and I know everything I shouldn't know. Dave looked at the ceiling of the sealed space and said with a smile. Black Zetsu remained silent. Nine Tails was also stunned. The space was sealed and fell into silence. On the other side, at the large disco venue at the west end of Konoha. The little Nine Tails, who was spinning the windmill with Madara, suddenly received a message from the main body and stopped dancing. Nine Tails, why don't you dance? Madara looked at the little Nine Tails who stopped dancing and asked in confusion. Dave's been taken, said little Nine Tails. Bang! Madara suddenly burst out with a powerful beam of light. What's going on, Madara? Izuna and Hashirama, who were also dancing over there, saw Madara exploding the beam of light and hurried over to ask. Even Tobirama, who was watching the battle over there, hurried over. Where was Dave taken? Madara ignored the 3 people in front of her and looked at the little Nine Tails in front of her and asked. The direction of the Kingdom of Water. Little Nine Tails closed his eyes and connected to the main body, and then said. Today, all the villagers in Konoha village saw 4 powerful pillars of light rising into the sky. Missed Shinobi. Very good, Madara said coldly, and then immediately rushed towards the Kingdom of Water. Hashirama and the 3 others quickly followed. Advertisement. At this moment, Kurigakure. Mizukage-sama, is there nothing wrong with us catching that brat? Ghost Lantern Wanyu looked at Mizukage and asked in confusion. Hey, Tobirama's son, let me tell you, it was funny how the Hokage and the others protected that brat during the 5 Shadows conference. It's okay. The ones I sent out were all elite Jonin from the village. That brat was at most a genin. There is no resistance at all, and they have probably succeeded now. Quote. We have also found out the information very clearly. Every afternoon to dusk, Hokage, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, and a young man will go to the west end of Konoha to dance. Mito, the master of Konoha's seal barrier, will also when they go to the east end of Konoha to dance, they are at their lowest alert at that time. All they need to do is catch him at any time. Bai Lian said confidently. I don't understand. Why are we arresting this kid? To be honest, Gui Deng Wanyu is really a little confused. At most, this kid is Tobirama's son, which has some value, but to offend those people for such a small value, is it worth it? In the current ninja world, the Konoha family is the only one. The other 4 villages are already out of breath and need a breakthrough. As long as we can capture Tobirama's son, we can use it to blackmail Konoha. Senju Hashirama is a very loving uncle, they will definitely agree to all our conditions when the time comes. Bai Lian sneered. Senju Hashirama, god of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, Shura of the ninja world. Ridiculous. It is nothing more than taking the lead in ending Sengoku's reputation in the ninja world. We will use these interests to form alliances with other villages. Hehe, what will he do then? God, you can't resist it. Bai Lian laughed, seeming very confident. In fact, if Dave heard these words, he would still like to see the great Buddha of Susanoo and the scene where the 2 of them destroyed the 4 kingdoms. On the other side, Sengoku F4 is traveling at the speed of sound. Madara, This is the wrong direction, isn't it? The direction where Dave was captured doesn't seem to be here, Hashirama said, looking at Madara in front of him and asked. That kid can handle it on his own. I don't believe he can't defeat those dozen Jonin, Madara said with a sneer from the front. Just the plant that disgusted him to death 2 days ago could take care of all those Jonin. It seems to be the case. Then what are we going to do? Hashirama only realized it at this time. He saw the scene 2 days ago and suddenly understood, how could Dave not be able to defeat those dozen people? What about Jonin? So what are we going to do? The ninja world is a little restless now. Those old foxes want to attack the village. Tobirama said coldly. He knew Dave's purpose from the beginning. Well, since you missed Shinobi dare to kidnap my son, then there is no big problem if I kill you Miss Shinobi, right? His precious son Dave naturally realized this and gave the village a breakthrough. Hashirama nodded solemnly, pretending to understand, but in fact he didn't understand. But, seeing that all 3 of you understand, I can't understand, right? Chapter 70 Black Zetsu Armor, Fusion. Within sealed space. Boy, those 4 idiots are already on their way to Miss Shinobi. Ninetales said calmly. Hey, that's good, it's our turn. Dave jumped off Ninetales. Black Zetsu, let me lend you my power and help you rescue your mother someday. Dave looked at Black Zetsu over there and chuckled. Black Zetsu said he didn't want to deal with this B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kid, could he be asleep? Miss Shinobi Jonin, who was carrying Dave on his back, looked at Dave who had his eyes closed behind him, and could feel Dave's even breathing, Miss Shinobi Jonin somewhat angry. This brat. The captain also had veins popping out on his head. Even if your father is Senju Tobirama, you don't have to be so calm, we kidnapped you. Do you understand kidnapping? We will fight for it. You are not your father. At this time, Dave slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. Armor Warrior. Bah. Black Zetsu Warrior. Transformation. Dave shouted loudly. Well, how powerful is it? Everyone in Miss Shinobi was startled by Dave's call of Black Zetsu Warrior. Then, everyone saw Dave's body slowly being wrapped in a bunch of black things. Only Dave's face was still normal. Dave smiled evilly. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the rope that originally tied Dave seemed to have no effect and passed through Dave's body. Dave kicked away the man who was carrying him. Jump down. I am 1,000-year-old Yinbi, Black Zetsu Armor Ginseng. Dave shouted incomparably. Kid, what the hell do you mean? Black Zetsu was unwilling to hear this. What do you mean, little brat? Use my chakra to scold me. This kid is weird, come on. The leading captain had seen a lot, so naturally he would not be frightened by Dave's appearance, but he still shouted cautiously, holding the kunai tightly in his hand. Several Miss Shinobi ninjas drew their swords and immediately stabbed Dave. Something that horrified everyone happened. Dave in front of him suddenly drilled into the ground, allowing several ninjas to stab him in the air. Then, Dave suddenly emerged from the ground again. Black Zetsu Armor's special move. Black Hand. Take it out. Dave emerged from the ground and passed his hands directly through the hearts of the 2 ninjas. Advertisement. 2 Jonin, dead. This kid can get into the ground, don't get close to him. Stay away from the ground. The captain revealed Dave's ability at a glance and shouted quickly. Damn, I'm so crazy today. I'm so crazy today. What the hell is this kid? Ha, the second special move of Black Zetsu Armor. Black Hand. Take it out after entering it. Dave sneered, who said lousy could only burrow into the ground. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Dave suddenly got into a tree, and then emerged directly from the branches of a Jonin standing on the tree. The ninja panicked and picked up a kunai and chopped at Dave. Dave turned his head and hid, and actually got directly into this man's body. Help, help, I can't control myself. Ah, the man's half body was suddenly filled with the black thing, and the ninja's face was full of horror. He looked at his own eyes. The hand went directly through his heart. Weird. Monster. Everyone saw that 3 people died so quickly, and Dave's ability was so weird, they were completely defeated and screamed, everyone ran away. Oh, I can let you run away. If you can run away today, my old father will eat shit 3 times alive. Dave suddenly became filial when he looked at the defeated people who were running away. Old Father Tobirama. Black Zetsu Armor. Upgrade. Ninetales Black Zetsu Armor. At this time, Dave formed a seal with his hands and drew Ninetales chakra from his body, covering his whole body. Dave, who was originally completely dark, now became gleaming with golden light. Black Hand Ninetales. Dave controlled his own Ninetales chakra, adding Black Zetsu's chakra into it. Big black hands appeared from behind Dave, and then filled with golden light, heading towards the escaping people. Everyone took it out. At this time, Dave discovered a new move while accompanying Yume on the bandit suppression mission 2 days ago. He discovered that Black Zetsu and Ninetales chakra can be surprisingly used together. The violent stretchiness of Ninetales chakra and the weirdness of Black Zetsu chakra can be used together very well. After a moment, Dave looked at the dead people in front of him and smiled. He slowly left in the direction of the village. Kurigakure. Byakuren. Come out. Uchiha Madara stood on the roof of the Mizukage building and shouted loudly. As this voice, Uchiha Madara's, Byakuren in Mizukage's office was startled. Why is this guy here? I haven't received any news that the kid was captured. But Byakuran didn't care so much anymore, and hurriedly came out of the office, and a body flicker technique arrived on the roof of the Mizukage building. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama. There is also a young man from Uchiha. This is. Bai Lien was dumbfounded on the spot when he saw Sengoku F4 in front of him. Advertisement. Damn it, do you need to be so fast? I haven't even captured anyone yet, and you're already here. Balian, you have to pay for what you have done. Tobirama stood aside and said coldly. Senju Tobirama, your son is in my hands now. I advise you not to act rashly. There is no way. It seems that this matter cannot be solved today. Bai Lien can only bite the bullet and say, hoping that those people will quickly take care of that. Bring the kid over here. Boom. 4 powerful chakra auras suddenly erupted on the field. Senju. Wood style. True several thousand hands. Hashirama clapped his hands, and his face turned into a fairy face. Then the ground shook suddenly, and a huge Senju Buddha appeared here. Although he doesn't like killing and loves peace, today's incident has touched his bottom line. Today Mist Shinobi arrested Dave, but what about tomorrow? Could it be his son who was arrested? What's more, on the way, his brother and Uchiha Madara also explained to him that today's matter cannot be solved without taking action. He must use force to hit them until they are afraid. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara jumped to Hashirama's side, the two looked at each other, and Hashirama smiled happily. Madara also grinned, and then suddenly slapped a hand on the big Buddha. The big Buddha was instantly wrapped in a huge blue chakra. This is an idea that Dave came up with when Madara and Dave were on a mission 2 days ago. Well, it looks pretty powerful. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Byakuran, will fight you until death. Seeing that Mist Shinobi suddenly lost 1/6 of its area, Byakuran roared with a red face. Sage art. Majestic Senju. Become a Buddha on top. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama shouted. In an instant, the Senju Buddha covered with Susanoo's moved. How come you don't know wood style? Izuna looked at the two people with such power and was very envious. Then he looked at Tobirama aside. How come this guy doesn't know wood style? Veins popped out on Tobirama's head. Damn it, if Lousy knew wood style, he would have killed you long ago. Is that wood style thing something he said he could do? Forget it, use your flying thunder god, waste Tobirama. Susanoo. Izuna smiled disdainfully, and then another huge purple Gundam appeared in the sky above Mist Shinobi. Tobirama came to Izuna's side with a body flicker technique. Flying Thunder God. 8-foot Magatama. Chapter 71I. Hashirama, abduct children. The next day, a huge shock occurred in the ninja world. Kurigakure was massacred. From first Mizukage Byakuran to a group of children learning to talk, the entire village is now in ruins, with only a few lucky people left alive. Ghost Lantern Wanyu, the leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, was also saved from this disaster by Bai Lien, and became the second Mizukage of the village on the second day after the destruction of the village. He is still leading the remaining villagers to build houses. The ultimate murderer of all this is the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. The speed of the ninja world, Senju Tobirama. There is also an Uchiha youth who is Mangekyo Sharingan like Madara. The entire ninja world was in an uproar, and they all sent spies from their own villages to get information. The news I got when I came back was this. Sunagakure. Intelligence shows. Byakuran kidnapped the kid whom the 5 shadows had met with before. That kid was the son of Senju Tobirama. Then the Konoha village was furious. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, and another Uchiha. Young man, 4 people destroyed Mist Shinobi in 1 day, and Byakuran is also dead. Young Chio looked at the information in his hand, grinning slightly. That brat. No wonder. In Chio's mind, she couldn't help but think of the white-haired brat who angered the 5 shadows on the day of the 5 shadows meeting. That kid's character is really bad. No wonder. This guy was kidnapped, and the whole of Konoha was mobilized. Quote. How is the situation over there in Kurigakure now? Leto asked with a headache as he thought of the white-haired kid who called him grandpa. Many families were wiped out, but there are still some surviving members of several big families. Kagaya and Ghost Lantern, these 2 famous families have lost at least more than 70% of their members. Now Mist Shinobi is in ruins. Second Mizukage was appointed by Kaiden Genzuki, a disciple of that old guy Byakuran, and he is still leading the remaining people to rebuild the village. Chio read the information in his hand. Konoha. Konoha must not be messed with now. Kurigakure has given our remaining 4 villages a head start. We can't afford this price. However, it's okay. Between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara before you die, don't have any thoughts about Konoha. Leto shook his head and said helplessly. The other 4 major villages also have the same idea. Konoha must not be provoked now. And here in Konoha, Dave got a headache when he looked at the baby in his uncle's hands. Damn it, this guy actually saw this child pitiful in the ruins during the fight, so he felt compassion and took him back to Konoha. Advertisement. This child should be from the Teru Yoruichi clan. Tobirama, who was standing aside, looked at the child in his elder brother's hand and said slowly. Obviously, Kurigakure, the child, with white hair, is from the Teru Yoruichi clan at first glance. Tobirama, don't you think this child is so cute? It's just like a newborn Kima. Hashirama said with compassion as he looked at the child in his arms. The question now is not whether he is cute or not. The question is who will raise him if you get him back. You and your sister-in-law. Tobirama frowned with a headache. Senju Hashirama is a Hokage and usually has very little time. Coupled with his troublesome personality, Tobirama feels that if Hashirama raises this child, he will become crooked sooner or later. And Mito. Speaking of the elder sister-in-law, Tobirama has even more headaches. The elder sister-in-law is addicted to square dancing every day and can't help herself. Every day, she knows that she is bringing a group of elderly aunts and grandmothers from the Senju tribe and aunts from other families. PK. I guess it is still there now. I heard that in the past 2 days, it seems that I have been fighting with the aunts of the Aburame clan. Tobirama seemed to have thought of some weird scene, and he lay on the ground and vomited wildly. The aunts of the Aburame clan danced, and the group of insects danced with them. It seems. I don't usually have time to take care of this child. Hashirama nodded, thoughtfully. Madara, why don't you raise this child? Hashirama suddenly turned his attention to Madara over there. No. Trouble, Madara said coldly. Then, who else usually has time? Hashirama said slowly. Dave, Madara, and Hashirama slowly turned their heads and focused on Izuna and Tobirama in front of them. Quote question mark question mark question mark. What are you looking at me for? I usually go on blind dates most of the time. Izuna said quickly when she saw the 3 people turning their attention to her. He suddenly felt that going on a blind date was a good thing. So, the 3 of them turned their attention to Tobirama who was standing aside. Quote question mark question mark. I not only have to be a teacher, but I also have to teach students and do experiments. I don't have time at all. Tobirama cursed Izuna in his heart. Advertisement. Needless to say, in that case. Then you and Izuna can raise this child together. Hashirama interrupted the 2 of them. Dave had never felt that his uncle was as wise as he is today. Nani. The 2 yelled. Okay, it's decided. Well, I'll leave the child to you 2. I still have a lot of documents to process in my office. Madara, please help me. Hashirama pulled Madara and ran away. I made an appointment with Yume to go on AD level mission today. Goodbye. That, old father. I actually don't mind having more brothers. Dave looked at himself and saw that he was the only one left on the field. He said quickly and ran away. After a while, Tobirama and Izuna looked at each other, looking at the child who was still sleeping soundly in their arms. What should I do? Izuna looked at Tobirama and asked. I don't know what to do. I leave the child to you. Goodbye, Tobirama said and ran away like a flying thunder god. Wow, woo wow, woo wow, woo wow. At this time, the child in the hands of the 2 suddenly started to cry loudly. What should I do? What should I do? The child is crying, Tobirama, Izuna said in a panic. He has been fighting for decades and has never encountered anything, but he has never taken care of a child. Quote. I don't know. Tobirama also had a headache. He didn't know what to do. This was his first time. Fart, don't you have a child? Dave, how did you raise such a big child? Izuna cursed. Aren't you Dave's father? How did you raise him so big? I started taking care of Dave when he was 5 years old. He was already able to take care of himself by that time. Before, his mother took care of her. Tobirama listened to the child's cries and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Chapter 72 Kakuzu takes care of the children. What should I do? Izuna asked speechlessly, looking at the crying child in her arms. Quote. Go and ask your sister-in-law. She has taken care of Kima and given birth to children. She should know what to do, Tobirama said with a headache. Stop, can the child in my arms withstand the pressure of Flying Thunder God? Izuna saw Tobirama put his hand on his shoulder and quickly stopped him. Then what do you think we should do? You probably can't even use the body flicker technique. We are still far from square dancing, Tobirama asked. Could he be hungry? Izuna was stunned for a moment and asked after thinking for a while. Quote. It's possible. It's been a long time since I brought him back. There's a meatball shop over there. Let's take him to eat something. Okay. After a while, you were playing. Senju Tobirama, are you afraid of bursting the child's face with such a big meatball? Izuna hugged the child and kept comforting her softly. When Tobirama brought over a plate as big as the child's face, the meatball roared very dissatisfied. Quote. Tobirama was stunned. He even took out his hand and compared the ball with the child's head. It seemed like that. Tobirama reacted and quickly walked back to change. Be good, kid, you'll have food later. Don't cry. Izuna kept softly comforting the child in her arms. Tobirama came back from there and sat across from Izuna. He just looked at the mother and son in front of him quietly. Father and son, what the hell does this have to do with each other? This is. Tobirama has a headache. Give this brat a name, Tobirama said. Uchiha-kun, how are you? Senju Kimima. They both said at the same time. Hey, Tobirama, this child is raised by me now, and his surname must be Uchiha. Izuna said unhappily. Oh, we both raised this together. Neither your eldest brother nor my eldest brother have any objections. What's more, my eldest brother brought it back. His surname must be Senju. Tobirama sneered. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. Yes, the 2 of them left the child alone on the couch and ran outside to start a fight. Wow, woohoo. The child cried loudly, while his two irresponsible guardians were still fighting outside. Advertisement. Huh, why is there a kid here? At this time, a figure came over, picked up the child and said doubtfully. Hey, is anyone there? Whose child is this? This man sat here and shouted twice. After waiting for a while, the man found that no one came back. Forget it, you must have been abandoned, kid. Looking at you, you must be hungry. Let's go. Uncle Kakuzu will take you to eat something. Kakuzu looked helplessly at the child who was still crying in his arms, said. Then he hugged the child and left first. A moment later, the two pig heads came back from the fight. Holy shit, Senju Tobirama. Where's the child? Izuna pointed at the empty couch and yelled with numbness. Holy crap, how did I know that you were still like this just now? Tobirama also had a headache. He knew he shouldn't take this step. No, trouble came so soon. Okay, go find it quickly. Izuna said quickly. So, the two of them started a storm in Konoha looking for children. The other side, Kakuzu looked at the child in his arms quietly drinking milk, and couldn't help feeling a little strange in his heart. Kakuzu painfully took out a roll of money from his shoe and counted it one by one, for fear of giving too much. And the milk seller took the smelly money from Kakuzu with disgust. Woo. At this time, the child in Kakuzu's hand suddenly dropped the bottle in his hand, pointing at something and shouting. Huh, what do you want to do? Kakuzu asked in confusion as he watched the child pointing at something. Kakuzu followed the child's eyes and looked at the roll of money in his right hand. You want this? Kakuzu asked, waving the money in his hand. Woo. The child's hand swayed up and down along with the money. Kakuzu got into a bad mood and put the money in the child's hand. The child held it tightly, with an unexpected smile on his face. Kakuzu snatched it from the child's hand again. The child was stunned for a moment, scratched the air with his fat little hands, and finally started to cry loudly. Funny kid. Kakuzu burst out laughing and put the money in his hand into the child's arms again. The child didn't know if he had learned the lesson or something, but this time he held the money tightly in his arms with both hands. As soon as Kakuzu's hand came close, he stretched out his head and bit him with his newly grown little tiger fangs. Advertisement. Kakuzu felt a little tired when he saw the child in his arms holding on to money. Why is this child so obsessed with money? On the other side, the two people who had searched every corner of Konoha gathered at the Hokage building. Have you found it? Tobirama asked with a headache. No. Izuna shook her head. Did someone take the child away? Tobirama thought for a while and then said. It's possible. Then what the hell were we wandering around in Konoha before? Izuna nodded. And was stunned. That's right, he was a kid, could he still run away? Someone must have taken it away. So what's the deal with them running around Konoha for a day? Tobirama also came to his senses. MD said yes. I knew I couldn't be with you. Being with you really lowers my IQ. Tobirama put this stupid mistake on Izuna. It must be yes. How could someone as smart as himself make such a mistake? It must have been the presence of the mentally retarded Uchiha Izuna around me that affected me. Senju Tobirama, what the hell do you mean? I haven't said you lowered my IQ. Looking at your white hair, you look like a man in his 30s who looks like a man in his 60s. Your IQ is definitely not that high. Izuna also said unhappily. Uchiha Izuna, do you want to die? If you have the ability, come and do it. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Okay, the fight started again. In the Hokage office downstairs, hearing the B***** G sounds coming from upstairs, Hashirama and Madara looked at each other in confusion, and then the two of them reached the top of the building with a body flicker technique. Tobirama, Izuna, why are you fighting again? Hashirama asked in confusion as he looked at the two people fighting. The two stopped and told Hashirama and Madara what happened. You can try posting a post on your computer. 2 days ago, a villager lost his cat and posted a post asking for the cat. In the end, some villagers actually found it and told him that he had found it. You can also ask let's see who takes the child away. After hearing this, Hashirama thought of a way. That's also a way. Let's go to the internet cafe and have a look. Chapter 73 Hashirama. Can you beat me with 17 cards? Inside the internet cafe, Kakuzu placed the child alone on the counter, looking at the computer in front of him attentively. Yes, follow him. Beautiful. That's it. Kakuzu won a game of landlord, his face full of excitement. Woo. At this time, the child on the side suddenly whined. Kakuzu picked him up in confusion. Little guy, what do you want to do? Kakuzu asked. The child didn't know if he understood Kakuzu's words, but pointed to the computer over there with his little hand. Huh, you want to play landlords too? Kakuzu asked doubtfully. But as soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, he smiled. What was he thinking? This kid didn't even have all his teeth, so how could he be thinking about this? But looking at the child's little hand that kept pointing, Kakuzu still put the child in front of the computer. Just then, Kakuzu was frightened. I saw the child holding the mouse with two small hands, and happened to click the recharge button on the duty home page, while one small hand kept pointing at 648 on it. Quote. Kakuzu didn't know what to say. You kid has become a spirit. What the hell? At this time, F4 also arrived. Kakuzu, turn on the power for us, huh? Why is the child here with you? Izuna hurriedly found Kakuzu and said hurriedly. But before I finished speaking, I saw a child in front of the computer who kept pointing at 648 with his little finger. Quote question mark. Why is the child here with you, Kakuzu? At this time, Hashirama also came over and saw the child, and asked full of doubts. I went to the meatball shop to buy some meatballs to eat, and I saw this child being left there alone and crying. After waiting for a while, no one came. I thought if the child had been abandoned, so I brought him back first. Kakuzu he shrugged helplessly. Hashirama explained to him what happened to the child, and Kakuzu returned the child to Izuna without saying anything. And the moment Kakuzu let go and fell into Izuna's hands, the child suddenly burst into tears. Why are you crying again? Tobirama said with a cold face and a headache. I don't know. I just let him drink some milk. He shouldn't be hungry now. Kakuzu didn't know either. Izuna remained silent and looked at the crying little thing in her arms. Then she seemed to think of something and put the child on Kakuzu's hand. The little thing suddenly stopped crying and looked at Kakuzu with a smile on her face and a giggle. Advertisement. Ah, it seems that this kid likes you very much, Kakuzu, Hashirama said with surprise when he saw this scene. Ha, don't you like me? Kakuzu sneered. Putting the child into Izuna's arms again, the child started crying again. Then Kakuzu took out a few taels of silver from his pocket and put it in front of the child. The child suddenly stopped crying and took the money from Kakuzu's hand, giggling. Quiet. This kid, how do I put it? Tobirama looked at the little guy in front of him holding money, looking like a little money addict, and had a headache. Forget it, as long as the child is fine. As for character, can it be cultivated in the future? Hashirama also said slowly with a wry smile. Seeing the money-obsessed look of the boy in front of him, Hashirama swore that if he had grandchildren, he would never raise them like this. I Hashirama do what I say. A certain hand. Shall I go then? It's getting late, Kakuzu, let's have a night out. Madara looked at it and it was getting dark outside. Since we are all here, let's spend the night here. Okay, where are you three? Kakuzu nodded and looked at the other three. Open one for me, I've been in trouble all day. I need to relax. Tobirama rubbed his brow. I'll drive too, what about you Izuna? Hashirama nodded and looked at Izuna aside and asked. Who's here to see this kid? Izuna raised the child in her hand and asked doubtfully. Let Kakuzu watch. This kid probably likes Kakuzu very much. Hashirama smiled and put the kid back into Kakuzu's arms. The kid who was holding the money in his hand had a wide smile on his face. Bigger. Quote. Okay, open one for me too. Izuna nodded without saying anything. Tonight, Konoha F4 gathers at the internet cafe again. Hashirama Place. Super double. Hey, I am making a fortune silently. This card is awesome. If you can replace this K with AJ, this card will be a killer. Hashirama said with confidence as he looked at the card in front of him. How about you play your cards quickly? Advertisement. Oh, I'm about to win. With 17 cards, can you beat me? Hashirama's face was full of arrogance. After these days and hundreds of games of Landlord, he was finally going to win. Can you beat me with 17 cards? Can you beat me, Senju Hashirama? I, Senju Hashirama, ate this computer on the spot. Hashirama laughed as he looked at the 4 cards he had left. Tobirama and Madara, who were sitting next to them, also raised their heads in confusion. The eldest brother, Hashirama, is actually going to win. Impossible. But when they saw Hashirama's remaining 4 cards, they were really surprised. Does Hashirama really want to win? Plain. At this time, a voice came from the computer screen. Madara and Tobirama both turned around. Well, how could Hashirama win? Senju Hashirama looked at the screen in front of him stupidly. Ah, Izuna here. How to take good care of children. Izuna was browsing posts on the forum when she suddenly saw this post and clicked on it. Well, if a child is hungry, he needs to drink milk. Damn it, D Senju Tobirama, what kind of meatballs are you giving your child? Izuna scolded Senju Tobirama angrily. Also, children must be cleaned regularly. Izuna looked at this post and opened Sharingan, as if to remember this knowledge. What are you looking at? Senju Tobirama, who was adding friends on Penguin and then deleting them after stealing food, saw Izuna on the side and even opened Sharingan, and asked in confusion. Go away, Senju Tobirama. Fortunately, this kid didn't eat meatballs today, otherwise it would have been ruined. Izuna looked at the white hair beside him and cursed in annoyance. What the hell do you mean? Uchiha Izuna, you don't want the vegetables in your vegetable patch. Tobirama said, turning his hand directly into Izuna's vegetable patch. Mean. Ha. Tobirama sneered. What the hell kind of D is ninja god? You deleted me after adding me as a friend and stealing my food. That's a sweet potato that only matures in 7 days. I waited for 7 whole days. 7 days. Ah. At this time, an angry roar came from the internet cafe. He's here. Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna shouted pointing at Tobirama here. Damn it, you 3 bastards. Chapter 74 Might, Muscle Golden Wheel. Sarutobi Sasuke. Tobirama asked with a confused face as he looked at the person running over angrily. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Sasuke just wanted to come over to see which B************* D did such a heartless thing, but it turned out to be Senju Tobirama here. Are you the ninja god of speed? Sarutobi Sasuke looked at the penguin on the opponent's computer and asked with a cold look on his face. I'm not. You didn't, you saw it wrong. Well, by the way, Dave hasn't eaten yet tonight. I'll go back and cook him some food. So, I'll leave first. Tobirama said awkwardly after finishing a Flying Thunder God. He ran away. It's not that he can't beat Sarutobi Sasuke, the problem is that Sarutobi Sasuke is his elder, more than 20 years older than him. His eldest brother was usually very respectful to Sarutobi Sasuke, let alone him. I originally saw this guy growing sweet potatoes on the forum. Sweet potatoes are so valuable, so I thought of stealing this pervert whose online name is Kosuke from the girl group I love. Who knows he is Sarutobi Sasuke? Who would come up with such a pervert name? Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Sasuke roared angrily and followed. Madara. Hey, that white-haired guy knew something would happen to him sooner or later, Madara said with a sneer. Stealing food. His head was twisted. Then, Madara clicked on her homepage and refreshed her posts. I opened a selfie of myself, which seemed to have been taken here the day before yesterday. Uchiha Madara. Photo. Internet cafe. Midnight. The title is still so simple and unpretentious. When you click on it, there is a photo of Madara holding her chin with one hand and looking in profile. Way full of youthful passion. Madara-sama is still so young. Yo West. I'll take a photo too. Madara looked at the comments from this precious beast and clicked on his homepage. Bang. Madara saw a photo on Mite's homepage and was so frightened that she dropped her mouse. What's wrong, Motor? Hashirama heard the movement from the side and poked his head over in confusion. Quote. This is awesome. Hashirama swallowed. Looking at the photos on the screen, his heart was filled with palpitations. Miteway was seen wearing an ancestral green tights, but the upper body was not worn. The explosive muscles were exposed, as ferocious as a wild beast. Miteway's teeth were shining, and he raised his thumb to the screen. Advertisement. The first picture looked okay and acceptable. In the second picture, the guy actually stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and put a hand on his arm muscles full of ambiguity. Caressing. In the third picture, Miteway even blinked at the screen. Hashirama and Madara felt like they were going to vomit. Mighty's youthful and passionate roaring beast Konoha. Muscle golden wheel. Close black lens bracket. Ahem. Would you believe me if I said this has nothing to do with my Dave? Dave doesn't believe it anyway. The other side. Dave is also looking at Mite's muscular golden wheel. This is too lethal. Dave swallowed with lingering fear. A few days ago, Miteway came to him and wanted him to teach Miteway photography skills and so on. Miteway originally asked his daughter-in-law Kai-Ant, but Kai-Ant kicked him away and said she shouldn't pollute the network environment. There was no other way but Miteway found him. He looked at Miteway's sturdy body. The golden wheel of muscles. He felt that this guy should be able to control it. Unexpectedly, this guy not only could control it. On the contrary, the lethality is even greater. It's too scary. It's too scary. Phew. My wife is better, and my wife is more beautiful. Dave quickly closed this guy's homepage, clicked on his own homepage, found a photo of himself in Yume, and took a few sips. Kagaya brand bone powder drink soothed his inner pain. Ahem. At this time, there was a sound in the room inside, and Dave didn't even need to look, he knew it was his old father. His old father's Flying Thunder God spell is in his room. Dave, why are you still up so late? Tobirama came out of the room and saw Dave playing on the computer in the next room, and asked in confusion. Well, Danzo and Hiruzen came to talk to me about Konoha's Will of Fire, the 18th Congress of Declaration of Will following Hokage's footsteps, the guidelines for resolutely focusing on the village's central interests, etc. I've been chatting with them until now. Dave was babbling. Well, studying hard is a good thing, but it's too late now. Go to bed. Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. Dave is still a sensible kid. He still knows how to study so late. Well, Danzo and Hiruzen are good kids too. Okay, old father, didn't you just see that your F4 was online? Uncle Izuna and Uncle Madara are still online now. Why are you the only one back? Dave looked at his penguin and asked doubtfully. Quote. Ahem, haha, how can I not be doing my job like them every day? When I came back, I thought that there are still a lot of serious things to do. Tobirama coughed a few times awkwardly, and then looked seriously at the person who is not doing his job said disdainfully. Quote. Old father, you are really working hard for Konoha. So, I will go to bed first. Dave, who has been with Tobirama for a long time, naturally will not listen to Tobirama's nonsense. Maybe his old father it was someone who was being stolen from online again, and someone offline came to find him. I quickly turned off my computer and went to my room. Tobirama watched Dave return to his room, tiptoeing into the computer room, and looked towards Dave's room with extreme caution. After hearing even breathing coming from the opposite room, it seemed that his son was asleep. Well, I'm going to start stealing food too. Advertisement. In Dave's room, Dave quietly opened the door, and saw Tobirama sitting there, concentrating on something. Looking at the hand that was like an afterimage, Dave felt that his old father would go to his Konoha farm tomorrow. There will be a large number of unscrupulous vegetables in the warehouse. In the internet cafe, Madara, who watched the ninja world come back online quickly, opened the other party's chat box in confusion. Ninja Dance God. Sarutobi Sasuke didn't kill you. Ninja World Godspeed. Oh, just him. He probably couldn't even touch my clothes. Madara looked around in confusion. Bai Mao didn't seem to be here either. Did he go home? Ninja Dance God. Did you go online at home? Ninja Speed. Yeah. Ninja Dance God. Where's Dave? Have you gone to bed? Ninja World Godspeed. Damn, I know you have nothing good to do with me. Ninja World Godspeed. What the hell, I'll FK you. The speed of the ninja world. I see asterisk asterisk asterisk, I tell you. Uchiha Madara. Shinobi world. Dave is my son. My son. Stay away from him. The speed of the ninja world. I'm going to FK you, I'm going to rely on you to FK, you're. Ninja World Godspeed. What kind of beast are you? I FK you. In the internet cafe, Madara looked at the greetings from Tobirama that were constantly being refreshed in front of her. Chapter 75 Danzo. Everything is for Konoha. Madara click on settings. Do not disturb messages. Huh, the world is finally quiet. That white-haired guy. Hey, let's talk about it next time we meet. Well, it's time to see how the food is going. The apples have been waiting for 3 days should be ready now. Madara clicked on Konoha Farm. Dear farmer, while you were away, your friend Ninja quickly stole 200 apples from you. Close black lens bracket. ... It is now 2:23 and the stolen time is 2 hours 22 minutes and 59 seconds. Boom. The next day. What happened last night? Was there an earthquake? Dave, who had not slept well all night, had swollen dark circles under his eyes. He stood up and stretched helplessly, complaining. He didn't know what happened outside since he lay down to sleep last night. Anyway, the ground kept shaking. If he hadn't known that his old father was a straight man, he would have thought that his old father had done something last night. Damn it, old father, what did you do last night? Why are you so miserable? Dave yawned, opened the door and came out of the house. As soon as he came out, he saw that there was no one lying on the bed over there. It's not like a ghost. If it weren't for his white hair, Dave would have thought there was a ghost in his house. Shameless. Despicable. Damn it. B asterisk 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 D. Senju Tobirama cursed. You didn't steal Uncle Madara's food last night and were picked up and killed by someone offline, right? When Dave heard this, he knew who his old father was scolding. HMPH. Hiss. Senju Tobirama snorted and turned his head away in displeasure. Well, he twisted his neck. Well, you are my old father. Wood style. Sunflower. Dave smiled helplessly, and then summoned the sunflower, and the sunlight cured Tobirama in a short time. I'm going to go find Yume to do the mission first. You can take it easy these 2 days. Dave smiled and waved to Tobirama, then ran out. Tobirama looked at Dave's back and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Uchiha Madara. Dave is such a good kid, I will never let you lead him bad. Uchi clan land. Hey, Danzo Hiruzen, you are here too. As soon as we walked to the street where the second elder lived in the Uchiha tribe's land, we saw Danzo and Hiruzen coming towards us. Dave, why are you here? The two of them came here to find a mirror to do a task. When they saw Dave coming over, they asked in confusion. I'm going to find my Yume baby, Dave said with a smile. Quote. Hiruzen and Danzo felt as if Dave had opened their mouths and stuffed them with a wave of dog food. The two decided to ignore this B asterisk 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 D, and then walk directly into Jing's home. Dave chuckled and followed them. Advertisement. Yume, are you at home? Dave called as he walked to the house. Yeah, Dave, I'll be out right away, Yume's voice came from inside. Quote. Mirror, are you at home? Hiruzen shouted, ignoring the B asterisk 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 D. I'm not at home. Mirror's slightly lazy voice came from inside. Hiruzen and Danzo's faces darkened. This B asterisk 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 D couldn't have gotten up yet. Oh, tisk tisk, 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 Dave said in a disdainful tone. What the hell do you mean? Veins popped out on Hiruzen's head, and he roared angrily. Dave-kun, here I come. At this time, Tsukimi ran out wearing Uchiha's characteristic black clothes. Seeing Dave in front, she shouted with a smile on her face. Well, Hug, I miss you so much, you miss me. Dave walked up and hugged Yume, with a gentle smile on his face. Yeah, I've been thinking about Mr. Dave. Yume nodded with a blush, and retracted her head into Dave's arms. Hiruzen and Danzo in the back looked like their eyes were on fire. Hey, B asterisk 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 D, didn't you two just meet yesterday? Jing also walked out of the house and asked angrily. Well, brother-in-law, what do you know? This is love, do you understand? Dave rolled his eyes at him. Forget it, I'm sorry you don't understand. Let's go Yume, what mission do you want to do today? Dave looked at the child who looked like he was about to explode Sharingan, and hurriedly took Yume and left. Hey, 3 singles, hand in hand, good friends, the 3 of us will go together for the rest of our lives. Dave muttered before walking through the door. The other side. Quote. Do you want to take revenge on him? Danzo asked with a sharp look on his face. It's necessary, Hiruzen and Kagami nodded. Their hands were now clenched into fists. I remember that Udatane Kaharu seemed to have something to do with Dave before. Danzo looked up at the sky and said with wisdom on his face. Quote. Question mark. Quote. Hiruzen and Jing were stunned for a moment. What is the relationship between Udatane Kaharu and Dave? Let's do this. Like this. Finally like this. Danzo pulled the two of them together and said with a gloomy smile on his face. Danzo, isn't it a bit bad to do this? Please don't hurt my sister. Jing swallowed. It was the first time he discovered that his good friend Danzo was so insidious. Hiruzen on the side he nodded again and again. All this is for Konoha. Danzo turned his head and looked into the distance, his face full of deep thoughts. The two of them were stunned for a moment, thinking about what Dave had just done and the dog food they had eaten in the past few years. Yes, all this is for Konoha. Comrade Danzo's ideological consciousness is very high. At noon, Dave and Yume also finished their morning tasks. The two found themselves under a tree. Dave lay in Yume's arms, and Yume gently fed the salty fish. The author cried while writing this. Advertisement. The three of Danzo have squatted on the tree now, looking at this scene with burning eyes. This be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hey, you won't lie down like this later. Danzo took out a kunai, tied a piece of paper to it, and threw it down. Under the tree, Tsukimi heard the sound of breaking the wind immediately, took out the kunai and quickly threw it down. Damn it, that old CT is still playing sneak attacks. Dave was also shocked. The two of them were on guard for a while, but they seemed to have no enemies. Dave-kun, there seems to be a note on that kunai. At this time, Yume noticed the note behind the kunai. Take it off and take a look. Dave took off the note from above. The two of them watched together. After a while. What, Yume? If I say I don't know anything, would you believe it? Dave said with a confused face as he looked at the love letter in his hand. Yume didn't speak, just looked at the paper in her hand quietly. Tree. Hehehe, the fun is about to begin. Hiruzen said with excitement. However, the three waited for a while, and the Dave's howl they imagined did not appear. The three looked down. I saw Yume quietly being held in Dave's arms. What's going on? Hiruzen asked confused. Holy shit, how do I know? Jing and Danzo were also confused. There was something wrong with the development of this matter. At this time, a sound broke through the air, and the three people reacted instinctively and immediately jumped down from the tree. It was a kunai shot over. A moment later. Jing, can you explain to me? Yume asked looking at Jing with a smile on her face. Danzo, Hiruzen, can you explain it to me too? Dave also looked at Danzo and Hiruzen with a smile on his face. Chapter 76 Kakuzu's Commission. Sister, this was all Danzo's idea. It's Danzo's fault. Jing looked at her sister who was smiling softly in front of her, feeling the murderous aura coming towards her face like a real substance, and without hesitation, she killed her brother Danzo. Sold. Yes, Dave, this was the leader's idea. Well, it's Danzo's fault. It has nothing to do with us. When Hiruzen heard this, he realized that Jing had something, so he sold Danzo. Danzo stared dumbfounded at the two people next to him who sold him out without hesitation. Damn it, are you two so nice to me? No need to. Well, there's the shadow of the pot. Danzo, you have nothing to explain, right? Dave nodded, saw the shadow of the first generation pot shadow on Danzo, and asked with a murderous smile on his face. Well, Dave, I can actually explain it. Go and explain to Guoying. Ah, and you too, don't even think about running away. A moment later. Let's go, Yume. I just accepted a mission. Looking at the three people half dead on the ground in front of him, Dave clapped his hands with satisfaction, looked at Yume aside and said with a smile. Okay. Yume smiled sweetly, and left here with Dave first. I'm going to kill you two bastards. After Dave and Yume left first, the pig-headed Danzo stood up and roared angrily at the two of them. Danzo, please listen to me explain. The situation just now, then, it was a last resort. Hiruzen and Cage quickly backed away. Go home and explain it to your father tonight. Ah. On the road. Yume, what is our mission? Dave looked at Yume doubtfully and asked. Basically, when he and Yume do tasks, Yume chooses them, and he just follows them. I'm helping Uncle Kakuzu take care of the kids, Tsukimi said with a smile as she took out the task commission from her pocket. Advertisement. You mean that brat Kagaya Junma? Dave was stunned for a moment, thinking of that brat. Because Tobirama and Izuna were arguing about whether their surnames should be Uchiha or Senju, and they ended up fighting, Hashirama also said that the child should be named Kagaya. Maybe the way Yoruichi clan can spread in Konoha in the future. Right now, this child is being looked after by Kakuzu, Tobirama, and Izuna. But Tobirama basically didn't even think about going there. The kid really liked Kakuzu now, so he let Kakuzu take it first. Will we take care of the children? Are we still children? And, are you sure? Kakuzu is so stingy that he will entrust a mission. The mission reward will not be paid in Konoha beans, right? Dave said in his heart expressed his doubts. Kakuzu is so stingy that he still spends money to commission tasks. Giggle, it's true. The reward for the mission that Uncle Kakuzu used was 100,000 Konoha beans to take care of the children for a day. But now that I have nothing to do, I just help Uncle Kakuzu and accumulate some background on the mission. Tsukimi giggled. Quote. Okay, this is very Kakuzu. Dave grinned slightly. Sure enough, Kakuzu is still the same Kakuzu. Internet cafe. Boy, did you two take over this mission? Kakuzu asked, looking at Dave in front of him in confusion. What's up, do you have any objections? Dave snorted. Be careful, I will deduct your share. Okay, anyway, just keep an eye on this brat and don't bother me. Kakuzu had a headache and handed Kimima, who was playing on the counter beside him, to Dave. He has been annoyed to death by this kid all day long. He is planning to enter the diamond stage of the landlord ranking tournament today. Damn it, this kid is always hungry, crying, peeing, etc. while he is busy. Wait, he's going crazy. With that said, Kakuzu opened the Dudiju ranking match with great excitement. I heard that in the king stage, there are super doubles, 100 times, and winning one round is worth dozens of rounds now. Damn it, why did we meet these Nara clan perverts again? Kakuzu entered the game, looked at one of the IDs in this game, and roared with anger. Kakuzu, does the Nara clan also play this? Dave asked doubtfully as he watched Kakuzu play. Based on the Einstein-like IQ of the Nara clan, Dave thought that the Nara clan disdained to play this game. Of course, you can play, but you can't meet people from the Nara family in low-end games below Diamond. Maybe you are unlucky and can meet them in matching. They are really pervert. I saw it when I went to the Orochi Roku backstage. Damn, that group of people are all diamonds at the lowest level, and 80% of them are in the king. I have encountered him several times in the rankings. If I am a farmer with him, I can win. If he is a landlord, there is no need to play this round. Kakuzu's tone was full of resentment towards the Nara clan. Okay, Dave was speechless, but the Nara family is indeed a bit pervert. Tsuki-mei, let's take little Junma outside for a walk first. Dave looked at Tsukimi who was still playing with Junma and shouted. Advertisement. Okay, on the street. Dave, have you met your uncle? Tobirama walked down the street with excitement on his face and asked when he saw Dave over there. After several months of experimentation and research, his new technique was finally completed, and he couldn't wait to find his big brother to show him. Didn't you go to the Hokage office to have a look? Dave asked doubtfully, holding little Junma in his arms. Here he is, he's not there. D. He ran away while working again, leaving Sarutobi Sasuke alone to help him handle the documents. Tobirama got angry when he said this. Sarutobi Sasuke is an old man in his 50s and 60s, and he still has someone help you clean up the mess as a Hokage every day. Well, didn't you go to the internet cafe to check it out? Uncle, he doesn't leave the village anyway, he must be in the village, either in the internet cafe, or with Uncle Madara, you can go and find it. Dave smiled bitterly said. Well, why are you and Tsukimi holding this kid? Tobirama looked at the kid in Dave's arms and had a headache. We are on a mission to help Kakuzu look after this child for a day. Dave shook his shoulders helplessly. HMPH, if there is no teacher leading the team when doing the mission, then what kind of thing is the teacher leading the team? Okay, you and Yume can do the mission well, and I will go find your uncle first. Tobirama was still concerned about what happened last night. The thing that bothers me is not to steal dozens of apples from you, but to use the Gundam from Konoha in the middle of the night to chase me to the border of Fire Country. After saying that, Tobirama ran to the internet cafe like a flying thunder god and saw Hashirama and Madara sitting in the corner. Brother, I have developed a new ninjutsu. Let me tell you, this is. Is it water style? No. The sealed book is in the secret room on the second floor. Quote. Chapter 77 Help Uncle Madara open the Rinnegan. 1 month later, within the Uchiha tribe's territory. Uncle Madara, when was the last time you went to Nanga Shrine? Dave found Uchiha Madara and asked. Nanga Shrine, how do you know that kind of place? Madara asked doubtfully. Nanga Shrine is the gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Basically, if there are any clan meetings or activities in the clan area, the clan members will be gathered there. At the same time, a stone tablet was placed there. Dave found Madara today because he told Madara that the stone tablet had been tampered with by Black Zetsu. Don't even think about it and believe it. Black Zetsu told me that there is a stone tablet under the shrine. I believe you have seen it. Do you believe what it says? Dave asked tentatively. Quote. I have seen it. I was wondering whether I should believe it before, but, since Izuna was resurrected, I stopped thinking about those things. Madara was silent for a while, and then slowly said. That stone tablet was tampered with by Black Zetsu. Don't believe it. It's a trap. Dave was relieved. Did Black Zetsu tamper with it? Madara was also stunned, thinking of the dark thing from before. Then, Dave told Madara the purpose of Black Zetsu, the previous contents on the stone tablet, and the huge pit inside. Black Zetsu. Interesting. The plan is on me. Madara was silent for a while after hearing this, and sneered. Dave felt Madara's huge murderous aura like that of a prehistoric beast, and shuddered hard. The Black Zetsu in Dave also shuddered hard. Although he told this kid all this, Black Zetsu still didn't believe that this kid would let Madara activate the Rinnegan and save his mother. Huh, Uncle Madara, although the things on that stone tablet are not trustworthy. However, you can also get it, Rinnegan, but you just need some of your uncle's flesh and blood. This will also make your strength even higher. My husband thought about asking Madara to get Rinnegan out. Well, this was really for Madara's good. Well, Rinnegan is indeed feasible. But what do you say about Black Zetsu's mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya? Madara nodded. Madara was also very happy to increase her strength. As for Hashirama's flesh and blood. Oh, isn't that just a matter of opening your mouth? Save her, she is also a poor person. As for the external enemies, I believe Uncle Madara and Uncle are not afraid at all. Dave said. Madara nodded, her whole body exuding a domineering aura. Lousy slap the person who was such a trash person. What's more, there's Hashirama. He hasn't played a game happily for so many years. There was also the trick he tried with Mist Shinobi and Hashirama before. He really wanted to try it with Hashirama. Let's go. Go find Hashirama first, Madara said, taking Dave to the Hokage office. Advertisement. Inside the Hokage office. When Hashirama heard that Madara wanted his own flesh and blood, Hashirama did not hesitate, picked up the kunai placed on the table over there, and cut a piece of flesh on his arm. Hashirama. Madara looked at Hashirama in front of her, who was looking at her with a smile. Looking at Hashirama's expression of slicing the meat without hesitation, Madara's heart was extremely complicated. Madara. Hashirama smiled and handed the cut piece of flesh to Madara. The two looked at each other. Damn, what the hell kind of atmosphere is this? Something's wrong. Dave feels that something's wrong with the atmosphere on the court now. Uncle, let's go find my old father first. He is good at this. Feeling the scorching atmosphere on the field, Dave hurriedly said. Well, let's go find Tobirama first. Let's see what he has to say about this aspect. Hashirama smiled. The piece of flesh and blood on his arm that was scratched was slowly recovering to a degree visible to the naked eye. On the way, Dave also told Hashirama everything. Oh, Motor, we must save that poor mother. Hashirama started crying after hearing this. Madara felt the gazes of the people around her, and veins popped up on her head. With one punch, she knocked away the thing that was holding her on her hand. Inside Tobirama's underground laboratory. Tobirama's laboratory is much better than Orikoku's, and it's a bit more eerie and scary. Transplanting the flesh and blood of the eldest brother into the body of the B*********** D Madara. Yes, but I don't know if the flesh and blood of the eldest brother will be repelled by the flesh and blood of the B******** D Madara, and I don't know if there will be any accidents. After all, this kind of thing is the first in the ninja world. Once, Tobirama thought for a moment and said slowly. He had also asked his eldest brother for his flesh and blood before, and the result was that even that small piece of flesh and blood as big as a thumb contained unimaginable power. He also tried implanting a drop of blood into a little rabbit, which exploded and died on the spot. It would be best if this B******* D exploded to death. Transplant. Madara didn't care about any accidents. If he didn't even have this courage, how could he be known as Shura in the ninja world? Tobirama transplanted the piece of flesh and blood to Madara's left chest. Advertisement. Madara, how do you feel? Hashirama asked hurriedly when Madara stood up. Yes, I can feel that my pupil power is slowly being nourished, and many of the hidden diseases in my body are getting better. Madara can feel the slight warmth in her eyes, which is constantly nourishing her pupil power. Uncle Madara, can you try to use Uncle's wood style? Dave asked. Hashirama also looked at Madara expectantly and taught Madara a simple wood style ninjutsu. Wood style. Wooden prison. Madara followed Hashirama's instructions and slowly formed seals with her hands. Several pieces of wood suddenly burst out from the ground, imprisoning Tobirama over there. IC*******, Uchiha Madara, IF******, what do you mean? Tobirama used the flying thunder god to come out of the wooden prison and cursed angrily at Madara. Try ninjutsu on me. Oh, okay, you are very good. I saw you plant a few fruit trees with a 5-day growth cycle a few days ago. They will mature tonight. Oh, you can't even get one. Not bad. Madara nodded with satisfaction, not caring about Tobirama's attitude at all. Within sealed space. Great. Mom will be out soon. Black Zetsu was jumping around on Ninetales with great excitement. Black Zetsu. Get off me. Ninetales looked at the lawless Black Zetsu on him, roaring with veins popping out on his head. Ha 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 ha. My mother will be back soon. Ninetales, I advise you to be obedient, or I will let my mother kill you. Black Zetsu is floating now. Oh, don't forget that you are sealed here. Even if that woman comes back, you can't get out. Quote. Ninetales. You are looking for death. You think nothing of it. Ninetales. Black Zetsu. Chapter 78. 4 years later. 4 years later. After 4 years of rapid development, Konoha has half-stepped into the information age. In addition to the rapid development of Konoha, the other 4 villages are also developing silently. Kurigakure has now healed the pain caused by Sengoku F4 and built the village a year ago. Compared with the semi-information age of Konoha village, other villages are still in the original era because they cannot find out or bring out any information about technology from Konoha. Dave is also 13 years old, almost 14. Sengoku F4, except for Izuna, is gradually moving towards the age of 50. Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, also died of old age a year ago at the age of 68. Today is the ceremony for the second Hokage to take office. All the villagers are standing under the Hokage building and looking towards the Hokage building with excitement. Tobirama, from now on, you will be the second Hokage of Konoha. Hashirama took off the Hokage hat on his head with a face full of joy and handed it to Tobirama in front of him. He finally got off this damn position. Damn it, he was almost exhausted day by day, finally. I can finally start living the life of my dreams. I understand. Tobirama nodded, took it from Hashirama's hand solemnly, and then put it on his head. Originally, Hashirama wanted to allow Madara, Tobirama and other family patriarchs to compete fairly, but Madara has been addicted to the internet and dancing in recent years and cannot help herself. The other family patriarchs also feel that they cannot compare to Tobirama, so Tobirama will have no difficulty becoming second Hokage. When Tobirama gave an impassioned speech below. Damn it, Kagaya Kimima, give your F*** G money to Tsunade. Don't make her cry. Hatake Tsukumo. Damn it, why did Jiraiya pee again? Take him to wash him quickly. Might die. Don't say such weird things to Orochimaru, shut your mouth. Don't let me lead him astray. What lousy wants is a scientist. Not a green-skinned kappa monster. Advertisement. Dave looked at the mess of 6 children in front of him and roared with a headache. Kiki. Dave-kun, don't be so angry. Children are just like this. Yume on the side held Dave's arm and giggled. 4 years have passed, and Yume has transformed from the little girl she was before into a graceful older girl. Well, she is growing well. I guess she will continue to grow. 4 years ago, Auntie Kai became pregnant and gave birth to Might Dai. The wife of the Hatake family, who had been the head of the family for decades, also gave birth to Hatake Tsukumo. Dave also successfully abducted the child from the Hatake family and became a child. His own disciple. Little Sanin was born this year, and the oldest Orochimaru is only 4 months old. He also asked around in Konoha about little Jiraiya, and finally found him in Konoha's orphanage and adopted him. Little Tsunade also last month Hashirama's son Kima finally remembered his father whom he had not known for 10 years and sent his granddaughter over. But in the end, these children fell into Dave's hands. Now Dave is almost the principal of the kindergarten. Tianshin and Yume don't go anywhere, they just take care of these little things at home. He had never thought about Orochimaru before, but Orochimaru is addicted to experiments, and Sister Yu accompanies Mito every day to indulge in square dancing. Except when Orochimaru is hungry, there is basically no need for them. Very naturally, I heard that Dave was taking care of 5 children. Orochi Lu insisted that you should take care of one more child, so take my son with you too. Brother Dave, all my money is gone. Izuna mother, Izuna's father and Tobirama Kakuzu's father don't give me any money to spend. This is all I have left. Kagaya Junma hugged the baby Tsunade said in a tearful voice. Little Tsunade didn't care at all in his arms, giggling with the money in his hand. Izuna doesn't give Kimima money because he's afraid that he will turn into the miserly character of Kakuzu. Well, Kakuzu. He's so stingy, it's a huge difficulty for him to give out a silver tael on a regular basis. As for Tobirama, Kimima is usually too stingy. Can't find him. Go away, don't think I don't know that you have been secretly selling me your bone meal online these days. You kid will never make more than this, don't be as bad as your old Kakuzu father. Dave kicked after kicking him. This kid awakened his money-obsessed and business-minded character since he was a child. When he found out that his brother Dave often drank drinks made from his own bones ground into powder, he started selling his own bone powder online. That teacher. Jiraiya is so naughty. The white-haired Tsukumo over there looked at the struggling little Jiraiya in his arms and said with a headache. Bring it here. Dave glanced at the little Jiraiya, took Jiraiya from Tsukumo's arms, and put it in Tsukimi's arms. The little ones are no longer noisy at all. They are really a quiet group. Advertisement. Tsukumo was stunned. Yo, Orochimaru, have you realized the passion of youth at a young age? Yosi. Let us praise youth. The little kappa monster over there hugged the quiet little snake pill in his arms and roared with passion. Damn it, Uncle Wei's genes are really G powerful. Please stay away from me and don't leave me to lead future scientists. Dave kicked Might Dai aside and took it from his arms. Orochimaru. Uncle Wei's genes are so powerful. It seems that Aunt Kai really didn't interfere in the process at all. Aunt Kai saw that her child turned into like his father, and she already had a headache. He had a lot of gray hair and almost lost hope in life. In order to prevent Might from becoming like his father, he usually entrusted Might to Dave. Basically, except when Might Dai and Might Wei really couldn't resist the passionate youthful love between father and son, Aunt Kai let them be together for a while. Meanwhile, Sanagakure, today is the day when Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konoha village, takes office. Senju Hashirama has also officially stepped down from the position of Hokage. Chio, who is still in his 30s and still has his head, said slowly. Hey, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are both almost 50 years old, Leto sneered. Yeah, Chio nodded. Wait, keep waiting, in 2 or 3 years, when they are unable to move due to the hidden diseases left over from the Sengoku era, we will launch a war against Konoha. Leto sneered. The god of the ninja world? Ninja Shira? So what, should you be the oldest or the youngest? Oh, just wait 2 or 3 years. Just 2 or 3 years. Leto is in his 40s. In recent years, he has felt more and more that his body has begun to slowly deteriorate. The hidden diseases left over from the Sengoku era have begun to cause trouble. He doesn't believe those two idiots and just like a normal person. Other ninja villages also have the same idea. They have seen the development of Konoha in recent years and are jealous in their hearts. Even if they are jealous, they can't stop Konoha. There is no way, those two idiots are still there. However, it will be hard to say in 2 or 3 years. Chapter 79 Dave. Making money is just a casual thing. After the taking over ceremony, Dave, the director of Konoha Kindergarten, returned home with 6 little ones. After returning home, "Teacher, I want to train," Sakumo said, holding the short sword in his hand and looking at Dave respectfully. Well, wood style. Nut wall. Wood style. Pea shooter formation. You can go and train by yourself. If you have any questions, leave them until Hokage comes to answer them for you in the evening. Dave held Tsunade and Jiraiya in his arms, smiling all over. He looked at Sakumo in front of him and said. Sakumo grinned slightly. He took the knife and went to practice over there. Dave was not a serious ninja, so naturally he couldn't teach Sakumo anything useful. The most he could do was train Sakumo. Physical skills, well, let him get beaten if nothing else, just chop the nut wall. As for those ninjutsu things, he usually asks Tobirama to teach him. Well, Dave, am a good teacher. Hey, Sakumo, accept my challenge. The two of us have not fought for 1 hour, 36 minutes and 5 seconds a day. The youthful blood in my body is so hot. Might Dai Shaokappa monster also followed. He screamed from behind Sakumo's butt. Get out of here, Sakumo roared with veins on his head, full of headache. He even thought that Might Dai had a wrong tendon. He challenged himself every day. Damn it, can you imagine that when you were trying to use the toilet, a thick-browed kappa monster suddenly appeared outside the toilet window, shouting about the passion of youth? A challenge? Yo, Hitaki Sakumo. My lifelong rival, let me see if your youth is still roaring. Leaf Hurricane, fight. Might Dai didn't talk nonsense to Sakumo. The best way to challenge Sakumo was to start directly. There was no other way, so Sakumo could only fight with him. Advertisement. Looking at the two little guys fighting with each other over there, Dave smiled happily. Although these two children were a little naughty, they were still very good. Then Dave heard an extremely familiar grinding sound and looked into the room with a headache. Well, 1 bone can be ground into 500 grams of bone meal. The current market price is 10 silver taels per gram, excluding the 30% handling fee charged by Kakuzu's father. In other words, 1 bone can be sold, it costs 3,500 silver taels. According to my physical condition, I can get up to 10 bones a day, which is 35,000 silver taels. In addition, brother Dave drinks 2 bones a day, which is 28,000 silver taels a day. Kind of handling fees, time loss. Well, Kagaya sat in front of a table. His left hand slowly dropped out a piece of bone, put it in the mortar and kept pounding and grinding it. His right hand held a pen, and he kept recording and calculating on the paper. Kagaya Kimima, stop grinding your bones there, go train with Dai and Sakumo. Dave looked at Kagaya Kimima over there with a headache and shouted. Why does this kid need so much money at such a young age? Of course. Dave used to like money very much. But now he is no longer interested in money. Money is just a concept to him. The last time he settled his accounts was 2 years ago. I already have hundreds of millions of silver coins. Making money is just a casual thing for Dave now. He is like a salted fish now, seeing his children every day and dating Yume. Task? He had stopped doing the task a long time ago. He had to complete an A- level task for only a few 100,000 silver taels. He could earn back hundreds of thousands of silver taels in a few minutes, so what else was he going to do? Brother Dave, I have calculated that it will cost me 6 bones to fight Sakumo, plus the losses during the battle. In the end, all I could collect was a total of 4 bones, and I lost 7,000 silver taels directly. And Dai, fighting Dai will cost me more than a dozen bones. In the end, I may only get back 1 or 2 bones, which is a big loss. Kagaya Junma said with a serious face. I picked up the paper and calculated the cost to Dave from fighting with the two of them. Creak. Veins popped up on Dave's smiling face, and he raised his hand and made a creaking sound. Junma was so frightened that he ran out and fought with the 2 men. At this time, Dave's cell phone beeped. It turned out that someone on the mobile phone Penguin was messaging Dave. The development of these 4 years has transformed mobile phones from old-age phones into smartphones, but they are just very ordinary mobile phones. They are used at most to play a few standalone games, send Penguin messages, make calls, take photos and so on. Online games can only be realized on computers. Now Brother Lou is making a new game there called Ninja League. Well, Dave is looking forward to it. Ninja Dance God. Dave, why hasn't Hashirama come yet? He promised to come to 9 Tails today, but he didn't reply when I sent him a message. Is he there for you? Why Bababu? Uncle Madara, isn't it my old father's succession ceremony today? My uncle is probably still handing over some things to his old father in the Hokage building. Ninja Dance God. Hey, Tobirama's succession ceremony. Interestingly, the vegetables I just planted that matured in 3 minutes were gone in just 1 second. Are there computers in the Hokage building? Advertisement Waibabababu. Yes. Uncle Madara, it's been a long time since you went to the Hokage building to see. It has been connected to the computer for a long time, in order to make it easier to handle official business. Dance God of the ninja world. I don't know whether to handle business or not. Senju Tobirama just stole my food. Why bye Bobby you? Haven't you gone dancing these days? I heard that someone secretly performed the forbidden pole dance 2 days ago and is still in Konoha prison. God of dance in the ninja world. Oh, not everyone can dance or master pole dancing. Madara in the internet cafe was full of disdain for the pole dancer. I don't even want to see if you can master it yourself. How dare you dance like that? Because the dance every afternoon would cause some chaos in Konoha village, causing some spies to sneak into Konoha. Hashirama was no longer allowed to dance in the village a year ago, but he did open the bar. Every day there will be many villagers staying up late at night. Square dancing is an exception. Hashirama also wanted to stop square dancing at that time, but there was no way. Mito was the leader of square dancing. He went home and cleaned up Hashirama, but Hashirama didn't say anything. Already. Ninja Dance God. Okay, are you okay tonight? Why bye Bobby you? I have nothing to do, I'm just looking at those little brats. Ninja Dance God. Okay, wait until those brats fall asleep, come to the internet cafe to find me, Izuna, Tobirama, Hashirama. The 5 of us went to the bar to dance and drink some wine. Waby Babu. Okay, chapter 80 stop it, you 2 bastards. You 3 take the little guys to bed first, I'll go outside for a while, Dave said with a smile, looking at the 3 guys in front of him and the 3 little guys in their arms. Well, brother Dave, are you going to make money again or something? You must take me with you. Kakuzu's father never takes me with him every time he makes money. Kagaya asked in a panic. Go away, you've been in the eyes of money all day long. Go to sleep. Dave kicked Kagaya Kimima away. Just like that, Tsukumo, Dai, and Kimima each held little Sanin in their arms and looked at Dave's leaving back full of resentment. Okay, the teacher has left, let's go to bed. Tsukumo was the most sensible of the 3 children. Seeing that it was getting dark, he looked at the 2 people beside him and said. Yoshi. Tsukumo. Let's have a youth sleeping challenge. Might held Orochimaru in his arms and roared with passion. Get out of here. Tsukumo kicked him away. The 3 of them returned to their houses each holding a child. Tsukumo thought of refining chakra for a while before going to bed, so he put the little Jiraiya in his arms to sleep comfortably, put it on the crib over there, and sat on the bed to start refining it. Wow. Woohoo. Just when Tsukumo was about to refine chakra, Jiraiya suddenly burst into tears on the crib over there. Tsukumo got off the bed with a headache, walked to the side of the crib, picked up Jiraiya again and comforted her. Half an hour later, when Jiraiya in his arms finally fell asleep, Tsukumo also became depressed. After putting Jiraiya back into the crib, Tsukumo fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. Wow wow wow. At this time, little Jiraiya started crying again. Tsukumo struggled to open his tired eyes, and continued to pick up little Jiraiya and comfort him. Another half hour. Jiraiya was coaxed back to sleep, and the half-dead Tsukumo lay down again. Whoa whoa whoa. Advertisement? Ah. Tsukumo directly pulled out the knife and put it on little Jiraiya's neck, forcing his sausage mouth to look at Jiraiya with a sharp look on his face. Little Jiraiya seemed to be able to feel the murderous aura, so he quickly shut his mouth, and stopped making trouble at all. Tsukumo looked at this weird little thing and was very speechless, but he couldn't allow him to think too much. It was already past 10 o'clock. This was really already for a child of more than 4 years old, very late. Just as Tsukumo was lying on the bed full of expectation, hoping that the young lady in his dream would comfort him when he fell asleep, suddenly. Bang bang. Tsukumo, might die, you'd better have some reason to bother me. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you today. Tsukumo pulled out his knife, kicked open the door, and looked at Might Dai, who was holding the child in front of him, put the knife on Dai's neck and roared with anger. He just wants to sleep, why is it so difficult? Well, Tsukumo. Orochimaru hasn't been sleeping. I don't know how to coax him to sleep. Can you help me? Might Dai swallowed awkwardly and pointed to Orochimaru in his arms. Tsukumo glanced at Might Dai, then took Orochimaru and coaxed him for another half an hour. Tsukumo, let me sleep with you, Yoshi, this is youth. To be honest, Might Dai was really a little afraid of sleeping alone. At least Dave slept next to him before. Dave would snore every day when he slept, which would give him a sense of security, but today Dave is not here. He's sleeping there alone. Orochimaru was very obedient and didn't make a sound, just playing with himself. The room was really eerily quiet. With that said, Might Dai didn't care what Tsukumo said and just lay down on Tsukumo's bed. Now Tsukumo doesn't think about anything, he just wants to sleep, and he doesn't bother to pay attention to him. Might, who was lying on Tsukumo's bed, took off his ancestral green leather clothes with just one stroke. When Dai was about to go to sleep, he found that Tsukumo had been watching him. To be precise, I'm looking at my own underside. Little acorn, Tsukumo said quietly, quiet, advertisement. Ah, Hitaki Tsukumo, I'm going to kill you, in another room. Now I have 186,432.9.8 taels of silver, which is still far away from Brother Dave's small goal of 100 million. Kagaya Junma was still sitting on his desk, holding a hands, a piece of paper, a pen. Keep swaying. Ooh. Little Tsunade, lying in the crib next to him, cried. Kagaya ignored him and took out a piece of silver from his pocket and threw it up. Little Tsunade picked up the silver and burst into tears, giggling. Little Tsunade. She should be a strong rival for my little goal in the future. I must make 100 million before she grows up. Kagaya Junma looked at little Tsunade, who was constantly waving banknotes on the bed. Her eyes there was a flash of fighting spirit. At this time, Junma suddenly felt a trembling sound, and Junma came out of the room in confusion. Ever since I saw this scene in front of me, the naked little acorn might die with green light all over his body was fighting with Hitaki Tsukumo. Oh my god. Kagaya Kimima only felt he's going blind. Are you too crazy? Stop it. Stop it. This room and the floor are made of Hashirama wood. A piece of wood as tall as you is worth 10,000 taels. You two losers, stop it. Kagaya Junma didn't care about Might wearing that eye-catching thing. Looking at the devastation all around, Kagaya Junma shouted loudly. However, the two of them had already reached the climax of their fight and ignored Kagaya Kimima's words. TMD, you two bastards. Stop it. Dead bone pulse. Dance of Chun. Kagaya Junma looked at the more and more destroyed floors, feeling extremely resentful in his heart. I saw a bone knife slowly appearing in Kimima's hand, and then he rushed forward. The multiple consecutive attacks made by his precise and soft physical skills caused Might Dai and Hitaki Tsukumo to be separated in an instant. I don't care how you two started fighting. Pay me compensation for the floor in the damaged room. I did the math. This has damaged a total of 14 floors. According to the market price, a Hashirama wood as high as a person is damaged. It's 10,000 taels of silver. A Hashirama as tall as a person can be made into 2 floors. That means you damaged a total of 7 Hashirama logs, which is 70,000 taels of silver. If I read it correctly, plus the damaged room items. Isn't that what Sister Yume gave to Brother Dave? You broke it? You're done. I won't say anything about compensation. Just explain it to Brother Dave when he comes back. Also, because I stopped you two just now, you damaged one of my 1 meter long bones. Usually, half a meter of my bones can grind out 500 grams of bone meal in the market. 1 gram of bone meal is 10 silver taels, which means you have to compensate. I have 10,000 taels of silver, so you guys can do it. I'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Kagaya Kimima left, leaving the two of them messy in the wind. Chapter 81 Izuna, newbie in the workplace. Damn, Uncle Madara, you are getting more and more handsome. Dave looked at Madara in front of him, his eyes lit up and he said. Oh. Madara took off the sunglasses on her face, lowered the peaked cap on her head, shook the casual black suit on her body, and tugged on the silver necklace around her neck. There was a sneer on the corner of her mouth, and her long hair was tied behind her, drifting together in the wind. He's really handsome, holy shit, Dave is envious. Hashirama, you have to keep up with the times. Madara sneered and looked at Hashirama aside. Hashirama was still wearing the kimono that Mito had sewn for him during the Sengoku era. So ugly. Let's go. Go buy some clothes first. Hashirama looked at Madara, then at himself. TMD, go buy some clothes first. Where's Izuna? Madara looked at Tobirama over there and asked. He's still sorting out the files there. He'll be here later. Tobirama nodded and replied. When Hashirama was Hokage, Madara and Sarutobi Sasuke were his Hokage supports. And Tobirama became a Hokage, and Izuna became his Hokage assistant. Tobirama's original intention was to take good care of Izuna and prevent this evil Uchiha from teaching bad children in school. As for Madara, Tobirama doesn't care about him now. He surfs the internet and dances in the village every day, and there is no possibility of threatening the village. Of course. He is still a little wary, judging from the fact that he gets beaten up every time he steals Madara's food. Brother, I'm here. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. No, isn't this coming? Tobirama looked at the three of them and said, not daring to turn his head away. Poof. Dave just took a sip of the Kagaya brand bone meal drink he carried with him, and when he saw Izuna coming, he spit it out. Izumi? Nai? Hashirama was also stunned. Izuna, you? Why are you wearing such clothes? Madara was also confused for a while. Izuna was seen walking slowly, wearing a smart business attire. Upper bodysuit. Lower body. Black knee-length skirt, and a pair of shiny black stockings shining in the dark night. I saw this in a clothing store a few days ago. I wanted to buy a suit for work. The boss recommended this to me. It suits me very well. I bought it. Wearing it. A blush flashed across Izuna's face, and she said speechlessly. Advertisement, see no evil, see no evil. Dave turned his head instantly and kept mumbling. Don't men rarely wear skirts like this nowadays? Madara asked doubtfully. As the #1 dance king of Konoha village and the godfather of fashion, he has always been at the forefront of Konoha fashion. Many clothing stores want Uncle Madara to take pictures and be endorsed, so naturally he knows what the current public trends in Konoha village are like. It's okay to wear them, but these stockings are a bit uncomfortable to wear. Forget it, I won't wear them tomorrow. Brother, the custom-made suit you gave me 2 days ago is still there. I'll wear that when I go back. Izuna, he said helplessly. He just tried it out of curiosity. Now that he has tried it, he will keep it at home from now on. Hashirama, on the other hand, remained silent from beginning to end, looking at Izuna with his eyes fixedly. He thought of a back figure from a few years ago. Thinking about it. Hashirama's nose slowly dripped 2 lines of bloodline. Uncle. Uncle, you have a nosebleed. Ahem, did you think of something bad? Quickly wipe it. Dave saw that he had just taken out some paper from his pocket and handed it to Hashirama. Oh, Hashirama quickly came to his senses, picked up the paper and wiped it. Let's go. Let's buy some clothes for you and Hashirama first. Dress like this, how will you dance in the bar later? Madara said slowly without thinking too much. After saying that, they walked towards the commercial street. In the past 4 years, Konoha has become more and more prosperous. Mobile phones, computers, newspapers, media, etc. have completely entered Konoha and changed the lives of the people of Konoha village. Konoha has always been rumored in the ninja world to be the happiest place in the ninja world. Refugees from outside have to find connections if they want to enter Konoha. Even though it is already 11 o'clock, the commercial street is as bustling as ever. The bustling people on the street are wearing various costumes, and the street lamps on the roadside are emitting a warm light. Madara led 4 people into a small alley, and in this gloomy alley, which was completely different from the commercial street, there was a store. Madara went forward and opened the door directly, and walked in with 4 people. The store was very simple, with only one bright light bulb on the roof, but there were various suits on the walls on both sides. Dave could see come out, these clothes are all high quality. It's Madara here, please come in. A white-haired old lady slowly walked out of the room. When she saw Madara coming, she said with a smile on her face. Sister Tien, look here to see if there are any clothes the 2 of them are wearing. Madara pointed to Izuna and Hashirama behind her and said slowly. Oh, it's Lord First Hokage and this little brother. Come on, please come in. I'll help you take a look. The old woman known as Sister Tien smiled and led the 2 of them in. Uncle Madara, who is this old woman? Dave asked doubtfully. He had been in Konoha for 9 or 10 years, and he had never heard of such a place. Advertisement. Hatsumizuda was a famous tailor master in the early days of the establishment of the capital of the Fire Nation. When he was young, even the daimyo of the Fire Nation would queue up to order the clothes he made. He had no children in his life. After the village was founded, he came to Konoha to retire. I found her a few years ago, and she was also learning how to make these new clothes in Konoha. After that, I basically asked her to customize all my clothes. Madara said slowly. Of course Dave doesn't know. A famous tailor, from Sengoku's era, he knows nothing. Soon, Hashirama and Izuna walked out of the room wearing new clothes. Izuna was still so handsome. Hashirama was a bit of a coquettish one. That red suit sparkled in the dark. Sister Tien, let's go first. By the way, remember to let me know when your new clothes are ready. I'm almost ready over there. Madara greeted the other party. Yeah, I know, the old woman nodded and said with a smile. On the road, Uncle Madara, what are you ready for? Dave asked doubtfully. I seem to have heard you talking about catwalk shows before, like Victoria's Secret or something like that. Madara and I think it's pretty good. We can promote these clothes, make Sister Tien live a better life, and make Konoha a little more lively. Madara has not yet say something, Hashirama on the side said with a smile. Are you going to do the show yourself? Dave was almost frightened and tripped. Oh my god. You are going to do the show? Holy shit, are you all so fashionable? Certainly. What name or theme are you going to call this event? Just call it, Senju Hashirama's Secret. Ugly man, you don't deserve it. It should be called Uchiha Madara's Secret. Motor. Hot Mom, Chapter 82 Madara, do you smoke? Finally, Madara and Hashirama decided to have a duel at the bar tonight. Dave is also the boss behind the bar, followed by Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Madara also likes the bar created by Dave, which allows him to find his long-lost youth every night. The bar is located in the center of the commercial street. It is 2 or 3 times larger than the stores next to it. It is a busy time now, and countless simple villagers are lining up outside the door to enter. How can we get in with so many people now? Hashirama asked in confusion as he watched the villagers queuing in front of him from the east end to the west end. Come with me. Madara smiled disdainfully, and then led everyone through the long queue and walked directly to the door of the bar. Hey, passionate youth does not allow fouls. These gentlemen, we have to queue up. Security guard Might Wei saw Madara walking through the queue with a few people, and shouted with passion. Madara sneered, took out a golden card from her arms and handed it to Might. Hey, it turns out to be Madara-sama. This is your VIP card. Might Dai took it, then looked up and saw Madara, and said with a respectful expression. Well, Wei, do you still have my deck? Madara nodded and took it and asked. Oh, don't worry, Madara-sama. Every VIP user's booth in the kidney bar is reserved. Might Wei patted his strong chest and said with assurance. Well, not bad, do your best. Madara patted Might Wei on the shoulder and then led everyone inside. Entering inside, the atmosphere was extremely hot, with 3 DJs, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami, swaying wildly. Madara led everyone towards a booth and sat down. Do you want to smoke? Madara took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and looked at the people in front of him and asked. Madara, why did you start smoking? Hashirama asked confused. Advertisement among the people Hashirama had come into contact with before, only Sarutobi Sasuke, an old man, smoked. He also asked about it at the time, and Sarutobi Sasuke said he was worried. Smoking 1 or 2 cigarettes can relieve stress or something. In the past, cigarettes were imported into the village from the capital of the Kingdom of Fire, and no one in the village grew tobacco at all. When you build a village, you may not even have enough food to grow tobacco. Until recent years, it seems that the family in the village and his nephew Dave started some tobacco together. Uchiha Hongtashin, the tribe's specially made cigarettes, 50 silver taels a box, not bad. I usually smoke 1 or 2 in the internet cafe. Madara nodded, and then took out a cigarette. Fire style. Cigarette lighting technique. Madara snapped her fingers, and a small flame appeared on her index finger, lighting the cigarette. Dave on the side grinned. This, Uncle Madara's underworld sense of immediacy is so strong. No, big brother, our Senju clan also has one. Senju double happiness, take 1. Tobirama on the side also took out a box of Senju Schwaneman from his arms and handed it to Hashirama. Hashirama was stunned, but took it. Uchiha Honda Mountain, Senju red double happiness, Sarutobi yellow crane tower, Narafarong king, Akamichi Yuxi, Yamanaka Lagoon, Shimura Chongbai mountain, Inazuka Yenyan, Aburame Schwanman, Hyuga red flag canal, Moonlight 7 wolves, Mitarashi Dakiamen, Uzumaki south blue, Kagaya rainflower stones, moonless water and white sand, ghost lanterns and lotus flowers, Mount Wangshen in 2 days, red pandas in the night moon, etc. Among them, in addition to those family cigarette clubs in other countries, South Blue in Uzumaki will be exported to the country of Whirlpool for sale. 2 days said Wangshen will be exported to the country of Earth for sale. Yaoi Red Panda will be exported to the country of Thunder, etc. Wait, the remaining cigarettes are basically self-sufficient and sold in the village. The common people are okay, they will choose the ones that suit their tastes and the prices are affordable. People in those families basically have a sense of family honor, will buy cigarettes made by their own clan. Kakuzu is basically in charge of exporting things now, and he enjoys it. I heard that he went to the land of water 2 days ago to export Mizuki white sand, Ghost light lotus, and Kagaya rainflower stone. The businessman started working. The reason was that the businessman opposite had lowered his price by a few hundred silver taels. Dave is still a little uncomfortable until now. This is developing a bit fast, he almost doesn't recognize it. By the way Dave, you are still young and can't smoke. Tobirama's old father looked at the Uchiha Hongtashin in his precious son's hand, grabbed it and said slowly. In fact, Dave also smokes. These cigarettes are actually not harmful to the body. Children of several years old can smoke them, and they can even refresh themselves. It's all the credit of Orochi Lu. Oh, brother Lu, people scientists, come on, work hard, and persist for a few years until your son grows up. These smokes have a good response in the ninja world. Reikage from the land of thunder said that Yaoi Red Panda is the cigarette that real men should smoke. Tsuchikage from the land of earth said that Wangshen is the best cigarette in the ninja world, and Mizukage from the land of water said that Ghost Lantern Lotus is the best. Good cigarettes, other cigarettes are alien. Only the Kazekage from the country of wind means that you, Konoha, look down on me, the country of wind? Why doesn't my country of wind have any special smoke? Lidu was so angry that he tore open a box of Uchiha Hongtashin and Senju Red Double Happiness on the spot. Advertisement, waiter, 2 bottles of Ace of Spades. Madara waved to the waiter over there and shouted. After a while, Dave looked at the wine in the glass in front of him, and then the sake entered his stomach. This kind of luxurious life, it's so cool. It wasn't until the last few people had finished drinking that the most important part of the day began. Hot mom. Do you want to dance too? Motor, let me show you what real belly dancing is. Senju Tobirama, let me show you what real dance is. Uchiha Izuna, I have to let you know today, the power of second Hokage. The 4 drunkards are already going crazy now. Damn it, let you Sengoku F4 rookies know what it means that there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world. Dave blushed drunkenly and shouted loudly on the table with his kick. The 4 of them turned to look at Dave. Plant group. Wood style. Morning flowers. Wood style. Magic beat. Wood style. Copperhead drummer. Wood style. Sunflower singer. Wood style. Tulip trumpeter. Wood style. Plantain dancer. Dave clapped his hands. I saw extremely fashionable plants springing out from the ground. Oppa Gangnam style. Dave, do you want to challenge me? Come on then. Ha 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 ha. DJ. Turn up the volume. Uchiha Madara took off his coat, looked at the 3 DJs on the stage and shouted loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an okay gesture to Madara. Tonight is destined to be uneasy. 5 drunk people, swinging wildly in the bar. 3 Candelas Chapter 83 Dave, I advise you to be kind the next day at 12 noon. Whoa. Might die. Hitaki Sakumo and Kagaya Junma looked at the 3 crying children in front of them and had a headache. Brother Dave hasn't come back yet? Kagaya Junma asked. I don't know. I called the teacher just now. The teacher didn't answer. Sakumo shrugged helplessly. What should we do? The 3 of them haven't eaten anything for a long time. Kagaya asked, rubbing his haggard little face. In the case of Orochimaru, might die, you can carry him to find Aunt you later. In the case of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Kimima, it's time for us to need you. Sakumo thought for a moment, then looked to the side. Junma said solemnly. A question mark slowly appeared on Kagaya Junma's face. What does this have to do with me? Your bones. The teacher said that there are so many nutrients in your bones that they can even replace breast milk. I think. Sakumo hasn't finished speaking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You don't even think about taking my bones from me without paying a penny. Kagaya interrupted him immediately, hugging himself warily and roaring. He. That's not up to you. Sakumo and Might Dai looked at each other and smiled. What are you going to do? Brother Dave said it. It is against the law to beat people in the village. Did we hit you? We call this a friendly sparring session, do you understand? Please do not. A moment later, looking at Kagaya Kimima in front of him with a bruised nose and swollen face, but not even a bone to protect himself. Hitaki Sakumo felt that Kagaya Kimima was so tough for the first time. Advertisement, forget it. Dai, please carry Orochimaru first and find Aunt Yu. I'll call Sister Tsukimi. Sakumo had no choice but to call Tsukimi for help. Sakumo, why don't you call me sister? When the call was connected, Tsukimi, who was cooking over there, asked. Sister Tsukimi, Brother Dave went out last night and haven't come back yet. Tsunade and the others are crying from hunger, Sakumo said quickly. Huh? Dave hasn't been back for so long. Did he tell you where you went before he left? Yume over there also asked in confusion. Sister Yume, this is Junma. I know, yesterday, Brother Dave said he was going to some red light district, some young lady, some comfort, etc. I don't know what happened. You know where is it? Kagaya Kimima, who was beaten into a pighead, snatched the phone from Sakumo's hand and asked cutely. Brother Dave. This is youth. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I was beaten by white hits. Crackling. There was a sound of pots and pans falling over the phone, and Junma smiled proudly. Then Hitaki Sakumo looked at Kagaya Kimima with his eyes wide open. Aren't you afraid that the teacher will come back to mess with you? Wow, Hitaki Sakumo's understanding of Kagaya Kimima has been refreshed. In the past, he was only greedy for money and regarded money as his life. Now he has added another one. Insidious, so insidious. Black Zetsu brother and Danzo brother are not necessarily he is insidious. Black Zetsu. Danzo. Yume over there was stunned for a few seconds and then hung up the phone. Hitaki Sakumo swallowed. Teacher Dave. So what? I hope you are safe and sound when you come back later. On the other side of the Hokage building, all the public officials in the Hokage building were panicking. Their immediate bosses could not be found. Hokage hasn't come all morning. This is his first official day in office. Making such a big mistake on the first day? Usually this kind of thing is done by the Hokage assistant. The problem is that the Hokage assistant is also missing. The Hokage ran away with his secretary? All the daily work in the Hokage building basically revolves around Hokage. If Hokage is gone, what work can we talk about? As a result, all personnel in the Hokage building were dispatched to search for Hokage. At the same time, in the Love Kidney Bar, 5 drunkards collapsed on the booths and fell asleep. You horse harnessing man, you are mighty and majestic, the galloping Junma is like the wind, the endless wilderness is free to wander as far as the eye can see. Dave's cell phone ringtone woke Dave up. Advertisement. Dave opened his eyes with a slight struggle. He drank like crazy last night and now has a headache. He took out the mobile phone in his arms and saw that it was Yume calling. Dave looked at it. Good guy. More than a dozen. And one that Sakumo beat up. Hello. Yume. Dave answered the phone. Dave-kun. Where have you been? Do you know that I'm very worried about you? Tsunade and the 3 little guys are all crying from hunger, and it's already noon, and. Kimima also said you were going. You went to the red light district to find a young lady. Is it true? Yume's tone over there was very anxious. At the end of the sentence, there was a burst of choking. Damn it. Kagaya Junma, don't I break 108 of your bones when I get home? What? Tsukimi, don't listen to that brat Junma. I came to the bar with Uncle Madara and the others last night. I drank too much and didn't wake up until now. The 4 of them are still sleeping there. I'm going home now. You go and wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Dave had cut Kagaya Kimima into pieces countless times in his heart. How could this kid be so stupid? If I don't beat the crap out of you when I get home, my last name won't even be Senju. Well, after being informed by Dave, Yume's mood obviously calmed down. She hummed softly, wiped the tears on her face, and took the newly cooked rice with her. Just walked towards the Senju rental land. Uncle Madara, Uncle, Old Father, Uncle Izuna. Wake up, wake up. Dave looked at Sengoku F4 who was still sleeping next to him, patted their faces slightly hard, and called them up. Well, I slept so soundly. Dave, what's the matter? Hashirama stood up and stretched himself, and asked a little confused. What time is it now? Tobirama over there reacted quickly after waking up and asked quickly. It's 12 o'clock. Dave took out his mobile phone and put it in front of Tobirama and said slowly. Quiet. Damn it. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, this is my official first day at work as a Hokage. Tobirama looked at the time on the phone in front of him and roared with anger. Uchiha Izuna. You're still sleeping here. What a piece of shit you were as a Hokage assistant. Come with me. Tobirama looked at Izuna who was still dozing next to him. He didn't care about anything and grabbed Izuna's shoulders. A flying thunder god ran away. The remaining 3 people were left looking at each other. Chapter 84 Three Little Ones. Don't eat. You are my little one, little apple. I can never love you too much. The three of them looked at each other, now in a state of just waking up. The three of them were still in a daze. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Senju Hashirama's pocket came out. The three of them were excited. Well, they came to their senses. Hello. Mito. What's the matter? Hashirama took out his cell phone and looked at the call from Mito. After answering it, he asked doubtfully. Senju Hashirama. A roar came from the phone. What, uncle, I'm leaving first. Yume is waiting for me at home. Uncle Madara, I'm leaving first. Looking at this situation, Dave thought that with Mito's perception ability, he should have been looking for him. On the way, the uncle was listening to the roar. He suddenly felt that it was better for him to leave quickly, before he accidentally hurt me. Just joking, Dave hurriedly left. Well, Hashirama, I'm leaving first. The legendary 8 Tails of the Ninja World has been refreshed. I am determined to get the paralysis ring this time. Madara nodded, looked at Hashirama, and ran away after saying that. Bang. Senju Hashirama. Just after the two of them left, the wall against which Hashirama was leaning suddenly collapsed, and a red-haired figure slowly appeared behind Senju Hashirama. Water. Mito. You. Why are you here? Hashirama swallowed, looking at Mito's floating red hair. Hashirama quickly thought about the past few days and these months. I can't think of anything else he has done to offend Mito in the past few years or decades. Hashirama, didn't you say you wanted to go square dancing with me this afternoon? Where were you during the rehearsal this morning? Mito asked with a smile on his face as a vein popped out on his head. But that smile was full of murderous look. Well, Mito. This matter starts with Tobirama becoming the second Hokage yesterday. Don't slap me in the face. Hashirama-sama and Mito-sama are really in love. Security guard. Cleaner might held a broom in his hand and roared while looking at Aina behind him with his shiny teeth. Go away. Repair the wall over there. Aunt Kai, whose hair had turned a lot gray due to worry, had veins popping out on her head, and he kicked her away. Advertisement. Every time I see this guy, I can think of my poor child. Even though she has taken Might and Dai with her since she was a child, and tried her best not to let Might and Dai be alone together, but it was still ruined in the end. Her child eventually she became what she didn't want to become. Now there are 2 green-skinned Kappa monsters in the house, one big and one small. She is almost going crazy. On the other side, Dave's house. Sister Yume, you're here, eh? Teacher Dave hasn't come back yet? Sakumo was still comforting the 3 children when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Sakumo went to open the door and found that it was Sister Yume. Sakumo swallowed and raised his head to look behind Yume. He didn't expect the figure with a bruised nose and swollen face. Yeah, by the way, you guys haven't eaten yet. No, these 3 are for the 3 little guys, and these 3 are yours. Yume nodded and handed over a few boxes of lunch in her arms. Got Sakumo. Yes. Thank you, Sister Yume. Shuamao nodded happily. Those 3 little guys were hungry. How could they not be hungry? He hadn't eaten for a long time. Yes, it's better to be Sister Yume. Teacher, he is so unreliable. Sakumo took Tsukimi into the house and gave the lunchboxes to the little ones. Well, they have to feed those little guys first. I'm back. At this time, Dave came back. Kagaya Junma, come out lousy. Dave roared loudly outside the house. Kagaya Kimima was stunned for a moment. Sakumo and Dai smiled at each other and kicked Kagaya Kimima out of the house. You 2 bastards. Believe it or not, I won't give you bone meal to drink anymore. Junma stood up from the ground after being kicked out, patted the dust on his body, and roared angrily. You 2 unloyal bastards, don't ever touch a bone in my life again. Let me loosen your bones now, little Junma. Dave looked at Junma in front of him and asked with a smile on his face. Well, brother Dave. Youth. That's not allowed. Yes, youth is not allowed to bully children. Junma looked at Dave's face in front of him. Smiling, he swallowed his saliva. Imitating Might Dave's way of talking and spoke hesitantly. Really, can a kid hold tens of thousands of silver in his hand? Forget it all for me, I'll keep it for you. Dave grinned and asked in an angry and funny tone. Forget it, you'd better give me a good beating. Ah, brother Dave, you really hit me. Advertisement. Of course, I won't be relieved until I give you a good beating. After a while, looking at the pig-headed Junma, Dave clapped his hands, to relieve his anger. At this time, little Tsunade cried again in the room. She saw that the 2 guys next to her who were the same size as her were being fed, but she had no food. Where was her feeding officer? Where did he go? I'm hungry, I want to eat. Little Tsunade is hungry, go and feed her, Dave kicked Kimima and said. Ever since, Tsunade started eating under Kimima's resentful eyes. Dave, you haven't eaten yet. No, this is the meal I brought for you. Yume smiled happily when she saw Dave walking in, and held the box of special love in her arms for fear of getting cold. The lunchbox was handed to Dave. As for the pig-headed Junma on the side, well, he is indeed too naughty and needs a beating and education. Well done, Dave. Kagaya Kimima. Thank you, Yume. Dave looked at the lunchbox that could still feel the warmth in his hand, smiled tenderly, and kissed Yume. Yume smiled happily. Mr. Dave was indeed Mr. Dave. Then Dave pulled Yume to the table outside the house and lay in Yume's arms. Yume, don't listen to the nonsense of these brats in the future. I went to the bar to drink with Uncle Madara and the others last night. I drank too much and didn't wake up until now. Don't you know who I am? Don't you? I swear, I love Yume the most in my life. Looking at K. Renner above, Dave held the kaken in his hand and said with a gentle smile. Yeah, Yume nodded sweetly. After a while, Sakumo, Maide, and Kimima looked at the salted fish lying in Yume's arms and being fed. And then looked at the rice in their hands and the three little ones in front of them. Guy. Eat farts, don't eat anymore. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you three little guys. Chapter 85 Ninja Alliance. Hey, Brother Lu, what's going on? Dave Shenyu, who was being fed, answered the phone and asked doubtfully. Dave, the Ninja Alliance you mentioned last year is ready, and it can now be installed and used on the computer. Orochimaru's voice came from over there. Really? Dave sat up suddenly and asked excitedly. Well, Manager Kakuzu just installed the game on the Aishin game platform, and now it can be downloaded on the computer. Orochi was stunned for a moment, then said. Copy that. Dave ended the call. Hey, Yume, I have something to do now, so I'll ask you to accompany these little guys in the afternoon. Dave looked at Yume in front of him and said with a smile. Yeah, Dave, if something happens, you'd better go quickly, Yume said empathetically. But I still feel a little disappointed. I can't be with Dave this afternoon. Moi, I'm sorry, I don't have time to spend time with you in the afternoon. Dave could naturally see the disappointment on Yume's face, hugged Yume and kissed him on the forehead, he said apologetically. After feeding the three little ones over there, the big three just looked at the food in their hands and looked at the situation over there. I took a big bite, and then started devouring it. Why did this rice suddenly not taste good? After leaving the clan, hello, Uncle Madara. Dave's call came to Uncle Madara's cell phone in the internet cafe. What's wrong, Dave? I'm in a life and death struggle with 8 tails. Madara's voice came. Dave could still vaguely hear a sound like, drink. Uncle Madara, is the machine next to you free? Yes, the corner where I usually sit is quite quiet. Okay, I'll be there right away. The new game is now playable, let's play. Okay, advertisement. After a while, Dave arrived in front of the internet cafe and then pushed the door open. Internet cafes are very different from a few years ago. In the past, when you entered the door, you felt like you were entering a dark bar. The light bulb would light up for you from time to time, and when you opened the door, you would be greeted by a burst of foot odor, and a few cigarettes. The smell of people's cigarettes, that's a mess. It's much better now. Smoking has been banned in the internet cafe, and it has been renovated. This time, when you open the door, you won't be greeted by the smell of feet, but a very refreshing smell. Computers have also changed from desktop to LCD, which has changed a lot. Help me drive to Uncle Madara's machine. Dave handed the card to the network manager. The network manager was a villager who was recruited. Now Aunt Kai is in charge of the bar. Maitli took over, and Kakuzu finally started his road to wealth. In the ninja world, he constantly sells cigarettes exported from the village, old age machines and so on. Boss, you're here, okay. This was a middle-aged uncle, who naturally knew Dave, the boss behind the internet cafe. After driving it, Dave walked to Uncle Madara's side and turned on the machine. Dave, this game looks pretty good. Well, I did a pretty good job too. Madara pointed at a person on the computer without looking back and said with a smile. Uchiha Madara, youth. Positioning. Warrior passive. Madara will automatically form Susanoo when attacked. Each layer of Susanoo will increase Madara's damage resistance by 1%, up to 20 layers. Q skill. Fire style. Fire extinguishing. Madara releases ninjutsu to form a wall of fire, causing magic damage to the enemy. W skill. Uchiha rebound. Madara takes out the Uchiha fan and charges it for a total of 3 seconds. During the charging period, Madara is in a hegemonic state. The charging can be released and cancelled at any time. When charging, Madara will be in a 30% damage-free state. After the charging is released, the enemy will suffer early damage during the charging period. 20% of the damage. E skill. Sickle swing. Madara takes out the sickle and swings it in a certain area, causing a certain amount of physical damage. The damage will be increased based on 14% of the enemy's missing health. Killing an enemy with this skill will reduce the cooldown of the skill by 5 seconds. R skill. Susanoo. Final form. Madara summons Susanoo. Madara's normal attack will turn into a sweep within a certain area, with a certain amount of spell-burning damage. During Susanoo, Madara will increase the current level x 1.5 health, S shield. Susanoo will last for 5 seconds. Dave smiled awkwardly. This does look pretty good. But what does this young man behind mean? Madara pointed at the young man behind and asked. Advertisement, Uncle Madara, I think your strength will change qualitatively when your Rinnegan is activated, so I discussed with Brother Lu to make 2 characters for you, and the other one needs to wait for you to activate your Rinnegan. Please tell me if there is any power, I will make a character with Brother Lu. Dave thought for a while. In fact, he knows what power the Rinnegan has. Pen 6 paths. But he can't make it. The Rinnegan hasn't even come out yet, how do you know his abilities? Imagine, give me a break. Well, yes. But does Hashirama also have 2? So, Madara closed the current page and clicked on the homepage of Senju Hashirama's hero. No, uncle, he only needs 1. Dave said with a smile and shook his head. Well, it looks like he's quite powerful. Madara nodded. This time you lose again, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama positioning. Tank, warrior passive. Hashirama's Sage Body will cause Hashirama to recover 4% of his lost health every second when out of combat. Q skill. Wood style. Wooden prison. Hashirama summons a wooden prison in the designated area. The wooden prison will silence and immobilize the enemy, and cause a certain amount of damage. W skill. Wood style. Wood style wall. After using this skill, Hashirama will increase his double resistance and form a shield based on Hashirama's health multiplied by 5%. E skill. Wood style. Arrival of flowers and trees. Summons trees in a certain area. When the enemy is in it for 3 seconds or more, it will immobilize the opponent for 1 second. Moreover, the flowers and trees will continuously absorb the enemy's chakra and deny it to Hashirama. R skill. Sage art. Wood style. True tree Senju. On top of Buddha, Hashirama uses Senjutsu to summon True Tree Senju. During this period, Hashirama cannot use other skills and blinds the enemy for 1 second. Hashirama's attack speed will also increase by 100% at this moment, and each attack by Senju will cause damage equal to 0.1% of the enemy's health. Dave, this hero of yours. How'd I put it? How is it a bit wretched? At this time, Madara opened the protagonist page of Senju Dave again and asked with some confusion. Huh? Dave was confused. He told Kakuzu at the time that you can just play whatever you want. He hasn't seen what his role looks like. Chapter 86 Dave. XX is actually myself. Dave quickly looked over. Senju Dave positioning. Warrior, mage passive. Dave will enter the invisible state when not moving, and will break the invisible state after moving or attacking. If Dave moves in the grass, the invisibility will not be broken. Q skill. Wood style. Blowing wood. Dave summons a piece of wood to attack the enemy, which will cause a certain amount of magic damage to the enemy and blind it for 1.5 seconds. W skill. Dave run. After using this skill, Dave's movement and attack speed are increased. E skill. Poison extraction. This skill will not be turned off after it is upgraded, so that each of Dave's normal attacks will cause continuous magic damage to the enemy for 5 seconds. R skill. Planting mushrooms. Dave will plant a mushroom in the designated place. When the enemy steps on it, it will cause explosive magic damage to the enemy, and cause a slowdown effect and continuous magic damage effect that lasts for 5 seconds. FCK. Dave scolded her on the spot. What the FK? Is Kakuzu a poisonous guy? I let you play freely. Who the hell asked you to play such a thing? Now Dave is afraid of being sprayed to death. Well, this hero is really disgusting. When you came here just now, I played a game and tried it. This hero is really disgusting to me. That mushroom is really disgusting. Madara turned on Mangekyo and put it on his head, he said with bulging veins. As you can imagine, Madara was tortured greatly by Captain Dave's mushrooms in that round. Your wood style won't really summon such disgusting mushrooms, will it? Madara closed her eyes, calmed herself down, and looked at Dave who was looking aside and asked with confusion. For the first time, he felt that Dave's wood style had now surpassed Hashirama, because he played Hashirama in the last game. He was really disgusted by Dave's mushroom and that wretched hero. Ahem, no, all this was done by Kakuzu. I let him play freely at the time. Who knew he could do such a thing? Dave also had a headache. Forget it, come play a game with me. Hashirama and Mito are going to square dance in the afternoon, and he will come right after the dance. Madara shook her head. There are not many heroes in the Ninja Alliance now. After all, in this era, there are really very few people who are famous in the ninja world with some special characteristics. The most people are on the road. There are 4, namely Dave, Madara, Hashirama, and Sarutobi Sasuke. There are 3 in the middle, Kakuzu, Izuna and none. Advertisement: there are 2 junglers, Tobirama and Yaoi I. 3 Sagittarius, Onaiden Genzuki, Chio, Uzumaki Mito. Assist 1 and fight fiercely, because today is the first day that the game has just launched its server, and it is also the first day that the season rankings have started. There is also an event today. If you log in, you will get Uzumaki Mito's skin, Square Dance Light, for free. If you reach gold in ranked matches and win 10 games after that, you will get Senju Tobirama's skin, Vegetable Stealer, which is limited to season. There are also some skins that you can buy for just 2 gold, such as Uchiha Madara, Youth, Black Silk Madara, Legendary Skin, Senju Hashirama, Belly Dance, Legendary Skin, Senju Dave, Kindergarten Director, Legendary Skin, Chio, Elderly, Epic Skin, Chio, Swimsuit, Legendary Skin, Sarutobi Sasuke, Girl Group Fan, Excellent Skin, etc. After Dave and Madara played several human computer levels, the ranked match was unlocked. Uncle Madara, I invite you. Let's play ranked. The skin of Tobirama's food stealer looks good, let's get it for him today. Dave pulled Madara in. Then enters the selection stage. When they saw Dave on the first floor, except for Dave, the 3 people in Madara's band suddenly became violent. All for Konoha. Uchiha Kagami. What do you mean? Can Senju Dave, the underworld hero, play? Will of Fire. Uchiha Kagami. Put Dave there, I'll FK you. Put that for me. This is a qualifying match. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Hey, don't be so big on Dave's opinions, okay? Would you like to watch my wild show of mushroom rattling from Dave? Ninja Dance God. If you play Dave, please die first. Waby Babu. Dave rubbed his eyebrows with a sad face. He knew it would be like this. That damn Kakuzu. Wait until I see what he is saying. Dave also realized that these three people are the Will of Fire trio. Danzo on the second floor chose Tobirama as a jungler. Hiruzen on the third floor chose no midlaner. Madara on the fourth floor chose Uzumaki Mito as a shooter. There is no other way. Dave can only play the rubbish support of Lidu. After entering the game, Dave was also on the opposite side of the lane. The jungler on the opposite side was the first to speak. Please drop everything. Damn it, I knew it. What did Dave, a stupid hero, do? Is this hero playable? That Dave over there? See if I don't catch you to death. The jungler on the opposite side is trying to catch our Dave to death. We will never help him. A little fan of the Senju girl group. Dave is such a stupid hero, he can be seen in every rank. I vomited. Wouldn't it be great to play Hashirama or Madara? Or, worst of all, play Sarutobi Sasuke? Advertisement Nars. This Dave. How should I say? It's so troublesome. Although it's a bit disgusting, but if you bring the true eye scroll into the grass and scan it, it's almost done. The speed of the ninja world. Senju Dave is really a stupid hero and does stupid things. It disgusts me to death. Waibababu. Ahem, everyone, please remember that the Dave in the game and the real Dave are not the same person. Please don't bring your emotions to the real Dave. My Dave is very innocent. Ninja Dance God. Oh, this brainless hero. After arriving at their respective positions, everyone started fighting. At 3 minutes. Please put everything down. You're dead as a jungler on the opposite side. How mean. Go against my blue. Everything is for Konoha. Hee hee, Lan didn't write your name, so why can't he fight? Please put everything down. Just wait for me. Everything is for Konoha. Hey, I'm waiting. At this time, Kaguya on the top lane was killed by Izuna in the middle lane. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. That Izuna on the opposite side is so mean, can you please stop coming? Naras. Well, we still have to arrest people, it's so troublesome. The jungler's blue was countered, and he had no blue to catch anyone, so he had no choice but to let me come. At this time, Madara was also killed by Mito on the opposite side. Ninja World God Speed. Oh, the Mito opposite is really good. Ninja Dance God. You are very good. Wait, the speed of the ninja world. Isn't that old father? Isn't he working in the Hokage building? Why are you still playing this? Still on the opposite side. Dave was confused. Is this old father so careless about his job? A few minutes later, the Tobirama on the opposite side was also encountered and killed by Danzo's Tobirama in the river. The hero Senju Tobirama is indeed very difficult, and can be said to be the most difficult of all heroes. At the same time, it is also the #1 player in the hearts of all players who have played him today. E-skill. Extract poison. You will get it after this skill is turned on. Chapter 87 Uchiha Kagami. I am super brave. Senju Tobirama. Positioning. Assassin, Mage. Passive. Every 3 basic attacks of Tobirama in Flying Thunder God state will apply a Flying Thunder God mark to the target, which will last for 3 seconds. In the Water God state, Tobirama's basic attack will be strengthened after each skill released, causing spell damage to the target and restoring Tobirama's certain health points. Q skill. Flying Thunder God status. Flying Thunder God Kunai throw. Tobirama throws a kunai with Flying Thunder God spell in the direction of the arrow, causing damage and leaving a Flying Thunder God mark on the target. If the throw misses the target, the kunai will land at the end of the pointing arrow. And the kunai will stay at the landing site for 3 seconds. Water God state. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. Tobirama uses ninjutsu to release a water dragon to attack the enemy. While causing spell damage, it also causes the opponent to gain a slowing effect. W skill. Flying Thunder God status. Flying Thunder God slash. Tobirama will immediately arrive at the target carved in a certain area and cause a period of damage. When the opponent's health or chakra value is less than 5%, Tobirama will after using this skill, the opponent will be instantly killed and the cooldown time of this skill will be reduced by 2 seconds. Water God state. Water style. Water Severing Wave. Tobirama uses water style ninjutsu to cause damage. If the target is in the state of releasing skills, it will interrupt the opponent's skill state and cause dizziness for 1 second. E skill. Flying Thunder God status. Flying Thunder God. If there are 2 or more targets within the range at the same time, Tobirama will choose a target to exchange geographical locations with it, and leave a Flying Thunder God mark on the spot. If the displaced target dies, the skill is refreshed. Water God state. Water style. Heavenly Cry. Tobirama casts Heavenly Cry in an area, and enemies in the area will have their double resistance weakened by 60%. R skill. State switch. No need to upgrade, Tobirama switches between 2 states, Flying Thunder God and Water style. Very fancy skills. At least it looks much better than Senju Dave. And Dave has a headache just looking at such a long introduction. He should just play Fierce Do-hun. Soon, the game ended in a civilized exchange between the 2 sides. Dave and the others lost. Dave looked at Madara, who was looking at the computer in front of him with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and swallowed. Dave, where is that brat Uchiha Kagami now? Madara looked at Dave aside and asked slowly. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, couldn't he greet the younger members of his clan? Thinking of Uchiha Kageme's 0/12/3 record in this game, Uchiha Madara felt it was very necessary to greet his junior. Well, he should be at home, he is not here in the internet cafe. Dave was stunned for a moment. Uncle Madara wanted to care for the younger members of the clan offline. Well, Dave thinks it's very okay. Well, wait for me for a while. Madara stood up and left with a body flicker technique. Dave opened Penguin. Babu. Hiruzen, are you, Danzo and the mirror together? Will of fire. Together, we're at Uchiha Kageme's house, and he was playing Dave, and now Danzo is beating him. Babu. Run. Uncle Madara went to find the mirror. If you don't want to be accidentally injured, run away. On the other side, Hiruzen got up in fright after receiving the news. Advertisement. Danzo. Quick. Stop fighting. Let's go. Hiruzen quickly picked up Danzo, who was beating the mirror violently. What's wrong? This B*********** D is still playing Dave's underworld hero. Why don't we teach him a lesson? Danzo said, still a little angry. Uncle Madara is here, he's looking for the mirror. Let's not get hurt accidentally, Hiruzen said quickly, picked up Danzo and ran outside. After Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo pulled Hiruzen and ran away, leaving behind a confused Uchiha Kagami. Hey, why don't you fight? My Dave is so strong. Uchiha Kagami shouted as he watched the two people leave. Danzo stopped after hearing this, turned back to Uchiha Kagami, kicked him, and then ran away. Let you play Dave. Dave is so funny. Why did you hit me? Uchiha Kagami said a little aggrievedly. Mirror, I heard that you like to play Dave. At this time, Madara's figure appeared in front of Jing. Mr. Patriarch. Yeah, Dave's mushrooms are so happy. Oh, that's right. A moment later, after finishing the exchange, Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from his hands and left with a body flicker technique. Uchiha Kagami was left half dead lying on the ground thinking about life. Back to the internet cafe. Madara and Dave brought Ninja Godspeed and a man named Thorny Rose into the team. Uncle Madara, what is this, Rose with thorns? Dave pointed at the name and asked doubtfully. It's Izuna, Madara replied. This, you two, one Hokage and one Hokage secretary, are you starting to lose track of your work together? Wow, this is the first time Dave is worried about Konoha. Ninja World Godspeed. Let's go, by the way, no one can take that hell Dave. Rose with thorns. No problem. Ninja Dance God. Yeah. Advertisement. Babu. Okay, Babu. Old father, don't you work? Ninja Speed. Work. Oh, Shadow Clone is enough. I have two computers, one for me to use, and the other for Shadow Clone to steal food. Ninja Dance God. What do you mean, are you sick? Dave was speechless. Entering the game again, the four of them are on the second, third, fourth and fifth floors. On the first floor is a familiar ID. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. It's still the familiar operation, choose Dave instantly. Mirror home. Haha, Dave is so fun, but you all won't let me play. I'll play solo, I'll play by myself. Said the pig-headed mirror, and after entering the game, he instantly selected Dave. In the internet cafe, Dave stared at this guy in shock. Wow, young man, does your father Uchiha Changjong know that you are so brave? Uchiha Kagami. Just kidding, Uchiha Kagami, I'm super brave, right? Dave glanced at Madara, who was standing aside. He saw Madara holding her chin with one hand and saying nothing. I don't know what she was thinking. On the screen. The speed of the Ninja World. Ninja World Godspeed. I'm going to FKU. What kind of asterisk are you? I'm asterisk. Ninja Speed. Dave, find out for me right now who this is from the village. Babu. Your student. Uncle's disciple. Uchiha Kagami. Ninja World Divine Speed. Ninja Dance God. Don't strike too hard, I just finished. I don't know what happened, but when Dave entered the game. If players don't like it, please don't hurt them and quit the game. Chapter 88 Madara. Are you questioning my village logo Tobirama? A few days later. 9 Tails. I'm saying it again. Get off my head. Veins popped out on Black Zetsu's head. Oh, what if I say no? Little 9 Tails lay lazily on Black Zetsu's head and said with disdain. I want to die with you. Black Zetsu was furious, grabbed 9 Tails on the head and roared. Little 9 Tails was pinched by Black Zetsu without any panic at all. He slowly raised his little paw and then lightly slapped Black Zetsu in front of him on the face. Bang! Black Zetsu flew backwards. Little 9 Tails walked up to Black Zetsu with cat steps, and then stepped on Black Zetsu's face with a sneer on his face. Although Little 9 Tails is a shadow clone, 9 Tails' shadow clone is not something that ordinary people can resist. Black Zetsu is that ordinary person. Black Zetsu is different from 9 Tails. 9 Tails really can't be released, but Black Zetsu can be released, but all his abilities are taken away, because the chakra is still in Dave's body. So much so that it caused the current scene. 9 Tails in Dave's body sensed this scene from Shadow Clone, with a smile on his face. Make you crazy, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu looked at the arrogant little 9 Tails, and shed tears of humiliation. This damn 9 Tails. Wait for me. Wait for my mother to come back. Wait for my mother to come back. I must complain to her. Let her kill you. Hey, let's go, don't pretend to be dead on the ground. Little Ninetales patted Black Zetsu's face with her little paw. Black Zetsu was frightened and hurriedly scratched the ground with his hands. Oh, damn, it's become a habit. But little Ninetales didn't use force and chakra this time, just patted it very gently. Black Zetsu could only bear the humiliation and stood up. Ninetales kicked hard and jumped on Black Zetsu's head. Black Zetsu did not dare to say a word. Let's go to the internet cafe and check it out. Dave Kid has been going to the internet cafe to surf the internet every day these days. He heard that there is a new game called Ninja League. Hee, if he still dares to think that I, Ninetales, am from Ninja Legend, then what? The boss is beaten every day, I must let him know what the anger of the tailed beast is. Little Ninetales said with a sneer. When the game Ninja Legend came out, the popularity in Konoha was unprecedentedly high. When the little Ninetales went out to play, they could hear the villagers talking about how they wanted to max out Ninetales and get dragon slaying and so on. Little Ninetales was so angry that he beat up those villagers on the spot. Advertisement. The result of this incident was Ninetales was taught a lesson by Dave. He was punished by not being allowed to buy anything to eat outside for 3 months. Nonsense. Dave paid for the compensation for the beaten villagers. Black Zetsu didn't dare to say anything, and took the little Ninetales to the Aishin Internet Cafe without any complaints, and turned on 2 machines. After the two of them experienced it a few times. Bang. That's unreasonable. Who the hell made a disgusting underworld hero like Senju Dave? In these games, almost all of them can match Dave. It's a disgusting batch. Little Ninetales has never been able to do it. I don't think anything is as disgusting as the hero Senju Dave. That kid Dave isn't even that disgusting. The tables in the internet cafe are all made of Hashirama wood. You have lost about 10 grams of Hashirama wood just now, which is almost 200 silver taels. 10 silver taels for a pastry. You just knocked off 20 pastries. Black Zetsu watched from the side. Looking at the dented table that was patted down by the little Ninetales, she said quietly. Little Ninetales quickly picked up his little paw, picked up Black Zetsu Senju Red Double Happiness and put it into the sunken place to block it. Hey, get your own cigarette, Black Zetsu shouted unhappily. Isn't it a bit shameless to put his cigarette in it? Oh, I just bought my Yamanaka Laccoon, Little Ninetales sneered. Black Zetsu dare not say a word. I can't bear it. I'm an old CT who has endured it for 1,000 years. I can't bear it. I'll bear it for a few more years. Go to the smoking area and smoke 2 cigarettes. I'm so mad. When I get back, tell Dave that I must delete the hero Senju Dave. Little Ninetales jumped from his seat and jumped on Black Zetsu's head. Black Zetsu didn't say anything, didn't dare to say anything, and took Ninetales to the smoking area. After a while, 2 people, 1 fox, and 1 sinister looking at each other. Hiss, why did you 2 come to the internet cafe? Dave gasped and asked doubtfully. Uchiha Madara on the side also had a cigarette in his hand. Uchiha Hontashin smoked and looked at these 2 things. Didn't I hear you say there is a new game here? Let's take a look. Brother Madara, lend me a hand. Little Ninetales took out Yamanaka Laccoon, took out a cigarette, and looked at Madara on the side with a little attentiveness and said. Advertisement. His lighter was placed inside the Senju Double Happiness of Black Zetsu. It's still there filling the dent. He forgot to bring it. Madara didn't say anything. She snapped her fingers and a flame burst out from her hand. Little Ninetales quickly protected it and lit the cigarette. Looking at the little Ninetales puffing away in front of him. Dave couldn't bear to look. Ninetales, do you still smoke? Dave went to ask the Ninetales in his body. Don't confuse me with my shadow clone. Ninetales stretched lazily and said. Black Zetsu looked at the 3 pipes and couldn't bear to look at them. Dave saw the Black Zetsu in front of him and gave him an Aburame Zanheman. Well, 4 bongs. A moment later. Let's go, can you 2 play ranked? After the 4 of them finished smoking, Dave looked at the little Ninetales and Black Zetsu in front of him and asked. Okay, it's definitely not a scam. My Uchiha Madara is super strong. I spent some money just now and bought all the skins Black Silk Madara. Little Ninetales said with great air as he lay on Black Zetsu's head. Well, I play Mito, Black Zetsu said. There was still a bit of sadness on his face. He paid for the skin care treatment at Ninetales. That's the money he got from cleaning all the toilets in Konoha every day these days. Dave, a stingy and double standard kid, gave this B********** D little Ninetales money and didn't even give me Black Zetsu. It made me Black Zetsu makes money by digging and defecating in Konoha's toilets every day. It makes me cry just talking about it. Dave also knows about this. He has already thought about what heroes and skins the Ninja League will release next season. Black Zetsu, new hero, epic skin, shit Terminator. Okay, let's line up in 4. Uncle Madara, can you go jungle? Dave nodded. Hey, are you questioning my village logo, Tobirama? Madara asked with a disdainful sneer. Quote. I don't have any tools in the middle, or I can just mix it up with support. Chapter 89 Tobirama. It's also a worry for my son not to spend all his money. The 4 people entered the team and started ranking. Weibibabu. Ninja dance god. Only mother is good in the world. Can tailed beasts be used as slaves? Only mother is good in the world. What's wrong? Why are you asking? Ninja speed. What, are you surprised to see me? Oh, you should be lucky to have me in line. This old father is not doing his job properly again. Well, the first floor is the ninja world speed. Tailed beasts don't need to be slaves. Okay, at least they're not passers-by, as long as no one plays Dave. Tobirama chose Izuna's mid lane. He is tired of playing jungle every day these days. Let's try the mid lane. Wabibabu. I'd better play fierce fighting. There is no way. He was robbed in the middle. The person who robbed him was his old father. What can he do? Of course he is playing as a support player in a fierce battle. What a wonderful battle. Q displacement control, W to add shield, E control, R mixed assists throughout the map, it's so delicious. Madara on the second floor chose Tobirama as jungler. Ninja World Godspeed. Oh, evil Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, do you understand? Madara did not reply to Tobirama, but only sent a 100% winning record in his village level standard. In the Hokage building. Quote. Senju Tobirama looked at the computer and remained silent. After being stunned for a while, he looked at Shadow Clone on the side. Go to Madara's vegetable field. His 1-month-old mangoes are ripe. Also, after stealing, use another account to play Senju Tobirama. Give me the village level mark and a 100% winning rate. I got it. Oh, Uchiha Madara, you are out of food, is your village level Tobirama useful? Is it useful? Snort. Tobirama sneered inwardly. After entering the game, the top laner on the opposite side is still the resident top laner Senju Dave. Little Ninetales is so angry, but it's okay. He played a few games, all against Senju Dave. Well, my little Ninetales has experience. Advertisement. 20 minutes into the game, Madara, who had harvested 5 people and got the pentakill, looked at the computer with a sneer, and then slowly typed a line on the screen. Ninja Dance God. How is it? Is my Tobirama okay? Ninja World Godspeed. Damn it, damn Uchiha Madara, do you dare to come and solo Senju Tobirama with me? Your mother didn't even recognize you when I beat her. Dance God of the ninja world. Ha. Senju Tobirama is so angry, isn't it just the pentakill? What are you so proud of? Uchiha Madara, you will be out of food. Madara, who had lost her health, directed Tobirama on the computer to walk into the grass and return to the city. Suddenly, boom. Madara looked at Tobirama who was killed by mushrooms on the computer, the sneer on his face solidified. The speed of the ninja world. Ha 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 ha. Are you awesome? Are you proud? Do you want to continue? Ha ha ha. Hey, why are you dead? Ha 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 ha. Tobirama in the Hokage building laughed. With a strong hand, he smashed the table on the side where documents were placed. What's going on? Huh, the Hokage destroyed the public property of the Hokage building. This table costs 100,000 taels. Should it be deducted from your Hokage's allowance or should you pay for it? Uchiha Izuna from the next room heard the noise and hurried over. He saw the debris all over the floor. The scumbag asked expressionlessly. Quote. At this time, Senju Dave, who was defeated by Uchiha Madara from 9 tails, finally opened, 110/0. That, Uncle Madara, that Senju Dave opposite, looks familiar. Dave looked at Madara, who had a frozen smile on his side, opened the panel and said slowly. Madara was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then opened the panel. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Madara slowly closed her eyes. Dave sat aside and shivered as he felt Madara's powerful aura that was as real as a substance. On the other side, Uchiha Kagami's home. Hey, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama opposite are really good at it. Mirror, who is paralyzed, said helplessly as he looked at the computer in front of him. At this time, there was a sudden sound on the computer. Advertisement. Senju Dave killed Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha. Sure enough. Dave is the real hero. Ha ha ha. Happy. Jing screamed. Uchiha Kagami, who had been beaten twice, did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all. After Madara was resurrected, he scored another 5 kills, quickly ending the game. You 3, wait for me for a while, I have something to deal with. After saying that, Madara left here with a body flicker technique. One person, one fox and one thing were left looking at each other. On the other side, after using his son Dave's money to pay for the table, Senju Tobirama lost his previous joy. Mito used to take care of the family's money. With Mito's temper, he used to be very poor when doing experiments. However, he has a precious son, and his precious son is rich. He doesn't even know how much money he has at home. 100 million. Senju Tobirama has never had a hard time since doing experiments and no money. Dave, take it. You can take whatever you want, set a small goal for you, and spend all the money you have at home first. Tobirama has been experimenting for several years. Not only did he fail to complete the small goal that his precious son set for himself, but his family also has countless extra money, and it has even reached the point where he needs to use his own experimental base to store money. Alas, not having enough money to spend is also a worry. My precious son earns money too fast and is still filial, so he is also helpless. After thinking about it, Senju Tobirama sighed and took out a box of 500 silver taels of Dave Hanzi, and silently smoked one. Smoking room in internet cafe. Uncle, what have you been busy with these past 2 days? I haven't seen you a few times in the past few days. Dave looked at Senju Hashirama who had just arrived in front of him, handed him an Aburame Zon Herman and asked in confusion. Isn't it because of your aunt? After I stepped down from the Hokage position, your aunt saw that I had nothing to do, so she would play with Madara every day. So she asked me to accompany your aunt to dance in the square every day. Square dancing is really boring. How can belly dancing be interesting? Hashirama took it and said with a helpless shrug. Hey, Dave, why do you keep smoking this Aburame's Shuanhemen? Hashirama asked in confusion as he looked at the Shuanhemen in his hand. You only smoke Heman, and you only love one person in your life. Dave smiled and said the words used by the Aburame family when they promoted this cigarette. Quote. Hashirama was speechless. This kid smokes and can still get involved with this little girl Tsukimi. Oh, what a beautiful and sincere relationship. Looking at Dave with a happy smile on his face, and looking back at the busy internet cafe behind him, Hashirama's heart was filled with sighs. This is the real peace. The little nine tails on the side was shaking with the Yamanaka Lakun in his hand. Black Zetsu looked at the sunken Senju read double happiness in the table over there, his eyes full of pity. Chapter 90 Inches on Mom's Revenge after returning. Soon, Madara came back, and when Dave saw the bloodline on Madara's hand that hadn't been wiped clean, he swallowed hard. Mirror, may there be no Uchiha Madara in heaven. Madara is back. Come on, come on, come on. I've been practicing hard on Uchiha Madara and Senju Dave these days. Now my Uchiha Madara is already number 1 in the village. Hashirama's eyes flashed when he saw Madara coming back. Liang said happily. Hey, you can play Uchiha Madara, but seal your Senju Dave for me. Madara said with a sneer. He played with Hashirama all afternoon 2 days ago. Then Senju Hashirama's Senju Dave is really like Ninja Canyon Ghost Seeker. It's really a super ghost, and Uchiha Madara can't win no matter how he plays it. Ah, ha ha ha. Okay, Hashirama laughed awkwardly. The three of them played with one thing and one fox like this all night. At 8 o'clock the next morning. Dave, wake up. Yume knew that Dave had been playing in the internet cafe all night, so she brought some food to him in the morning. Yume saw Dave lying asleep on the chair over there, patted Dave's face and shouted softly. Uchiha Madara, who had stayed up all night, opened Sharingan and glanced at Dave, then continued playing the game. Phew, no, my CNM's Black Zetsu. Stay away from my wife. Dave, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly turned pale, then stood up suddenly and shouted in shock. The people around him immediately looked at Dave. Dave was stunned for a while, and slowly reacted, looking at Black Zetsu who was still dueling with the little nine tails over there, and slapped Black Zetsu. The forehead is pitch black. Black Zetsu turned his head and looked at Dave in confusion. What are you looking at? I can't beat you. Dave asked with a sidelong glance at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu turned his head in a grieved manner and got a small notebook from somewhere. On Mom's revenge when she comes back. There were hundreds of various things written on it, and Black Zetsu picked up the pen and added another one. Advertisement. 234. On the XTH day of the 10th year of Konoha, the B********** D9 Tails took my Senju red double happiness and put it on the table and chair he destroyed in the internet cafe. I will remember him. 235. On X month X day of the 10th year of Konoha, the B******** D9 Tails took the money I earned from digging shit in Konoha and bought Uchiha Madara's skin, Black Silk Madara. I remember him. 236. On X month X day of the 10th year of Konoha, the hateful Dave slapped my head for no reason. I will remember him. Dave looked at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Black Zetsu. Ahahaha. Black Zetsu. You were killed by me alone. Ha 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 ha. At this time, because Black Zetsu was recording his own notebook, the little nine tails on the side looked at Uzumaki Mito who was standing still in the center of the screen, killed directly. Dave turned his head and glanced at the screen of little nine tails, 1-6/0. Little nine tails opened. Black Zetsu looked at the little nine tails with disdain and smiled. After resurrecting, he went directly to the line to kill the Senju Hashirama of the little nine tails. Little nine tails looked at the black and white screen in front of him, suddenly grinned, stood on the chair, jumped on Black Zetsu, pushed Black Zetsu to the ground and started beating him. Nine tails. Why are you hitting me? Black Zetsu roared angrily. You're not convinced that I can't beat you online. I'm going to beat you offline to regain your place. Little nine tails said softly and slowly, without resting in the movements of his hands. A moment later. 237. On the XTH day of the 10th year of Konoha, the B******** D9 Tails beat me up offline because he couldn't beat me online in the Ninja Alliance. I will remember him. Dave looked at poor Black Zetsu and didn't know what to say. Dave, you're awake. This is the breakfast I brought you. Yume smiled and handed the meal in her hand to Dave. Hey, thank you for your hard work, Yume, Dave said with a sad face as he looked at the food in his hands. Playing games in an internet cafe every day, his wife comes to deliver food. This is something he really couldn't even imagine in his previous life. Then Dave picked up the food, put the keyboard on the table aside, and swallowed it wholeheartedly started eating. Yume sat on an unoccupied seat aside, looking at Dave with a gentle face, and kept reminding her to eat slowly and not to choke. Advertisement. I've been playing all night. Madara, I have to go home and sleep, I'm a little sleepy. Hashirama on the side took off the earphones from his ears at this time, yawned and stretched, a little speaking tiredly. Sleeping. Madara glanced at Hashirama in confusion. 2 days ago, I played with him all day and night and never saw him sleepy. What's wrong? Well, in the afternoon the daimyo of the Fire Country came to the village to discuss some matters with Tobirama, and I have to go receive him. Hashirama nodded and said helplessly. I originally thought that he would retire from his position and be able to live his own retirement life with peace of mind. Who knows, not only is he not idle every day, but he is even busier than when he was working on Hokage. HMPH, what else can he do here? Madara seemed to be very dissatisfied with that famous name from the Land of Fire. I don't know, but Kima and my daughter-in-law will be back. Hey, Mito is still at home waiting for the groceries I bought. Hashirama said with a smile on his face when he mentioned his son. Okay, you go first. Madara nodded and said nothing more. After all, this is business. By the way Dave, you and Tsukimi should bring Tsunade to our house for dinner in the evening. Hashirama, who was about to leave, thought of something and looked at Dave and Tsukimi beside him and said with a smile. No problem. Dave held out his hand to express that was no problem. Yume also nodded. After Dave finished eating, he played a few games with Madara and then left with Yume first. Only Madara, Little Ninetales and Black Zetsu were left playing here. Roaring sounds were also heard from time to time in the internet cafe. Black Zetsu, can you stop grabbing kills? I'm already 0/10. Is this a record that a shooter should have? Why do you want so many kills for a mid-lane tool? You take it, come and wipe your butt. That, B********** D 9 tails. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Black Zetsu, are you blind? Didn't you see that disgusting Senju Dave coming to my jungle area? Are you still passing by every house in the middle? Madara-sama, Izuna on the other side keeps dragging me, I can't go. After losing this round, Ninetales and Uchiha Madara set their sights on Black Zetsu. Chapter 91 Daimyo, Kakuzu. Black Zetsu, are you specifically seeking revenge on me in the game? Little Ninetales narrowed his eyes and said quietly, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Black Zetsu, are you trying to plot against me in the game because you didn't succeed in plotting against me before? Madara also opened her Sharingan and looked at Black Zetsu dangerously and asked slowly. Madara-sama, Ninetales-sama, can you guys? Cannot. A moment later, the half-dead Black Zetsu lay on the floor of the internet cafe, with tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Take out the small notebook from your arms. 238. B*********** D 9 tails and damn Uchiha Madara beat me up for a mistake in one game, and I remember them. Night. Hashirama's house. Dave slowly walked into Hashirama's house with Tsukimi and little Tsunade in his arms. Pushing open the door, Tobirama, Hashirama, Mito, and a couple, who should be his uncle's son Kima, his cousin. What confused Dave was that Izuna and Madara were also there, as well as an uncle with a beard and a white hat. This is your son Senju Dave from Second Generation, please come in, please come in. The uncle was still a little confused when he saw Dave entering the room, so he stood up and said enthusiastically. Thank you, uncle, are you? Dave waved his hand hurriedly, walked in and asked. I am the daimyo of the Land of Fire. But forget it here, just like Kajama, just call me Uncle Nara. The daimyo said with a smile. Well, Uncle Nara, Dave nodded and called. Tsukimi, who was holding Tsunade over there, handed Tsunade in her arms to the Kima couple. Dave-kun, please take care of this little girl Tsunade. Kima's wife, the daimyo's baby daughter, held the fussy Tsunade in her arms and looked at Dave apologetically. Advertisement. Haha, it's okay. Little Tsunade is usually very well behaved and doesn't make trouble at all. Dave laughed and said. Well, thank you Dave too. Umbrella and I usually have a lot of things to do in the Daming Palace. We don't have free time to take care of little Tsunade, so I can only trouble you. Then some grandfathers don't know how to take care of little Tsunade. Kajama met Dave once before when he came to the village to see off Tsunade, so he was naturally familiar with him. The words also contained deep contempt for some irresponsible grandfathers. Senju Hashirama smiled awkwardly. Although the relationship between him and Kima has eased, there is still some distance. Okay, everyone, let's sit down and eat. Mito came out and said with a smile. Everyone sat together for a meal, during which Dave discovered that Kima's personality seemed to be exactly the same as Hashirama's, but not as deep as Hashirama's. Because of Mito's special arrangement, Mujian and Hashirama sat together. Hashirama always helped Mujian put vegetables. Mujian did not move when Hashirama put the food in the bowl for him. Hashirama, who was very nervous, thought it was Mujian. He didn't even notice it, so he put it to his mouth specially. Just like coaxing a child to eat, he said some childish words to coax Kima to eat. Hashirama yelled at Hashirama, who was angry at Kima. Hashirama was not angry at all. He smiled and continued to help Kima pick up the vegetables. Kima was helpless. After eating, everyone chatted for a while, but most of the time they spent watching the battle between Hashirama and Kima and his son. Let's go, Yuya, since we are already here, let's take you to Konoha Internet Cafe or bar to play. After Hashirama and Kima finished the battle, Hashirama looked at the daimyo and said with a smile. Internet Cafe, bar, what is that? Daimyo asked in confusion. Konoha village is still in the semi-information age, and many things have not yet been sold outside the village. The capital of the fire country does not even have an elderly machine. The daimyo came here to ask some questions like Tobirama. The national tax has obviously not increased. Why so much silver suddenly appeared in the national treasury in the past few years? The daimyo asked those who collected taxes, and found out that Konoha accounted for the majority. I also came here specifically to see if there were any changes in Konoha. Ha ha ha, that's a good thing. Hashirama laughed. Soon, Tsukimi, Mito and Nakima's wife were left at home, and the rest of them went to the internet cafe. The daimyo's guards were also left at the station. Just kidding, Sengoku F4 was all around. If something happened to the daimyo, these guards would be killed. The daimyo looked at the internet cafe in front of him, looking a little confused. He looked at the card in his hand and didn't know what to do. Of course, his son-in-law Kima was also at a loss with a card. This is Konoha's era developing so fast. HMPH, Yuya, you are really old, you can't even keep up with the times. Uchiha Madara on the side saw this and sneered. Advertisement. Nara Yuya has veins popping out on his head. Damn Uchiha Madara. After all these years, he still has the same stinky character. Hashirama on the side also smiled and taught Nara Yuya and Kima how to use these things. A moment later. Who created this garbage Senju Dave? Mujian looked at his black and white screen, thinking of Dave's Gaige laughter when he was killed by Dave's mushroom on the opposite side. Mujian felt angry for a while. Well, brother Kima, can we add the word hero after Dave next time? Dave on the side said he was offended. Although Dave said that this kind of thing is not uncommon these days. No wonder, but every time I hear it, I have the urge to beat up Kakuzu. Dave and Kima are in the double row, and Sengoku F4 is in the fifth row with the daimyo. After the 5 people finished playing a few rounds, the daimyo looked at Tobirama aside. Tobirama, this is why you pay so much tax in Konoha. A skin on a virtual game can be sold for 168 silver taels. And I saw that there are so many games on it. This kind of thing makes a lot of money, right? Asked the daimyo. Tobirama nodded without saying anything. He probably guessed what the name meant. Can this kind of thing or technology be transported to the land of fire? The daimyo thought for a while and then asked. Tobirama suddenly turned his head to look at the daimyo, with a cunning smile on his face. The daimyo suddenly felt that something was wrong. This kind of thing is run by the private sector. I, the Hokage, have no right to decide. If you want, you can talk to this person. Tobirama showed a cunning smile, took out his mobile phone, and pointed to a name on the phone number. Kakuzu. The daimyo muttered in confusion. When Hashirama was the Hokage, when Sarutobi Sasuke was still alive, he made a suggestion to Hashirama, which was to bring a series of kidney-loving brand items such as Konoha's big taxpayer Ishin Internet Cafe into the hands of the Hokage. Hashirama refused at the time because this it's something that his nephew Dave made by relying on his hard work and talent. It's not good to do this. But Sarutobi Sasuke, an old ghost who has lived for more than 60 years, doesn't know how he fooled Hashirama. At that time, Sarutobi Sasuke went to Dave to discuss the matter, and Dave directly pushed Sasuke to Kakuzu. Regarding the economic and commercial confrontation, Kakuzu dared to claim second place, and no one claimed first place. Dave also knows that Kakuzu is measured. Want lousy technology and stuff. Have you asked the financial manager of our kidney love company? I don't know what the negotiations between them were about. Later, Tobirama heard that Kakuzu had tricked the old man Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke spent an unknown amount of money from the Sarutobi family, and what he got in the end was, well, old age. The manufacturing process and technology of mobile phone covers. Sarutobi Sasuke was so angry that he had to stay in the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular department of the hospital for more than a month. If you are a daimyo, you can try laning with Kakuzu. Chapter 92 Kakuzov's Fierce Fight. Hey, financial manager. Dave on the side heard what his old father told him, and when he saw the cunning smile on his old father's face. Dave shuddered hard, picked up the phone and called Kakuzu. Hit it. Kid, what's wrong? Don't you know I'm busy here? Ah, Kakuzu's voice came from the phone, and faint howls could be heard. What's going on over there? Why did I hear someone howling? Dave asked doubtfully. Didn't this guy go to the outside exit with a batch of cigarettes? There are some unscrupulous Wind Country businessmen here who couldn't agree on the price with me, so they hired some ninjas to try and get me. Interesting. They're just a bunch of rubbish. Kakuzu's voice came slowly. Well, be careful yourself. Your reputation as a black-faced devil in the ninja world is not a good one. I'm just calling you to tell you something. When you come back from the land of wind, go to fire a trip to Damingfu, the capital of our country. Dave was speechless. Why are you going to Daming Mansion? What's the business there? Kakuzu asked in confusion as several black lines sprang out from his hand and passed directly through a ninja who was rushing towards him. The daimyo of the Daming Mansion wants our technology and computers and other things. Remember, you have to have a good talk with them. Dave smiled and said, and deliberately emphasized the importance of a good talk. Some tone. Oh, I understand. Kakuzu on the other side of the phone smiled and said faintly. Kakuzu hung up the phone, looked at the bloodlines and corpses everywhere, and smiled disdainfully. Then he thought of the previous confrontation with Sarutobi Sasuke. It was interesting. I wonder, does the Daemingfu want a claw machine? At this time, the grass behind Kakuzu suddenly started to shake. Kakuzu slowly turned his head, then stretched out a hand and flew towards that direction with the hand and the string. A wall of sand directly blocked Kakuzu's attack. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, and then looked over solemnly. The black-faced buckling ghost, haha, that's interesting. The ninja who killed our Sanagakure in our Sanagakure. A figure slowly walked out of the grass and said with a sneer on his face. First Kazekage, fierce fight, Kakuzu said slowly with a solemn face, and stepped back slowly. Advertisement, now that you're here, don't leave. Leto sneered, then waved his hand, and the sand like a river suddenly rushed towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly jumped to a tree. Even if I have a great reputation in the ninja world, there is no need for the Kazekage to take action himself, right? Kakuzu asked with a sneer. Kakuzu was also a little speechless. Even if he was powerful, he didn't need to directly let a shadow attack me. Kakuzu also knew that he couldn't beat the Kazekage, which one of the 5 first-generation shadows was easy. No, I am just a retired old man now. Sanagakure held a succession ceremony for second Kazekage yesterday, but the news did not come out. Of course, Kakuzu also received such news yesterday in the Kingdom of Wind. But he didn't think much about it. He was just a businessman who exported things and had no interest in the politics of these villages and countries. Mr. Kakuzu, right? The Takigakure village rebellious ninja joined Konoha a few years ago. Since last year, he has been selling cigarettes and other things exported from Konoha in the ninja world. Leto continued to ask. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kakuzu looked at Leto intently, and then slowly took off his clothes. 5 masks with different appearances appeared on Kakuzu's body. After a while, he entered U mode. 5 lines made of threads, and informants wearing 5 masks appeared next to Kakuzu. You have helped Konoha gather a lot of silver over the years. Naturally, I can't let you go back. Leto didn't care at all about Kakuzu's appearance. Suddenly, a river of sand appeared behind Kakuzu, directly smashing the mobile phone controlled by several lines behind Kakuzu. The phone was shattered on the spot. It's better not to do small tricks or anything like that. Sand release. Sand hands. Leto naturally discovered the small tricks behind Kakuzu. Although he didn't know what Kakuzu was doing, he still had to be cautious. Then Leto opened his hands, and a giant hand made of sand suddenly smashed towards Kakuzu. Kid, I can rely on you for rescue. Water style. Water curtain. Kakuzu murmured slowly, and then the informant wearing a blue mask slowly opened the mouth of the mask and fired a huge water cannon. Suddenly he hit 2 sand hands. Fire style. Fire hard work. Lightning style. Pseudo darkness. After knocking off the 2 Sanako hands, Kakuzu immediately took over the attack, and the 2 masked men on the side suddenly launched ninjutsu and hit Leto. Sand release. Sand shield. Leto stretched his hands to both sides without any panic, and the huge sand wall resisted the ninjutsu. Advertisement, sand escape. Flowing sand waterfall. Leto suddenly clapped his hands, and then a sea of sand appeared behind him like a flood of waves, slowly rushing towards Kakuzu. What the hell? Composite ninja technique. Fire wind waves. Kakuzu was startled and reacted quickly. The wind and fire masked man on the side slowly merged together, and then the 2-in-1 informant said it spit out a huge sea of fire. Sea of fire versus sea of sand. The other side Dave's phone vibrated. Dave opened the phone in confusion. It was a message from Kakuzu. Wasn't it the one he just hung up on? Why was there another message? Money is life. Sanagakure, X exposition, fierce fight, me, speed. Dave was speechless. Just after I said this, be careful, why did you get into trouble with first Kazecage's fierce fight? Old father, have you left any flying thunder god spell on Kakuzu? Dave looked at Tobirama and asked. Konoha was still far away from Sanagakure, and he couldn't get there right away. Yes, Tobirama thought for a moment, then nodded. Nonsense, no matter how you say it, Kakuzu is still a rebellious ninja from Takigakure village. A rebellious ninja in his own village must be on guard no matter what. But the relationship between Tobirama and Kakuzu has been pretty good over the years. This technique was also left on Kakuzu when he first came to Konoha. After all these years, Tobirama has almost forgotten about it. Okay, take me to Kakuzu. He is in trouble and is facing off against the first Kazekage. Dave shrugged helplessly. Why did he get into a fight with Leto? Tobirama was confused, but he quickly put his hand on Dave's shoulder. Then a flying thunder god sent Dave to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu and Leto were having a heated fight when suddenly 2 figures appeared next to Kakuzu, startling them both. Chapter 93 Kakuzu. This requires 600 billion detonating charms, right? Remember me penguin after the fight? Tobirama glanced at Leto over there and Kakuzu behind him, then swished away, leaving only a few words. He was playing ranked, and there were 2 cheats, the newbie daimyo and his elder brother. How could he rest assured? As for Dave's safety, stop making trouble. Can Leto beat his own son? In the internet cafe. Where did you take Dave? Tobirama, Hashirama over there looked at Tobirama who had just returned in confusion and asked. Kakuzu is in trouble and there's a fierce fight. I sent Dave over to help. Tobirama sat directly in his seat, then put the ninja Uchiha Madara facing him on the screen, and wildly swayed to taunt him. After the solo kill, he said slowly. Huh? You asked Dave and Kakuzu to fight Lidu? Hashirama was stunned. Are you sure you were Dave's biological father? You were even crueler than what I did to Mujien back then. Haha, isn't it easy for Dave to fight fiercely? All he needs is hands, right? Don't worry about him. Uchiha Madara on the side sneered twice and said slowly. The daimyo and Kima over there were both confused. Fierce fight. Isn't it first case Cage? Damn it, how many of you let Dave fight Lidu? Are you still sitting here playing games? Wow, do you all have such big hearts? On the other side, at Kakuzu. Kakuzu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Dave coming over. He slowly put the masked informants back on his body and put on the clothes with a few holes in them. Well, he can still sew and mend them. Where? These are the clothes I bought a few years ago when I spent 10 silver taels in Konoha and got a comminuted fracture from the boss across the street. We can't just throw it away, what a pity. Huh? Is it you kid? Interesting. But what does Senju Tobirama mean by leaving you here alone? Lido also reacted from his confused state and looked at Dave with confusion and said slowly. Of course he still recognizes the little devil Dave. Although the kid has grown up a lot over the past few years, he still remembers the white hair on his head and what the kid said to him at that time. Lido wasn't nervous at all. If it was Senju Tobirama who just stayed here, he would be a little panicked, but Senju Tobirama actually left his son here alone. What's the meaning? Kakuzu. How do you want this bee to die? Explode? Or commit suicide? Or be tricked to death? Or be played to death? Dave ignored Lido and looked at Kakuzu aside and asked slowly. Blow it up, I think it's pretty good, Kakuzu said slowly with a cruel smile on his face. Wood style. Corn cannon array. Dave clapped his hands, and a bunch of corn cannons suddenly appeared on the ground. Advertisement, it's interesting. Senju Tobirama actually left his son alone to fight with me. Do you have confidence in your son? Lido didn't panic at all about the sudden appearance of these corn cannons and asked slowly. It's not like he doesn't know the information about Senju Dave, and he also knows that he knows wood style, but it's far from Hashirama's, and he can only summon some special plants. The few yellow plants in front of me should be fine. Aim and shoot. Dave ignored Lido, stretched out his thumb and index finger to make a gun shape, closed his right eye, pointed at Lido and said slowly. I saw the corn cannon slowly raising its upper part, and then suddenly shooting out a stream of yellow corn towards Lido. Lido smiled disdainfully. That's it? That's it? Sand escape. Sand shield. Boom. After a while, the smoke dispersed. Dave and Kakuzu laughed out loud when they looked at Rado, who had a smoky face, messy hair, and wounds and blood everywhere on his body. Damn brat. Go to hell, Lido panted and roared ferociously. Sand escape. Sand waterfall burial. The surrounding sand sea slowly floated up, and then suddenly rushed towards Dave and the two in the center. Grandpa Lido, do you know what art is? Dave faced this situation without any panic, and even asked jokingly. Lido stared at Dave without saying a word. I have a plant. The more chakra I input, the stronger its explosive ability. I can tell you a little tidbit. 9 tails is sealed in my body. You can imagine, if all the chakra of 9 tails were put into it, if it is transported into this plant, do you think the country of wind will be razed to the ground? Dave asked with a smile. You damn brat, don't even think of using such despicable methods to anger me. Lido looked at Dave fiercely and roared. Kakuzu, let the old father pick us up. Dave handed the phone to Kakuzu, then clapped his hands. Wood style. Destruction mushroom. A black mushroom suddenly appeared in front of Lido, with a pair of red eyes on it. Advertisement then. Dave slowly closed his eyes and slowly transported almost 80% or even 90% of Nine Tails chakra towards the destruction bone. Lido looked at the growing black destruction mushroom in front of him. He instinctively realized that if the energy in the black mushroom in front of him exploded, it would definitely destroy the Kingdom of Wind. At this time, Tobirama arrived, and Dave felt that the chakra delivered was almost enough. Nine Tails would commit suicide if there was more. Grandpa Lido, I hope you and the Kingdom of Wind like this fireworks. Dave, who looked pale, looked at Lido and said slowly with a smile on his face. Before Lido could say anything, the figure of Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared next to Dave and Kakuzu, a flying thunder god, and the three of them ran away. Only Lido and the expanding black mushroom in front of him were left. Damn brat. Lido roared through gritted teeth. He was no longer as calm as ever. Lido slowly raised his hands and used all the chakra in his body. He saw the huge amount of sand in the sky slowly lifting the destruction mushroom from the ground and raising it to the sky. Lido wanted to cause this explosion to reach the sky. The Kingdom of Wind. Sanagakure, I will definitely protect them. I am. First case Cage, Lido. The style of the painting changed, and Lido poured all the chakra on his body into the sand and roared loudly. Sanagakure Chiyo suddenly felt her heart palpitate as she looked at the child spliced together with puppets in front of her. Lido. Chiyo seemed to have sensed something. He looked at the direction of Lido and slowly murmured. After a while, Dave, who was far away at the entrance of the Love Kidney Internet Cafe, looked at the sky in the direction of the Kingdom of Wind. The black mushroom cloud reached into the sky. Dave looked at this scene and swallowed slowly. This power is so powerful. Kakuzu on the side was also dumbfounded when he saw the scene in the sky. How much money does it take to create such an explosion? After all, it would cost 600 billion detonating charms. It's so expensive. Chapter 94. Just because he is a famous person, we want to kill him. The next day, the ninja world was shaken after Bully Konoha destroyed Kirigakure. Bully Konoha once again extended its evil claws to the poor wind country Senagakure. How much does the Bully Konoha hate the country of Fung? Kirigakure had left some terrain for the Kingdom of Water. This time in the Kingdom of Wind, 80% of the sandy land turned into a huge basin, and Senagakure lost 2/3 of its population. It's really cruel. The first Kazekage of Senagakure also died in this battle. The second Kazekage of Senagakure was succeeded by Lido's disciple Samana the day before yesterday. Now Samana has sent people to Kirigakure to ask about the fastest way to build a village. In this regard, Mist Shinobi has experience. Although Senagakure has not revealed who destroyed the Kingdom of Wind, it seems that the Bully Konoha is capable of such a thing. After all, Konoha has a criminal record. Senagakure did not dare to act rashly now. After all, most of the population had been lost. It would be unthinkable for him to go to Konoha to fight for his life at this time. Chiyo, the elder of Senagakure and Rito's wife, fainted on the spot after hearing the news. When she woke up, she shouted that Konoha was a B******D, despicable, shameless, etc. He already had a grudge against Konoha's Sengoku F4 in his heart. When Lido went out, he didn't say who the enemy was, but if he could destroy the Kingdom of Wind like this, it must be those 4 idiots. In the 5-grade Shadow Village, Rock Shinobi and Ryan Village angrily accused Konoha of not being a human being, but they only said it verbally, and they didn't dare to fart in reality. Mist Shinobi didn't even say a word. What happened last time? The scars are still deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Kirigakure person. Konoha, inside the Hokage office. Tobirama rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Izuna stood beside him, and the daimyo, Madara and Hashirama sat on both sides. Dave stood in the middle scratching his head awkwardly. Kakuzu on the side didn't care and was even mending his own clothes. I asked you to help Kakuzu. I didn't ask you to destroy Senagakure. Tobirama looked at Dave in front of him and shouted with a headache. Then what? Who knew San Shinobi was so vulnerable? That Lido is so rubbish. No wonder he is just a rubbish support who is a mixed assist. Dave straightened his chest and raised his head, talking confidently about Lido's rubbish. Tobirama, Dave is right. That trash fight is still the Kazekage. Even Dave can't beat it. The Kingdom of Wind can't protect it well, so why should it be the Kazekage? Go home and take a shower. Madara sneered at the side, said. Can you GB Dave? Tobirama was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. They also say that they fight fiercely. Can you beat Dave? Advertisement. The problem now is not that, it is that the reputation of the Fire Nation in the ninja world has been ruined, the daimyo said with a headache on the side. Now the ninja world accuses us Konoha of being bullies. After destroying Mist Shinobi and destroying San Shinobi, people outside the ninja world are spreading rumors about how cruel we are, how cruel the daimyo is, and how cruel the Hokage is. There is news from the capital about the current population flow in the capital. Very big. Daimyo continued. Many traders and some nobles have already begun to pack their things and prepare to leave the country of fire. If this continues, the country will soon be empty of people. Is there any way? Asked the daimyo. Is there any way? Tobirama looked directly at Dave and asked. This incident was caused by Dave. He also wanted to see if his precious son had any solution. Well, if possible, he could let his precious son compete in the future 3rd Hokage. Let the fire country enter the semi-information age and circulate Konoha's computers and other things to the fire country. Then take the opportunity to publish the cause and effect of this incident on the internet to let those fools who only listen to hearsay know. Maybe this kind of thing can keep them, Dave said with a shrug. Yes. However, once things are circulated to the country of fire, this is no longer Konoha, but the country of fire. Spies from other villages are pervasive. You are not afraid that the technology of those things will be circulated to other countries. In the village? Tobirama asked differently. Steal, let those spies steal. What can they steal? Isn't it just a few computers and mobile phones at most? Is it useful? Can they steal the electricity or the signal-based station? After they get it, the most they know is this: the craftsmanship is of no use at all, Dave said with a smile. If those spies could steal electricity and signal-based stations, they would really be considered awesome. Okay. Tobirama nodded, and that's what he said. Even if those people take their computers and mobile phones to their own country, they won't have access to the internet to steal food. A computer without stealing food has no soul. Then who will handle this matter? Tobirama then asked. Everyone slowly turned their attention to Kakuzu, who was mending clothes next to Dave. Kakuzu was mending his clothes when he suddenly felt some eyes looking at him and raised his head in confusion. Kakuzu was shocked. A bunch of people were looking at him. What happened to the kidney? Kakuzu asked confused. Financial manager. As people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. I give you a very great thing, to circulate computers, mobile phones and other things into the Kingdom of Fire. Let's become bigger and stronger and create greater glory, Dave said with some relief. He raised his hand and put it on the shoulder of Kakuzu, who was a head taller than him. How much can I earn? Kakuzu thought for a while and asked slowly. Advertisement. It depends on how much Uncle Nara can give. Dave and Tobirama, the old father behind him, looked at each other, smiled evilly at each other, and then looked at the daimyo over there and said slowly. After hearing this, Kakuzu slowly turned his head and looked at the daimyo, his eyes glowing green. Several question marks appeared on the daimyo's face, and his body trembled violently while sitting on the sofa. Suddenly something felt wrong. Everyone left and handed this place over to Kakuzu and the daimyo. Kakuzu still had to do this kind of thing. Afternoon, I don't know what happened in the office in the Hokage building. When the door of the office slowly opened, a figure with a pale face and white lips walked out, trembling slightly. And behind him, a man in patched black clothes had a smile on his face. Fortunately, Tobirama came quickly after receiving the news. Otherwise, people would have thought that these two were doing something in the office. Well, they seem to have really done something in the office. How is it? Dave walked to Kakuzu and asked softly. 270% of the national treasury silver, plus 55% of the profit, Kakuzu said with a faint green light in his eyes and a hint of excitement in his tone. You killed him too hard. After all, he is still a famous person, Dave swallowed. Just because he is a daimyo, we want to kill him. Kakuzu looked at Dave sideways and said quietly. I think so too. Hey, two foxes, one old and one small, looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 95 Uchiha Kagami. Shao-chanshin, do you want blue? In the home of the second elder Uchiha. Hey, Yume, our family will be rich again soon. Dave hugged Yume excitedly and said happily. Giggles, Dave, haven't you always been rich? Yume asked with a giggle. Dave used to be the veritable richest man in Konoha, and even the family's money couldn't cover it up. Dave also often sends gifts to Yume, and Yume also knows about it, such as. Now basically all the shops in the commercial street are owned by Yume. Yume doesn't know what the purpose of Dave giving her such a gift. Dave said that he wanted her to experience the happiness of being a housewife, but Yume didn't understand it. What kind of happiness is there? After all, she was not short of money. Yume also tried it when collecting rent. It was so tiring. The money didn't seem to be more than 1% of what Dave gave me. Later she stopped going and left this kind of matter to her father. Uchiha Yongjong will be happy then, she is still a daughter. Uchiha Kagami, that little brat, instead of giving money to his family, is he throwing money away to buy some game skins? I am already 12 or 30 years old, sitting at home with my computer every day, and I don't even have a partner. Sad people. Uchiha Chongjong is now almost 60, and walks around the streets every day with a bunch of keys to collect rent. However, since Dave is happy and his father is happy, Yume is also happy. Hey, I used to be the richest man in Konoha village, and now I am the richest man in the fire country. Waiting for a few years may be a bit too arrogant. Waiting for more than 10 or 20 years, I am the richest man in the ninja world. When the time comes, I will stand on the top of the wealth ladder in the ninja world, with a boring expression on my face saying that I have no interest in money. Money is just a number to me, Dave told the imaginary scene in his mind. Giggle, Dave's ideal is really great. Yume covered her mouth and chuckled. Hey, father-in-law, are you going out to collect rent? Dave and Yume were cuddling on the grass in the courtyard. Suddenly Dave saw the figure of Uchiha Yongjong passing by and shouted in confusion. Well, it's Dave. Hey, it's time to collect the rent again. My old bones have to be busy again. Every time I have to drag a sack of money home, my shoulders hurt. Look. The second elder Uchiha, with a bunch of keys hanging on his waist and a big bag in his hand, said something that made him want to be beaten. Dave was speechless. Where's the mirror? Won't he help you? I just saw him playing in the ninja league in the house? Dave asked doubtfully. HMPH. I sit in front of that computer every day and I'm not afraid that Sharingan will go blind. I just passed by there and heard what that brat was saying about Shao Tianshin. If you want to be blue or something, what kind of game is that? Huh? The second elder Uchiha became angry when he mentioned Uchiha Kagami. Dave grinned slightly. Shao Tianshin. Uchiha Kagami. I really have you. Online dating has started. On the other side, in Uchiha Kagami's room. Brother Jing, did I trick you on 25, 30/1? I saw my teammates were all sending asterisk. Did I trick them? A burst of ying came from Uchiha Kagami's earphones. Whisper. Advertisement. It's okay, I'll help you spray them. What the hell, that's what they did, and they threw the pot on your head. It's okay, you can continue to take the heads as an assistant. By the way, blue has been refreshed, you go and kill it. Lan took it. Jing quickly comforted. Then, will the jungler be angry? The girl asked with a choked voice. He's a piece of shit. Huh, what the heck, how can the beaten orphan Tobirama get the blue? It's okay, you take it. If he dares to say anything, I will spray him for you. Uchiha Kagami waved his hand, showing off said manly. In the Konoha Internet Cafe, Uchiha is playing games at the moment. Uchiha Madara looked at the 25, 30/1 auxiliary Rado on this panel with veins popping out on his head. Uchiha Madara controlled Tobirama in the jungle. Oh, blue was refreshed. Madara wanted to get the blue after resurrecting, so he saw the stupid assistant walking towards his jungle area again. After Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he looked at the empty jungle, and slowly closed his eyes, and then slowly placed his hands on the keyboard. Ninja Dance God. Can the support not touch my blue? Shao Shanshan. But, Brother Jing said that the orphan Tobirama you beat doesn't need blue, let me just take it. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, then immediately clicked on the panel. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. The ninja dance god exits the game. In the courtyard of the second elder Uchiha's home, Dave and Yu-Mei were making love to each other on the grass, when suddenly a figure appeared at the door. Uncle Madara, teacher. Why are you here? Dave and Yu-Mei stood up and looked at the arriving Madara, asking in confusion. Is that brat Uchiha Kagami at home? Madara looked at Dave and asked expressionlessly. He's playing games in his room. Dave said doubtfully, did Uncle Madara have anything to do with the mirror? Well, you go out first, so that it doesn't affect you later. Madara nodded, and then walked slowly towards the house. Dave picked up Yu-Mei and ran outside. Susano. Advertisement, Patriarch, why are you hitting me again? When Uchiha Yongjong returned home with a sack of money on his back, he looked at the ruins on the ground in front of him and the half-dead mirror lying on the ground covered in blood, with a look of confusion on his face. Dave, at home. What is happening here? Uchiha Chongjong looked at the ruins on the ground, looked at Dave and his daughter aside and asked in confusion. Maybe. The mirror game tricked Uncle Madara again. Dave swallowed and said slowly. In the past, Uncle Madara's mirroring was at least just using his hands and ninjutsu, but this time he directly brought out the Gundam. Uchiha has a headache. This unlucky kid gets into trouble every day, and every time he gets into trouble with Madara. He handed a sack of money into Dave's hand first, picked up the mirror and headed towards the hospital. Inside the hospital, Uchiha Kagami, covered in bandages, was lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand and looking at the penguins. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Picture. Xiao Shanshan. Brother Jing, you are injured. You are so pitiful. If you don't like me, please don't hurt me. Alas, Brother Jing, I am a ninja. I encountered an unexpected situation when I was playing a game with you just now. I was unfortunately injured after fighting with the enemy who sneaked up on me. But don't worry, the little thief who made the sneak attack is already dead. Xiao Shanshan. Brother Jing, are you in the hospital? I'm going to check on you now. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. This is our first meeting. Xiao Shanshan. It's okay, I'm going now. Just tell me which room it is in. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. XX room. After sending it, Jing immediately put down the phone. Father, am I handsome now? Jing turned his bandaged face and looked at Uchiha Chongjong who was sitting beside him and asked. Uchiha Chongjong was stunned for a moment. Doctor, my son's brain is broken. Chapter 96 Danzo, Shameless. A moment later Uchiha Chongjong looked at the little girl in front of him, her wrinkled face was full of black lines. Little girl, who are you? Chongjong asked. Hope it's not what he had in mind. Grandpa, I'm here to see Brother Jing. The little girl who looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old lowered her head, crossed her hands in front of her belly and said nervously. There is also a fruit basket placed next to the little girl. Is it Uchiha Kagami? Chongjong slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and then asked. Brother Jing said he is a ninja. He was injured by a sneak attack by bad guys just now. I brought some fruits to see Brother Jing. The little girl nodded and said with a starry face. Well, little girl, please wait for a while, I'll take care of some things. Chongjong forced himself to give the little girl a smile that he thought was pretty, and then slowly walked into the room behind him. The little girl stood outside the door in confusion, listening to the sounds coming from inside. Father, what are you doing? You traitor, although I told you to find a partner as soon as possible, I didn't let you find a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Don't do it, father, my injury hasn't healed yet? After a while, Uchiha Kagami, whose whole body was already full of scars, became even worse when he looked at the little girl in front of him. King suddenly felt a little confused. Are you Xiao Shanshan? Jing asked with a confused face. Yeah, Brother Jing, I am Xiao Shanshan. Well, I am also from the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Shanshan. Xiao Shanshan nodded with a smile on her face. The mirror's heart is in turmoil. Brother Jing, why don't you speak? Xiao Shanshan looked at the still Uchiha Kagami and asked with confusion on her little face. Shanshan, you didn't seem to say you. What, how old are you? Jing swallowed, with a slight tremor at the corner of her mouth. Advertisement. Well, Shanshan is 6 years old this year. Shanshan thought for a moment, then said with a smile on her face. Jing slapped her forehead hard. The 6-year-old girl, Jing suddenly felt that she was a little. Shanshan, you didn't say you were so young before. Jing felt that this misunderstanding had to be solved quickly, because the father next to her looked at her like an animal. Brother Jing, do you hate Shanshan? Ying, then let Shanshan go. Xiao Shanshan started to cry. Jing now wants to jump off the building. Uchiha Changjiang stood up slowly, patted Uchiha Kagami heavily on the shoulder, and gave Jing a complicated look. My family is unfortunate. Uchiha Yangjiang sighed and slowly left here. That, Shanshan, don't cry. The tears you shed are the blood dripping from my heart. Your sad look is like the collapse of the world in my eyes. No, that. Looking at Jing who was crying constantly in front of him, Jing expressed that he was at a loss. He has been single since he was born. How can he coax a girl? She is still a little girl. The camera hurt for a while, and I thought of Dave's comforting words when his sister was crying. There is nothing you can do, just treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor. I hope what Dave said works. Quote. Shanshan suddenly stopped crying and looked in the mirror blankly. Senju Dave, YYDS. Jing shouted loudly in her heart, and she stopped crying. Jing. Brother Jing. Do you like me? But oh, father said. I'm too young now. No. Can't think about those. Oh, I'm so shy. But, if it's brother Jing. Father's words. Shanshan just pretend that she didn't hear. Shanshan suddenly blushed. Senju Dave, WQNM. Mirror Heart Vice Admiral Dave scolded him bloody. Bang. At this time, there was a sound from the door, and Jing suddenly looked up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. Dave and his sister looked at themselves stupidly. There were fruits scattered on the ground. Jing, you actually. Yume raised her trembling finger and pointed at Shanshan, then pointed at Jing. Mirror, Dave also looked at Jing as if he were pervert. It's not like you can't date online, but you. Wow, you're such a young girl. Are you willing to do it all? Advertisement. King you actually betrayed us, and you are, so young. Hiruzen's face was filled with disbelief. Danzo didn't say anything, but it was better than saying anything. The look he looked at pervert and the shaking of his head left Jing speechless. Can you, please listen to my explanation? Jing swallowed and asked tremblingly. No, pervert, Dave said, took Yume's hand and left here quickly. Yume Sharingan has been opened. If this continues, Dave is really afraid that Jing's injury will get worse. Beast. Hiruzen covered his heart, pointed at the mirror full of grief and anger, and then gave the mirror a heartbroken back. Shameless. Danzo snorted and left. The bandaged figure sitting on the bed in the mirror looks a little desolate. Sarutobi clan land, Hiruzen's home. Mom, please help me find a marriage partner in the clan. Hiruzen came back from Jing's ward and directly found his mother and said with a solemn face. Sarutobi Sasuke is dead, but Hiruzen's mother is still alive and is over 60 years old. Quote? Didn't I tell you before that no one was willing? Hiruzen's mother said doubtfully. That's because I haven't told you or my father about my request before, actually. I don't mind if it's a child. Quote. Mother, don't scare me. Looking at his mother who suddenly fell to the ground, Hiruzen was frightened. He just lost his father 2 years ago, so he couldn't lose his mother as well. Summoning technique. Surusui. When Hiruzen's mother woke up, she directly summoned a female ape summoning beast. XX, you haven't summoned me for a few years, right? Is there something wrong? Same reason why I called you a few years ago. Understood. Waves of wailing came from the Sarutobi tribe. Chapter 97 Xiao Shanshan. Brother, do you want to eat too? At dusk, in the hospital. Hiruzen, why are you, too? Jing swallowed, looked at the bandaged Hiruzen and asked. Could it be that he was bored, embarrassed, and alone in the hospital, so he disguised himself? No, maybe he was injured just to accompany him. This is friends. Are these brothers? The half-dead Hiruzen lay on the hospital bed and gave the mirror a look. You will understand for yourself. That must be the case. Brother Jing, this is some extra rice that mom made specially after she heard that you were injured. I brought it to you. At this moment, Xiao Shanshan appeared at the door, holding a box of lunch in her hand. Hiruzen, who was lying on the hospital bed over there, was hit hard. Shanshan, your mother, knows about me. Jing swallowed and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Yeah, Xiao Shanshan nodded with a smile on her face. She remembered that when she told her mother about this, her mother's Sharingan was opened. Her mother said she was excited and happy, and Shanshan also felt very happy. Later, my mother took a pack of white powder and said that brother Jing would recover faster after eating it. She added several packs to the rice. Jing took the rice handed over by Shanshan and opened it slowly. Jing looked at the layer of white powder on the delicious food, and swallowed slowly. Why don't you eat, brother Jing? Do you want Shanshan to feed you? Shanshan looked at Jing in confusion and asked. Quote. Then, I'll do it myself. Jingshin was about to cry without tears. Then he scooped up a large piece of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Hiruzen looked at it and let out a gaigage laugh. Mirror, I will miss you. Why is there an older brother here? Brother, why are you always watching your brother eat in the mirror? Do you have no food to eat? Wait a minute. There is still some leftover from what mom made. I'll get some for you. Sean. At this time, Sean also noticed Hiruzen beside him and said with a kind face. Advertisement. Uniu. At night, there were 2 more people in the hospital's emergency room. The next day, brother Jing, what's wrong with you? Xiao Shanshan jumped into the ward. When he saw the pale and trembling figure on the bed, his mouth opened and he looked very surprised. No. It's okay. It's just, last night, The accomplice of the bad guy who was beaten to death by my brother came to seek revenge. My brother fought with him all night, and his injuries were even more serious. That's all. Jing was out of breath as he spoke. Then, did this brother also fight with that bad guy all night? Xiao Shanshan pointed at Hiruzen who was still foaming at the corner of his mouth and asked doubtfully. Well, he hurt me even more seriously in order to protect my brother. Jing smiled lightly. Wow, thank you so much for protecting brother Jing. Xiao Shanshan looked at Hiruzen with a starry face and said. You. Hiruzen raised his hand weakly and pointed at himself in the mirror, then turned around and fainted. Doctor, someone come quickly. Hiruzen has passed out. Meanwhile, at Dave's house. Kagaya, you have caused this problem yourself and you have to deal with it yourself. Dave looked at the little girl in front of him with a headache, then looked at Kagaya Junma beside him and said. Damn, what happened these 2 days? What to deal with? I tell you, it doesn't cost you money. It costs your life. Kagaya raised his neck and said forcefully. Ooh. Advertisement. Go away. Dave kicked Junma away. What the hell, it's even more shameless than Jingna's pervert. Kimima looked at Dave with a grievance. I'm going to file a complaint, I'm going to tell Kakuzu's dad. Well, Kakuzu's dad doesn't seem to be in the village these 2 days. I'm going to tell Tobirama's dad. Tobirama's father seems to be a Hokage, he is very busy every day. I want to tell Izuna's father. Just tell Izuna's dad. Little girl, tell me, how much money did this little b***** d cheat you? I'll pay you back. Dave picked up the crying little girl who was squatting on the ground and asked softly. My mother was sick, and that was the money to buy medicine for her. He lied to me and said that these powders could cure my mother's illness. But after I got home, my mother drank it and it had no effect at all. That's because my father was out for the past 2 days. The money I got from work. The little girl started crying as she spoke. Hey, that's powder made from my bones, the bones of the Teru Yoruichi clan. It's very expensive and has high nutritional value, okay. If your mother can't be cured by drinking it, that's your mother's problem. Kimima continued speaking with his neck crossed. Wow, the little girl cried again after hearing this. Damn it, shut up and go away. I'll teach you a lesson later. A vein popped up on Dave's head and he kicked Junma away. What the hell, do you really think your bones are a cure-all for all diseases? How shameless are you taking money from other girls? Good boy, stop crying. That annoying kid flew out. Come on, tell your brother how much money he cheated you. Dave continued to comfort the little girl in his arms softly. 30,000 silver taels, the little girl said with a choked voice as she wiped the tears from her face. 30,000 silver taels, no problem. Brother, let me ask you a question. Did you just say that your father works outside? Is he from the Kidney Love Company? Dave nodded and then asked. Dad is a worker at the Kidney Love Company. What did I tell my dad a few days ago? That the black-faced devil went to build some kind of base station outside. The little girl nodded and said. That's it, brother, I am the boss of the Kidney Love Company. Since your mother is sick and your father works outside, let's go back and tell your mother to go to the hospital for treatment. Brother will pay for the treatment. If you pay, my brother will return the 30,000 silver to you. Dave said with a smile. Really? The little girl couldn't believe it. Well, I will also ask that brat to return the 30,000 silver to you in person. Dave nodded and said with a smile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Kagaya Kimima, will never give money to others. Get the FK out of here. Chapter 98 Junma. Give me your hand and follow me. The next day. Take the money and give it to others. Don't embezzle it to me. Dave handed 30,000 silver taels into Kagaya Junma's hand and said with a serious face. TCH. Kagaya was unhappy. Hurry up. Dave kicked him forward, and Kagaya flew out of the house. Then Dave slowly turned his head and looked at Might Dai and Hitaki Tsukumo behind him. The two people who were standing lazily suddenly straightened up. Tell me, did you two get into any trouble or have any beauty, childhood sweethearts, etc.? Dave asked with a solemn face. If nothing else happens, Kagaya will have a future wife, I will help him. What about these two bees? I also want to see little guy and Shen Shushi. Might shook his head, causing trouble. Impossible. I often go to bars and internet cafes with my father and work as a security guard. How could I get into trouble? As for beauty, what kind of childhood sweetheart? Maybe. Does he have youth? Oh, I am a security guard, protecting the safety of one party. I love bear biscuits and Konoha Dan. This is a passionate security declaration taught to him by his father. It seems from his father that it was taught by his brother Dave. Although he doesn't understand what it means, but this is youth. Tsukumo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head hesitantly. When something happens, Dave looks at Tsukumo with bright eyes. On the other side, Kagaya Kimima walked towards the little girl's house with a look of displeasure on his face, kicking the stones on the road and mumbling something. Gradually, Kagaya felt something was wrong. He had almost reached the edge of the village. Here. Kagaya Junma slowly walked into a dark alley according to the address left by the little girl. He looked around, and then found a broken wooden door more than 1 meter high inlaid on the wall on the right. Ma slowly opened the door and walked inside. Ahem, who is it? Shaolin, go and have a look. A weak female voice came from the room. The door of the house was opened, and the little girl from yesterday walked out. Wow, mother, that bad liar is here. The little girl was stunned for a moment when she saw Kagaya Junma, then suddenly turned her head and ran into the room crying. Advertisement. Kagaya looked at the little girl's back and was stunned. Ahem, Shaolin, stop making trouble and invite the guests in quickly, the woman's weak voice came out slowly. HMPH, liar, come in. The little girl opened the door reluctantly, looked at Junma and shouted. Kagaya Junma was a little overwhelmed and walked into the house slowly. The room was very simple, just 2 tables, chairs, and a bed, with a pale-faced woman lying on it, coughing constantly. Then, I'm here to pay her back. And, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cheated you of your money. Kagaya raised his neck and spoke hesitantly. He quickly put the 30,000 silver taels on the table. Ah, thank you, kid, you are so kind, the woman said slowly with a smile on her pale face. Then, brother Dave said that you can go to Konoha Hospital for treatment, and brother will pay for all the money. Kindness. This is the first time Kagaya Junma heard this from someone else. He said this with embarrassment on his little face that was rosy. Ahem, this is not good, not to mention, kid, didn't you get the money back as well? The woman coughed twice and said slowly. Well, brother Dave said that your husband works at Ishin Company. Brother Dave is the boss of the company. Now your husband is working outside with the financial manager Kakuzu's father and is not in the village. He has the obligation to take care of everyone. An employee's family. Kagaya recalled what Dave had told him before. Ahem, cough. Is that so? Don't bother the boss, we can't bear this. The woman raised her hand weakly and waved her hand quickly. It's okay, brother Dave said, I'm here to return the money to you, apologize to you, and take you to the hospital for treatment. Junma shook his head and said. This. The woman still couldn't believe it. Okay mom, that brother also told me personally that he is a good person. Let's go to the hospital for treatment quickly. The girl stepped forward and took her mother's hand. The mother had no choice but to let the 2 little guys take her to the hospital. In the hospital, the mother was already lying on the hospital bed, and Junma and the little girl were sitting beside her. Mom, are you hungry? Let me buy you something to eat. The little girl asked with a smile. Mom's illness will soon be cured, and the little girl is naturally happy. Mom is not hungry, the woman said with a forced smile and shook her head. Nonsense, you are obviously hungry. I heard your stomach growling just now. Let me buy you some food. The little girl said with an angry bulging face and a slightly cute look. Advertisement. Without waiting for the mother to say anything, she turned and left. Then, well, I'll go too. Junma looked a little embarrassed when he saw that it was just him and the girl's mother, and he hurriedly followed. The woman looked at the backs of the 2 little guys, and a smile appeared on her pale face. Why are you following me? Liar. The little girl asked Junma looking at him unhappily. Humph, you little fool who was deceived by me, I was afraid that you were deceived by the food seller, why didn't you come here just to take a look? Junma snorted coldly and said very unhappy. Who are you calling a fool? The little girl exploded on the spot. Ha, any fool I deceive is a little fool. Kagaya Junma was cold-blooded. Kagaya Kimima, silly boy. What's your name? Alpine Rain Orchid. Oh, Alpine Yulan. Kagaya Kimima. ... The 2 had a fight in the hospital passage. Kagaya Junma stabbed a bone in his hand and fixed it on the wall. Shaolin's neck was only a fraction away from the bone. Shaolin would bleed if she moved even a little bit. Do you have any other opinions now? Junma asked with a sneer. Wow. Shaolin looked at Junma in front of her and felt the cool breeze coming from her neck. The little girl cried out. ... Junma retracted his bones. There was a troubled look on his little face. Okay, stop crying. If you're crying, I'll sell you. Kagaya Junma listened to Shaolin's heart-wrenching cry. His head was so big that he took out a handful of bones and shouted. Shaolin immediately covered her mouth, but the trembling eyes and red eyes made Kagaya Junma feel very scared. Give me your hand and follow me. Kagaya took the little girl's hand and walked directly outside with the little girl. Brother Dave is really YYDS. Sister Yu Mei was also in the same situation at that time. That's what Brother Dave did. Sister Yu Mei didn't cry at all. Brother Dave is great. Chapter 99. What you said is so good. Rose. In a restaurant selling food. The 4 of them looked at each other, silent. Kimima held Shaolin's hand and looked at Uchiha Kagami who was holding Uchiha Shanshan in front of her. Kimima looked in the mirror in surprise, then looked at the little girl beside him who seemed to be only 1 or 2 years older than him, and showed a look of disdain towards Uchiha Kagami. Is this the pervert that Brother Dave said yesterday? Shao Junma, what do you mean by that look in your eyes? Kagaya is a little embarrassed, but he can't show it. After all, he is considered an older brother of Kagaya Junma. Well, he can't lose face. Brother Jing, are you the pervert that Brother Dave said? Junma pointed at Jing, then pointed at Shanshan beside him and asked in confusion. Baga's Senju Dave will have to settle accounts with him sooner or later. Little Junma, what about you? Jinpo scolded Dave, then pointed at Junma, and then at the little girl Junma was holding. The expression on Junma's face froze. This fool is in trouble. I knew it would be like this. Brother Dave is so rubbish. Dave. The two looked at each other, and then each took the little girl to buy food in silence with a tacit understanding. Jima, brother Kagami, you are here too, ah. At this time, a voice came. Hitaki Sakumo is here. Kagami and Kimima slowly turned their heads. When they saw a little girl Hitaki Sakumo was holding, they looked at each other knowingly. No. It was 3 people. The boss looked at the 2 little boys and the big boy in front of him, each holding a little girl. He felt very sad. He was almost 40, and he couldn't even get along as well as the 2 little guys. When I was cooking, I looked at the 3 pairs of people with resentful eyes. Among them, the resentment towards the mirror was so great. Back to the morning. Tell me, what girl do you know? Dave took out the 8 wolves from his pants and asked quietly. Are these 2 days special days? First it was Kagami, that pervert beast, then Kimima-chan, a little money-crazy person, and even Sakumo, the honest boy, was involved in this question. Could it be that Mito Auntie posted something on the Konoha forum again, leading to the storm in Konoha? It seems like something. Advertisement. Love women. Teach you how to deal with your relationship with your partner. Love woman. What should I do if my husband disobeys me? Love women. How to solve the problem that you are still single. That video was simply. Dave's eyes were irritated when he watched it. The irritating P-picture special effects, coupled with a lot of aunts commenting below, friends said it was really good, Rose. Dave was almost blind when he saw it. Auntie has finally reached this level. Quote. Teacher. Put down the belt first. Put it down first. Sakumo swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly as he watched the sound of Dave's hand constantly waving and activating. Tell me. Dave put down his belt and asked quietly. That was before me. When my mother was ill and I accompanied her to the hospital for medical treatment, I saw a girl from an orphanage doing volunteer work there. That girl took care of my mother, and then, I had a very happy chat with that girl. The girl also asked for my Penguin account, and said she would take me to the hospital to do volunteer work today. As he said this, the honest man Sakuma her face gradually turns rosy. You're a teachable boy. Go ahead. The teacher believes in you. Dave patted Sakumo on the shoulder happily. This kid Sakumo has the same demeanor as I did back then. Kagaya Junma is just a pure blind cat meets a dead mouse. Hee. You lied to a girl once. You will have to spend your whole life to repay it. Junma, don't worry, your dear brother Dave will help you. You can't imitate your old Kakuzu father and live your whole life with money and lines. I can't just watch you live with money and bones for the rest of your life. Don't you scold me. Shuomao asked in disbelief after hearing his teacher's words. Why did I scold you? Dave asked confused. No. It's nothing. Then, teacher, I'll go first. Sakumo shook his head quickly and left here in a hurry. So there is this scene now. 2 little boys each held a little girl, and an older boy held a little girl. The 3 looked at each other. Silence is better than sound at this time. Buy food. Buy food. The boss looked even more sad. Is Konoha developing so fast? Why wasn't I born a few decades later? At this time, the blind date corner in the east end of Konoha. Advertisement. Aunt Kai. Dave came here with my Dai and called Aunt Kai. Little boss, what's wrong? Did Dai cause any trouble? Aunt Kai asked nervously on the other side of the phone. As for why you ask this, look at that, because I felt the power of youth and the call of the times, and because I wiped the table too fast, it caused a friction fire. I am still putting out the fire. No, Aunt Nai, I'm just telling you something. That is, Kagaya Junma and Hitaki Sakumo who were with him both ran away with the little girl. Now my Dai is the only one left in the family. That one, I will take him with me. Come to Konoha's dating corner to show him. Dave's words were already very subtle. The dating corner was established by my mother-in-law. There are records here from a 1-year-old baby to a 60-year-old lonely man. As long as you catch your eye and there is a penguin number on the paper, the contact is over. Of course, the little ones who are 1 or 2 years old or how old they are all contacted by their respective parents. My aunt has become bigger and stronger in this area. She is called Konoha Matchmaker. Damn, it's really outrageous. What confused Dave was what Dave saw. Name. Senju Tobirama. S*X. Male. Age. 42. Hobbies. Stealing food, Ninja Alliance. Abilities. Hokage. First village mark Tobirama, second village mark Uchiha Madara. Personality. Enthusiastic, kind, good-hearted. Wow, old father, how did you write down your character so shamelessly? The most outrageous thing is that the penguin number marked below actually belongs to Izuna-san. No wonder brother Izuna came to me 2 days ago and said that hundreds of people added him every day for no reason. The penguin account has not been logged in for several days. Thank you very much, little boss. I will definitely sell 1,000 sales today. Aunt Kai on the other side of the phone was silent for a while, and then said excitedly. Aunt Kai knows what Might is like. Might was able to find her as his wife in the past because she was abducted by a group of bandits at that time. She happened to meet Might and saved her. In those troubled times, she was alone. There is no way to live well, so I have been following Might Wei. Might Wei is also a naive and honest person, and he is also very good to me. After getting along with him for a few years, I married him. But in this era, how can I let myself go? What a good thing happens to a child. Auntie Kai has been worried about this since Might Day's character was settled. There were also many people in the civilian area shouting and asking for a baby to kiss for Might Dai. There were a lot of people there at that time, after all. Even though Kai Auntie is an executive of a kidney-loving company, many people are willing to do it. But seeing that Might Dai is like his father, well, there is no one left. Aunt Kai over there hung up the phone. Dave went to the side of the blind date corner and picked up a piece of paper. Chapter 100 The Beaten Tobirama. Name: Might Dai. Age: 4. Hobbies: exercising. Appearance: thick eyebrows, big eyes, handsome, looks like Uchiha Madara. Writing this, Dave suddenly felt a pain coming from his heart. Personality: kind, upright, and full of youthful atmosphere. Penguin number: 66666666666. This is Dave's. After finishing writing, Dave hung the paper on the wall. At this time, Dave saw two figures and walked toward them in confusion. Might Dai received a call and went to the side to make a call. Old father, Uncle Izuna, why are you two here? Aren't you working today? Dave walked up and looked at the two of them doubtfully and asked. The two BS sneaked out again while they were at work. Shadow Clone is taking care of me at work. My sister-in-law said that there is some kind of blind date meeting today, and I have to come and see it. Tobirama rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and said helplessly. Izuna on the side also nodded helplessly. He was dragged over by Tobirama. You are here too. At this time, two figures slowly walked up to Tobirama. It's Hashirama and Madara. Well, the Konoha F5 Heavenly Group has gathered for a blind date conference, and the villagers are all looking this way. F5 Heavenly Group, this is recognized by all Konoha residents. Hashirama, the first Hokage who founded the village, the god of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, powerful, the leader of the Uchiha clan, a man who worked with Hashirama to calm down the troubled times. Tobirama, second Hokage, is strong. Izuna, seems to be Madara's younger brother. He's handsome, and strong. Then Dave has something to say. He has millions of dollars in wealth, hundreds of millions of talents, and is the boss behind the Kidney Love Company. He is a man who has significantly boosted Konoha's economy. He is handsome, but unfortunately, the famous grass has its own owner. That broke the hearts of countless female villagers. Why did these 5 people come to the blind date conference? Could it be that boss Dave is single again? As a result, many young female villagers immediately began to dress themselves up. Haha, Mito said that the blind date conference is very lively today, so he asked me to come and have a look. Hashirama laughed. Advertisement. He pulled me here. Madara glanced at Hashirama and said coldly. Madara, you can join in. Hashirama looked at Madara and said expectantly. Madara is about the same age as himself, and she is still alone now. What will she do in the future? Hashirama should persuade Madara to find a woman to get married. Madara is one sentence from beginning to end, woman. Uchiha Madara don't need it. Madara gave Hashirama a faint look and said nothing. Hashirama is a bit disappointed. Dave, why are you here? Are you and that little girl Tsukimi? Hashirama was lost for a while, looked at Dave and asked in confusion. Madara also looked at Dave, and the cold look in his eyes made Dave shiver. Even though he knew that Madara's Sharingan was already in a state of rapid advancement, causing this situation, Dave still felt a little terrible. Madara's aura is too powerful. No, Yume and I are very much in love. We are going to get married in 2 years. How is that possible? Dave shook his head. Brother Dave, my father called me and said that he was called by youth. I'm going to go there right away to experience youth. Might Dai said passionately after making a call over there. Watching little Might Dai walking away while standing on his head, Dave had a headache. Is that Might Wei's child? Ha 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 ha, he looks so much like Might Wei. Hashirama asked with a laugh. Well, it's really hard to be at home every day, but fortunately, the ninja school will start in a month or 2, so I can be relieved. Dave squatted on the ground and shook his head helplessly. Speaking of which, the Chunin exam is about to start in half a year. Aren't you going to take part yet? Tobirama looked at Dave and asked with some resentment. This kid is ridiculously strong, but he's still a genin. He misses the Chunin exam every year for various weird reasons. That girl Tsukimi is now a Chunin, and this B*********** D is still a genin. Tobirama still remembers what Dave said to him last year. What kind of Chunin is not Chunin? Konoha's genin is the strongest, so what kind of Chunin is that? Besides, what can I do as a Chunin? Do tasks every day, old father, please. 70% of the tasks in Konoha are sent from my company now. Should I do the tasks sent by my company myself? Dave's original words. Tobirama is speechless. If you don't participate, it's boring. You're bullying the kids. Dave shook his head. He also took the Chunin exam once after graduating from the ninja school in the first year. It was really just bullying the children. In the second 1v1 game, he immediately gave up and couldn't stand it anymore. He might as well just be a Konoha genin. Take care of your children every day and be a happy kindergarten principal. If you are bullied in the future, he. The Chunin exam in 6 months' time will be held jointly by the 5 major countries in Konoha. Maybe those who come to participate may not be children, Izuna said helplessly with a smile. Is he a big friend? Dave asked. The 4 of them were silent. Indeed, with Dave's strength, well, hitting anyone is not like bullying a child. At most, those are older friends. Advertisement. Forget it, I don't care about you. Tobirama shook his head helplessly. Let the kid do whatever he wants. Please enter men number 438 and 439. At this time, Mito walked out of the restaurant next to the blind date corner, holding a form in his hand and shouted. Tobirama and Izuna looked at the forms on their hands, and looked at each other. Suddenly, the atmosphere became serious. The 2 of them were like soldiers on a battlefield. They looked at the restaurant as if they were enemies of life and death, and slowly walked over with the same hatred. He, should we take a look inside? Hashirama chuckled. Dave and Madara didn't say anything. A moment later, there are 3 people lying on the glass outside the restaurant. Hello, my name is Uchiha Izuna. Izuna was smiling, but it looked a bit far-fetched. The woman in front of him was Nara Yui, whom he had met before. I have a headache. How could I still meet you? Silly. The woman glanced at Uchiha Izuna unhappily and muttered suicidal. Why is it this idiot again? Wasn't this blind date conference organized by Konoha Matchmaker? How could this idiot still come in? Uchiha Izuna was petrified on the spot. Don't stop me, I'm going in to get that girl. Outside the restaurant, Dave and Hashirama, one holding their thighs and the other holding their arms, blocked Madara. How dare this woman scold my brother? Court death. Madara, calm down. Calm down. Look where Tobirama is. Hashirama took Madara's arm and shouted hurriedly. Madara turned on Sharingan and looked at Tobirama. Your eyes are too small, you are very short, and you have scars on your face. You are a ninja, I am Hokage. There is no way between us. Let's eat. I will change people as soon as 5 minutes are up. Quote. You look like a pig. How ugly do you have the nerve to come to a blind date conference? Are you here for a blind date or a meal? Can you wipe the oil off your mouth? It's so disgusting. Sister-in-law, is the quality of the people who are looking for blind dates so low now? Is the area in front of you a basin? We are not suitable. Oh, you like playing games. That's good. What do you want to play? Ninja League. I play too. What's your rank? What? Rubbish bronze. Roll on. Get out of here. Are you worthy? Madara looked at Tobirama who was being beaten by a group of women, and she didn't know why she wasn't that angry. Chapter 101 Konoha Kindergarten is accepting new students. Seeing the scene of his old father being violently beaten by a group of women, Dave shuddered hard. Old father, it's a miracle that you can survive to this day. Madara and Hashirama continued to watch with a hint of interest. At this time, Dave turned his head inadvertently and saw a man wearing a black cloak, holding a child in his hand. Although the child was trying his best to restrain himself, Dave could still tell the kid was nervous. Dave walked slowly towards the man holding the child. The stepmother who followed this man stood in front of him when he took his child into the alley. Who? Get out of the way. Under the cloak was a man's face, and his face was filled with nervousness at this moment. Help. Shut up. The child is a bit naughty. The face of the child next to him was shining with hope. Just as he was about to shout out, he was immediately covered by the man's hand. Interesting. Where did you kidnap this kid? Dave smiled and asked doubtfully. You care, Ba, this is my nephew, and that, my nephew's relatives sent a message saying that this child's parents are dead. I will take him to the Kingdom of Wind to develop, the man shouted nervously. It's interesting. Most of the Kingdom of Wind was destroyed and turned into a basin. Is the population now dependent on people? Dave asked with a smile. When the man saw this, he felt that he must have been discovered, so with a look in his eyes, he took out a knife from his hand and stabbed Dave. Bang! The man flew backwards and was kicked by Madara. Hashirama followed suit. When the 2 of them saw Dave leaving, they followed him to see what was going on. What's going on, Dave? Hashirama looked at Dave solemnly and asked. It should be a human trafficker who wants to sell this child to the Kingdom of Wind, Dave said. A-hole. Hashirama suddenly burst out with powerful momentum and roared. The children nearby were frightened. Kid, don't be afraid. These 2 uncles are good people. Come on, tell me brother, what's your name? Dave smiled helplessly, squatted down and comforted the child and asked. I'm called Hand. The child looked at the gentle and smiling brother in front of him, and his nervous and frightened heart suddenly calmed down, and he said with a smile on his little face. Advertisement. ... The smile on Dave's face suddenly stopped. Ridiculous, his hands were shaking. Then, that, hand beating, where are your parents? Why were you arrested by this person? Dave swallowed and asked in confusion. Quote ... I have no parents. I am an orphan. I used to live in an orphanage in a small village. I went out to play at that time, and I was caught by the bad guy, and I followed him there. Here, Shoda shook his head and said with red eyes. Then, do you still remember which village you are from? Dave asked with a smile. I don't remember. The grandmother in the orphanage told me that the village has no name. I just remember that the grandmother in the orphanage was very nice and my grandfather cooked delicious food. Handa shook his head and said. Quote ... Well, you can live in this village from now on. Live with your brother. There are also a few children the same age as you there. They are very powerful in ninjutsu and are very nice people. I will make good friends with them. I will also help you find the grandparents you mentioned, and I can also teach you some ninjutsu. Do you want to be a ninja? Dave said with a smile. Dave, the principal of the kindergarten. The kindergarten has been empty for a long time. As the ninja the bad guy just now, I don't want to be a ninja. I want to make delicious ramen like the grandfather in the orphanage. Tita shook his head. Hashirama and Madara on the side suddenly became silent when they heard what Hand was saying. Madara, ninjas, are all bad guys. Hashirama was suddenly confused now and looked at Madara aside and asked. I don't know. Madara shook his head, walked to the side of the man who flew out, and raised him with one hand, revealing Sharingan. Where do you belong? Madara used the Sharingan. Underground black market. Wandering ninja, the man said slowly and numbly. How many people are trafficking in people like you? Where will the trafficked people go? Madara continued to ask. Thousands of people. The land of wind and the land of water. Madara took back the Sharingan and threw the man away. The man hit the wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Madara, what should I do? Hashirama asked calmly. Advertisement. What do you think? Madara sneered and looked at Hashirama and asked. After saying that, the two looked at each other, smiled, did a body flicker technique, and left here. Brother, where are the two uncles? Shoda looked at the two people's sudden disappearance and asked with confusion. They went to do what they should do. Dave smiled, held hands, and walked slowly towards the kindergarten and his home. As for the blind date conference and the old father, well, just go home and give him a sunflower treatment. Sage art. Majestic Senju. Become a Buddha on top. Dave, who was almost walking to the door of his house, finally heard something vaguely and shuddered hard. Kakuzu, you may not have a private source of income in the future, the black market seems to be gone. At home, Kimima and Tsukumo are back, and the two villains are doing their own things. Hey, Kimima, Tsukumo, we have a new kid in Konoha Kindergarten. Come out and get to know each other. Dave shouted to the two of them. Who? Are you rich? Are you financially savvy? Are you from a wealthy family? Junma came out with a calculator in his hand and asked without raising his head. Go away, Shoda. This thing was an accident. Just ignore him from now on. There were a few black lines on Dave's face. He kicked Junma away with one kick. He looked at Shoda and asked with a smile on his face. Yo, brother Dave, I'm back. This is youth. Youth allows for slacking off. I'm going to run 300 laps around my house. If I can't finish, I'll do 100 push-ups. Yo, I'm getting excited. Look at the figure of might who just came back. Get out of here too. Veins popped out on Dave's head, and he kicked him out. Yo, blue sky, hot youth, I'm flying. Yosi, fly around the village 100 times. If you can't finish it, go to your father and walk upside down in Konoha 500 times. This is youth. Flying might die and the sky is still roaring. How is your strength? Do you want to have a fight? Tsukumo pulled out the sword and asked, pointing the blade at his hand. Dave's figure at this moment is full of desolation. Chapter 102 Junma. Wait until brother Dave gets old and dies. Quote. The little face slapped by the hand was filled with confusion. Well, I'm not a ninja, but I can make you some ramen. I learned it from my grandfather in the orphanage before. Let me make some for you to try. Tita was stunned for a while, then smiled. Said. Huh, you can also make ramen. Tsukumo's eyes shone brightly, and he quickly held the hand that was beating and asked. Quote. I have studied with my grandpa before, I can give it a try. Shoda scratched his head modestly. It's okay, as long as you can eat it. Tsukumo said excitedly. Normally at home, none of the three of them know how to cook, and brother Dave's unattractive appearance means that sometimes he is not seen by anyone. Even if sister Yume brings them food, brother Dave will always come back. Sister Yume and brother Dave are both here, can we still eat this meal? Okay, where is the kitchen? Shoda asked, scratching his head in embarrassment. Come, I'll take you there. Shuomao held hands and walked toward the kitchen in the house. Dave smiled when he saw this scene. He would be able to relax for a while in the future. Someone was cooking at home. Well, it seemed that the kindergarten had to be expanded. You have to think about it carefully and go back and talk to your old father. A moment later, Dave and Sanshou looked at the glowing ramen in front of them, with stars in their eyes. Hand, the ramen you make is so delicious. Dave said with bright eyes. The three little ones also nodded fiercely. Hee hee, as long as everyone thinks it tastes good. He scratched his head and smiled. I'm starting. Advertisement. Is this the taste of youth? Ah, I feel like my energy is bursting. My youth has been summoned. Might Dai cried out after taking a few bites. Tsukumo said nothing and ate silently, but the movements of his hands never slowed down at all. This is what the teacher taught him. Talk less while eating. Shoda, do you have any idea of making money? After Kagaya Junma took a few bites, he no longer had the desire to eat. It was not because it was not delicious, but because of his excitement. Huh, do you want to make money? I don't think so. My dream is to make ramen that everyone loves and makes them feel happy. Chuki thought about it and said with a smile. Hey, think about it, don't you need to pay for the flour to make ramen? Also, your dream is to let everyone eat your ramen, but you have no reputation. Who will know about the ramen you make? I say, you should open a shop and I will buy it. The ramen must be expensive. 10,000 silver a bowl. Kagaya said, getting more excited and blushing. Go, go, you kid knows money, money, money every day. Dave kicked Kagaya Kimima away. Don't take away someone's good hand. After hearing Kagaya Kimima's words, Tate fell into deep thought. Shoda, you don't really want to listen to him and open a store, do you? Sakumo asked suspiciously, looking at Shoda's appearance. I want everyone to eat my ramen, but, if no one knows me, how will they come to eat my ramen? Tita slowly expressed his doubts. Hand fight, Kagaya Kimima said it's a bit nonsense, but it's true. You all have to grow up in the future. The three of them are ninjas, so just do the tasks. But you are not a ninja, you have to find a way to survive. It is indeed possible to open a store, but you are too young now, maybe only 4 or 5 years old. Dave thought for a while and said. He also wants to see Ichiraku ramen, but he can't let a 4 or 5-year-old kid open a shop. That's too nonsense. Let's set up a stall. Let's set up a stall first. Can't we just set up a stall first? When you grow up and are able to take care of a store, we will open a store. Then we will make it bigger and stronger and open it to the whole ninja world. Then brother Dave, when you die, inherit the Aishin company to me, and the two of us will dominate the economic lifeline of the ninja world. Kagaya Kimima has already thought about his happy life in the future. Quote. Kagaya Junma. Veins popped up on Dave's head. Damn it, Lousy is only a teenager now, have you already thought about the time when I get old and die? Quote. That, brother Dave, that's not what I meant. I'm not cursing you to death or anything like that. Really, you believe me. If you don't believe me, you have to believe in youth. This is youth. Kagaya Junma said quickly. His hands were gesturing with Might's signature movements. Let me let you feel what youth is. Advertisement. Ah, elegant butterfly. At dusk, Inazu Kimima and Tita, as well as Sakumo and Dai, the 4 of them walked towards the commercial street with tables, chairs, benches, light bulbs, stalls and other things. Well, Kimima, am I really good? Tate asked nervously, wearing a white little chef's hat on his head. Yo, hands. Believe in yourself. Live up to your youth. Yo West, let me push the stroller around the commercial street for 100 laps. Might Dai replied passionately. Shut up, Tate, don't be nervous, the ramen you make is delicious, just believe in yourself. A few black lines appeared on Sakumo's face, he cursed Might Dai, looked at Tate and comforted him. Let me think about it, a bowl of ramen is 20 taels. Excluding the cost of a bowl of noodles, which is 10 taels, we also have to pay for the labor per head. 4 people are busy around a stall, plus it's dark. Setting up a stall, a bowl of noodles is 20 taels, which is too much of a loss. For handmade noodles, I still think 10,000 taels for a bowl of noodles is better. Kagaya Junma kept calculating something with a calculator in his hand, and looked at the handmade noodles aside. Get out of here, don't listen to his nonsense about hand fighting, 20 taels is enough. Sakumo resisted the idea of pulling out a knife and chop this guy, looked at the hand fighting and said. Yeah, 20 taels in a bowl is fine. Shoda nodded. Now he also knows what kind of person Junma is, naturally he can't listen to his nonsense. HMPH. I'm here to teach you secrets on how to make more money, but you don't even listen. HMPH, hand beat, do you think your ramen tastes better? Kagaya Junma rolled his eyes, and then looked towards the hand on the side asked. How can I make the ramen more delicious? Tejita was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. When it comes to making better tasting ramen, Handy will never refuse. Look, a pack of Kagaya brand bone powder doesn't cost 98,888, nor does it cost 9,888, just 998. You can't suffer a loss by buying 998, and you can't be fooled by buying it. You only need 1 or 2 grams of this stuff to add to your ramen. It will make you happy immediately. The freshness and nutritional value of ramen are increased by at least 100 times.
Kagaya took out the bone meal he had just ground in the morning from his pocket and introduced it to his hands. Boom. 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 A bunch of crows flew across the sky. Chapter 103 Junma. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Boom. Watching Kimima being knocked away by Sakumo, Tate scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't pay attention to him, he just looks like a money man. Sakumo retracted his knife and said slowly. Where should we put the stall? Shoda nodded and looked around at the lively surroundings. Put it in front of the kidney love bar, that's what brother Dave just sent a message about. Sakumo took out his cell phone and said. Bar? Where is that place? It means that the gunner from the village can't figure out where that place is. You just need to know that it's not a good place. Sakumo swallowed, thinking of his father's enchanting figure holding a steel pipe in a bar after drinking too much one night. I shivered violently. That was one of the few nightmares Sakumo had in his childhood. That was the first time he knew that his father, who was usually very indifferent to everything, actually had such a wild heart. Are all the bad guys there? Hearing Sakumo's tone, Shoda thought of something. Could it be a gathering place for a group of bad guys? Yes, a bad guy. A very, very bad person. Sakumo nodded quickly. He still remembered which bad guy led his father astray. Dave sneezed at this time. Could it be that you may miss me?
In order to abduct the child Tsukumo, Dave had to put in a lot of effort. Tsukumo's mother didn't have any objections, mainly because his father was difficult to deal with. At that time, Dave would eat, drink, smoke, and perm his hair with Tsukumo's father every day. After surfing the internet, Tsukumo's father became obsessed with the bar, and almost moved the entire Hitaki clan, which was only a few people, to the door of the bar. Dave successfully became brothers with Shuo Mao's father and successfully abducted Shuo Mao back. The bad guys there won't hurt us. Hand swallowed. The experience of being kidnapped before was still vivid in his mind. He was still a little scared. Well, no, the bar belongs to the teacher, and no one there will bully us, Tsukumo said, shaking his head. Huh, that's good, let's go quickly. Shoda was relieved and his face was full of enthusiasm. Everyone pushed the stalls and placed them in front of the bar, starting business for the first time in their lives. Advertisement. You love me. I love you. Ichiraku Ramen is so happy. Kimima took out a stereo from somewhere, took out his mobile phone and connected it, placed it beside the stall, and played promotional music. What are you doing, Junma? The little hand who was kneading dough on the bench asked confusedly when he saw Junma doing this. This is music made by Brother Dave. He said it can play a very good publicity role. Junma was also a little confused. However, these are the words that Brother Dave said. Junma hesitated for a while and then became firm. Brother Dave is my mentor in life, and he is also my opponent. Although I don't understand this operation, it does not affect me from learning the advanced ideas of Brother Dave, a great economist. Jot it down and use it later. Several little guys are waiting expectantly for the arrival of customers. An hour or two passed, and it was already dark. I felt a little discouraged even though I was typing. At this time, 4 figures slowly walked out of the bar door. Hashirama, your belly dancing has been eliminated. It's getting worse and worse. Madara's face was slightly red. She looked at Hashirama and said with a sneer. Motor, don't be too arrogant. Isn't it just a hip-hop dance? Just wait. I will definitely study a dance that surpasses yours when I get back. Hashirama roared angrily. Gudong. I'm a little hungry. I didn't eat at night so I came to the bar to drink and dance. Azuna rubbed her growling belly and said helplessly. Well, there is a stall over there. It seems to be a ramen stall. Let's go and eat some ramen. Madara looked around and said when she saw the Ichiraku stall over there. The 4 of them walked to the stall and sat down around a table. We have customers, already frustrated. I was about to close the stall and go back to see the 4 figures sitting down. My face gradually exuded brilliance and I shouted. Leave it to me. Kagaya stood up instantly, with a charming smile on his face, and slowly walked over there. Kima, why are you here? Azuna looked at Kimima who came forward and asked with some confusion. Azuna mother. Old father, this stall is opened by a friend I just made. I'm here to help. Kimima smiled awkwardly and said. Advertisement, why is this F4 here? Okay, it's already dark. I'll go back to bed when I'm done with my work later. Azuna frowned and said helplessly. Yeah, let's see what you want to eat. Kagaya nodded and handed Azuna the ramen price list that he had handwritten in the afternoon and said with a smile. I'll have a miso ramen. Where are you 3? Azuna looked at the price list of only 5 dishes, grinned, and handed the price list to the other 3. The 4 of them ordered the ramen they wanted to eat, and started cooking with joy on their faces. He was careful when cutting the vegetables, because he found that among the 4 people, there were 2 uncles who saved him today. He had to make the best ramen. At this time, hey, who told you to set up a stall here? A group of young people slowly walked over in gangs, looked at the people here and shouted. Do you know that this is our venue? One of the leading young men slowly walked to the F4 table, stepped 1 foot directly on the table in front of Madara, and asked with an arrogant expression. Hey, here it is. Shoda was startled and hurried forward to say something. Kimima and Tsukumo on the side stopped the beating lazily. Don't be anxious, justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Junma shook his head. Interestingly, there are still people like this in Brother Dave's territory, but these people are a bit blind. Have you obtained the consent of our Hyuga clan when you set up a stall here? The young man pointed at his own eyes and asked arrogantly. Poof. Junma, who had just brewed his own bone meal drink, spat it out. Damn, people from the Hyuga clan. Is my vision so bad now due to your supercilious eyes? Hey, what about you? Are you still eating? Don't you take me seriously? The young man saw that Uchiha Madara was still eating in front of him with his back to him, and he grabbed Madara's hand in displeasure. Hair growled. Hey, Brother Dave. Something happened. Come on. Kimima and Tsukumo were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and immediately picked up the phone and called Dave. What's wrong? Someone is looking for trouble with you. No, something is going to happen to the people who are looking for trouble for us. Chapter 104 Mirror. Are you annoyed? Are you from the Hyuga clan? Madara grabbed the paw holding her long flowing hair, turned her head and asked Sharingan with a ferocious face. Let go, Sharingan? From the Uchiha clan? Oh, the Hyuga clan, are not afraid of you. The Hyuga young man looked at Madara in front of him, struggled to free his hand and roared. Interesting. When Dave rushed over, he saw the 4 F4 people sitting around leisurely eating ramen. The hands over there were beating the 4 people in a daze with their faces dazed. And there were a bunch of half-dead people lying around the stall. What happened to the kidney? Dave swallowed, walked to Junma and asked doubtfully. Jun Mahjong told Dave what happened just now. Dave was dumbfounded after hearing this. Now the Hyuga family is blind. Who do you dare to offend me? Brother Dave, that person just said that this land belongs to the Hyuga clan. Kimima asked in confusion. Well, this land was originally leased to the Hyuga family, but I gave them a greeting in the afternoon and wanted to use it at night. Who knew something like this would happen? Dave said helplessly. Did you hit 120? Dave then asked. I did. And Uncle Madara just called the Hyuga clan leader. Junma nodded, and then thought about Madara's phone call to the Hyuga clan leader just now and also told Dave about it. The two tribes won't get into a fight over this, right? Dave wiped the cold sweat from his face. No. I just heard. That the Hyuga clan leader is like a grandson, ha ha ha, it made me laugh so hard. Kimima burst out laughing. Dave was speechless. Since the Hyuga family are pretending to be grandsons, Dave doesn't care about anything. This farce also spread in Konoha. It was spread in Konoha that Hyuga was such a garbage and Madara was such a Hokage. At the same time, the cause of this incident, Ichiraku ramen stall, also spread in Konoha. Dave also found a place on his property where Shoudai could set up a stall. Shoudai and Junma enjoyed it endlessly. Shoudai was really happy. Junima was happy in exchange for money. Sometimes he even took the opportunity to promote his. The bone meal scared many customers away from coming, causing a lot of resentment. Half a month later, today is the first day of the ninja school. Dave and Tsukimi each hold a little Sanin in their arms, and bring Dai, Sakumo and Kimima to the school. Damn it! Why did Gao Shan Yulan come to school? Isn't she a commoner? Junma suddenly exclaimed while several people were waiting outside the school gate. Advertisement, what are you talking about? It's not that the ninja school doesn't accept civilians, it just accepts less. I signed up for her before. If you're lucky, you and her may be in the same class. Dave gave Junma a violently said. Nani? Junma exclaimed, causing Dave to tremble again. Junma looked at Yume aggrievedly, and Yume smiled helplessly. Yulan, this way. Then Dave waved to Yulan who was coming over there, and Junma hurriedly hid behind Dave. Brother Dave. Gao Shan Yulan saw Dave and ran towards this side with a smile on her face. How's it going? You're going to school soon. Are you nervous? Dave smiled and asked kindly. Not nervous. Yulan smiled and shook her head. How is your mother's health? Didn't she come to see you off? Dave asked. My mother is already in good health, but she had to go to work in a textile factory today, so she didn't come to see me off. Her mother was discharged from the hospital last week, and Dave also bought their family's land. Her mother's health could no longer continue to work on the land, so Dave bought it and helped her mother find a place at the textile factory. Work. Well, Junma, stop hiding and say hello, Dave said, lifting Junma out from behind. The two looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned away, ignoring each other. Dave was helpless. It seemed that Junma had a long way to go as a future wife. Mirror. Why are you here too? At this time, Dave saw two figures, one large and one small, walking over. Dave asked doubtfully. He also looked at the mirror with a slightly contemptuous look, and then at the little girl he was holding. I'm here to take Shanshan to school. Veins popped up on the camera, and his face looked helpless. The little girl went to him early in the morning and asked him to take her to school. Jing was speechless. The group of people behind you are also here to send her to school? Sharp-eyed Dave looked at the group of Uchiha tribesmen following behind the mirror. They all had, keep away from strangers, written on their faces. Those people were the ones her parents found in the clan to serve as bodyguards to send her to school. After saying this, Jing was even more troubled. I originally thought that Shanshan was just an ordinary little girl in the clan, but who knew that this little girl was actually the granddaughter of the fifth elder of the clan. She was so precious. After hearing about the mirror, if it hadn't been given to Uchiha Chongjong, the second elder Uchiha to save face, the legs of the mirror were broken. I regard you as my brother, but your son actually wants to date my granddaughter. Uchiha Yongjong has a headache. And he has lost a lot of things. It's better for his daughter. Just find a wife and get out of here. Advertisement. It's not to protect my granddaughter, it's to watch you, right? Dave looked in the mirror with a half smile. Do you know what it means to see through something without telling it off? Jing shouted angrily. Everyone laughed. Okay, the door is open, you go in. While everyone was chatting, the school door opened, and Dave looked at everyone and said. He was finally liberated today. Watching several children walk into the school, Dave took Yume and left. Jing Zi was doing nothing. Followed by a bunch of big men, following them wherever they went. Mission office, King. I really wanted to tell you, we are just ordinary B-level characters this time. You brought so many people here. Hiruzen pointed to the group of people behind Jing slowly, said. Are you guys bothered? Shanshan has gone to school? I have to do a mission? You guys are still following me. Jing couldn't bear it anymore, turned around and roared at the group of people. No. The fifth elder has ordered me to keep an eye on you. Even if you sleep or go to the toilet, I will keep an eye on you. I will never let you have any chance to have any close contact with Miss Shanshan. The middle-aged Uchiha, the leader, did his duty, said. If it really doesn't work, Mirror, Danzo and I will do the mission first. Anyway, this mission is not very difficult. Danzo and I can handle it. Hiruzen also asked helplessly. There was no other way, so Hiruzen and Danzo left first. Only a group of Uchiha elders were left to follow the mirror. The mirror squatted in the toilet. I felt dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes on the surrounding windows. Hey, suddenly there was a sound coming from the toilet. Veins popped up on Jing's head, and the Sharingan in his eyes slowly began to rotate. Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 105. This is a flavorful chapter. Warm reminder, when eating, it is best to finish eating before reading. Within the Uchiha tribe's territory, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sat at the top, with Uchiha's elders sitting on both sides, while Dave and Tsukimi sat in the corner, making love to each other. Uchiha Kagami is still squatting in the middle in a daze. Have you turned on Mangekyo Sharingan? Madara slowly opened her eyes and looked at the mirror in front of her and asked. Even though there are many people in the clan who activate Sharingan, compared to the entire clan, they are less than a quarter. Usually, whenever a clan member activates Sharingan in the clan, it must be recorded statistically. And the mirror actually turned on Mangekyo. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised when she received the news just now. Uchiha Kagami, the younger member of the clan who he usually considered a noob, actually turned on the Mangekyo Sharingan? Madara has been training Tsukimi to activate Mangekyo before. Tsukimi's chance of unlocking Mangekyo can be said to be the highest among this generation in the clan, but every time Dave doesn't let her say she feels distressed, she gets angry. Madara almost beat Dave up. Well, Jing swallowed. The surrounding atmosphere was a bit solemn. Tell me about your experience of opening Mangekyo, and see if it can be applied to other tribesmen. Madara nodded and asked slowly. Really say. Jing's mind went blank on the spot. Yeah, Madara nodded. He actually wanted to spread his method of unlocking Mangekyo to the clan before. But he couldn't activate Mangekyo to kill his brother, right? Jing slowly recounted today's experience. There was silence in the hall. Dave. Is it difficult? Is it really necessary to activate Mangekyo in this way? Yu Mei was a little dumbfounded after hearing this. Advertisement, he is a weirdo. You don't have to listen to him. What's the use of Mangekyo? I can just protect you. Dave patted his forehead. This mirror is also a weirdo. The second Pilar's entire clan was wiped out and he was so angry that he opened a Magatama. Dave didn't even know what to say. Could it be that the second pillar was too good? Well, it must be like this. Is the Mangekyo of the mirror the correct way to open it? Brother, do you think this method can be tried? Izuna swallowed and slowly looked at Madara aside and asked. Try? Madara closed her eyes and thought for a while, then nodded slowly but firmly. This is also the least harmful way to activate Mangekyo in the clan. It is very safe, and there is a precedent for this mirror, so give it a try. Today, Tobirama in Hokage's office has a headache. The villagers have a lot of opinions today. Tobirama picked up an opinion document that was sent, and the reason turned out to be this. A certain villager wanted to go to Konoha's public toilet to solve a problem. When he got there, he found a bunch of Uchiha tribesmen surrounding the public toilet. Stop, today's toilet belongs to Uchiha. This is a wholesale document. When the Uchiha tribesman saw the arrival of villager A, he stretched out his hand and took out a form and said. A question mark slowly appeared on villager A's face, but he didn't have time to think so much. He was already in a hurry now. Since the toilet couldn't be entered and his home was still some distance away, forget it, let's find one first. Let's deal with it in a place where no one is around. After it's settled, I'll find that dark thing and give it some money to clean it up. When he went around to an alley behind the toilet, after the volcano erupted, villager A's face was filled with relief. But he was soon dumbfounded. He looked into the dark and found dozens of pairs. Blood-red pupils stared at him from behind. Villager A was so frightened that he jumped up and ran away without even lifting his pants, because Villager A had loose stools today. Villager A ran away wildly, leaving a trail of golden. This villager was later called to the police by Comrade Black Zetsu, a good villager. The reason for calling the police was that he did not respect his profession of recycling feces. However, the Uchiha police officers gave Black Zetsu a blank look, but still arrested the villager and detained him at the Uchiha police station. Advertisement: a series of crimes including polluting the environment, running around the village without wearing pants during the day, immorality, etc. And was sentenced to 1.5 months of detention at the Uchiha police station. The villager was innocent. He filed a complaint, thinking that it was all the fault of those dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes. This kind of thing is not just one or two, more and more villagers. Opinions are put on the desk of Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama had a headache and asked Izuna to issue a statement to apologize to the villagers first, then make some compensation to those villagers, and told them that the order in the village would be restored to the same as before tomorrow. After all, Uchiha Madara has good reasons for today's matter. He personally signed and agreed to the public toilet document that belongs to the Uchiha clan for one day. Uchiha Izuna, today's incident was caused by your Uchiha clan. After today, you will eliminate the impact of this incident yourself. Tobirama looked at the secretary Izuna in front of him and roared angrily. Well, there is no other way. The toilets in the clan are not enough, so we can only rent the toilets in the village. Izuna nodded. Their clan has already started discussing this matter. What's more, there is no way to do this. After Dang Jing's incident was reported to the clan, all the clan members who had turned on Sharingan were excited. The toilets in the clan were full for the first time, and everyone in the clan was shocked. It can no longer be covered up, so I have no choice but to rent it from the village. Today is a day when the villagers lament and lament, a day when the Uchiha clan is excited, and a day when Comrade Black Zetsu is both sad and happy.
At night, Black Zetsu next to the septic tank is holding a large roll of banknotes and smiling. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, ha 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 ha. It's so profitable. Black Zetsu wiped the sweat from his face, full of excitement. Count the money on your hands, not caring about the golden ones on your hands. No, I have to hide it quickly. I can't let that B asterisk 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 D9 tails find out. I have to save this money to buy a gift for my mother when she comes back and give her a surprise. Black Zetsu suddenly thought of something and looked around vigilantly. After taking a look. Black Zetsu, I heard that you made a lot today. Do you have to pay the protection fee? An orange-red figure slowly walked out of the dark alley, and little Nine Tails' face was filled with a smile. Nine Tails, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. I left this money to my mother. Black Zetsu held the money tightly in his arms and looked at Nine Tails over there and roared. Chapter 106. You are so disgusting, mirror. Humph, wouldn't it be nice to hand it over earlier? I have to do it myself. Little Nine Tails clapped his hands, picked up the money on the ground and said with a smile on his face.
Black Zetsu, who was lying on the ground, looked angrily at the orange-red thing leaving. When the little Nine Tails walked away, a smile gradually appeared on Black Zetsu's face, and he took it out again from nowhere. Got another roll for more money than the one Nine Tails took. The Tao is 1 foot high, and the devil is 10 feet high, Nine Tails. Humph, want to play with me? Oh, it's just as I expected. You must still have it. At this time, a voice came from somewhere. On Mom's revenge when she comes back, 487. The B asterisk 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 D9 Tails stole the money I planned to leave to my mother to buy gifts after a hard day's work. I will remember him for this grudge. Black Zetsu slapped the notebook angrily, picked up the feces hoe over there, and walked towards the septic tank. At night, this hard-working figure is full of desolation. The next day, at the training ground of the Uchiha tribe. Mirror, let me see your left and right eye abilities, Izuna said slowly as Jing and Izuna stood opposite each other. Madara, the second elder Uchiha, Dave and Tsukimi were watching the battle. Brother Izuna, are you sure? Jing swallowed and asked with some fear. Sure. Izuna nodded. Then, Brother Izuna, just don't hit me later. You see Shozunchiang? Jing closed his eyes and slowly opened them. A pair of strange patterned Mangekyo appeared in Jing's eyes. A tear of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his eye. It's gone now. Dave asked a little confused, looking at Izuna who was standing still over there. Well, my Mangekyo Sharingan's ability is in illusions. Kaoru nodded and kept stepping back. A moment later, ouch! Izuna came back to consciousness, her face instantly turned pale, and she lay on the ground vomiting. Advertisement, Izuna, how are you? Seeing this, Madara hurriedly stepped forward to support Izuna and asked. Where is the mirror? Where is he? Izuna endured the physical and mental discomfort and looked around and asked. He seems to have gone away with the body flicker technique. Madara thought for a moment and said. His attention had been on his younger brother just now, and he didn't pay too much attention to the mirror. I want to kill him. He actually made me eat. Eat. Vomit in the genjutsu. Izuna roared angrily, and suddenly thought of something, and suddenly fell to the ground and vomited. I'll take Izuna to the hospital first. Madara didn't care anymore, picked up Izuna and ran away with a body flicker technique. Only the second elders, Dave and Yume, were left looking at each other. Dave returned home after staying with Yume for a long time in the Uchiha tribe. He turned on the computer and saw that this guy was actually online on the computer. Did he go to the internet cafe? Waibababu. What did your Mangekyo Genjutsu ability do to Brother Izuna? Brother Izuna is still vomiting in the hospital now. He has been vomiting for a long time. His stomach juices are almost vomited out. He can't eat anything. Go in. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. You must never tell Izuna-san that I'm in an internet cafe. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. I activated the power of my right eye to pull the other person into a created world, causing great mental destruction. Waby Babu. Then your mental destruction is too great. Tell me, what kind of mental destruction is it? Thinking of Brother Izuna's performance just now, Dave expressed a little curiosity. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Tie the other person and feed him for 3 days and 3 nights. She. Waibababu. Ouch. Just looking at the screen, Dave could think of that scene and lie on the ground and vomited. No wonder. If it were me, I would have to kill you. This is simply more harmful than Tsukuyomi. Waibababu. What about the power of your left eye? If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. This will turn all the beautiful things that the other person has seen into things that you really hate and disgust. It will last for 1 year and will not disappear. It can only be used after 3 years once. Waibababu. You are so disgusting. Now Dave has made one thing clear, at least your ability has the shadow of your junior Uchiha Shisui. Waibababu. I heard Uncle Madara say that Sharingan is the pupil of the soul. In history, most of the tribesmen's ability to activate Mangekyo Sharingan was based on their state of mind at that time. I want to know. What state of mind you were in at that time. Be able to give your right this ability. Advertisement. At least the left eye still looks normal. It just changes what the other person sees, and it only changes for 1 year. Compared to Shisui's direct and permanent change of mind in the original work, it's too much garbage, but the right eye is. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. I want to know too. I was so angry at the time that I wanted to throw all the perverts who watched me going to the toilet into the toilet and drink them. And then. I too have no idea. Dave looked at the dialogue box in front of him and pondered. Then he picked up the phone next to him. Hey, network administrator, check the phone number Uchiha Kagami has. Yes, okay, I understand. Hey, Izuna-san, Uchiha Kagami is sitting at number 38 of the internet cafe. Me, Dave, good guy. The next day, Dave took some fruit and went to the hospital to visit two people. One was Izuna, and the other was Uchiha Kagami, who was beaten to paralysis by Izuna, who rushed out of the hospital yesterday with an intravenous drip. Brother Izuna, how are you? Are you still feeling unwell? Dave put the fruit aside and looked at Izuna, whose face was still a little pale, and asked. Almost, Izuna said with a smile and shook his head. What about you? Dave turned his head and looked at Jing, who was lying on the hospital bed and was wrapped up like a mummy. Ooh, Jing, who had a bandage on his face and only exposed his nose to breathe, whined and nodded. Izuna, Tobirama and I are here to see you. At this time, Hashirama and Tobirama came, also carrying a basket of fruits. Humph, you loser, you were beaten to the hospital by a junior. Tobirama looked at Izuna lying on the hospital bed and said with a sneer. Hey, Tobirama, I'll let you try it when you get the chance. Izuna sneered back. Haha, I don't care if I eat the fruit I brought to you. Tobirama smiled, took out a fruit from the fruit basket, slowly peeled it open, and ate it. Izuna looked at the banana in Tobirama's hand, and thought of the color. Izuna broke the defense on the spot, fell to the ground and vomited again. Hey, my old father, doctor, chapter 107 you're welcome. Half a month later, Jing recovered and was discharged from the hospital. Starting from today, me, Uchiha Kagami, get a new life, humph, Jing shouted excitedly as he walked out of the hospital and felt the fresh air. Danzo, would you like to go to the psychiatry department of the hospital with a mirror? Hiruzen and Danzo on the side had dark expressions on their faces. I think it's necessary. Danzo nodded seriously. Let's go. Hiruzen, Danzo. Let's go on a mission. I want to make the ninja world tremble. Me? Uchiha Kagami? I'm back. Kage turned his head excitedly, looked at Hiruzen and Danzo and said ambitiously. Well, it's true. The ninja world is indeed trembling. King has done dozens of B-level missions, more than a dozen A-level missions, and even an S-level mission with Danzo in just a dozen days. Task. Ninjas from other countries who faced Uchiha Kagami all turned pale when they mentioned Uchiha Kagami. That feeling left an indelible mark in the hearts of all the ninjas who faced Uchiha Kagami. Trace. Someone in the ninja world has made statistics in the past 2 days. Among them, Uchiha Kagami has fought with 50 people in the past few days, and 20 of them went crazy on the spot and died violently. As for the reason for the sudden death, well, the rest 30 people survived, and 20 of them went insane and were unable to be ninjas. 9 people could not bear the psychological torture and committed suicide. In other words, out of the 50 people, only 1 person is still alive and well. That ninja also resigned from his status as a ninja and went home to farm the fields. There is a saying now circulating in the ninja world. Konoha village Uchiha clan, Ningra Uchiha Madara, Moha Uchiha Kagami. Maybe if you mess with Uchiha Madara, you will die happily, but if you mess with Uchiha Kagami, your life will be worse than death. On this day, Dave and Danzo gathered in a restaurant for dinner. Uchiha scary shit? Dave looked at the mirror and asked with a smile on his face. Several black lines gradually appeared on Jing's forehead. He had thought about what his name was before, but he really didn't expect it to be this kind of name. And he used some channels in the clan to check which ninja village this name came from. He, Uchiha Kagami, wanted to let people in a certain village feel a certain power. In the end, he didn't expect that it was coming from Konoha. Moreover, this name was well received in the ninja world, and soon, Uchiha Kagami had the name Uchiha's horrible shit on his head. Advertisement now Jing has begun to suspect that this B***** D Dave spread the name. And our instigator, Senju Dave, will definitely not admit it. Ha 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 ha. Hiruzen didn't care so much and laughed out loud after hearing what Dave said. Danzo on the side was not as bold as Hiruzen. He turned his head and grinned with an anti-smile. You, damn it. Jing slammed one hand on the table. The 3 of them didn't stop because of this, they couldn't help laughing anymore. Do you 3 want to experience the power of my name? Kagami couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes looked like Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3 people quickly shut up. They didn't want to suffer that kind of psychological death torture. What is the power of your name? At this time, a voice came from behind. Izuna walked behind Kagami, put a hand on Kagami's shoulder, and asked with a gentle smile. Jing swallowed. Let's see. Your name is indeed quite famous these days. How about this? I'll accompany you on some tasks tomorrow to make your name more famous, Izuna asked with a smile. No need. Jing could feel that things were not simple. Hey, as the elder of the clan, it is my unshirkable responsibility to take care of the younger ones. I will wait for you at the mission office at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Izuna smiled and patted the mirror's shoulder, and followed Hashirama and others to sit down, arrived aside. Jing, please say hello to the hospital now and reserve a bed. The auditions for Uchiha Women's Group's Second Generation have started in the past few days. The beds in the hospital are almost full. It's better to reserve one as soon as possible than to lie down until then. Be stronger in the corridor, Dave reminded kindly. Huh? Dave, does this have anything to do with the bed reservation in Mirror Hospital? Hiruzen asked in confusion. Dave and Danzo looked at each other and smiled but said nothing. Advertisement Kagami and Hiruzen are confused. The next day, things turned out as expected. Jing returned to the hospital again. The director of surgery at the hospital has a big head. Uchiha Kagami has been to the hospital many times this year. She really takes the hospital as her home. Jing lay on the hospital bed crying. During the mission, Brother Izuna really took good care of me, a junior in the clan. Brother Izuna didn't know where he learned the forbidden technique. What is it called? Tandem paper bombs. A total of 100 million detonating charms. And the outcome of the mirror, who was at the center of the explosion and was fighting with the enemy, can be imagined. If Susanoo hadn't opened it in the end and saved his life, he would have sacrificed his life heroically for Konoha. B********* D. Don't let me know who this B******** D. B******* D. Stupid, damn thing invented this tandem paper bombs. I will definitely let him experience what Uchiha is. Okay, stop crying, eat a banana. Dave wordlessly helped Jing peel a banana and brought it to him and said. Don't let me know who the B******* D invented tandem paper bombs. Otherwise, I must let him feel the pain. Jing roared angrily and took the banana to his mouth. Why didn't he use his hand? His hand was broken. What did you say? What detonator? Dave was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. Tandem paper bombs. Mirror muttered with an angry bite on her lips. That's the forbidden technique invented by Second Hokage. Do you want me to contact him for you? Dave said slowly and expressionlessly. Eat a banana. Eat a banana. Bananas are so delicious. Where did you buy them? Jing quickly changed the subject. I have sent the exact words of what you just said to Second Hokage for you. He said that you should recuperate in the hospital first, and he will come to see you when you are discharged. Dave pointed to the phone in the mirror, said with a smile. Jing looked at Dave with wide eyes. Don't look at me like that. My name is Lei Feng. Dave stood up and left slowly, leaving behind a bag full of light. At Chapter 108, call your parents over inside the ninja school. It has been confirmed by Master Second Hokage's research that the teacher on the stage worked hard to spread sweat and knowledge. And off stage. Tsukumo, tell me, what she did this time is not too much. Kimima looked at Tsukumo behind him and asked angrily. Tsukumo said he didn't want to pay attention to him. Humph, Tsukumo doesn't care about you. Just go ahead. Yulan smiled proudly and pushed Junma aside. Because the tables and chairs in the school are now three-person tables, Junma sits in the middle, Yulan sits on the left, and Might Dai originally sat on the right, but he took a day off today with his father to experience youth. Originally, the two of them were fine with each other and half of the table was enough. Yulan wanted to take revenge on Junma for bullying her before, so she drove Kagaya Junma aside. Junma looked angrily at the line Yulan drew on the table. He compared Yulan's outrageous territory and his own 3-acre land. No, when did I, Kagaya Junma, suffer this kind of frustration? Teacher. Kagaya stood up and shouted. Oh, Kagaya Junma, do you know the answer to this question? The teacher's eyes were filled with light. Kagaya Junma, this is the worst student in the class. Could it be that Sage of Six Paths appeared today? He even took the initiative to stand up and answer questions. Could it be that Master Sage of Six Paths saw my usual hard teaching and finally couldn't help but let this child enlighten? No, I want you to drive Gao Shan Yulan out. She has seriously affected my study. Kagaya Junma shook his head and said angrily. Her influence on your study? The teacher pointed at the well-behaved Gao Shan Yulan, and then at Kagaya Junma, who was standing with his nose pressed with disdain on his face. Who affects whom, you have no idea. Kagaya Kimima. Get out of here. Veins popped out on the teacher's head, and he roared angrily. How much more could he say after wasting so much time in the assembly? Advertisement Kagaya Kimima rolled his eyes, walked slowly to the podium, lowered his head and walked to the side of the teacher. This is 1,000 taels, teacher, help me drive her out. Kagaya took out 1,000 taels of silver from his pocket, smiled, and blocked his PY transaction with his body. This is what he learned from his brother Dave. He remembers that time very clearly. Brother Dave wanted his old father Kakuzu to go and do something for him, but Kakuzu refused to go. Brother Dave immediately took out 10,000 silver taels, and Kakuzu's old father left in a hurry. Although this 1,000 taels is a bit much, it is worth it in exchange for his peace for the day. Kagaya Junma, get out of here. Call your parents over this afternoon. The teacher couldn't bear it anymore. Did this 4-year-old kid know how to bribe the teacher? Fortunately, I am a good teacher who is upright and honest. Otherwise this child will be ruined. I must correct this child's 3 views as soon as possible while he is still young. What's so bad about it? Business cannot be done without righteousness. Humph. Junma snorted twice and walked out of the classroom. When get out of class was over in the evening, Kimima stood outside the teacher's office with his head lowered. He thought for a while, among his 4 family members, it would be better to have Kakuzu's father come. It happened that Kakuzu's father came to the village today to pick up some things, so I called him to come. Did you get into trouble at school? Kakuzu came and asked Kimima, who was standing asleep outside the office. Well, it doesn't really matter. Junma scratched his head in embarrassment. It's Junma's parents, please come in quickly. The teacher saw a figure through the window, it must be Junma's parents, and hurriedly came out to greet him. Kakuzu led Kimima into the office and sat opposite the teacher. Junima's parents, Junma's outlook on life is a bit wrong. We must correct this as soon as possible, the teacher said with a serious face. Isn't this kid's outlook on life correct? Isn't this kid's outlook on life quite upright? Kakuzu asked doubtfully. HMPH, this child actually wants to bribe the teacher with 1,000 taels to help him achieve his goal of bullying other students. Even if your family is rich, you can't do this, and this child can bribe others at such a young age. This will be bad from now on, the teacher was a little worried. It seems that the parent did not realize the seriousness of the child's matter. Excessive. It's simply too much, Kagaya Kimima. How could you do this? Kakuzu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then turned to look at Kagaya Kimima and shouted angrily. Kagaya Kimima lowered his head. The teacher breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the child's parents were fine. Advertisement. 1,000 silver taels. 1,000 silver taels. That's 1,000 silver taels. Do you know how much that is? You actually spend 1,000 silver taels to do such trivial things? Kakuzu educated angrily. The teacher was confused. But, 1,000 silver taels is too little to be less. Kagaya Junma said a little aggrievedly. How do I usually educate you? You must do things by yourself that you can do by yourself. Even if you ask others to help, you must lower the price to death. You forgot what I told you about the committed fractures caused by the boss who bargained for clothes. What's the story? 1,000 silver coins. Do you know how many Ninja Alliance tickets that are? You really disappoint me. Kakuzu and Kagaya stood outside the office, waiting for other parents to claim. Kimima had no choice but to call Brother Dave over. Tobirama was a Hokage and didn't have time. Izuna was definitely going to nag again, so she had no choice but to call Brother Dave over. Dave was walking on the way to the ninja school with a headache. This kid is really not easy to worry about at all. And that B********* D Kakuzu. When Dave got the call from the teacher just now, the teacher was talking, the tone was full of anger. Kakuzu plus Kagaya Junma, an economically devastating combination. You can imagine what happened to the teacher. Sakumo, it's getting dark, why don't you go back? Dave walked to the school and asked when he saw Sakumo constantly brandishing a knife on the school playground. Brother Dave, I'm waiting for Kimima to go back together. Sakumo wiped the sweat from his face and said quickly when he saw Dave coming. Okay, you wait here, I'll pick up that little B******** D, and let's go back together. Dave nodded. Sakumo was still good. Dave walked to the office door and saw two people, one large and one small, standing next to him. I'll settle the score with you two when I go back. Dave snorted coldly, then pushed the door open and entered. HMPH. Kakuzu sneered with disdain. HMPH, Kagaya learned the lesson well. Chapter 109 Sakumo. I will commit suicide on the street. Dave walked in front, followed by Kakuzu, Kimima, and Sakumo. Kakuzu, your dividend is gone this month, Dave said suddenly from the front. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, and then a vein popped out on his forehead. Kid. Do you have any opinion? No. Looking at the back of his old father leaving angrily, looking at the corn cannon standing on the ground. Kimima swallowed slowly. And you, go back and hand over all the money to me. Dave crossed his arms, looked at Junma, and said calmly. Junma felt this powerful aura. Didn't dare to say anything. Wait, I'll wait. Wait for decades. When Brother Dave gets old, all the oxygen tubes in the hospital will be given to him, pulled it out. Dave is now 9 out of 10 similar to Tobirama, with 2 dabs of red paint hanging from the corner of his eyes, wearing the same blue armor that Tobirama gave him for his birthday last year, with a head of white hair floating around, and a thin figure. The cold look in his eyes made people very uncomfortable, but Dave always had a smile on his face. The only thing that can distinguish the two is that Dave still looks a bit immature now, but he will probably get better after a few years of growing up. Do you want to go home or help at the handmaid stall? Dave looked at Sakumo and asked. Kimima and I should go and help out at Tate's stall first. Tate sent a message saying that there are many customers today and he is almost overwhelmed, Sakumo said after thinking for a while. Well, okay, you go ahead. I'll go to the internet cafe to hang out with Jing and the others. If anything happens, Penguin, me or Yume. Dave nodded and was about to leave. Teacher. Let me ask you something. Uchiha's horrible shit. Is it Brother Kagami you're talking about? Sakumo tangled his hands in confusion, and then asked hurriedly. Peeved. Dave wanted to laugh when he heard this name now. Well, Kimima and I will go to the handmaid stall first. We will be back before 12 o'clock in the evening. Sakumo nodded, picked up Kimima and left. Advertisement. Dave looked at Sakumo's back in confusion, then smiled, shook his head, and walked towards the internet cafe. Sakumo. Why are you asking Brother Kagami's name? Kimima asked in confusion. Well, I heard that the name Brother Kagami came from our village. I was thinking, if we also perform missions in the ninja world in the future, what kind of title? Uchiha horrible shit, if it were changed to Hitaki terrorist. Sakumo really couldn't even think about it. If his name was like this in the future, he would commit suicide. Junma fell into deep thought after hearing this sentence. The two villains slowly walked towards the handmaid stall while thinking deeply. Last week, it was time for the Ninja League season update. Some new heroes and skins were added. Jing was discharged from the hospital today. In the afternoon, he called Danzo, Dave, Hiruzen, and Kifeng to the 5th row of the internet cafe. Strive to be the king in the new season. There is an extra black Zetsu in the jungle, a Monzaemon in the middle, and an extra Uchiha Kagami in the support. 3 people in total. Black Zetsu Epic Skin, Shid Terminator, Legendary Skin, Millennium Dutiful Son, Monzaemon's Excellent Skin, Ancestral Puppet Master, Uchiha Kagami's Legendary Skin, Terrorist Shit. Dave entered the internet cafe. Sengoku F4 was 4 rows over there, and the Mirror 4 were still waiting for him there. Here it comes. Dave walked over and turned on the computer. Why are you here just now? Come on, the Ninja Alliance has actually kicked me out, Uchiha Kagami said excitedly. No way, that kid Kagaya Kimima caused trouble in school and just came back from school. Haha. This shows that your name is loud and important enough. Dave shrugged helplessly, then sneered. Then, Dave, Danzo, Hiruzen, and Feng Feng looked at each other. Uchiha scary shit? Ha 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 ha, the 4 people laughed. Jing was already immune, so he didn't say anything. After Dave entered the game, Jing pulled him into the team. After entering the game, Jing instantly selected Dave on the first floor. The 4 of them were dumbfounded. Is your brain filled with your shit reading? FK Uchiha Kagami. The rankings have just started in the new season. Dave took off his headphones and roared angrily. Jing, should you go to the psychiatry department of the hospital again? Danzo asked angrily, suppressing the thought of tearing off this guy's eyes. Advertisement Akamichi took the wind and slowly put down the snack in his hand. Hiruzen had already started to form the seal to summoning the monkey demon. The monkey demon refused to summoning. Forget it, use ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami still said nothing, and slowly turned his head to look at the 4 of them, with Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes. Dave put on his headphones silently. Danzo looked at the computer and began to choose the person he wanted to play with. Kifeng slowly picked up the snack in his hand, and Hiruzen silently interrupted the seal. On the other side, at Sengoku F4, hey, pick Senju Dave on the opposite floor instantly, Tobirama said with a sneer. Madara, can you solve it? If not, please leave me the road. Hashirama looked at Madara aside and asked. Hey, to beat Dave, don't you just have to have the skills? My Hashirama, the #1 village icon, is not in vain, Madara said with a sneer. Then, Madara's hand issued a village sign Hashirama. Huh? How dare you post the Konoha village logo Hashirama? At this time, a message came from a passerby on the 5th floor. Hey, so your Hashirama is very powerful. Madara wanted to laugh a little, then asked. Hey, Hashirama is just average, that is, he is the 1st in the small mountain village and the 132nd in the fire country. My Uchiha Madara is the 20th in the fire country. Do you want to know more about it? A passerby on the 5th floor asked. First-hand national standard. Madara was stunned. National standard? Then he took out his computer and called Dave. He didn't know Dave was here. National standard? Oh, you're talking about this. Didn't Kakuzu build signal-based stations and sell computers all over the fire country for a month? It means that the current game is played by people throughout the fire country, so there will be more. There is a ranking of the Fire Nation. This is what is shown in the updated information. Uncle Madara, didn't you see it? Dave explained there. No, said Madara and hung up the phone. He opened the ranking list in the background and checked his Hashirama. Konoha village ranked 1st, and Fire Nation ranked 150th. The 1st place in the fire country is more than 1,000 points ahead of him. This game is really becoming more and more appealing to me. #1 in the Fire Nation? Interesting. Chapter 110 Dave. Will this melon stay ripe? Madara didn't say anything and gave up the upper road to the 5th floor. In his opinion, only strong people, except Dave players, were qualified to set foot on the upper road. He still had some shortcomings. He chose Tobirama as jungler. Tobirama originally wanted to try out the newly released Black Zetsu jungler, but there was no way. He couldn't beat Uchiha Madara online and offline. He could only play the newly released Kakuzu mid laner. Entering the game, Dave discovered that the people on the opposite side were F4 and the others, and Madara also discovered Dave. A few people said hello in the game and started playing seriously. Dave looked at Hashirama on the road, who was directly wearing his clothes and being strung up to the high ground by the other side. And looked at Dave, who was 0/15ths on the panel. Veins popped up on his head. How much he wanted to get up and beat him up now. A meal of Uchiha Kagami, but thinking about his infinite shit-reading Mangekyo. Forget it. Wait until he is blind. Then, Dave rolled his eyes, thought of something, and smiled. Jing, stop playing in the lane. Hiruzen, switch lanes with Jing and let him come to the middle, Dave commanded. Okay. Hiruzen was pretty good, and he went back and forth with the opponent without saying anything. Mirror, your only task now is to develop, and then prevent the opponent from developing. After clearing the line, run to the opposite wild area and bury mushrooms in the opposite wild area and your own wild area, Dave continued. Dave, the jungler opposite is Uncle Madara. You're like this. Jing has just been discharged from the hospital. Hiruzen swallowed and reminded softly next to Dave. Look at his dashboard and his record. Mirror, do what Dave says immediately. Okay, let's see how my little Dave can make the opponent's jungler sick. I never look at the panel, and I habitually block the language of the opponent when I enter the game. I don't know that the opponent is F4. That's all. Madara has just finished beating 9 tails and is already at half health and is ready to farm some wild monsters to restore health, on the way. 1 mushroom. 2 mushrooms. 3 mushrooms. 4 mushrooms. 5 mushrooms. Hey hey hey. Open black lens bracket Senju Dave kills Senju Tobirama. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Madara opened the panel with an expressionless face. This familiar operation and familiar way of death made him realize that there must be that person on the other side. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. The next day, everyone came to the hospital again to see the mirror. Mirror. Although our family is rich, you can't stay in the hospital every day. Uchiha Chongjong's hair is all white. Why can't this child get through the hospital? The second elder thought that when the mirror turned on Mangekyo, he would become different from before, working wholeheartedly for the village and family, but he didn't expect. This child is still such a fool. Brother Jing, why are you injured again? Uchiha Shanshan's little face was filled with confusion. Why did Brother Jing go to the hospital every 2 days? Well, didn't Brother Jing tell you that Brother Jing is a very powerful ninja, and they are all very powerful in the ninja world? Alas, Brother Jing and I were killed in a fight with a powerful little thief yesterday. He got hurt insidiously, and that's why I got hurt again. Jing, who was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, said angrily. Brother Jing is so awesome, Uchiha Shanshan praised with eyes shining. Several people on the side wanted to expose him. Well, Brother Jing, are you the Uchiha horrible shit that has been spreading in the village these days? Shanshan asked. The smile on Uchiha Kageme's face stopped abruptly. The crowd onlookers laughed and said nothing. They felt comfortable. Dave came out of the hospital, thinking about buying some fruit for Jingzai, and walked to a fruit stall. Kid, this person has ill intentions towards you. Ninetail's voice came from within. Dave was stunned for a moment, and with an inadvertent glance, he saw a sharp edge on the waist hidden by the fruit stall owner's clothes. Interesting. Boss, how much does this melon cost per pound? Dave walked up to him, picked up a watermelon, patted it and asked with a smile. 20 silver taels per caddy, the boss said in a row. He sneered in his heart, the target was close. This person should be second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. White hair, wearing blue armor, with 2 daubs of paint on his face. But why does it look a bit short and young? Doesn't it say on the reward that he is over 40 years old? Why does this look like a teenager? He is a wandering ninja on the black market. I saw the wanted notice for second Hokage posted on the list in the past few days. The price is 300 million taels, which is only lower than Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagami of Konoha village. This wandering ninja is also a talent, obviously. With only Genin's strength, he insists on trying to assassinate Hokage. In his own words, Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, and Uchiha Madara, the Shira of the ninja world, will definitely not be able to defeat him. Uchiha's horrible shit Uchiha Kagami has also been making waves in the ninja world these days. Naturally, he will not touch this bad luck. So, it's him, Senju Tobirama, I can't beat your brother, you and I should be able to touch you, right? This is the magic of self-confidence. Advertisement. It's a bit expensive, Dave said with a smile. You think it's expensive and I think it's too expensive? The wandering ninja said angrily. Isn't this Senju Tobirama second Hokage? Can't even afford a melon worth 20 silver taels per caddy? Okay, help me pick one, Dave nodded and said. How about this? The wandering ninja looked at it and took out a melon and asked. Is this melon still ripe? Dave raised his head and looked at the wandering ninja and asked. I run a fruit stall, can I sell you raw melons and eggs? The wandering ninja chuckled and said slowly. I'm asking you if this melon stays ripe, Dave asked, holding on to a tree next to him and squinting. Are you looking for trouble? Do you want it? The wandering ninja was a little angry. There must be something wrong with you. If your melon is ripe, I will definitely want it, but what if he is not? Dave smiled with squinted eyes and slowly walked towards the wandering ninja. The wandering ninja slowly stepped aside, covering his clothes with one hand. I'll feed him if he's not familiar with it, the wandering ninja said with a sneer. Okay, please help me weigh it. Dave walked to the back of the stall and sat on the boss's chair and asked slowly. 15 pounds, 300 silver taels. The wandering ninja slowly squatted down and put the watermelon on the scale and said. That's not enough for 15 pounds. There's something wrong with it, Dave pointed. There is absolutely no problem with my name. The wandering ninja stood up, looking a little angry. Damn it, why do you have so much trouble buying a melon? No, there's nothing wrong with your scale. What I'm saying is, there's something wrong with you. Dave shook his head, stood up and said with a smile. No matter how stupid the wandering ninja was at this time, he knew that the other party had discovered him. Then his eyes flickered, and he suddenly pulled out the kunai thorn from his arms and looked at Dave. Dave fell backward slightly, grabbed the kunai, and stabbed the opponent directly in the chest. Dave looked at the body on the ground and wiped the blood from his hands. Hey, old father, something happened in the village. Chapter 111 I'm not hungry anymore. Dave killed a person on the street, which must have caused panic. However, the villagers all knew Dave. Dave also published the cause and consequences of the incident on the forum, so the villagers had no objections. There are many more. Dave's fanatic villagers organized a group to go out at night to whip corpses. Tobirama also quickly stopped these fanatical villagers. As for the black market, Madara and Hashirama went to clean it up once before, but it was built again so quickly. It is estimated that someone is behind it, and Tobirama has nothing to do. Even if you kill him again, he will probably rise again. Dusk. Dave. Why do you always mess with the Hokage and the clan leader? Yume leaned on Dave's shoulder, and the two sat on the Hokage rock. Yume asked angrily. This younger brother of mine never made anyone worry about him. His father was already so old and he still had to worry about him. Tsukimi sometimes wanted to beat him. Jing. This is a typical case of remembering to eat but not to beat. It's okay, Yume. Jing's ability to take a beating is not that strong. When a young man was young, it was quite good to be beaten. Dave smiled and caressed Yume's cheek. Rufa said softly. But he always doesn't let his father worry, Yume said with some distress. If he wasn't worried about his father's health, Jing Na Yume would have said she didn't know him, and he could usually do whatever he wanted. But a series of bad things like Uchiha's horrible behavior, cheating on little girls, permanent residents of the hospital, etc. made Tsukimi really angry. If it doesn't work, let the second elder find something to do and don't always focus on Jing. Dave hugged Yume gently, thought for a while and said. Father, he is already 60 years old, what else can he do? Yume asked doubtfully. Well, is the second elder in good health? Dave thought for a while, his eyes lit up, and he asked slowly. Well, my father is in pretty good health. He can run around the village 3 times without any problem, Yume said with a nod. That's fine. I'll call Kakuzu tomorrow and the problem will be solved, Dave said with a smile. Yume nodded and leaned into Dave's arms. She had always believed in him and he had never let her down. The two of them just sat on Hokage Rock, second generation's avatar, slowly watching the sunset. Second Hokage. Are you polite? In Hokage's office, it was about to get off work. Izuna was packing up tomorrow's files. Suddenly, she looked up and saw this scene from the window, and also saw the two people clinging to each other on the Hokage rock. Do you have anything else to do today? Izuna looked at Tobirama expressionlessly and asked. Didn't you agree that you and the two of you will go to compete in the rankings to improve your score? A whole Madara hasn't come out of the internet cafe these days. If you insist on being ranked first in some country, your eldest brother will always accompany him. Tobirama asked in confusion. Advertisement, let's go on a blind date, Izuna said. Is your mind okay? Tobirama was stunned for a moment and said angrily. This guy usually avoids blind dates. He never goes to the east end of Konoha. Why would he want to go on a blind date today? Izuna said nothing and pointed out the window, where two figures on the Hokage rock. There was a moment of silence in Hokage's office. Tobirama walked to Izuna's side, put a hand on Izuna's shoulder, and left as a flying thunder god. We don't know where he went. However, tonight, there were exclamations one after another from the Konoha dating corner. 2 men, one black and one white, had nearly 1,000 blind dates in just 3 hours, breaking Tobirama's previous record of 100 blind dates in 1 hour. What do you want to eat tonight? Dave didn't know the glorious deeds of his old father and Izuna tonight, and he was a little hungry now. Well, I can eat whatever Dave wants to eat, Yume said with a gentle smile. Okay, let's go to the handmade stall to eat ramen. This kid's ramen is very delicious. Dave smiled, and then the princess picked up Yume and jumped off the Hokage rock. After reaching the ground, Dave looked at the rosy little face in his arms that could still be seen in the dark night, and kissed her forehead tenderly. Then he gently put her down from his arms, held her little hand, and walked back to the village. On the street Dave held Yume's little hand and walked down the street. Many villagers greeted Dave, and Dave responded with a smile. At this time, Dave saw 2 figures, one black and one small, and walked up with Yume. What are you two doing here? Dave asked with a smile and patted the little 9 Tails and Black Zetsu in front of the stall. Kid, 9 Tails is just too much. Black Zetsu saw Dave coming, and the blue sky was there. He actually wants to put this weird thing on my head. Black Zetsu pointed at the bunny ears hood held in 9 Tails' hands and roared with anger. Tsuki-me, I think it looks great on you. Dave ignored Black Zetsu and compared the hood with Tsuki-me, saying with a smirk on his face. Ah. Yume blushed. Advertisement, boss, give me 2 of these hoods. Dave smiled, took out the money from his arms and said. It's little boss Dave. I can't accept this money, just think of it as a gift from me. The boss was a woman. When she saw Dave in front of her, she suddenly realized and said quickly. Hey, why, no, you still have to give the money that should be given. Dave quickly shook his head, how could this be done without giving money? Since the one in my family joined your kidney love company and became a worker, he has received a monthly salary allowance of 20,000 taels, not including the commission you gave. This is really something we never dared to think about before. Yes, this headgear only costs a few dozen silver taels. It's not expensive, you'd better take it and treat it like I'm thanking you on behalf of my family, the woman hurriedly explained. Besides, since you bought this commercial street, all the vendors have been very grateful to you. They used to charge 20% of the profit for setting up stalls here, but you not only canceled this rule, instead, I only charge 100 silver taels per month. Thank you very much, just don't refuse, just take it. Seeing what Dave was about to say, the female boss hurriedly continued. There's nothing I can do. Looking at the attitude of the landlady, it's not going to work if Dave doesn't accept it. Dave accepted it and went back to tell Aunt Kai that the money would be deducted from this month's rent. Yume, I'll wear it with you. Dave put one hood on his head, and gently put the other one on Yume's head. Peefed. Yu Mei looked at the bunny-eared Dave in front of her and burst out laughing. Why are you laughing, little rabbit? Dave pinched the rabbit ears on Yu Mei's head and asked with a smile. Dave looks so cute when he wears a hood, Yu Mei said with a smile. Well, then can I, this cute little bunny, invite another cute little bunny to eat some carrots? Okay. Watching the two people leave, Black Zetsu and Little Nine Tails looked at each other. The expressions on their faces felt worse than the infinite dung reading that had eaten Uchiha's horrible excrement. Just be human. I was still thinking that you came here to give me justice, but I didn't think you were here to feed me. Nine Tails, go back and surf the internet. I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. Feel the same. One fox and one thing performed exceptionally today, causing a bloody storm in the Ninja Alliance. Chapter 112 Uchiha Yangtze. I want to cultivate sentiment. Dave and Yu Mei, the two little rabbits, arrived at the handmade stall. Shupa, here's a clear soup ramen, and here's a miso ramen. Dave shouted to the busy little Shupa over there. It's brother Dave and sister Yu Mei. Okay. Hearing a familiar voice, he looked up and saw it was Dave and Yu Mei, shouting with a smile on his face. Hey brother Dave, sister Yu Mei, you are here to eat too. The waiter Kagaya Junma also noticed this and walked towards this side happily and shouted. Where are Sakumo and Dai? Aren't they here to help? Dave looked around and asked doubtfully. One ran away with the little girl, and the other was so young that he broke dozens of dishes while washing the dishes, so he went to Uncle Wei to steady his youth first, Junma said helplessly. These two people are so unreliable, how can they make a lot of money and become rich? Oh, forget it, they are my good brothers. After brother Dave dies, he will inherit the company to me and give them a small share of the stock to support them in their retirement years. Okay. Dave was also a little helpless. Sakumo, this kid, is quite excusable and he didn't delay his cultivation, so just let him go as usual. As for Might Dai, in fact, he has been persuading Aunt Kai to open a small account with Uncle Wei these days before it's too late. Dave is a little confused now. Are all the people in the Hokage world in such good health? Sarutobi Hiruzen was born to Sarutobi Sasuke when he was about 50 years old, and Kagami and Tsukimi were also born to the second elder Uchiha in his 40s. Do the seniors have any secrets? Well, I will go and learn from the second elder another day. After Dave and Tsukimi finished eating, they strolled around the street. After sending Tsukimi home, Dave went to the internet cafe and found Kakuzu. Kid, what are you looking for me? Don't you know I'm very busy? Kakuzu was playing on the computer next to the network administrator's position and asked in displeasure as Dave came to see him. This month he worked in vain again. Damn it, squeezing the hard-earned money of the working people. If I hadn't been able to defeat him, I would have killed this kid long ago. Are you free now? Dave asked, pointing to the computer in front of Kakuzu. Well, there have been basically no problems with cigarette exports in the past 6 months. The Fire Country's base stations and other items have been handed over to the contractors below. Kakuzu nodded. Advertisement. Although it is fun to hang out in internet cafes every day when you are free, it still lacks some excitement. Okay, then I'll leave you with a job, Dave said. Kakuzu's originally calm eyes exuded a faint green light. 2 days later, the second elder Uchiha was forced by his daughter to walk to a store with large and small luggage. Love Kidney Travel Agency. When did a shop like this open here? Elder Uchiha looked at his daughter in confusion and asked. Well, you usually have nothing to do at home, so why not go out and travel more? Dave and I discussed yesterday to help you book a travel package. You can go to the ninja world with other elderly people and wander around. Yu Mei smiled said with a smile. What are you wandering around for? Isn't it good to be in the village? If you don't want to go, don't go. The second elder Uchiha felt bored when he heard this, so he went out to wander around for nothing. The ninja world is not very peaceful now, so it is better to take care of himself at home. Are you really not going? Yu Mei asked a little disappointed. I won't go, the second elder Uchiha said across his neck. Hey, everyone, stand in line. Black Zetsu's roll call, is there anyone who's not here? At this time, Kakuzu came out of the store wearing a little red hat and a small red flag in his hand and shouted. Uchiha Yangtze. Uchiha Yangtze. Is Uchiha Yangtze coming? Black Zetsu on the side also wore a little red hat and shouted with a form in his hand. Father, if you don't want to go, then I'll go and tell them to cancel. Yu Mei looked at her father with some disappointment. Cancel? Cancel what? You go home. I want to go outside to take a look, cultivate my sentiments, increase my knowledge, enrich my culture, purify my soul, and calm down the mood of my years of war. You go back, no need worry about me. If you and Jinping have nothing to do, don't call me. Uchiha picked up the luggage next to him and walked over. Tsukimi looked at Uchiha Chongjong who was smiling as she entered the group of aunts. A smile appeared on her face. My father was finally able to relax. As for safety issues, Kakuzu was leading the tour, so as long as there are not too many people or any shadows, there is absolutely no need to worry about safety issues. What's more, Dave will also go, but Yu Mei didn't see Dave at such a big meeting. Come on, everyone, put on your hats so we can find you outside. Black Zetsu took out some hats from the backpack behind him and distributed them to everyone. Advertisement. Black Zetsu is here to work. And to avoid that little orange B********. D. Okay, everyone, wait a moment, the bus will be here soon. Kakuzu looked at everyone wearing little Red Riding Hoods, nodded and shouted. What's the bus? Uchiha Chongjong asked in confusion. That kid Dave said it seems to be a kind of transportation. Orochi Roku drove them out overnight yesterday. Kakuzu didn't know either, but he would not refuse anything like making money. Didi. Where are the people from Love Kidney Travel Agency? The bus and his driver are here. At this time, a bus as tall as a flat-story building came slowly down the street. Pedestrians on the road looked at this moving beast in confusion. The bus stopped in front of the travel agency. Dave opened the door and came out with a smile on his face. Please put your luggage in the trunk at the back of the bus, Black Zetsu, and go help the elderly people with mobility difficulties. Dave opened the trunk of the bus. Black Zetsu gave Dave a hateful look and helped the elderly people put their luggage in the trunk at the back. Kid, is this the bus you're talking about? Kakuzu glanced at Dave in confusion, then looked at the bus and asked. Well, what do you think? Even though Brother Lou is about to run away from home for 3 years, his brain and hairline are still so good, Dave said with a sigh. Can it be sold or not? How much can I earn if the cost is low? Kakuzu asked with eyes shining brightly. In terms of cost, it ranges from hundreds of thousands to several million silver taels, and the profit is not low. But this kind of bus cannot be sold in Konoha. Think about it, this bus almost takes up the entire street. The most you can do is drive outside the village. But you can sell some small vehicles in the village. You can just discuss it with Brother Lou when you come back. Dave said with a shrug. Okay. Kakuzu gently stroked the mobile beast in front of him, as if he was touching a lot of banknotes. Chapter 113 Dave. I am the Konoha village Uchiha clan of the Fire Nation Uchiha horrible shit. Soon, all the old people got on the bus. When they entered, it was as if they had never seen the world before. They sat in their seats and looked left and right, touching the glass here and the chairs there. They felt very novel. Elder Uchiha reacted very quickly after entering the bus and sat directly at the back. There was also a man in the anti-group who was a disabled old man. He was extremely sad when he saw this scene. I looked at my disabled legs and realized that I was young and acted recklessly, but when I was old I came to see my daughter and shed tears. When everyone was seated, the disabled old man looked back, and felt even more heartbroken when he saw Uchiha Chongjong chatting passionately with the aunts around him at the end. The disabled old man looked around again, almost cried. The tour guide was sitting on the left, holding a pile of money in his hand that he had already counted a dozen times. The banknotes were almost wet with his saliva. Those eyes are still shining. It's really scary, and sitting on the right is a black thing who usually collects excrement in the village. The rhinitis he has suffered for more than 10 years is clearly visible at this moment. There's a certain smell. Look at the Yangtze River in the back row, look at the warblers and swallows around him, look at myself, look at the old man and the shit-picking thing next to me. The disabled old man has never felt so speechless in his life. Okay, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. The old driver is about to start the car. The old driver Dave is about to start the car. On the road everyone looked out through the glass in surprise. Although this speed was not as fast as a ninja's running, it was good for relaxing and feeling comfortable. And such a large mobile beast running in the woods of the country of fire naturally attracts the attention of interested people. Brother, what do you think that is? A certain bandit and his elder brother were patrolling this mountain. Suddenly they felt the vibration of the ground. They looked at the road over there and asked in shock. This eldest brother has lived for half his life. When has he ever seen this kind of thing? He was confused when he saw this thing. Brother, there is someone inside. It's a young man. Brother, there are a bunch of old men and women inside. The younger brother suddenly saw Dave and everyone driving the car through the window. He shouted excitedly. If they were all young people, he might not have any idea yet, but these are all old men and women. The land of fire is not easy to interact with, and it is still in the territory of the god of Ninja World. They have not opened for several months. This is an opportunity. You go back and inform the boss, I will intercept them. Hurry. The elder brother's eyes were fierce, with bloodthirsty and excitement in his eyes. Okay. The younger brother ran as fast as he could in his life. Advertisement. Dave was playing a little tune, holding the steering wheel, and looking at the scenery leisurely. The speed of the car is not fast, it can be said to be slow. After all, there are old people in the car, and it will be bad for them if the speed is too fast and bumps. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the road, scaring Dave to use the handbrake and footbrake. This incident frightened the old man in the car, and he quickly asked what was going on. Dave looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly arrived in front of him with a fierce look on his face. I'm afraid the person who came here is not good. The middle-aged man had never seen anything like a bus before. He walked slowly to the bus and knocked on the glass. Dave gave Kakuzu a questioning look, and Kakuzu smiled disdainfully and shook his head. Dave smiled. That's okay, let's see what this guy wants to do. Dave opened the bus door and took something out of his bag. The eldest brother was startled at first, and he drew out his knife and looked at Dave warily. Dave pointed to the car door, and the elder brother finally realized that the passage into this thing had opened. Oh, this young man is pretty good. Okay, I'll kill you less later. The eldest brother calmly pulled up his sleeves, because most of the knives were made by the bandits themselves, and there was no scabbard to store them. The eldest brother always kept the knives on the belt of his tunic. In order to intimidate these old men and ladies, the eldest brother did a trick and hung it directly on his belt without even looking at it. Peeved. A voice appeared on the field. The expression on the eldest brother's face froze, and he slowly lowered his head. He used too much force. Directly through the belt. and inserted it into his thigh. Ha 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 ha. Dave was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This guy was just here to be funny, he hurt himself before he even did anything. HMPH, the elder brother snorted coldly, raised his neck, and pulled out the knife. He didn't care even though he was bleeding. He angrily cut off the cloth strips on his body with a knife and simply wrapped it up. All I can say is that he is worthy of being a desperado. The eldest brother limped slowly and walked into the car. Boy, where are you from? The eldest brother pointed the knife at Dave and asked in a low voice. Advertisement. Konoha Village Uchiha Clan of Fire Country Uchiha Horror Shit. Uchiha Kagami. Dave opened his eyes and told lies. Oh, don't think I'm easy to deceive just because I'm a bandit. You said you were from the Uchiha clan. Where's your Sharingan? The elder brother sneered and asked slowly. Wait a minute. Dave smiled. Then Dave turned around. The eldest brother cautiously held a knife to Dave's neck. Dave brought up what he had just taken out of his bag and sent a message to Black Zetsu over there. Black Zetsu has a black line on his head, this kid. Waibababu. I'll add more money, only mother is good in the world. Okay, brother. Dave turned his head and slowly opened his eyes. A pair of excrement-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Dave's eyes. You. The elder brother was startled. He thought he was just an ordinary young man, but who knew it was actually the famous terrifying turd Uchiha Kagami. Why did this guy come back here? I heard that all the people who faced him committed suicide because they couldn't stand his disgusting abilities. It's so scary. Because they lack information here in the mountains, they probably know that Uchiha Kagami has the power to manipulate feces, and Sharingan is also in the shape of feces. However, the shape of Mirror's Mangekyo is not like this. His shape is similar to that of the original Shisui, but there are two more Tomo on both sides. The news that Sharingan is in the shape of feces is unknown who spread the news. At this moment, Dave, the caring man, had a sneer on his face. Brother, I'm bringing everyone here. Just when the eldest brother was panicking, a shout came from the other side, and the eldest brother instantly felt confident. Oh, Uchiha Kagami, it's hard for a tiger to fight against a pack of wolves. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat hundreds of us, right? The eldest brother said proudly. Interesting, are you all here? Chapter 114 I am XXX. Dave smiled and stood up, pushing the big brother in front of him out. Black Zetsu slowly followed Dave. Slowly walked out of the car. Boy, do you have some skills? The bandit leader asked with a sneer on his face as he watched his little brother being thrown off the big iron square. However, I still advise you to hand over all the belongings of you and all the old men and old ladies on that thing. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to walk out of here today. Don't doubt whether I have the confidence. Lousy was also a Chunin before. The bandit leader said wildly. Oh, Chunin. It's so awesome. Does it have a name? Dave asked with a smile. HMPH, let me tell you, I will scare you to death if I say my name, the bandit leader said with dignity. Come on, say it and scare me. Dave nodded. I am the famous Jijibo in the ninja world, and so is Pigman, the bandit leader shouted. Silence. Dead silence. Silence. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Laughing to death does me any good to you. Ha 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 ha. Dave suddenly fell to the ground and trembled with laughter. Veins popped out on the bandit leader's face. This damn kid. The bandit leader Pigman did have the title. When he was young, he was still in the Sengoku era and belonged to a small family in the Land of Fire. After that small family was wiped out, he survived by luck and he got a summoning scroll from the ruins of his family. As a chakra practitioner, he learned the summoning technique. What came out of summoning was a 2 to 3 meter wild boar. The wild boar had the strength of Chunin but no intelligence. He would help when it was fed. He also had the idea of becoming a bandit. He had been a bandit in this area for decades and was well known in the bandit circle. Everyone just watched Dave lying on the ground and laughed for 10 minutes. It wasn't until Dave was laughing so hard that his legs were shaking when he stood up that he stopped. Pigman, do you have a super lollipop? Dave asked a little exhausted. There was still a faint smile on his face. Kid, tell me your name, Jijibo roared angrily. He was actually laughed at by Kid? The famous Uchiha of the Konoha Village Uchiha clan in the Fire Country is the terrifying turd, Uchiha Kagami. Dave opened his eyes and revealed the excrement-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, his aura changed, and he shouted Hockey. Advertisement, you are Uchiha's terrifying excrement, the Uchiha Kagami who is rumored to make all the ninjas who fight him eat excrement, Jijibo also wilted. Hey, it seems you know it too, Dave asked with a smile. Gudam. I'm not afraid of you, I'm Pigman. What's more, there are so many of us, how can we be afraid of you? Uchiha Kagami. Jijibo looked at the younger brothers behind him and suddenly felt emboldened. You ignorant people. Feel the pain, think about the pain, accept the pain, know the pain, from now on, let you feel the pain. This is Uchiha Kagami, the power of feces. Dave slowly opened his hands and winked at Black Zetsu behind him. Black Zetsu took out a large bucket of stuff from the trunk of the car, and then jumped into the car. Dave summoned the clover, raising a huge cloud of smoke. Black Zetsu opened the lid of the bucket, then lifted it up and threw it at everyone. What is it? Why is it so sticky? I can't see it. Could it be that Uchiha Kagami used water style? It's not water style. It smells bad. Let me have a taste. It's salty. Bah, why are there watermelon seeds in it? Quote. This is shit. In an instant, all the bandits lay on the ground and vomited wildly. The bandit who had just tasted it had already stabbed his chest with a knife. I'm going to kill, you. Jijibo stood up, vomiting and roaring angrily. Jijibo suppressed the huge feeling of nausea in his heart, bit his finger, and summoned a 2-meter wild boar. The wild boar showed a fierce look in its eyes, bared its fangs ferociously, and kept rubbing its hooves on the ground while looking at Dave over there. At the same time, on the bus. Here, Mr. Tour Guide, can you take me down? The disabled old man looked at Kakuzu and asked. What are you doing down here? Kakuzu asked confused. I was also a jonin when I was young. The guy driving the car is in danger. Let me help him. The disabled old man glanced disdainfully at Uchiha Changjong, who was having a friendly exchange with the aunts in the back, but Uchiha Changjong I didn't notice it, and I was still minding my own business and chatting excitedly with the aunts. Uchiha Changjong is not worried about what goes wrong with his son-in-law. What goes wrong with his son-in-law? Ridiculous. Even if Uchiha Kagami dies, his son-in-law will have no problem. Advertisement? Kakuzu didn't know what to say. Are you going to help that boy? Single-playing him from the Kingdom of Wind? Are you going to help him? The disabled old man was a little angry when he saw that Kakuzu was still in a daze. That kid is in danger. There is no time for you to stay here in a daze. If my legs were not disabled, I would have gone out long ago. Having no other choice, the old man thought of how Kakuzu was counting money just now and took out a few hundred taels from his arms. Kakuzu came to his senses immediately, grabbed the money, and immediately took the old man out of the car. Boy, stand back, don't accidentally hurt you. The disabled old man was full of anger at the moment and said slowly to Dave in front of him. Dave wanted to say something. The old man gave him a hard look. Yes. You old man, if you want to pretend to be B, just pretend. Earth style. Multiple earth flow walls. The old man raised his kuchiki-like hand and slowly formed the seal. Then he suddenly bent down and slapped it on the ground. The wild boar rushed over and crashed directly into the first wall, bang bang bang, followed by 3 loud noises. 3 consecutive walls were broken through by this wild boar. When it reached the 5th wall, the impact of the wild boar weakened, and it failed to rush through. It hit the wall and fell to the ground. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The old man continued to seal, then put his hand in front of his mouth, and a great fireball rushed over. Bang! The wild boar disappeared, and the white smoke slowly floated into the sky. Damn it! Jijibo roared unwillingly as he watched his wild boar being defeated. Looking at his little brother behind him, who was suicidal and crazy, Jijibo knew that this hijacking was not only unsuccessful, but also a failure. Okay, you lose. Dave said slowly. I'll let you handle it, but can you let the group of people behind me leave? Jijibo gritted his teeth and said slowly. No, you all have to come with me. Dave shook his head. Don't even think about it, Jijibo roared. You don't seem to understand what I mean. What I mean is that you and your brothers don't have to be bandits anymore. Take your brothers, take a good bath, and go to Konoha Village Kidney Care Company to find Orochiroku. You can work under the Kidney Love Company from now on. Dave nodded and said. The company seems to be close to delivering the goods. The wild boar was very fast just now, so the delivery should be good. Chapter 115 Pet-Specific Soup Pool. Jijibo and the others were listening to Dave bragging about how much allowance he had per month, how little work he had to do, and how wonderful Konoha was. Jijibo's blood was boiling when he heard this, and he wished he could bring this brother with him now. Let's go to Konoha. Dave quickly stopped them and went to wash up first. With the way you looked, you were probably beaten before you even reached the village gate. Jijibo and the others didn't say anything, they just went back to wash up before going. A total of 10 people died this time, all of them suicides, but Jijibo and the other bandits didn't say anything. Those who come to fight bandits are so frightened that they don't even have strong psychological endurance. What else can they do? Bandits. Isn't it just Shang who was sprayed all over him? Jijibo accidentally licked him during the battle just now without saying anything. It turns out that Shang tastes like this, a bit astringent. Circa, what was I thinking? Jijibo lay on the ground and vomited wildly on the road. Dave took everyone and set off again. Boy, where did your Sharingan come from? Dave was driving in the driver's seat, and Kakuzu stood aside and asked in confusion. Colored contact lenses, maybe? 1,000 silver taels each? The quality and sales in the village are also good. The young people in the village wear these in their daily attire. No, I also have white eyes in this bag. Do you want to try them? Dave said idle. He reached out a hand and took off the contact lenses from his eyeballs. Kakuzu shuddered. This kind of thing is still sold in the village. Why doesn't he, the financial manager, know? Kakuzu shook his head and returned to his seat. Anyway, he can't stand this kind of thing. If he puts this into his eyeballs, aren't he afraid that he will go blind? Black Zetsu, you came out with a bucket of that kind of thing? Kakuzu looked at Black Zetsu aside, thinking of the bucket of Shang he just took out, and asked uncomfortably. I don't have chakra now. I usually bring some to protect myself when I go out, Black Zetsu said calmly. Kakuzu could feel a hint of sadness from Black Zetsu's words. How much pain did this child have to suffer, to be able to think of carrying something like that with him? The face of Uchiha Chongjong on the side was full of resentment at this moment. Kakuzu glanced at it inadvertently, and he discovered that the Magatama on Uchiha Chongjong's Sharingan was spinning. Kakuzu shuddered and hurriedly stayed away from him. Advertisement as for why the Uchiha Yangtze River sits here. Everyone in the car saw the heroic figure of the disabled old man just now. The disabled old man was just pushed into the car by Kakuzu. A group of aunts who had been chatting with Uchiha Chongjong immediately picked up the disabled old man, saying one by one that you were so awesome, you were a ninja when you were young, and so on, and squeezed Uchiha Chongjong out. Uchiha Chongjong was so angry. When he was squeezed out just now, the silly smile on the disabled old man's face and the disdainful look he inadvertently gave him made Uchiha Chongjong feel hugely insulted after a lifetime of fighting. His son was not so angry when he was beaten. Kakuzu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Orochoku. Money is life. Are you there? Money tree, science first, in. Money is life. Can this bus shrink him and sell him in the village? Money tree, science first, yes, but there are no materials. You need to go to the black market or traders from other countries to bring in a lot of metal. Just this one bus has almost used up all the metal for half a year. Money is life. You issue a mission, hire some ninjas to buy on the black market, go to the black market stronghold of Tien country. Find the person in charge. Tell him that the black-faced buckler wants to buy it, and he will give you a discount. Those businessmen couldn't believe it. Each and every one of them acted as if they had never seen money before. The items they sold were extremely expensive, and they didn't even bother to give them a discount. The black market is better. Money tree, science first, okay. Kakuzu happily put down his phone, full of hope for the future. Along the way, Dave no longer encountered any danger, and arrived at their destination this time, the country of Tang. There are not many countries in the ninja world that are open to the outside world now, and the country of Yu is one. They rely on outsiders to soak in hot springs here and consume to maintain the country's income. Everyone, line up. Who is that? Put on your little Red Riding Hood. I won't find you when the time comes. Kakuzu got out of the car and pointed at everyone. Dave parked the car at the gate of Yuno country, a place specially used to park the carriages of merchants and guests. Advertisement, that. Distinguished foreign guest. Is this your carriage? The uncle who specially guarded the carriage parking area looked at the behemoth in front of him. For the rest of his life, he said he had never seen anything like this before. Of course, you guys are protecting the safety of the carriage, right? Dave nodded. What they parked was a carriage, and what I parked was a car. They were both cars. Why can't we park here, right? Yes. But, you. The man swallowed. Although they have special people to guard them, he really may not be able to watch such a big carriage. That's no problem. I'm Uchiha. This is my carriage. If I come over later and find that my carriage is missing, I'll ask you Yuno Kuni. Dave turned his head and put on the contact lenses, then turned around and opened Sharingan and said in a sinister tone. People were dumbfounded. Dave didn't care about that much. He, Kakuzu and Black Zetsu took a group of people to a larger hot spring hotel and went to the hot spring. The man came back to his senses and saw that everyone was gone. He hurriedly called for a person to watch here first. He wanted to report his name quickly. Uchiha, the horrible shit is here. Dave registered everything and let everyone go to the hot springs. When registering things, the owner of the hot spring hotel pointed at Black Zetsu and asked if the thing was male or female, so that he could arrange which hot spring bath to go to. Black Zetsu is definitely neither male nor female. Dave answered truthfully. Then the boss will be embarrassed. Things that are neither male nor female. How to arrange this? Go to the women's soup. Stop making trouble, he doesn't want to open the hot spring. Go to men's soup. What if the customers of men's soup have any objections? Just like that, the boss fell into thinking. After the boss brainstormed for 3 minutes, he made a decision. He immediately took Black Zetsu to the back, picked up a shovel, dug a hole about 2 square meters, and poured some water into it. A sign was hung next to the pit. Open black lens bracket pet only soup pool close black lens bracket. Black Zetsu was so angry that he almost killed the boss on the spot. Chapter 116 Coach Kakuzu with no other choice, Dave took his father-in-law, Black Zetsu, and the disabled old man, Kakuzu, to the men's bath. Black Zetsu actually wants to say that he can go to the women's bath. He has lived for 1,000 years, what has he not seen before? When the aunties heard this, they beat up Black Zetsu. Well, Black Zetsu had no objections. In the changing room Uchiha Chongjong and the disabled old man's wardrobe were in the same closet, and the two of them were next to each other. The scene fell into silence, with only the sound of people taking off and changing clothes. Although the old man's legs are disabled, it does not hinder the use of his hands. He can still change clothes and other things. Uchiha Chongjong was changing clothes, and he inadvertently looked back as if he saw something. Little earthworm. Uchiha Yongjong. I'm going to kill you. The disabled old man quickly changed his clothes and roared with a rosy face. He has lived for more than 60 years and has never been so insulted. This insult was even more powerful than when the enemy broke his own legs. Maruboshi Oda, this is the truth. Why don't you let me tell you? Uchiha Chongjong's face was full of smiles at this moment. He had endured this old man all the way and finally had a chance to take revenge. Although he is an old man himself. Uchiha Yangtze. Maruboshi Oda, over there, Dave, who was changing clothes, seemed to hear a very familiar dialogue, and shivered hard. He mustered up the courage and stretched his head towards the place where the sound came from, and saw the scene of the two old men fighting. Especially since his father-in-law was not wearing any clothes and was riding directly on the disabled old man's wheelchair. Dave, what's going on over there? What's the sound? Kakuzu asked in confusion. Nothing. A piece of soap fell over there. Dave turned back expressionlessly. He saw nothing. Saw nothing. Saw nothing. Two old men. That damn picture, get out of my mind. Advertisement from this moment on. Uchiha Nage and Maruboshi Oda became good friends. Kakuzu originally recommended Oda, but Uchiha Nage did it for him, but Oda was a little unhappy. For example, Uchiha Nage often suffers from blurred vision, who didn't pay attention to the stones under his feet, causing Datien, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to fall down one by one and eat the mud. Maruboshi Oda was so angry. He used so many ninjutsu along the way. The aunts were also resentful. Originally, one of the two of them could care about them. Now neither of them cares about them. Soaking in hot springs in the country of Yu, picking tea leaves in the country of tea, watching birds in the country of birds, etc. After completing the itinerary, everyone finally returned to Konoha after half a month. When they returned to the village, Uchiha Chongjong was intact and Maruboshi Oda had a bandage on his face. Datien's son panicked on the spot when he saw this situation and asked Datien what happened. Datien even said with a proud face that he accidentally fell down on the road. After his son found out, he went to Kakuzu and complained, "What kind of travel agency are you talking about? Don't you say that the elderly will be taken good care of?" Kakuzu was also speechless. He couldn't say it was the two old men who got angry. The son doesn't allow his old father to go out for travel or anything, but Oda is stubborn and has to go. And every time the trip involves the Uchiha Yangtze River, he has to go, and he has to find the place. Kakuzu left it alone and gave the travel social to Black Zetsu. After hearing that Dave was back, old father Tobirama was the first to find him. "Dave, what kind of cars you are producing have made the village a mess these days?" Tobirama was the first to find Dave. It was not a word of missing, but a complaint. In the past few days, since the car developed by Orichoku came out, the village has been in a state of chaos. Especially the two bastards, who didn't even learn to drive a car. They crashed into mountains in the mountains behind Konoha every day, and they didn't know how many cars and mountains were scrapped. Once, Uchiha Madara broke down the 8th car, and with the ridicule of Hashirama on the side, Uchiha Madara was so angry that he drove the Gundam directly, flattening a mountain. Don't they teach you how to drive the car when they sell it? Dave swallowed and asked. "How to teach me? None of your car sellers know how to drive. I asked Orochimaru and you were the only one who knows how to drive," Tobirama said with resentment. "Let's do this. You do this." Dave thought for a while and handed a set of things to Tobirama. Tobirama's eyes lit up when he heard this. The next day, a screen was placed at the entrance of the Aishin 4S store, which stated that if you want to buy a car and drive it, first, you must be 16 years of age, advertisement. Second, you must have a driver's license. If you don't have a driver's license, you can go to the Aishin driving school in the back mountains of Konoha to learn driving skills. You can only drive after you get a driver's license. If someone violates the rules and is caught by the Uchiha clan police, he will be sentenced to 6 months to start. On this day, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came to the driving school at gunpoint by their younger brothers. In driving school, in class, "Welcome to Aishin driving school. I am your instructor, Kakuzu." Kakuzu walked in wearing a suit with a serious face. When he saw the two big guys sitting in the first row, his feet were so weak that he could hardly stand. Uchiha Madara looked disdainful, thinking that he didn't need such a thing as a driver's license. He had almost mastered the essence of such a thing. Uchiha Madara, don't need to. If it weren't for his brother's growing disapproval of him these days, he wouldn't be here. Hashirama was different. He put his hands on the desk and sat upright, looking like he was asking for advice humbly. Kakuzu is under a lot of pressure. He just received the news from Tobirama. These two bums don't have driver's licenses, so don't let me release these two bums to harm Konoha. Ahem, I am your coach during the driving school, Kakuzu. Just call me Coach Kakuzu. Let me introduce to you the entire process of taking the driver's license test. The entire driver's license test is divided into 4 subjects. Subject 1 is basic knowledge. Subject 2 it is a test of 5 compulsory practical contents and some other things. Subject 3 is a test of 16 items including starting, and Subject 4 is a test of common sense of safe and civilized driving. Kakuzu introduced slowly. I already knew it. Okay, give me the test now, Uchiha Madara said with a dismissive sneer. Kakuzu didn't say anything. He also knew that Uchiha Madara was a thorn in the side. Now, let's move on to the first item, Kakuzu said. Hashirama immediately took out his notebook and prepared to write down all what Coach Kakuzu said. Go to the finance department to pay 30,000 taels. Hashirama immediately remembered it. Wait. Go to the finance department to pay. Damn, why should I remember this? Chapter 117 Black Zetsu. What did I do wrong? After everyone paid their fees at the finance department, they returned to the classroom. Okay, now let's start learning the content, Kakuzu said slowly while looking at everyone. Then he took out a pile of small notebooks from his feet and handed them over one by one. Well, after class, the first subject test is the ones above. Go back and see for yourself. Kakuzu finished speaking and turned around to leave. It's ridiculous. I'm a financial manager and I take care of everything every day. How could I waste my time on such things? Hashirama looked at Kakuzu, leaving with a confused look on his face. That's it? That's it? Is this gone? I paid 30,000 silver taels, right? You just send me a small notebook and that's it? Uchiha Madara has veins popping out on her head, is that it? That's it? Isn't this a waste of my time? Uchiha Madara stood up and wanted to have a friendly exchange with Kakuzu, but Kakuzu had already left the classroom at this moment. Hashirama and Madara looked out of the window and saw Kakuzu slowly put on his sunglasses, opened the door of the sports car in front of him, slowly got in, and walked away. Hashirama's heart is filled with excitement as he looks at the B-shaped back view. When will he be able to be like Kakuzu? Hashirama fell into his own world, laughing from time to time. Uchiha Madara glanced at Hashirama, who was grinning next to him. This fool. On the other side, Jijibo has been leading a group of bandits here for a few days. They have nothing to do these days and don't know what to do. Well, Mr. Orochoku, is there really nothing we need to do? Jijibo swallowed. They had been here for a few days eating and drinking for free. Even as bandits, they felt a little guilty. You have Dave's arrangements, just have a good rest in the company's employee dormitory now. Orochimaru, who was doing the experiment, turned his head and glanced here slowly and said slowly. But we've been resting for several days, and Boss Dave has never come to see us. We feel bad for eating and drinking for free for a few days. Is there really nothing wrong? Jijibo asked with regret. Advertisement. Well, you guys have something going on. At this time, Orochimaru's cell phone rang, and it was a message from Dave at this time. Say, as long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best, Jijibo asked happily. Dave asked, does your summoning beast, that pig, have any offspring? Orochilu also asked a little confused. Dave didn't understand what it meant. Yes, that guy is very energetic. He seems to have dozens of offspring. Jijibo nodded quickly. Well, no, it's better to be less. Dave said that your task at this stage is to breed more than 200 pigs that can carry people and are obedient. Orochimaru shook his head and said. No problem. We will definitely cultivate it well, Jijibo said excitedly. They finally had something to do. The next day. Hey, man, here are 100 taels of pastries. Little Nine Tails jumped up and sat directly on the pastry stall, shouting loudly. Hey, Little Nine Tails is here, no problem. The boss was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the figure of Little Nine Tails, he nodded and said with a smile on his face. Little Nine Tails is different from other tailed beasts in the village and is disliked by others. Little Nine Tails is loved by everyone in the village. You can even rub his soft hair if you give him a piece or two of pastries. Little Nine Tails would also draw a sword to help when encountering difficulties. Once when he was passing by a ninja school, he saw a group of people bullying a child. Little Nine Tails couldn't stand it and beat the group of people violently, and he also received a younger brother. It seems to be called humble. Because of this, Little Nine Tails has a particularly good reputation in the village. As a loyal patron of this pastry stall, Little Nine Tails has naturally brought a lot of traffic and reputation to the boss. The boss has made a lot of money in a month. He is also very grateful to Little Nine Tails. Usually, every time Little Nine Tails when he comes to buy pastries, he basically doesn't pay for them. Just as the boss cut off 2 pieces of pastry and was about to pass them to the Little Nine Tails, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle and snatched the pastries. Little Nine Tails was confused, and so was the boss. Then the Little Nine Tails was furious. Lousy was the one who said it all in the village. Only if I rob others, why should others rob me? Little Nine Tails suddenly looked over and saw a little piglet running wildly on the street. Advertisement. Hey, damn pig. Put down my pastry, that's mine. Little Nine Tails roared angrily, running and chasing after the little piggy. Little Nine Tails has never been so angry today in thousands of years. He was actually eaten by a little piglet? Can this be tolerated? Stop that pig. There was a sound of running and roaring coming from behind Little Nine Tails. Little Nine Tails, who was chasing, turned around and saw that a group of people were also chasing the pig. Stop, people over there, help me stop that pig. At this time, a group of people ran towards Little Nine Tails, and they were also chasing a pig. The pig had just fought with Little Nine Tails, passed by. The 2 little pigs turned to look at each other, snorted twice, and then slowly walked to the middle without moving. Be good, little pig, don't move. The group of people behind Nine Tails breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the little pig finally stopped. The 2 groups of people slowly approached the 2 little pigs in the middle. Little Nine Tails realized that something was wrong and slowly took a few steps back. Hey, bang. When the 2 teams approached the 2 little pigs, they suddenly pounced on them. The result. The 2 little pigs were not caught, and the 2 teams of people collided with each other. This kind of thing is still happening in Konoha today. Suddenly there were dozens or hundreds of pigs running around in the village, causing many accidents. Among them, Black Zetsu was the angriest. He was standing on a manure pit digging out manure when a pig suddenly jumped out and knocked him down. Black Zetsu changed color today, turned into Golden Zetsu. Black Zetsu was so angry that he rushed directly to the Hokage building regardless of his color. The guards couldn't stop him, and didn't dare to stop him. He rushed directly to the Hokage office to argue with Tobirama. Tobirama looked at the smelly golden man who suddenly rushed in. He was stunned for a moment, and then. Anyway, Black Zetsu was first pushed into a manure pit by a pig today, and then went to the hospital to lie down for a few days. He was also punished by cleaning Konoha for a week. Black Zetsu really wanted to cry. I just want to see my mother, and I want to earn money to buy a gift for my mother. Why? Why are you so malicious to me? What have I done wrong? To want God to do this to me? Woo woo woo. Chapter 118 Tobirama. Do you want to take a rest? Tell me what's going on. Veins popped up on Tobirama's head, and he suppressed his anger and looked at the group of people in front of him. HMPH Humchi. Everyone was holding a little pig in their arms. Their hair or clothes were messy. I do not know what to say. What a mess of people, Tobirama roared. Jijibo wanted to say something, but when he saw Tobirama's murderous eyes, well, let's forget it. He originally planned to raise these pigs in pens. Who knew these piglets were so energetic? First, he didn't pay close attention to one of them and let the other one run away. Later, he had someone chase him. Okay. All the pigs are gone. I don't care what you do, but it must not affect the village, understand? Tobirama allowed himself to calm down for a while and then said coldly. Now, go and apologize to all the villagers who were affected in the village today and pay the compensation they deserve, Tobirama continued. Everyone nodded quickly and left. Headache. Tobirama sat back in his chair. He finally understood why his elder brother was so reluctant to sit here. How are big brother and B********* D Madara? Tobirama wanted to hear good news and asked Izuna, who was standing aside. Well, brother, I passed the subject. Now I'm stuck in reversing the car into the warehouse. Hashirama. I'm still doing it at home. Izuna shook his head helplessly and said. Hey, that's good news. At least they didn't come to the village to cause trouble. Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. At least they didn't make trouble in the village. By the way, there's one more thing. The Kingdom of Tea, the Kingdom of Birds, and the Kingdom of Tang sent news that the Uchiha terror excrement of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village has caused huge mental panic to their country, demanding compensation. Now all countries open to the outside world are on alert, and all countries have now released a message to the ninja world and Konoha. Izuna took out a document and said slowly, What news? Tobirama asked. Dogs and Uchiha Kagami are not allowed. This is so G embarrassing that it was sent abroad and everyone knew about it. How could such a weird thing appear in the village? Okay, now everyone in the ninja world knows that there is a terrifying shit in Konoha. At 2H a carat plus the power of this name is even greater than that of his big brother and B******* D Madara. Tobirama doesn't want Konoha to be famous for this weird thing. The boy has been out these 2 days? Tobirama asked, his teeth itching in anger. Advertisement. Well, he, Danzo, and Hiruzen have been on missions outside the village for the past 2 days, and they haven't come back yet. Izuna nodded. Send a message to those 3 countries and get out of here. If that doesn't work, let the horrible shit go again. Also, when will that kid come back? Tobirama asked with a cold face. They just took on an A- level mission. They have been out for 3 days and will be back this afternoon. Izuna thought for a while and said. Remind me in the afternoon that we go to the village gate to give a warm welcome to the hero of our village. Tobirama said lightly, and continued to pick up the documents on the table and start reviewing them. Be gentle. The child has just been discharged from the hospital a few days ago, Izuna said speechlessly. Senju Tobirama, I'm the most measured, Tobirama sneered. In the afternoon, at the entrance of the village. Tobirama and Izuna stood at the door. Master Hokage, why are you here? The ninja on duty at the door asked excitedly when he saw Master Hokage coming. It's okay, I'm just picking up someone. By the way, close the door first. Izuna and I will wait outside the door. No matter what sound is heard outside later, don't open the door. Understand? Tobirama said calmly. Understood. The ninja nodded excitedly and closed the door to Konoha. Izuna and Tobirama were left standing outside the village entrance. Soon, 3 figures slowly appeared on the distant horizon. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. Izuna on the side shook his head helplessly, picked up the phone and dialed 120. Hospital, send someone to pick up the injured, Izuna said slowly. Okay, tell me the address and we'll send someone there right away, asked the front desk staff at the hospital over there. The entrance of Konoha village, Izuna said and hung up the phone. The other side, Danzo, why is the gate of the village closed? Hiruzen looked at the closed gate and looked at Danzo beside him in confusion and asked. I don't know, There are 2 people at the door. It's Master Hokage and Assistant Hokage. Danzo shook his head, squinted his eyes, and saw 2 figures standing at the door. Why are they standing at the door? Hiruzen felt something was wrong. The door was closed. Hokage was standing at the door. Something was wrong. Advertisement. Danzo said nothing, winked at Hiruzen, and glanced at Uchiha Kagami who was following him. This means that this situation is definitely not for the 2 of them. The only one among the 3 of them who is likely to encounter such a thing is, well, only Jing. Hiruzen understood instantly, and the 2 slowly slowed down. Master Hokage, Master Izuna, are you here? Jing didn't know anything about this, and gradually approached. Jing looked at the 2 people standing at the door and asked with confusion. Mirror, are you tired from these 2 days of missions? Tobirama asked with a smile. Danzo and Hiruzen behind the mirror only felt a gust of cool breeze blowing against their faces. They looked at each other. Well, it seems that this matter really has nothing to do with them. The two slowly took a few steps back. It's okay. It's just that my eyesight is a little bad now. Just go back and rest more. Jing said with a smile on his face without feeling the strong cold air as if it were real. It seems that I am really getting stronger and stronger. Even Lord Hokage wants to greet me personally. The future is promising. A happy life is not far away. Really? Want to take a rest? Tobirama asked with a smile. Yeah, Jing smiled and nodded. Go to the hospital and rest. After a while. Open the door. Open the door quickly. If you don't open the door, Konoha will lose a powerful ninja. Uchiha Kagami, covered in blood, lay on the ground and kept patting the door of Konoha and wailing. At the door, two nurses were already waiting with a stretcher. Why don't you open the door yet? I seem to hear someone howling behind the door. A doctor asked, looking at the ninja on duty. No, this door cannot be opened without Hokage's order. I, Konoha Chunin, always put Hokage's order first in my heart. Even if someone dies outside, this door cannot be opened without Hokage-sama's order. Hearing the howling coming from outside again, Chunin shivered hard. No, absolutely can't open it. I, dutifully. Chapter 119 Hiruzen. Woohoo, you guys are bullying people. Dave looked at Jing, who was lying half dead on the hospital bed in front of him, with an embarrassed smile on his face. He also heard about the cause of this incident. There's no other way. When you go out, you must have a vest to protect you. Myself? I haven't been to the country of tea, the country of soup, and the country of birds during my missions these past few days. What kind of B********* D is using my name to cheat and cheat? Mirror, covered with bandages all over his body, let out an angry expression. Roar. His reputation was ruined for no reason, and he was beaten for no reason. Who did I mess with in my G day? I just want to go outside the hospital to see the beautiful world outside and absorb the beautiful air. Why is this so difficult? The unpleasant smell of medical alcohol in this hospital almost makes me numb. Bed 438, Uchiha Kagami, why are you again? How many times has it been this month? It's time to get an intravenous drip. Just as Jing continued to roar, a young female nurse walked in, looking similar to Jing, wearing a husband, they're about the same age. Holding a bottle of intravenous drip in his hand, he walked in and shouted a little speechlessly. Yes, Jing nodded quickly. Dave stood up from his chair and leaned against the window at the back of the room with Danzo Hiruzen. Hiruzen, what are you looking at? Are you looking so fascinated? Dave glanced casually and found Sarutobi Hiruzen standing next to him with his eyes fixed on the front. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to Dave, but kept his eyes on the figure in front. It wasn't until the female nurse put an intravenous drip on the mirror and left that Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly looked away. Yo, Hiruzen. Dave joked with a smile. I just wanted to see if the nurse had put a good intravenous drip into the mirror. Don't you know, yesterday, when a trainee nurse came to give a dark-looking patient an intravenous drip, she not only took the wrong syringe, but also used her strength. The thief was so big, the needle was so long that it went right through the man's arm. Hey, I'm scared just thinking about it. Hiruzen smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Black Zetsu. Are you okay now? Dave swallowed and silently prayed for Black Zetsu. First he was bathed in excrement, then a fatal blow, and finally the pain pierced his body. Did Black Zetsu go out to the ninja world and become a B******** D in the past 2 days? Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. He has been working hard for several years to remove his feces, so how could this bad luck still happen to him? Speaking of which, Hiruzen, that nurse seems to be from your Sarutobi clan. At this time, Kaoru, who was lying on the bed over there, thought of something and asked. What? Mirror. I love you, Ba, you're great. Do you know what her name is? Hearing this, Hiruzen was instantly excited, and quickly ran to Mirror's hospital bed, hugging Mirror one of his arms asked excitedly. Advertisement, it seems to be called Sarutobi Bawako. Basically every time I come to the hospital, she gives me an intravenous drip, Jing said with a speechless shrug while lying on the hospital bed. Sarutobi Biwa Lake, hey. Hiruzen slowly murmured the name with a lewd smile on his face. Dave, Mirror, and Danzo shuddered when they saw this guy's smile. Don't smile like some 1,000-year-old CT, it's scary. Dave couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked up and gave him a shudder. Hiruzen quickly came to his senses, looked around, walked to the window, closed the windows and curtains, and quickly locked the door to the room. You must help me, Hiruzen said excitedly. What can I help you with? Danzo asked confused. Just help me chase that female nurse. Sarutobi Bawako. Hiruzen, the LSP, actually blushed, and Dave was simply amazed when he saw it. Will they become a couple after all? Come on, you're still chasing after me. He couldn't stand the Mirror lying on the hospital bed and gave Hiruzen a roll of his eyes. Hey, Uchiha Kagami, what do you mean? I am so handsome, powerful, and the current leader of the Sarutobi clan. Am I not worthy of him? Hiruzen asked unhappily. After the death of Sarutobi Sasuke, Hiruzen's mother has been in charge of the family's affairs in the past few years. Hiruzen will also assist his mother from time to time. Now that her mother has grown older and is no longer capable, she handed it over to Hiruzen a few months ago. Mirror, Danzo, and Dave looked at each other. Well, I don't deserve it. See, are you 3 brothers? These 3 people are really unloyal. Ahem, Hiruzen, let me ask you some questions, Dave smiled and said. Advertisement, ask. You said you were handsome, but you have me, Danzo, are you handsome? Dave asked slowly, stroking his structured face. When Danzo over there heard this, he immediately turned his head halfway, leaning his back against the window, leaving Hiruzen to look at his very stern profile. When Jingyi, who was lying on the hospital bed next to him, heard Dave's words, he immediately sat up, took off the bandage on his face, and gently stroked his hair. Hiruzen looked at the extremely coquettish looks of the three of them, then took out his phone and looked at himself on the phone. Well. The word obscene sums up Hiruzen's appearance perfectly. A-hole, aren't you three just a little bit more handsome than me? Hiruzen shouted in displeasure. Damn it, let the three of them pretend. It's all my fault that my father is so ugly. I inherited it from him. Sarutobi Sasuke. Well, it's true that he is a million times more handsome than you. Okay, let's not talk about this. You said you were strong, well, except you can tie with Danzo among the three of us, who can beat me or Jing? Dave laughed and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and was about to refute him a word or two when he suddenly thought. It seemed. What Dave said was true. Mirror. That disgusting genjutsu. Can't beat him. Dave. Hiss. Hiruzen seemed to think of some bad memory and shuddered hard. This guy can't even beat him. Danzo is better. Well, Danzo is better. Danzo felt offended when he heard Dave's words. Well, let's talk about your identity as the leader of the Sarutobi clan. Well, Danzo is also the young clan leader of the Shimura clan. When Danzo's father abdicates, he will also be the head of the clan. And Mirror, can you tell me if his Mangekyo Sharingan can be there? I will be the leader of the clan in the future. Do I need to say more? If I want, I will be the leader of the Senju clan now, Dave said with a smile. It's ridiculous, lousy Konoha village's richest man, second Hokage's son, first Hokage's nephew, which identity can you use without beating you? Hiruzen remained silent, walked to the corner of the room, squatted in the corner and shut himself up. Woo-hoo-hoo. You are bullying people. Chapter 120 Hiruzen. Hold the mirror and drink him. Okay, can we help you? Dave looked at the autistic Hiruzen squatting on the ground over there, and quickly pulled him up. A moment later, how about a hero saving a beauty? Hiruzen asked, pointing to the plan he had written. Not very good. Dave shook his head, old-fashioned. Jing shook his head. I'm not stupid. Danzo shook his head. Then you guys should give me your opinion, Hiruzen shouted while looking at the three bastards in front of him. I'm hungry. Jing nodded. Do the task, Danzo nodded. Go to sleep. Dave nodded. See, how come I know you three bastards? Hiruzen slapped himself hard on the forehead. Okay. Let me teach you some experience, Dave said when he felt he had enough fun. Hiruzen quickly took out his small notebook and prepared to write it down. Who is Dave? He has been blessed with beauties since he was 5 years old, and he is a winner in life with a monthly income of over 100 million. You have to listen carefully. The first step is to create opportunities to be alone, and successfully gain the other person's favor and the penguin number, Dave said slowly. How to create opportunities to be alone? Hiruzen asked doubtfully. There is a good opportunity now, but for this kind of thing, it depends on whether you are willing to do it or not. Dave turned his head and looked at the mirror behind him with a faint light in his eyes. Hiruzen and Danzo understood instantly. Jinky was confused. Isn't this talking about Hiruzen? How could it be related to him? Mirror, tell me, am I usually nice to you? Hiruzen sat next to Jing and asked softly. It's pretty good, Jing said doubtfully. Well, now I have some problems and I need you to help me. Are you willing? Hiruzen asked softly, with a smile on his face, but he looked a little wretched in the mirror. Advertisement, well, can I say I don't want to? No, Danzo. Dave, hold him down, don't let him get away. Yes, just that, pour it into his mouth. Help. Life. A moment later, looking at the mirror foaming at the mouth, Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Mirror, I will remember you, you are for greatness. Then he walked out of the room, looked at himself, straightened his clothes, and slowly walked towards the nurse's station over there. Nurse, go and see Uchiha Kagami in bed 438. He just couldn't think about it and drank all the stuff in such a big bottle. Now he has fainted and is foaming at the mouth. Hiruzen found Lake Biwa, full, he said anxiously. What? Hurry, I'll inform the doctors and them first. Take Uchiha Kagami to the door of the emergency room quickly. Bawako was stunned for a moment, and then hurried to find the doctor. What a charming figure. Hiruzen looked at the departing figure of Lake Biwa, his expression gradually became obsessed. Hiruzen just stood here in a daze, completely forgetting that the electrocardiogram mirror over there was already in place. After a while, Jing was pushed into the emergency room. Sarutobi Bawako is a nurse who just came here last month. She has not been exposed to such surgical level things yet. The most she can do is to deliver some things inside during the operation. She just came out of the emergency room to deliver things and saw the things in front of her. This scene made me furious. Danzo sat on the chair on the far right, dragging his face with one hand and doing nothing, with no worry or urgency on his face. Dave on the side crossed his arms, crossed his legs, and kept lifting his head, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Sarutobi Bawako was so angry when he saw this scene. Aren't you the good friend of Uchiha Kagami who pushed in? Why aren't you worried at all? Especially the white-haired one, he almost fell asleep. Just when Bawako was about to go up and talk to them, she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nervous and eager, and her angry mood finally got better. At least one of the three of them was reliable. Although this one is not as handsome as the other two, he is even a little bit vulgar. Still quite thoughtful though. Oops, what should I say when Bawako comes out later? Will she think I'm a bit abrupt? Will she think I'm ugly and vulgar? Hiruzen thought nervously. Uchiha Kagami. Is he important to my lifelong affairs? Oops, what I gave him just now was just one bottle, he won't die. Uchiha Kagami, thank you very much for your mercy. Well, actually you can go home and wait. Your friend will be fine. Just gastric lavage. Bawako walked up to Hiruzen, looked at Hiruzen's nervous and anxious face and comforted her softly. When Dave on the side heard this, he became energetic and quickly winked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen received Dave's look and thought of what Dave had just told him. Advertisement, as long as it's okay, it's okay. Uchiha Kagami, we have been best friends since we were young. We eat, drink and stay together. The way he couldn't think about it just now really made me. Let me. Woo woo woo. Hiruzen stood up, his eyes gradually turned red, and finally he cried. Dave and Danzo looked at each other and gave a thumbs up to Hiruzen. From now on, I will look for you when making movies, Hiruzen. Dave thought to himself silently. Okay, don't worry, he will be fine. Bawako didn't react for a while, and hurriedly comforted Hiruzen in front of him. Woo woo, emb. Damn it, if I don't hire Sarutobi Hiruzen to make movies in the future, Dave and I will definitely be A&T. After Bawako's good talk, Hiruzen finally stopped crying, but he was still choking. Ms. Nurse, if it really doesn't work, please give me your Penguin number. If you have any new news about him, tell me quickly on Penguin. Hiruzen took advantage of the situation and will be busy with such a conference. The purpose choked up and said it out. Okay, this is my Penguin. Bawako didn't think too much and gave her Penguin to Hiruzen. In her opinion, the person in front of her was a good person who was too worried about his friends. Of course, she had no idea that this good man's target was herself. After giving Hiruzen the Penguin number and comforting Hiruzen for a while, Lake Biwa also had a lot to do, so he left first. How's it going? Dave asked speechlessly, looking at Hiruzen who was giggling beside him. Hee. Hiruzen giggled. You're hopeless. Dave gave him a shudder. Hey, it's Dave, I succeeded. Hiruzen raised the phone in his hand and handed it to Dave, saying excitedly. What's the next step? Hiruzen asked. Look at her circle of friends and see what she likes and hates. Dave thought for a while and asked. Well, she likes medical ninjutsu and medical knowledge, Hiruzen said after browsing her circle of friends for a while. Go find your uncle. I remember that your uncle seems to know medical ninjutsu. You can ask him for advice. Good. The three of them left, in the emergency room. Uchiha Kagami has a tube that goes straight to her stomach and a tube from her lower body that goes straight to her intestines. She has a pale face with a look of despair. You. 3. Immortals. Chapter 121 Kakuzu. Take your foot off the gas pedal. Behind the mountains of Konoha, inside the Aishin driving school. Brother Madara, sir, don't panic. I'm just reversing the car into the warehouse. Just relax. Today is Madara's 10th Subject 2 exam. Kakuzu looked at Madara in front of him, swallowed and persuaded. Yeah. Madara gave Kakuzu a cold look. Over there, Hashirama was squatting on a tree, holding a book in one hand and his own notes in the other, reciting. Immediately, Kakuzu and Madara got into the car. Brother Madara, sir, have you seen it? Just pour it into the warehouse at the back. Kakuzu swallowed and said. You've said it several times, I know, can't you just watch me do it? Madara glanced at Kakuzu unhappily and said. Are you really sure you are sure this time? I am sure. A moment later, holy shit, brake, you hit the brake. Why the hell are you holding the clutch? Don't look at me, look in the rearview mirror. Which one is the brake? You damn stepped on the accelerator, take your foot off, let your foot down. We are almost backing up into the garage and backing into the village. Why don't you let go of the accelerator? Are the handbrakes made by Orochiroku's feet? Why is this not working? UF*******G let lousy off the accelerator, Susano. After a while, Kakuzu looked at the flattened mountain in front of him and the iron slag with only slag left in front of him with a silent expression. He should not have to pay for these things, he is just an innocent driving school instructor. Well. Wait a minute, I broke a line. This is the work-related injury that Brad Dave was talking about, to reimburse. Advertisement. Kakuzu laughed happily. Ha, Madara, you haven't passed this time yet? Hashirama put down the book in his hand and walked to Madara's side, laughing and mocking. Compared to some people who haven't passed subject 1, it's not bad. Madara glanced at Hashirama and said slowly. You cheated with Sharingan. Hashirama got angry when he mentioned this. There were 30 people in their class, and now they were the only ones left. During the first test, Madara, several young men from the Uchiha clan, Sharingan, and several young people from the Hyuga clan cheated with a white eye. Hashirama looked angry and envious. The most angry thing was not Sharingan. Hashirama reported it to Coach Kakuzu. Originally, Coach Kakuzu said that none of them counted as grades. Later, Madara directly threw 100,000 silver taels to Kakuzu. Coach Kakuzu immediately changed his mind and said that it counted as grades. Hashirama was really angry. He looked at his empty pocket. Well, he could only memorize and study hard. Oh, why didn't you? Madara asked with a sneer. Hashirama snorted, very unhappy. Then he clapped his hands, and trees appeared standing on the mountain plain that was originally flattened by Madara. Have you three seen enough? Madara opened the Sharingan, looked somewhere to the side, and said slowly. Dave, Hiruzen and Danzo, who had witnessed the whole process over there, swallowed hard and walked out of the woods. Oh, it's you three. Why are you here? Hashirama asked with a smile on his face when he saw that Dave and his three friends were here. Isn't Kagami here? Hashirama took another look. Why isn't Kagami here? Teacher. He's in the hospital again. Hiruzen smiled awkwardly. Why did this child end up in the hospital again? Didn't he go out on a mission 2 days ago? Hashirama asked helplessly. Well, he was injured during the mission, and he is still in the emergency room of the hospital. Hiruzen opened his eyes and lied. Well, that kid is really not paying attention, and Mangekyo Sharingan is not used like that. By the way, what do you three have to do with us? Hashirama was speechless. Well, I heard that you know medical ninjutsu, so we thought we would ask you about it, Hiruzen said with a smile. Medical ninjutsu? I don't know how. Hashirama was stunned for a moment. Oh, is this what you were talking about? Immediately, Hashirama took out a kunai from the pocket hanging on his belt and drew it towards the palm of his hand. Within a few seconds, the opening was restored to its original state. Advertisement. Hiruzen's scalp was numb from the sight. Are you telling me this is a medical ninjutsu? Is this called a medical miracle? There was no other way. The three chatted with Hashirama Madara for a while and then went back to think of other solutions. On the road, Hiruzen, aren't you the leader of your clan? How come Lake Biwa doesn't recognize you? Dave expressed his doubts. The clan meeting of our clan hasn't been held yet. Of course, no one knows about me, and I don't have much reputation in the clan. At most, some people know that I am the son of the previous clan leader. Hiruzen shrugged. Hiruzen is also a little arrogant. He wants to wait until he has achieved some results and is famous before holding a clan meeting to announce this matter. The same is true for Danzo. His father had long wanted to give him the position of clan leader, but Danzo refused to accept it. He had to make a name for himself in the ninja world before talking about it. As for the mirror, Uchiha Madara is still a little worried now. With this kid's motivation to go to the hospital every 3 days, he definitely can't leave the clan leader to him. Mito is still in charge of the Senju clan, and Hashirama is the apparent leader. But Mito said that when Dave comes of age and gets married to Yume, he will give him the position of patriarch. Let Dave hang around for 2 years. What should we do now? Hiruzen asked distress-edly. There are only a few medical ninjas, and we don't seem to know each other, Dave said helplessly after thinking for a while. How about this? There should be a lot of books in your family. You can go to your respective clans to find out if there are any related to medical science. If you find it, we can join my family. Dave thought for a while and then said. Okay. Danzo and Hiruzen looked at each other. This method is feasible. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Dave sat outside the door with a pile of books stacked next to him and a bruise on his head. Dave suppressed the anger in his heart and called Hiruzen. Hey, it's been a day, haven't you finished searching yet? Dave asked in a solemn voice after answering the phone. Well, we have a lot of books here and I haven't finished them yet. Hiruzen was stunned for a while and then said nervously. Really? Wait, what's that sound? Dave sneered and was about to greet Hiruzen. Suddenly a crackling sound was heard. This sound is the sound of the keyboard? You two are in the internet cafe? Dave was furious. Lousy spent a long time looking for books and sat here waiting for you two for a long time. In the end, you two went to the internet cafe to play games? Chapter 122. Danzo. Calm down, Dave. Well, Dave, listen to my explanation. Before Hiruzen could finish his words, Dave hung up the phone. Then Dave picked up the stick on the ground next to him that he had previously used to whip Junma, and walked slowly towards the internet cafe. A moment later. This is what you call reading. Dave pointed at the interface of the Ninja Alliance that was still fighting in front of him with a stick and roared angrily. Danzo let go of the keyboard with his hands in embarrassment and turned his head to the side. Hiruzen still wanted to defend himself. A reading is a murder book. Yes, a murder book. Really? What level is the murder book stacked on? No, this rubbish support is too bad. I keep sending it and I haven't stacked it up yet. That's it, I want to stack up my layers. After a moment, Dave wiped the sweat from his face, picked up the bloody stick, and looked at Danzo aside. Danzo, what book are you reading? That blood-sucking book counts. Forget it, of course, I will let you suck the blood book. Calm down, Dave. When Dave heard this, he was really angry and funny. He picked up the stick and hit Danzo. Hey, 120, it's an internet cafe, 2 of us. One got a few blows on the head, and the other is almost paralyzed. After finishing, Dave picked up his mobile phone and called the hospital. The next day, early morning after a night of painful gastric lavage, Jing slowly opened his tired eyes. 2 patients came this night. Jing looked at the 2 people on both sides who were bandaged and looked like they were not human, and felt a little pitiful about these 2 people. With such injuries, it looked like they had been beaten. Jing said that he is very experienced in wound recognition. Moreover, one of the patients was seriously injured, and his brain seemed to be broken. 2 patients, can you talk about your respective experiences? Jing looked up at the ceiling and asked slowly and slightly sadly. Caused by a sneak attack by a treacherous villain. Injured in a battle of wits and courage with the villains. Advertisement: the 2 patients have different causes of illness. Well. The mirror turned over, wanting to see the dignity of the 2 warriors. Hiruzen, Danzo. Why are you 2 admitted to the hospital? Jing looked at the familiar face and asked with a confused face. Injured by a sneak attack by a treacherous villain. Injured in a battle of wits and courage with the villain. Hiruzen and Danzo's answer is still the same. However, Jing, who has been with them for several years, will naturally not listen to their nonsense. 437, 438, 439, intravenous drip. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Hearing this familiar voice, Hiruzen sat up suddenly. See, my waist. Huh? Why are you still sitting up? Wait a minute, let me take a look. Aren't you broken all over your body? Lie down quickly. Bawako opened the door and saw Hiruzen sitting up suddenly, and hurriedly walked forward and said. Hee. Hiruzen smiled stupidly. What are you giggling about? Lie down quickly, your whole body is broken. Bawako looked at him with a headache and quickly helped Hiruzen lie down. Huh? Aren't you his good friends yesterday? Why are you admitted to the hospital? Biwa looked at the patient's face, and then looked at Danzo over there. He seemed to be his friend in bed 438 yesterday. Injured by a sneak attack by a treacherous villain. Injured in a battle of wits and courage with the villain. Bawahu gave the 3 people intravenous drips and picked up the medical records that the 3 of them had placed in front of the bed. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh? Aren't you the son of the former clan leader? Bawako asked in surprise when he saw Hiruzen's case. Hey, I originally wanted to get to know you as an ordinary person, but now that you have discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm showing off my cards. I am the leader of the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen stinks. Bawahu rolled his eyes at him, checked the situation with the other 2, and left here first. Okay Hiruzen, everyone is gone. Why are you still laughing? Jing looked at Hiruzen, who was still giggling, and said speechlessly. What do you know? You're a pedophile beast. This is called love. Hiruzen looked at his glasses disdainfully and said slowly. Who are you calling a beast? Oh, I'm talking about you, the pervert beast who abducted a 6-year-old child. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kagami. Danzo looked at the 2 people tiredly. One had just had his stomach washed, and the other had broken bones. How could they start fighting? Crows fly. Tornado destroys parking lot. Superplanet burning. Tyrannosaurus flaps its wings and flies. Advertisement. Danzo was even more tired. Wasn't this what Dave was yelling when he beat them before? Sigh. What's going on? At this time, Bawahu, who had just come out of another ward, heard the crackling sound here and hurried to the ward. Looking at the 2 people entangled in the 69 position on the ground in front of them, Lake Biwa was suddenly stunned. Am I disturbing you? Bawako asked awkwardly, covering her face. After saying that, Bawahu quickly turned around and left the ward. The ward was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Oh, Uchiha Kagami, I'm going to kill you, it's not my business? Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang. The door was pushed open again, and Lake Biwa stood at the door. When Bawako went out and stood outside the door just now, the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. Something is wrong. They are both patients. One has just had his stomach lavaged and the other has a broken body. How can they fight together? So what am I going to do? Shouldn't I stop them? Don't they want to live anymore? You 2 stop it, Bawahu shouted. Well. The 2 of them stopped and were put on the hospital bed by Bawako like good babies. You 2 are still sick and can't fight, Bawahu said speechlessly as he looked at the 2 people lying on the hospital bed and looking at each other. Huh. You won't stop them. Bawahu looked at the 2 people who were angry like children and was speechless. Then he looked over at Danzo and said. Danzo is confused. What else does this have to do with him? Aren't they mentally ill? What does it have to do with me, Danzo? Then Danzo pointed to his bandaged head that was still bleeding and said there was nothing I could do. Then Bawako advised Ichiban and the 2 again. Seeing the 2 people nodding obediently, they left with peace of mind. And just after Lake Biwa left, howlings were heard again in the ward of this 437 to 439. Crows fly. Tornado destroys parking lot. Danzo silently picked up his mobile phone, opened the forum, and found, the 18th guiding ideology and the innovation of the reform path resolutely centered on the village. Written by Mr. Second Generation.